Chapter 106, The Large Iceberg, Leng Xiaoting, what? She turned it off. How dare she? The old lady was irritated. In her eyes, Ji Man should always abase herself before her. Why don't you call Ji Qing? Lin Liwan proposed. Hearing that, Ji Qingxiang immediately called Ji Qing. Seeing Ji Qingxiang's call, Ji Qing knew he must be calling for Ji Man. Although Ji Qing stood by Ji Man, she personally didn't have many arguments with Ji Qingxiang. Thus she answered. Besides, she also wanted to know the reason why Ji Qingxiang called Ji Man. She wanted to be prepared. Ji Qing, is Ji Man with you? The minute Ji Qing answered the phone, Ji Qingxiang opened his mouth and said with an unfriendly tone. No, Ji Qing said. Call Ji Man, and get her to call me back, Ji Qingxiang ordered. Ji Qing felt like laughing. They always took them as their servants, and ordered them to do everything like they were their masters. Ji Qingxiang was used to it, but Ji Qing was mad. She asked, for what? It's none of your business. Just follow my order, Ji Qingxiang replied. I can tell her that you called, but I won't force her to call you back, Ji Qing said, then she hung up directly with anger. After a break, she said to Ji Man, our eldest brother wants to talk to you. I don't think that he has anything good on his mind. I won't talk to him, Ji Man said. No matter what happened to Ji Qingxiang, it had nothing to do with her. Unless her mother had an accident, then she would fulfill her duty. Ji Qingxiang was annoyed once more, because Ji Qing had hung up on him. He couldn't believe that Ji Qing dared to do that. I don't think Ji Man will call you back. Why don't we go and find her at her work tomorrow? Lin Liwan said. Ji Qingxiang agreed. Since Ji Man wouldn't answer his call, she was unlikely to call him back. Then you go find her tomorrow, Ji Qingxiang said to Lin Liwan. In the V5 bars. Around 10 p.m., Ji Yuning received a message. She had a look. It was from Leng Xiaoting, but she had changed his name into the Large Iceberg. There was a faint smile on her lips. She knew that Leng Xiaoting wanted the gun back, but she didn't plan to give it back to him easily. She wanted to let him pay for it. She didn't want to hurt him, but just wanted to have a little fun. She opened the message. The Large Iceberg, when are you free tomorrow? I'll take it back. Ji Yuning, ain't free tomorrow. The Large Iceberg, then when are you free? Ji Yuning, no idea. Leng Xiaoting didn't send a message back for a long time. Ji Yuning was slightly pissed off. Was he mad? She thought. If he was mad, he would be so easy to annoy. How could he be so cold? Wasn't he supposed to be friendly and even beg her for the gun? What's up? Qin Yifan noticed Ji Yuning was texting. She was happy at first, then suddenly looked displeased. Qin Yifan felt uneasy somehow. Nothing, Ji Yuning answered. She laid her phone on the table, but she was slightly unhappy. She drank the other half of the fruit wine, then she poured another glass of it. Seeing that, Qin Yifan frowned a little. He sensed that something must be wrong, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask. Actually, Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad. He simply didn't know how to reply. He wasn't a man who was skillful at chatting. Ji Yuning said that she had no idea. What else could he possibly say? Xu Jinchen, who sat aside, glanced at Leng Xiaoting, who was texting from time to time. He was so curious to know whether he was texting with Ji Yuning and what they were talking about. However, he didn't dare to ask or have a look. He felt so uncomfortable with his burning curiosity. Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance. Xu Jinchen immediately sat straight back. After a long time, Leng Xiaoting sent a message out again. When can you be free? I won't be staying long in City F. Ji Yuning saw a new message coming in. Qin Yifan saw it too, but he only saw the sender's name was the Large Iceberg. Who was the Large Iceberg? It seemed like a man's nickname. Ji Yuning took her phone and clicked it open. Although she intended to cause him some troubles, she didn't want to go too far. It was her fault after all. Besides, she had a good impression of military officers, or she admired them. Even though Leng Xiaoting was cold, he was so extraordinarily handsome, which also left a great impression on Ji Yuning. She then texted, Monday. Buy me a great meal before getting the gun. Leng Xiaoting received the message. Without further thinking, he sent an affirmative answer back. The gun was the most important thing in his eyes. After that, Ji Yuning was delighted again. Qin Yifan felt very curious but was nervous at the same time. He didn't know what Ji Yuning had spoken about with the man, but it seemed like a boyfriend and girlfriend who got back together after an argument. Qin Yifan still didn't fully know whether he fell in love with Ji Yuning, so he didn't say anything. Xiaoting, I've never seen you holding the phone and sending messages all the time. Who did you text? Xu Jinchen couldn't help but ask. He wanted to find out whether it was Ji Yuning. A human being, Leng Xiaoting answered. Xu Jinchen was speechless. A human being. Of course he knew it was a human being. The point was, who was the human being? Then who was the human being? Xu Jinchen tried again. Why do you have to know? Leng Xiaoting ignored Xu Jinchen, standing up and walked to the stairs. Xu Jinchen clenched his teeth with upset. It was so hard to find out about Leng Xiaoting's little secret. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on Xu Jinchen. He said, oh, I encountered Ji Yuning on my way running in the morning yesterday. She is so funny. I think I kind of like her. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting stopped for a second, but just a second. Then he was gone without saying a word. Although Xu Jinchen couldn't see Leng Xiaoting's face, he assumed that there must be something going on between Ji Yuning and him, because he had stopped for a second. Chapter 107, Cowards. Ji Yuning and her friends didn't stay in the bar for too long. Their activity at the bar ended at 11 p.m. However, 11 p.m. was exactly when the nightlife began, so Chu Peihan proposed to have night snacks. She knew a place with delicious roasted fish. Ji Yuning admired Chu Peihan's outstanding ability to drink. She was even able to stay clear after she had drunk so much. She simply felt a little dizzy, but was still clear-minded. Since 11 p.m. wasn't very late, and it wasn't easy for them to gather together, they all agreed to go. They took a taxi heading to the roasted fish diner. It wasn't far away, so they arrived after a few minutes. They had no idea whether the roasted fish here was truly as delicious as Chu Peihan had said, but the diner seemed extremely popular. The roasted fish must be good. The diner was super crowded with people and tables inside and outside. There were a few diners around, but no one was more crowded than this one. On their way here, Chu Peihan had already called to reserve a table. If they hadn't been so lucky, they wouldn't have a table to sit around. Their table was near the door outside. Half an hour later, the roasted fish was on the table. Exactly like what Chu Peihan had said, the roasted fish smelled so good. While they were eating night snacks, everyone except Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi kept on drinking. Seeing that everyone was still able to remain clear, Ji Yuning didn't want to stop them from drinking in case they would get upset. Ningning, could you please go with me to the washroom? Yu Mixi asked Ji Yuning quietly. Sure, Ji Yuning answered. She stood up, and walking towards the washroom with Yu Mixi. When they came out, because the floor was a little slippery, Yu Mixi accidentally slipped. She knocked into a man, and the glass held in the man's hand fell down on the ground. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Yu Mixi immediately apologized, but the man was clearly displeased. He swore at Yu Mixi loudly, do you fucking have eyes? His shout raised a lot of attention from people in the diner. However, the next second, the man noticed Yu Mixi's and Ji Yuning's beautiful faces. He changed his attitude at once, ogling and flirting. Hey, beauty, come and drink with us. Then I'll forgive you. Come on. The other men around the same table echoed. We don't drink, but I can buy you a box of drinks. How about that? Ji Yuning didn't want to cause more trouble, and planned to pay money for it. Whoa, what a generous beauty. We don't lack drinks. We want girls, the man rejected. Exactly, we don't care about drinks at all. We can totally afford it. We want you both to drink with us, another man said. What if we say no? Ji Yuning asked calmly. It seemed that she was not afraid or nervous at all. The man was upset hearing that. He sneered and threatened, no. It's not up to you right now. Do you think you can fight against us? Ji Yuning was slightly mad now. Although Yu Mixi had knocked into him first, she hadn't done it on purpose. Besides, she had already apologized. A well-educated man would normally forgive that, but the man clearly wasn't. If so, Ji Yuning didn't want to waste time on them. Fine. However, I don't like to drink inside the diner. It's too airless. Why don't we go outside and drink at my table? Ji Yuning said provocatively. No problem. Let's go. The man had no idea what was on Ji Yuning's mind right now. They never believed that those girls were able to deal with them. Moreover, they were also irritated by Ji Yuning's challenge. Pay your bill first before coming out, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want to pay the bill for them if they ran away later. Sure, the man answered. He paid the bill right away and followed Ji Yuning, stepping outside. Although Yu Mixi was terrified, she wasn't worried at all. Let alone whether these men could beat Ji Yuning or not, Chu Peihan and the boys were outside too. These men would learn their lesson for sure. Chu Peihan and the boys saw Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi coming along with several men. They were curious. Were they Ji Yuning's friends? Everyone believed so. Those men panicked a little when they finally found out that there were many more people outside other than the two girls. Boss, are they your friends? Hao Ran asked. Mixi knocked into this man accidentally. The man wanted us to drink with them. We refused and proposed to buy them a box of drinks, but they weren't willing to accept. If we don't drink with them, they won't let us leave. Thus we had to accept, Ji Yuning explained airily, but her words were all against the man's behavior. Hearing that, everyone was displeased. Since they want to drink, let's be their good company. That sentence was full of viciousness. Those men weren't idiots. They immediately knew that they had made a terrible choice. The man who was their head said nervously, I don't think that's necessary. No, we've had enough. Then, they ran away quickly. Ji Yuning didn't stop them, because that was exactly what she wanted. If it could be dealt with in an easy way, she would do it. Ha ha. Cowards, Hao Ran mocked. They're smart not to fight with us, Qin Zixin said. Ningning is a nice girl. If I had been there, I would have punched them with my fists already, Chu Peihan said. She waved her fist, like she was going to hit someone. I think Ji Yuning is clever to bring them out, and scare them away. They're two young girls. What if the men had bullied them? Qin Yifan said. He still was nervous about what had just happened. Ha ha. Hearing that, everyone snorted with laughter. Hao Ran said, impossible. Our boss has easily knocked Zixin, Tianping and me down. It's super easy for our boss to beat them to the ground. Exactly, our boss didn't want to cause trouble, so she scared them away. Otherwise they would have suffered a lot, Qin Zixin added. What? Ji Yuning had easily beaten Hao Ran and the boys down on the ground. Qin Yifan rounded his eyes. He couldn't believe his ears, and asked, really? Ji Yuning had easily beaten you all down on the ground. Yes, that's why she is our boss. Zhang Tianping replied. Chapter 108. Grudge between Zhou Zhenghong and Xiaoping. Getting the affirmative answer, Qin Yifan took a long breath in. He looked at Ji Yuning with surprise and admiration. It's unbelievable that you're so powerful. He clearly knew about the ability of Hao Ran and the two other boys. Each one of them could fight against about 5 ordinary men. However, Ji Yuning alone was able to beat them down so easily. Although Ji Yuning was strong, and it was good to know no one could bully her, Qin Yifan felt bitter in his heart. He now lost the qualification to protect her. Ji Yuning smiled but didn't say a word. They continued to eat and drink afterwards. When they were about to separate, it was already 1 a.m. Chu Peihan didn't want to go back home. She wanted to stay in the hotel with the rest of the girls to chat with each other. Ji Yuning thought for a while then agreed. She had already put away everything she needed in the telepathic eye space. Yu Mixi also told her families that she would be safe, so it was fine for her to stay out for a night too. Qin Yifan had the intention to send Ji Yuning home, but the girls weren't going back home tonight. Therefore, he could only drive those 3 girls to the hotel. Hao Ran and the boys were still clear even after they had drunk so much. They went back home as well. The next day, Ji Yuning got up at 6:30 a.m. She needed to catch her plane at 8:30 a.m. Yu Mixi immediately got up after Ji Yuning. She was going to help her father at home. Chu Peihan let them leave first. She hadn't had enough sleep yet. Thus Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi left earlier. On her way to the airport, Ji Yuning called Zhou Zhenghong and told him the time that she would land. Around 6:40 a.m., Yu Mixi got home. Her family ran a small breakfast stand. There were continuously people coming to have breakfast at that time. Seeing that her father was being busy, Yu Mixi immediately went up and helped him. Yu Mixi's father was just in his early 40s, but due to years of labor work, he seemed like a 50-year-old man. "Xixi, why are you home so early?" her father asked. Yu Mixi's father hoped that Yu Mixi could make friends and hang out with them sometimes. He didn't want to see that his daughter only studied or helped him all day at home. Without a good network, she couldn't make any difference in the future. Ji Yuning arrived at the airport of City Ji at 9:40 a.m. Zhou Zhenghong was already waiting for her at the exit. Seeing Ji Yuning, Zhou Zhenghong's eyes brightened up as if he had seen gold. In Zhou Zhenghong's eyes, Ji Yuning was the gold. No, she was more valuable than gold. Ji Yuning had brought him much more than money. She was the one who found his talent. Ji Yuning had rescued him from desperation, and helped him live a meaningful life. He respected Ji Yuning deeply from his heart. Zhou Zhenghong immediately came towards her with warmth. "Boss, nice to see you again." "Hi, Uncle Zhou, nice to see you. I hope you haven't waited for me for a long time," Ji Yuning said. "No, I've just waited for you around 10 minutes, Zhou Zhenghong said airily. Actually, he had been waiting for Ji Yuning for almost an hour, but it was nothing for him. Ji Yuning knew that he told a white lie. She didn't want to hurt his feelings either, so she didn't say anything further, but followed Zhou Zhenghong to the parking lot. Zhou Zhenghong bought a Mercedes-Benz. It was the same as Zhang Shu's and was around 500,000 yuan. The elder generation did like Mercedes-Benz very much. Although Ji Yuning had given him a 1 million yuan budget, Zhou Zhenghong didn't want to spend that much money on a car, so he only bought a car at the price of around 500,000 yuan. However, the price wasn't low either. Many people with hundreds of millions in wealth would drive a car at the same price too. When they drove out of the airport, Zhou Zhenghong reported to Ji Yuning, "Boss, I've already visited the street of stone gambling. Many shops have cut out jade last week, so their sales are very good these days, especially the one we've been to. Thus all the shops have gotten a new batch of raw materials in several days ago." "Very well. Let's go to the supermarket first. I need to change. Then we can dine before heading to the antique market," Ji Yuning said. "Sure, boss," Zhou Zhenghong answered. Then he added, "Boss, the store contract has been signed. It's under renovation now. The processing plant is ready with security and anti-theft measures as well. The equipment, designers and carvers are also in place. They were going to produce jewelry in large number. And it was impossible to do it all by hand, so they needed machines. The price of jewelry made by machines was lower than the price of jewelry made by hand. Ji Yuning planned to use machines to carve the medium-level jade, while the high-level and top-level jade would be carved by hand. In that case, they could make the most of high-level and top-level jade. Great. Let the designers meet the carvers in the processing plant this afternoon. We'll start running tomorrow. We need to prepare enough products before we open the store," Ji Yuning said. "Oh, by the way, could you please tell me about the grudge between you and Xiaoping?" Ji Yuning asked. She knew that she was adding insult to the injury, but if she didn't know what had happened, she couldn't help him properly. Indeed, hearing the name of Xiaoping, Zhou Zhenghong immediately wore an unpleasant face filled with hatred, but he tried to curb his anger. He didn't blame Ji Yuning for bringing it up. Since Ji Yuning had asked, he didn't want to hide. After he calmed himself down, he opened his mouth. "Xiaoping and I were born in the same place. We've known each other since we were young. However, we didn't get along well. Many children hated me in my village because I was the boy who was always getting complimented by others. Xiaoping hated me to the most. He even found someone to beat me. Then, I went to university, while he failed the exam. He went to work afterwards, and we didn't meet for at least 10 years. We met each other again about 10 years ago. By then, my company was slightly profitable, while he was still living in poverty. He turned to me for help. I agreed without further thought. He was clever, but not honest. There was always jewelry missing in my store. I found out that he was the thief in the end, so I laid him off. After that, he left City G. I had no idea where he was going. A year ago, he came back. He found me and bought me a meal. He even apologized to me about his previous bad behavior. Although I didn't want to have a close relationship with him, we kept in touch. Half a year later, we got along well, but I still kept a polite distance from him. Chapter 109. Leave us alone. Half a year earlier, he said that one of his friends wanted to sell a batch of jade, and he asked for my opinion. I lacked jade at that time, so I went to have a look. The batch of jade was medium level and lower level jade. They were real and cost 50 million yuan. However, I didn't have that much money. I needed to take out a mortgage. Xiaoping then agreed to let me write him an IOU. I was badly in need of the jade, so I wrote it. However, the bank refused to loan me anything. Meanwhile, the batch of jade suddenly became fake. There were problems with my finances as well. I then realized that I was trapped. Although I knew it has been aided and abetted, I didn't have any proof, so I could do nothing. In the end, I had to sell my company to Xiaoping. I told you that I would protect my friends. Since we're already friends, I'll help you grab Zufu jewelry back. If you don't want the brand anymore, we can destroy it, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong felt touched deeply. He thanked gratefully, "Boss, thank you so much." He believed in Ji Yuning. It took around 40 minutes to arrive at the downtown shopping mall from the airport. It was around lunchtime, so Ji Yuning told Zhou Zhenghong to order food in the food court, while she went to change first. They planned to eat before going to the antique market. Ji Yuning bought a set of fashionable female clothing. She was wearing a black dress with black stockings and a beige woolen coat. She also put on a pair of black high-heel shoes and seemed more attractive and outstanding. Then she went to get a new curly hairstyle with fine makeup done. She now looked like a mature and charming woman. She was totally different from the female student before. Therefore, when Ji Yuning pushed the door of the private room open and walked in, Zhou Zhenghong couldn't recognize her. He said, "Miss, I'm sorry, you probably entered the wrong room." Ha ha, Ji Yuning couldn't help laughing. She said, "Uncle Zhou, it's me. I'm Ji Yuning." What? Zhou Zhenghong was shocked. He explained later, "Boss, I can't recognize you now. That's exactly what I want. I'm going to cut out a lot of jade later, and I want to disguise myself," Ji Yuning added. Zhou Zhenghong understood, but he was still utterly surprised by her complete change. "Oh, these are the keys to your apartment." Zhou Zhenghong drew out a string of keys, handing it to Ji Yuning. He then told Ji Yuning the location of the apartment. They went to the antique market after the meal. At the same time, Lin Liwan called Ji Yuman after her lunch, but Ji Yuman wouldn't answer. Although Lin Liwan knew that that would be the result, she was still irritated. She drove straight to the factory that Ji Yuman had worked for. However, when she arrived at the factory, she was surprised by the fact that Ji Yuman had already quit her job. Ji Yuman had quit her job. Where was she now? It was hard for Ji Yuman, who was a middle-aged woman without an academic degree, to find a new job. Lin Liwan immediately called Ji Yu Qingxiang and told him that Ji Yuman had quit. Ji Yu Qingxiang was also astonished. After a while, he told Lin Liwan to wait at the old house this afternoon. Ji Yu Qingxiang didn't know that Ji Yuman and her daughter had already been kicked out of the old house. Lin Liwan was struck dumb for a second. Then she told Ji Yu Qingxiang what had happened. Hearing that, Ji Yu Qingxiang was mad. He was furious that Ji Yuman and her daughter dared to stand up against his family. "Call Ji Yu Qing and ask her where Ji Yuman is," Ji Yu Qingxiang said. Then, Lin Liwan called Ji Yu Qing. At the beginning, Ji Yu Qing answered her phone, but wasn't willing to tell Lin Liwan anything about Ji Yuman, so Lin Liwan called her many times. Ji Yu Qing started to feel annoyed, and she refused to answer Lin Liwan's phone calls again. Lin Liwan was aggravated for a long time. She tried to call Zhang Shu, but Zhang Shu did the same thing. He Didn't tell Lin Liwan anything at first, then ignored her calls directly. Zhang Shu was truly busy after all. During these days, Zhang Shu was occupied in decorating the store, cooperating with the construction material factories, hiring staff and maintaining a good relationship with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Zhang Shu knew the rules well. He knew he needed to deal with them with money, but he didn't go too far with it. Zhang Shu was an upright man, but he also knew what a businessman had to do in this society today. As long as he didn't hurt others and do harmful things for money, he was willing to obey the unspoken rules. Lin Liwan was almost in a rage because of Ji Yuqing's and Zhang Shu's attitude. She disliked to be ignored. Lin Liwan called Ji Yuqingxiang once more. Ji Yuqingxiang was also irritated, so he told her to go to Ji Yuqing's workplace. Lin Liwan went to Ji Yuqing's and Zhang Shu's workplaces afterwards, but she only found out that they had both quit already. Lin Liwan was completely struck dumb. What had happened? Why had they all quit? At that time, an idea dawned on Lin Liwan that Ji Yuqing's family could have moved too. Thinking of that, Lin Liwan went to prove it. It then turned out to be true. Ji Yuqing's family had also moved. Lin Liwan told Ji Yuqingxiang later. Ji Yuqingxiang was beyond mad now. He called Ji Yu Man, Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu himself, but no one would answer his call. Did they really plan to end their relationship with the Ji Yu family? How could they possibly do that? Ji Yuqingxiang called Ji Yuqinyang and told him everything. He asked Ji Yuqinyang to call Ji Yu Man and ask her what was going on. Ji Yuqinyang was also very surprised. He believed that it must be Ji Yu Man's fault. He called Ji Yu Man at once. Ji Yu Man answered Ji Yuqinyang's call. Although she knew that Ji Yuqingxiang had to be behind it, she didn't want to irritate Ji Yuqinyang for now. Ji Yu Man, what's wrong with you? Why have you, Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu all moved? Why do you refuse to answer our eldest brother's call? Where do you live now? Once the phone was answered, Ji Yuqinyang roared in anger. Even Ji Yuqing, who sat aside, heard him clearly. Ji Yu Man felt aggrieved and like crying. Ji Yuqing grabbed Ji Yu Man's phone away. She roared back angrily, "Mind your attitude. Why should we tell you anything? It's none of your business. Leave us alone." Chapter 110. Cut out Jade, all you've done is blame us. What have we actually done wrong? From now on, you better be friendly to us. Otherwise, we're no longer brothers and sisters. Then, Ji Yuqing hung up on Ji Yuqinyang. Ji Yuqinyang was so mad that he almost smashed his phone on the ground. He couldn't accept the fact that Ji Yuqing ignored him. Ji Yuqinyang had always felt he was superior to Ji Yuqing. He never realized that he was the one that was wrong. Although they were brothers and sisters, they didn't have the right to get involved in Ji Yu Man's and Ji Yuqing's personal affairs. However, they thought that they were richer than their sisters, so they believed that they naturally had the right to control their sisters. Ji Yuqinyang called Ji Yuqing again, but she wouldn't answer. Ji Yuning opened her jade eyes while walking along the antique street. Many of the objects were the same ones of the last week. There were a few new objects, but most of them were fake. Even though they were almost all fake, there were real antiques. Besides, Ji Yuning had been very lucky ever since she had been reborn. After a while, Ji Yuning found an antique with power halfway down the street. It was a crumpled, dirty teapot. It was big, and looked ordinary and unattractive. If Ji Yuning hadn't noticed the power above it and known that it was real, she would have missed it too. She stared at it, and gradually fell in love with it. The color of the pot was dark and thick. Its material was like jade. The shape was simple and delicate with mysterious charm. Ji Yuning didn't know much about antiques, so she couldn't determine the source or the price of this teapot. However, judging from its intense power, Ji Yuning believed that the teapot must have a long history. Its price wouldn't be low. "Hey, how much is this?" Ji Yuning asked. The stand owner took a glance at the teapot with obvious dislike in his eyes. The teapot was dusty and dirty. Its size was big, and it was ugly. He didn't throw it away yet only because he didn't want to lose money. The stand owner then glanced at Ji Yuning's face. The price would depend on how interested Ji Yuning was in this teapot. If she was very interested in it, the price would be higher, and vice versa. Ji Yuning knew the rules, so she didn't show her happiness on face, but instead looked hesitant. Accordingly, the stand owner couldn't raise the price. 500 yuan, he said. After that, he was a little regretful. He only bought this object at the price of 50 yuan. Great. Ji Yuning immediately took out 500 yuan and gave it to the stand owner. The stand owner was surprised that she would buy it so quickly without bargaining at all. However, he believed that it must be a fake, so he happily took the money from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning continued to walk around. She found another object with power before long. It was a landscape painting called The Pond and the People. In the painting, a few strokes revealed the leisurely lifestyle of the people living in the south. There was no specific character, but it could make others feel the beauty of life. The several willow trees on the painting weren't painted by ink, but in the creative way of the most typical combination of Chinese and Western styles. The paint was squeezed directly from the tubes while the artist was painting. The artist's name was Wu Guanzhong. Ji Yuning knew that Wu Guanzhong was a famous modern artist, oil painting artist and art educator. He had passed away several years ago. In her last lifetime, her father Tang Junhua owned a painting called The Snow of Peking. It had cost him 4 million yuan at auction. Therefore, this The Pond and the People landscape painting would be worth several million too. It would be more expensive than The Snow of Peking. Ji Yuning bought the painting at the price of 1,000 yuan. Everyone believed that it was fake, because it was sold at a stand. If the stand owner had known that it was authentic, he would have sold it to an art lover himself and made a fortune from it. When Ji Yuning almost reached the end of the antique street, she found a pink glass with deer heads as decoration. She still didn't know the source and the price of this pink glass, but she bought it since it had power. Ji Yuning thought to herself that she must read more books about antiques. Even though she could recognize the real antiques now, she had no idea about its price. She didn't want to be deceived when she was going to sell it in the future. She paid 1,200 yuan for this pink glass. Zhou Zhenghong stood aside with mixed emotions. He didn't know whether those objects Ji Yuning had bought were real or not. It only cost several thousand yuan after all, which was nothing for Ji Yuning. However, he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't waste her money on it if it was fake. She must have bought them because she thought they were real. If those antiques were real, it was so unbearable. How could Ji Yuning accurately pick out the real antiques? Zhou Zhenghong was curious and surprised, but he didn't say a word. He knew that curiosity killed the cat. He only needed to know that Ji Yuning had helped him a lot. And he would stay loyal to her. The two went to the street of stone gambling later, and started shopping from the first shop as usual. There were almost all new raw materials indeed. The number of raw materials with jade inside inclined too. In the first shop, Ji Yuning had already found 2 raw materials with high-level jade, and 4 raw materials with medium high-level jade. Their sizes varied from an apple to a football. There were other raw materials with low-level jade inside. However, Ji Yuning didn't buy them, not because she disliked the jade, but because she wanted to save some for other customers. She didn't plan to cut the raw materials out here, so she didn't buy any waste raw materials to disguise her behavior. Ji Yuning bought 7 raw materials in the end. She went into other shops later, and bought 4 to 6 raw materials with high-level jade in each shop. Now she had 28 raw materials in hands. Although they were mostly small, they were worth a fortune. They weighed 336 pounds, and were worth about 1 billion yuan at least. They were too heavy to push around in a cart. However, since Zhou Zhenghong was here, it wasn't convenient for Ji Yuning to put them all in the telepathic eye space. Although the customer could store the raw materials in the shop, Ji Yuning didn't want to do that, because she clearly knew that all her raw materials had jade inside. She could only leave them in the car and let Zhou Zhenghong watch them. And she would continue to buy some in the street of stone gambling. This time, she was going to cut out jade and sell some to collect money. Chapter 111. Being unbelievably lucky. Ji Yuning firstly went to those shops that she had never been to before to buy several raw materials with medium high-level jade and high-level jade. She put them into the telepathic eye space secretly. Then she went to the largest raw materials shop where she had met Zhou Zhenghong. The shop was indeed the largest one with the most raw materials. Many of them had jade inside too. Ji Yuning walked around the shop, and bought 15 raw materials. All of them had high-level jade or medium high-level jade. 5 of them weighed around 20 pounds, while one weighed around 50 pounds, and the rest all weighed 4 to 8 pounds. Ji Yuning went on a shopping spree. All of the customers in the shop paid attention to her suddenly, because they had never seen anyone else who bought so many raw materials at a time. 4 or 5 raw materials would be more than enough. Nevertheless, it was universally acknowledged that it was very hard to cut out jade from raw materials, so everyone believed that Ji Yuning was simply wasting her money. Her raw materials weighed 280 pounds in total, and were worth about 8 million yuan. "Miss, do you want to cut out them?" the shop owner asked. Although he himself didn't think that there was jade in this pile of raw materials that belonged to Ji Yuning, he was curious. The shop owner immediately guided Ji Yuning to the area where the raw materials were cut out. Once there was someone going to cut out his or her raw materials, many onlookers would gather around. "Please let 2 workers cut those raw materials out together." There were 2 machines, and no one else was using it. Ji Yuning wanted to finish it soon, so she let 2 workers cut out her raw materials together. In addition, Ji Yuning had changed her clothes. No one would recognize who she was. Therefore, she gave up the idea of using waste raw materials to cover her behavior. Ji Yuning chose 2 raw materials with medium high-level jade inside first. One weighed 50 pounds, and the other one was as big as a basketball. Ji Yuning drew lines on them herself. The machine started to work. Before long, the first raw material was cut out, and the green showed along with a round of surprised voices. "Wow, the green. It's impossible. Just one cut, which is only 2 centimeters deep. If it isn't a thin layer, it must be huge." Yes, the jade was as large as a basketball, and the outer layer was as thin as 2 centimeters. The shop owner immediately ran over with an unpleasant face. He knew that such good news would attract more customers, but he still preferred to cut this huge jade out by himself. However, he didn't dare to try himself. It was highly risky to cut raw materials out randomly. The worker continued his work, and the green jade gradually showed its type. Hibiscus type. Hibiscus type. It's a medium high-level jade. Everyone knew that the raw material belonged to Ji Yuning. They all looked at Ji Yuning with envy, but Ji Yuning stayed calm. There was always someone bidding immediately after the window was cut, because the raw material was very likely to be valuable once the green showed. Many people wanted to use less money to exchange a potentially precious jade. Of course, the owner of the raw material normally wouldn't sell it right away. Only a coward or an idiot would sell it at the beginning. Everyone knew that once the green showed, the raw material was highly likely to be priceless. So most people chose to gamble continuously. Even if it was only a thin layer of green jade, the owner would accept it. "Please don't rush to bid. I won't sell it until the jade is fully cut out. Please be patient," Ji Yuning comforted the crowd while they were busy bidding. The owner had said it openly, so they stopped bidding. Ji Yuning had the right to sell it or not after all. Then, Ji Yuning let the worker continue to cut out the raw material. One cut after another, a larger scale of the jade showed gradually. The outer layer was indeed only as thin as 2 centimeters. The jade had to be valuable. Now everyone was even more envious of Ji Yuning. Within a few minutes, the green showed from the other raw material. The crowd was greatly surprised again. This woman was so unbelievably lucky. Someone even remembered the young girl who had been so lucky last week too. However, no one believed this woman before their eyes and the young girl were the same person. One was an 18-year-old teenager, and the other was a mature woman. They were so different. The outer layer of the second raw material was only 5 centimeters thick. Additionally, the second raw material was 2 times bigger than the first one. It had to be valuable too. It's transparent like the water with shiny smooth texture. It's jade of the water type. Water type is medium high-level jade. Jesus. This woman is so lucky. She cut out 2 medium high-level jade at a time. And they both are so big. They must be worth at least 100 million yuan. Everyone took a long breath in. At least 100 million yuan. Although people who loved stone gambling were all rich, not many of them could afford to buy the jade at the price of 100 million yuan. Right now, everyone was beyond jealous of Ji Yuning, especially the shop owner. Half an hour later, the jade of the hibiscus type was fully cut out. It was as big as 3/4 of a basketball. This jade of the hibiscus type was 5 times larger than the one Zhou Zhenghong had cut out last time. Its price was naturally 5 times higher. It was worth around 80 million yuan. The most generous buyer would get the jade. In order to lower the price, everyone started to bid from a low price, but since the jade was so big, its lowest price was 20 million yuan. 25 million yuan. 26 million yuan. While everyone was busy bidding, Ji Yuning absorbed the power into the telepathic eye space. 70 million yuan. Everyone stopped bidding once the price rose to 70 million yuan. There weren't many jewelry businessmen here right now after all. Although 70 million yuan was 10 million. Lower than Ji Yuning's expected price, she still made a fortune. The shop owner was reluctant to accept the fact, but he still spread the good news immediately to attract customers. However, he couldn't afford much more good news like that. His heart would be broken. The shop owner had been working in this industry for over 10 years. He had seen people cut out valuable jade, but it only happened a few times a year. The jade was mostly around the price of a few million yuan. Chapter 112. Not a human being. Nevertheless, things changed so quickly this month. A young girl had cut out several priceless jade last week, and now a woman cut out more highly valuable jade. The shop owner felt so unhappy. Many people swarmed in this shop after the news was abroad, especially the jewelry businessmen. They all wanted to buy the jade. The shop was actually big, but it soon became very crowded. The first one was sold already, while the second one was still being cut out. Seeing that it was a large medium high-level jade of the water type, the jewelry businessmen were all excited. Although a medium high-level jade wasn't rare, it was still hard to find one. No one wanted to miss it. Someone immediately bid, but was stopped by Ji Yuning. She told them what she had just said. There were rules in every industry, and they had to obey them. Ji Yuning then chose the third raw material with a high-level jade inside. It was as big as 2 apples. She handed it to the first worker. The third raw material wasn't big, so the worker decided to rub it. Since Ji Yuning had already cut out 2 highly valuable jade, the worker was very careful, but it was still hard for him to believe that this woman could be so lucky. The crowd had mixed emotions. Some expected it to be valuable, and some had the opposite hope. More and more people came into this shop. The shop was now full of people in every corner, but most of them focused on the worker who was rubbing the raw material, and not many of them were shopping. Before the second jade was fully cut out, the green showed from the third raw material. Everyone took a long breath in again. They all looked at Ji Yuning with one accord. The shock on their faces was beyond description. 3 raw materials with 3 pieces of jade. Some assumed that this woman must be from a family running the jade business, so she had some extraordinary ability. Some also assumed the rest of the raw materials in her cart had jade inside too. The third jade was fully cut out gradually. It was a high-level violet jade of the glass type. What? It was so unbelievable. Some people almost had a heart attack right then. The shop owner wasn't willing to face the truth, and he felt dizzy. However, those jewelry businessmen were the happiest ones. A high-level violet jade was very rare. This violet jade was slightly bigger than the one Ji Yuning sold to Qin Yifan, so its price was a little higher. She is so unbelievably lucky. She must be from a family that has been running a jade business for generations. Exactly, I can't agree more. In my opinion, she must have jade eyes. She can see the jade inside. The man was joking, but hit the point accidentally. Ji Yuning was nervous for a while, then she relaxed. No one would believe that even though it was the truth. It was already beyond the knowledge of human beings. What? I heard someone cut out an emerald of the hibiscus type. Is there a violet jade that has been cut out too? At that moment, a surprised male voice sounded from the door. The man apparently had heard the good news. Oh, Master Bai, Master Yan and Chairman Bai, so nice to meet you. The shop owner immediately welcomed the guests with respect. A lady has just cut out an emerald of the hibiscus type. Another jade of the water type hasn't been fully cut out yet, and a violet jade is out already. Hearing that, those guests were obviously shocked. Ji Yuning unconsciously looked over once she heard that Master Yan was here. The old man was indeed Master Yan. There was an old man around 70 and a man around 45 with Master Yan. They must be Master Bai and Chairman Bai. The two resembled each other a lot, and must be father and son. Ji Yuning had completely changed her look, so she didn't greet Master Yan, but pretended that she didn't know him at all. Please don't tell me the owner is the same person, Master Bai said. It is, the shop owner answered, although he felt so hurt in his heart. Hearing that, three of them all had a long breath in. It was so unbelievable. Let's go and see who is so lucky and cut out 3 emeralds at a time, Master Bai said. He walked over at once, followed by Master Yan and Chairman Bai. Master Yan couldn't help thinking to himself that Ji Yuning had been so fortunate last time, but now another person had done the same thing. It was so strange. They went into the crowd. Master Bai asked, "Who is the owner of those raw materials, please?" "It's me," Ji Yuning answered. She didn't want Master Yan to recognize her, so she deliberately changed her voice slightly. It was a young woman. Master Bai and his company were astonished again. Master Bai knew that an 18-year-old girl had cut out several high-level jade last week, but he didn't know that this woman who seemed at least 24 years old was the same person as the young girl. He was surprised. Why could the young ladies cut jade out so easily nowadays? Master Yan had the same thought in his mind, but he felt familiar with this woman before his eyes. Had he met her somewhere else? However, he wasn't able to connect her with Ji Yuning, because they looked so different. Facing Master Bai, Ji Yuning stayed calm as usual. She wasn't arrogant at all just because she had cut out several valuable jade. Master Bai immediately had a good impression of her. He complimented her plainly, "What a promising young woman." Meanwhile, the large jade of the water type was fully cut out. Ji Yuning now allowed the crowd to bid, and she immediately absorbed its power. Although compared with this medium high-level jade of the water type, the high-level violet jade was more attractive. The buyers didn't want to miss either of them. 10 million yuan, 20 million yuan, 100 million yuan, 150 million yuan. In the end, this jade of the water type was sold at the price of 150 million yuan. It was as big as a basketball. 150 million yuan was an acceptable price. If the buyer used it to make jewelry and sold them all, he could make around 30 million yuan in profit. Businessmen wouldn't waste their time and money in unprofitable business. Ji Yuning then chose her 4th raw material with a medium high-level jade, which was as big as a basketball, inside. Before the violet jade was fully rubbed out, the green showed from the 4th raw material. Someone was so shocked that he couldn't help but say dirty words. What the fuck? Is this woman a real human being? Chapter 113. Stalked by someone. It was quite understandable that he said that. No one else had ever cut out 4 emeralds before. This woman couldn't be a human being. Everyone now looked at Ji Yuning like she was an alien, Master Bai and his company included. Although Master Yan knew that Ji Yuning had cut out 4 medium high-level and high-level jade last week too, there had been some waste raw materials. However, this woman didn't cut out a single piece of raw material. She was even more extraordinary than Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, instead, didn't care about the onlookers' attitude. Master Bai approached near, and took a closer look at the jade. He said, "The green color is bright, and the color shape is strip-shaped. The filaments are arranged in a straight line, and the filaments are in the form of a shallow bottom. This is the silk type. The green strips are clearly distributed in a certain direction, and the jadeite crystals are elongated and oriented in a fine fiber shape, so this is the medium high-level silk type." Master Bai was apparently an expert. Before long, the violet jade was fully cut out. 50 million yuan. Master Bai opened his mouth first. He wanted the violet jade. Although 50 million yuan wasn't the perfect price for this jade, it was high enough to show his fondness towards it. Not everyone was willing to spend that much money on an emerald. Some people retreated in front of the beginning bid of 50 million yuan, but some still tried to compete. I think Master Bai must like this violet jade very much, but I love it too. I bid 55 million yuan for it. A middle-aged man said with obvious respect. Everyone could bid for the jade fairly, but Master Bai was a respectable and powerful man. Therefore, everyone needed to show his or her respect in front of him. Since you love it too, then let's compete. 60 million yuan, Master Bai said. He liked this violet jade, but he was willing to compete too. The most generous buyer could get the jade. Hearing the talk between Master Bai and the man, Ji Yuning thought of Master Fu and Zhao Yufeng. They had had the same competition last week, but Master Fu had won in the end. This time, Ji Yuning believed Master Bai was more likely to win. 60 million yuan, 65 million yuan, 75 million yuan, 80 million yuan. When Master Bai bid 80 million yuan for the jade, the man hesitated. The price was almost there. If the jade was used to make jewelry, it could bring at least 20 million yuan in profit. And if the price went higher, the deal wouldn't be profitable. Finally, the man gave up. Master Bai paid 80 million yuan for the violet jade, and he was thrilled. Master Fu showed off in front of my face last week. He got an emerald of the glutinous rice type and an emerald of the glass type. I was so jealous of him. Now I have this violet jade, which is much more expensive than his. I'm going to show off in front of his face, and let him be jealous of me. Master Bai gloated like a child. Like the old saying went, the elderly were like the children. Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt like laughing, but she restricted herself. At the same time, she couldn't help thinking to herself that Master Fu would probably be really jealous. If Master Fu knew that this violet jade Master Bai bought was from her, he would probably also blame her for that. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning felt a little helpless. The jade of the silk type, which was as big as half a basketball, was bought by the middle-aged man at the price of 50 million yuan. Though it was a pity he didn't get the violet jade, it was a great comfort to get the jade of the silk type. Ji Yuning made 345 million yuan in total, and absorbed a lot of power. Jesus, she made 345 million yuan at once. I think those raw materials cost a few million yuan at the most. Exactly. I'm envious of her. Why couldn't I be so lucky? I wish I were her. Is there more jade in the raw materials in her cart? Ji Yuning had already cut out 4 raw materials with highly valuable jade. No one knew whether there was more jade in those raw materials in her cart. Everyone was now jealous of her. Ji Yuning also received many unkind looks. She knew that some would pay more attention to her since she had made a fortune, but she wasn't scared. Ji Yuning thought that 345 million yuan was enough to satisfy her needs, and it was time to stop. She sensed that she was causing trouble for herself. If she continued, she would be in bigger trouble. She was not afraid of trouble, but she didn't like it. Accordingly, Ji Yuning packed up the rest raw materials and got ready to leave. Some businessmen who were waiting for Ji Yuning to cut out more jade felt disappointed, but they couldn't force her to do it. Although 100 pounds of raw materials weren't heavy for Ji Yuning, she was wearing high heels now and it wasn't convenient. Therefore, she bought a cart in the shop and used it to push the raw materials away. Before she left, many jewelry businessmen gave her their name cards. They all wanted to cooperate with her. If she could cut out more jade in the future, they all wanted to receive her call. Ji Yuning happily took the name cards, but since she didn't have her own name card, she didn't exchange name cards with them. She didn't even tell them her name and number, because she didn't want them to know her real identity. After Ji Yuning left the shop for a short while, she felt that someone was stalking her. She stayed calm. There were a lot of people around here. The stalker didn't have chance to hurt her. Even if the stalker planned to hurt her, Ji Yuning was confident that she could win. Only because it wasn't convenient for her to fight today, she wanted to avoid conflict. On her way, she called Zhou Zhenghong to pick her up beside the road. She also told him to wait for her in the car, and to not show his face. Ji Yuning walked down to the entrance of the antique street safely. There were too many people in this street after all. However, once she left the antique street, there was a wide road ahead. Zhou Zhenghong was waiting for her in the car beside the road. Ji Yuning went straight in the car, and left the stalkers behind. Ji Yuning sat in her car. In the rear-view mirror, she noticed that several men were madly looking at the direction she left. They got in a black car, chasing after her quickly. Ji Yuning frowned a little. Those men wouldn't leave her alone. "Uncle Joe, how's your driving skill?" Ji Yuning asked. Zhou Zhenghong didn't know her real intention, so he simply answered, "I've driven for 12 years. Not bad, I think. We're being stalked. Please drive faster and get rid of them, safely of course," Ji Yuning said. Chapter 114, Impolite. What? Zhou Zhenghong was surprised and felt nervous. He tried his best to calm down, then drove faster and focused on the road. There were 3 men who were around 30 in the car behind Ji Yuning. Seeing Ji Yuning's car speed up suddenly, they thought that they must have been discovered. "Boss, did they discover us?" The man sat on the driver's seat asked. "Probably," a man who sat in the back answered in a deep and unpleasant voice. "Shall we continue chasing them?" A man who sat in the passenger seat asked. "Of course, why not? We can't let her leave with that much money," the man said firmly with greed in his eyes. Therefore, they continued to follow Ji Yuning's car. The driver was obviously skillful, and followed tightly behind them. It seemed very difficult for Zhou Zhenghong to get rid of him. Ji Yuning frowned with displeasure. When they left the densely populated area and they were in a relatively remote part of the road, Ji Yuning told Zhou Zhenghong to stop the car. "I think we probably can't get rid of them. Please park the car alongside the road. We can't allow them to follow us all the way. We need to deal with it now." "Boss." Zhou Zhenghong was a little worried. Although he knew that Ji Yuning was powerful and strong, he had no idea about the ability of those men. What if they were more powerful than Ji Yuning? "Relax, it'll be fine." Ji Yuning understood that Zhou Zhenghong cared about her, so she didn't blame him for doubting her decision. Zhou Zhenghong also knew that no one could change Ji Yuning's decision once she had made up her mind, so he could only obey her order. Zhou Zhenghong stopped the car. Those who had been chasing them felt puzzled. However, no matter what had happened, that was an opportunity for them. They immediately parked their car in front of Ji Yuning's in case they tried to run away. "Uncle Joe, you can stay in the car," Ji Yuning ordered with determination. She got out of the car. She had already changed her high heels into a pair of sneakers for convenience. Zhou Zhenghong was concerned about Ji Yuning, but didn't dare to disobey her order. Besides, he knew that he would only be a burden if he went out. He could only pray that Ji Yuning would be safe. The minute that Ji Yuning left the car, 3 tall and bulky men walked towards her. Ji Yuning immediately used her jade eyes to see whether they carried guns. Luckily, they didn't have guns. Ji Yuning was now completely confident that she would win. Those men didn't expect that a woman would get out of the car, walking towards them and seem so calm. They were greatly surprised, but still, they believed it would be super easy for them to deal with a single woman, and the man who was hiding in the car. They thought that he must be too scared to come out. "Give us all your money and raw materials. Otherwise, you'll learn your lesson," a man threatened. Even though they weren't sure whether there was more jade in the rest of the raw materials, they had witnessed Ji Yuning had cut out one jade after another. They believed that it was highly possible that the rest of the raw materials had jade inside too. They of course wouldn't miss it. "Oh, how?" Ji Yuning pulled her corner of lips, raising her eyebrow with disdain. She didn't take them seriously at all. Those men were irritated by Ji Yuning's attitude. A man raised his voice, "Are you going to give it to us or not? If you want it, come on and get it yourself, but let me warn you first. If you don't want to die, go away right now," Ji Yuning said. "Whoa, then let's see what you have." Saying that, the 3 men strode to Ji Yuning. However, before they could go any further, they suddenly stopped and even stepped backwards quickly. They looked at Ji Yuning with fear on their faces. Ji Yuning didn't want to waste her time and energy on fighting, so she directly pulled out a gun. She aimed at them when they were approaching. Those men were frightened, but they still doubted whether the gun was real. Zhou Zhenghong was terrified too. He also couldn't believe that the gun was real. It wasn't easy to get a real one. Don't try to terrify us with a fake gun, a man said, but he didn't dare to step forward. Try it, if you want to know whether it's real or not, Ji Yuning said with a threatening face. The gun was loaded. The three men stepped further backwards in horror. The gun was real. What should we do now? A man asked nervously. If the gun was real, they could end up dead. What else can we do? Although we want money, we don't want to die for it. Go back now. Another man said resignedly. They wanted the money, but weren't willing to die for it. Accordingly, they went back to their car and escaped right away. When they were gone, Ji Yuning went back to her car. Zhou Zhenghong asked, "Boss, is your gun real or fake?" "It's real. I got it last week. I secretly took 2 with me, but 1 was handed over. And I have to give this one to the military officer tomorrow too." Ji Yuning didn't hide, but she felt slightly reluctant to give the gun back. Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong was surprised. Ji Yuning was very honest and bold. She even dared to steal the gun. If anyone else had done the same thing, Zhou Zhenghong would feel unpleasant, but he didn't feel unpleasant towards Ji Yuning at all. It was already 4 p.m. now. When Ji Yuning had just left the street of stone gambling, Master Bai called Master Fu and told him everything. Master Fu was so jealous and mad at the same time. He regretted that he refused to go out with Master Bai today, but stayed at home playing with his grandson. He had missed so much as well as the jade. Hearing that the woman had cut out 4 jade continuously, Master Fu's first reaction was that the woman must be Ji Yuning. He then asked directly. Master Bai denied it. Although he didn't know Ji Yuning, Master Yan knew her. If the woman had been Ji Yuning, Master Yan would have told him. In adding, the woman was much older than Ji Yuning. Master Fu then had the same feeling as Master Bai and Master Yan. What was going on now? Why could those young ladies easily cut out jade? Such a strange thing had never happened before. Before long, a post went viral on the internet. Its title was, "Shocking News, a young woman cut out 4 jade continuously in the street of stone gambling in City G, which are worth 345 million yuan." Chapter 115, The Queen of Jade. There was a photo attached to the post. It was Ji Yuning, but the photo only showed one side of her body, so it was hard to recognize her face. Many people saw the news, including Qin Yifan, Li Junjun and her brother, Ji Yuning's friends and relatives, but no one knew that it was Ji Yuning. Within an hour, the post became the #1 topic and had been viewed by 100,000 people with a few thousand comments. Although Ji Yuning had caused a sensation in the street of stone gambling last week, no one had posted about it on the internet. Her story had only circulated within the stone gambling circle. Otherwise, Ji Yuning's identity would have been exposed in public. All the internet users who had left comments felt so jealous. They all wished they could have the same luck. 345 million yuan was a lot. With that much money, one didn't need to work for the rest of his or her lifetime. Meanwhile, everyone began to guess who the woman was. Some said the woman must come from a family that had been running a jewelry business for generations, or she must be an expert. Some believed she had just been lucky, while others assumed she must have jade eyes. Although jade eyes was the real reason, no one would believe it. It was beyond their knowledge after all. In the end, everyone called the woman the Queen of Jade. Many jewelry businessmen were searching for this Queen of Jade. They wanted to cooperate with her, but they could find nothing. Both Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong had no idea what was going on the internet. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care, because no one could recognize that the woman was Ji Yuning. At the same time, they arrived at the processing plant. This was a factory area. There were many factories, and the gates were all guarded by security guards. Factory staff could get in with a pass, while an outsider needed to register and leave their ID card at the security office. There were cameras everywhere around the factory, so it was safe. Zhou Zhenghong had already gotten his pass while he had rented this processing plant, but he only had the passes for him, the designers and the carvers. One needed to show his or her ID card and a 1-inch standard photo to get a pass. Accordingly, Ji Yuning used her ID card to register this time, but she also filled in the documents to get a pass. Ji Yuning was going to register a company, so she had already prepared the required documents including 1-inch standard photos. She could get her pass tomorrow. The designer and carvers had received Zhou Zhenghong's information earlier, so they had already arrived at the processing plant before Ji Yuning. Zhou Zhenghong didn't hide the truth that Ji Yuning was the real boss before them, but he only told them the fact. In the beginning, they were a little puzzled and disappointed when they found out that their real boss was an 18-year-old girl. However, Zhou Zhenghong also told them that although their real boss was young, she was super clever with outstanding abilities at stone gambling. She could fight too. What had happened in the restaurant had become a hot piece of news. Everybody knew it, although many details were unknown. Zhou Zhenghong then told them what they had been through. When they heard that Ji Yuning had grabbed 2 criminals, guns and beaten them down, they were all shocked. Now they respected Ji Yuning without any doubt. They had been working for Zhou Zhenghong for over 10 years. They knew Zhou Zhenghong well, so they trusted what Zhou Zhenghong said. Afterwards, Zhou Zhenghong warned them the same way Ji Yuning had warned him. They were the first group of people who got in touch with the Jade after all. They needed to be loyal to their work in the company. Although Zhou Zhenghong believed in them, he still needed to remind them. After hearing about Ji Yuning's extraordinary ability, no one dared to mess with her. In addition, they were upright men, which helped them earn trust from Zhou Zhenghong. When Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong walked in, 3 designers and carvers were having a rest in the room. They heard the sound of someone opening the door, so they immediately stood up and went out. However, when they saw Ji Yuning, they were all surprised. Wasn't their boss a 18-year-old girl? This woman must be in her mid-20s. This woman wasn't their boss. They looked to Zhou Zhenghong for an answer. Zhou Zhenghong opened his mouth. This is our boss, Ji Yuning. They greeted Ji Yuning at once, although they felt puzzled. Nice to meet you, boss. Then, Zhou Zhenghong introduced them to Ji Yuning. This is the designer, Wang Jiong. These 2 are carvers, Chong Qingshan and Zhou Rong. They were at the same age as Zhou Zhenghong. Nice to meet you all. From now on, we're a team. As long as you're loyal to me, I promise that you'll have a bright future ahead, Ji Yuning said kindly. She didn't put on airs at all. Everyone admired her. They also believed Ji Yuning's promise. She had already given them a much higher salary. Ji Yuning was even more generous than Zhou Zhenghong. They were all sure that they couldn't find another job with a higher salary than this one. Although they were skillful jewelry workers, they stayed low profile. And only the top jewelry artists could demand the top salary. Additionally, they also got a great bonus according to sales. No one would be lazy under this condition. Sure, boss, they answered with excitement. Great, please move the raw materials in the car to the insurance room now. I need to change first, Ji Yuning said. She then headed to the ladies' room. Although she didn't know that she was popular on the internet now, she felt that it was better to be the original her. The designers and carvers immediately followed Zhou Zhenghong to move the raw materials. The processing plant was 160 square meters big. There was an area for machines, a restroom, a kitchen, a 20 square meters meeting room and a 10 square meters insurance room. In the insurance room, there was a large safe to protect the jade from thieves and fire. As for the outsiders, the jade was secure in the safe, but for the insiders, it depended on who was guarding the safe. It was impossible for Ji Yuning to completely trust her employees, but she couldn't run the business on her own. She needed people to help her. Nothing good came without risk. Chapter 116. King's Green. Again, when they found that there was a large pile of raw materials in the car, they were all astonished. Chairman Zhou, our boss is so generous. Is there jade in every one of them? Chong Qingshan asked. If most of them had jade inside, they would be worth a fortune. I don't know, we'll have to wait until they are cut, Zhou Zhenghong replied. Although he trusted Ji Yuning, he didn't want to brag in front of Chong Qingshan and the others. They soon moved all the raw materials, and Ji Yuning had changed her clothes before coming out. She was wearing a casual suit and had removed her makeup. She made her hair into a bun and looked more like a student now. She looked totally different. Except for Zhou Zhenghong, the others were all astonished. If they hadn't known that there was only Ji Yuning who was a female, they would have mistaken her for an outsider. Ji Yuning didn't interfere in their work. She only told them to work harder and made more jewelry before opening the company. She set the opening time on Saturday in 2 weeks. They still had 2 weeks, but it took a lot of time to make jewelry out of jade, so they needed to work harder. Now, they were ready to cut out the raw materials. Because there was only one machine, one was cutting out raw materials, while the others were rubbing raw materials. They had been working in this industry for over 10 years. Although they hadn't cut out valuable jade before, they were very familiar with stone gambling. Ji Yuning drew the lines herself. She had jade eyes, and could avoid wasting jade. When Ji Yuning was drawing lines in the insurance room, she secretly exchanged raw materials with the strongest power with those raw materials in the telepathic eye space. It was highly possible that there was top-level jade in those raw materials with the strongest power. Ji Yuning didn't want to let too many top-level jade become exposed in public. There was already one outside. She planned to cut out the 2 fist-sized raw material with the strongest power herself. Outside, Chong Qingshan cut off a thin layer of outer skin, and the green showed. His hands trembled with excitement. Oh, my, the green is showing after only one cut. Boss has drawn the lines so accurately. No, it's because of Boss's extraordinary ability. The first one is showing green already. Chong Qingshan said with thrill. Even though Zhou Zhenghong had seen Ji Yuning cut out jade randomly, he was still surprised to see the jade again. The workers had also heard about it from Zhou Zhenghong, but it was still shocking when they cut the jade out themselves. They used water to clean off the dust and the jade showed its real appearance. It was a medium-high level jade of the ice type. Many of them took a long breath in. They had worked for Zufu Jewelry for many years, but they had seldom seen medium-high level jade. Most of the jade they had seen was low-level, or medium-level. Besides, they hadn't seen many medium-level emeralds either. Zufu Jewelry was a medium-low-level brand. It couldn't afford medium-high-level or high-level jade. After the shock, they continued to cut the raw materials. After a while, Zhou Zhenghong and others also saw green show continuously. 2 were medium-high-level jade of the hibiscus type and pink lotus root type, and 1 was a high-level jade of the glass type. The 3 of them were all shocked. They even trembled and felt that it was like a dream. When Ji Yuning came out, everyone looked to her with admiration. "Boss, you must be a goddess, right?" Zhang Rong said. He was joking, of course. "I don't think so. Even the gods or goddesses can't cut out jade every time, but our boss can. I think our boss must have a special ability," Wang Jiong said. He was joking too. Ji Yuning knew that they were joking, but she had to stop them from guessing. She said and warned, "All right, stop now. Don't tell others about what is happening here. I don't want others to know about it, please." "Sure, boss. Please don't worry, we won't tell anyone else," they all promised. Then Ji Yuning sat down to rub the raw material with the strongest power. Ji Yuning was right, there was a top-level jade in this raw material. It was a classic dark green with light blue. This was the king's green. Ji Yuning heavily took a long breath in. She opened her mouth. The king's green. Everyone was shocked when Ji Yuning said that. At that time, even Zhou Zhenghong couldn't remain calm. He immediately put down the raw material, running to Ji Yuning. Other than Chong Qingshan, who was in the middle of cutting, both Wang Jiong and Zhang Rong ran to Ji Yuning. They almost fell on their way. No one could blame them for being so excited. The king's green was the king of jade. It was very rare to see. When they saw that it was a real king's green in Ji Yuning's hands, every one of them held his breath. It was the king's green. The king's green. Before we open our company, we can use this king's green to promote our brand. I believe that many customers will be interested, Ji Yuning said. Once the news about the king's green was out, even those jewelry businessmen in City Ji would come without invitation. No matter how big their companies were, they probably didn't have the king's green themselves. Although the Jade Beauty was aimed to be a high-end jewelry brand, it began from a small store. They weren't famous enough to invite the big companies to attend their opening ceremony. Even if they invited them, those big companies probably wouldn't come. Therefore, they needed to attract them to come. As long as many famous or powerful figures come to their opening ceremony, the Jade Beauty brand would gain popularity in a short time. That was exactly what they wanted. Ji Yuning planned to invite Master Fu and Master Yan too. Although she wasn't influential enough to invite those two widely respected figures, Ji Yuning was confident that they would come. In addition, once they knew that the King's Green was here, they would definitely come. They would probably blame her for not telling them. Thus Ji Yuning intended to invite them herself instead of letting them find out themselves. When everyone had finished their work, it was 6 p.m. already and it was time for dinner. Ji Yuning told them to put the jade into the insurance room and then they could leave. They would continue tomorrow. Zhou Zhenghong was about to order from a restaurant and have dinner together, but Ji Yuning declined and used the excuse that she had a meeting with her friends. She told them to get the meal themselves and that they would be reimbursed. Chapter 117. Young age, great ability. It was not that Ji Yuning didn't want to dine with them, but they were employees and boss. She was a teenage girl too. Thus it wasn't convenient for her to hang out with several adult men. She got Zhou Zhenghong drive her to the downtown to eat. Zhou Zhenghong and others agreed. On her way to the downtown, Ji Yuning called Master Fu. She asked whether he was free tomorrow. She wanted to meet him. Master Fu was happy to know that Ji Yuning was in City Ji. He accepted her invitation quickly. He had promised to help Ji Yuning, and he meant it, but thinking of what had happened in the street of stone gambling, Master Fu complained to Ji Yuning. He thought the female was Ji Yuning, but it turned out that she was a mature woman. He also complained that Master Bai had shown off in front of him. He was so mad and regretted refusing to go out with them today. Ji Yuning couldn't help laughing. She said, "Grandpa Fu, you could simply say you know the woman, and she has even more valuable jade waiting for you. You could show off too. I don't know the woman though. If she had been you, I would have shown off," Master Fu said. "Actually, I'm the woman," Ji Yuning answered without hesitation. Ji Yuning had her own plan. She didn't want to hide from Master Fu. Of course, she wouldn't hurt Master Fu. She just wanted to expand her network through Master Fu. Hearing that, Master Fu was totally shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. He asked, "Do you mean that the woman was you?" "Yes. I didn't want to be recognized, so I changed my appearance on purpose. I didn't tell you because I was badly in need of money. I didn't have much time. Please don't be mad at me, Grandpa Fu," Ji Yuning explained. In the beginning, Master Fu was indeed slightly mad. However, after her explanation, he didn't want to blame her. He wouldn't criticize her either. "Then I'll forgive you," Master Fu said. Even though Ji Yuning was slightly worried, she said, "But Grandpa Yan was there today. I didn't greet him because I wanted to hide my real identity. I'm afraid that he would probably be mad at me." "Ha ha, ha ha. He will. If he knows the woman is actually you, he'll be irritated," Master Fu said. He was gloating, aiming at both Ji Yuning and Master Yan. "Well, now I can show off in front of Master Bai and also annoy Master Yan, ha ha." Master Fu was a little excited. After a while, he asked, "Do you really have jade that is better than the violet jade?" "I will have, but not right now," Ji Yuning answered. She didn't want to tell anyone else about the King's Green at the moment. "Great, then I'll wait." Master Fu believed in Ji Yuning. He believed that she could cut out jade that was better than the violet jade. Ji Yuning hung up. She turned to Zhou Zhenghong and said, "Uncle Zhou, please order a private room in the Wangdang Hotel. I need you to go meet someone with me. He'll help us with the registration of our company." "Sure, boss," Zhou Zhenghong replied. He didn't ask who the person was. Meanwhile, Master Fu immediately called Master Bai after he hung up Ji Yuning's call. "Hey, Master Fu, what's up? Please don't bother me while I'm appreciating my violet jade. This violet jade is so beautiful." The minute Master Bai answered the call, he showed off plainly. However, this time, Master Fu wasn't mad at all. He asked meaningfully instead, "Master Bai, what do you think of that woman's ability at stone gambling?" Master Bai didn't know what the real meaning of Master Fu's words was, but he was interested in that woman. He commented, "She's good. Even an expert can't cut out 4 valuable jade at one time. Ha ha, girl Gu is indeed excellent. She cut out several jade of high quality last week. She even cut out more valuable jade continuously today, but she promised me she would tell me first when she gets a jade that is better than the violet the next time. So I don't care about your violet jade, Master Fu said proudly. He was showing off his intimate relationship with Ji Yuning. Wait, what did you say? The woman is the girl named Ji Yuning who you've told me before, but Master Yan didn't recognize her. Master Bai was surprised to know the truth. He couldn't believe it. Indeed, Master Yan knew Ji Yuning, but he had failed to recognize her. The reason why Master Bai was so excited was because Master Fu and Master Yan had influenced him deeply. They both thought highly of Ji Yuning, and had mentioned her name many times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be interested in a stranger. This Ji Yuning who was young, but had great ability. Not only had she cut out many emeralds, she had also picked out 2 real antiques. Her ability was extraordinary. However, Ji Yuning would tell Master Fu first once she had a better jade the next time. Master Bai was now very jealous. A better jade than the violet jade. It had to be a top-level jade. The king's green, blood beauty, purple eyes, smurfs, fu lusho, and so on. Thinking of those jade, Master Bai was thrilled. Although he knew it was hard to find those jade, he believed that Ji Yuning had the ability. No, Master Bai decided he had to meet the girl. He wouldn't allow Master Fu to get the top-level jade before him. Yes, that was because she didn't want to be recognized. She changed her appearance. Alright, I'm going to have a walk now. Girl Gu doesn't come to City G often. She invited me to have a meal with her tomorrow morning. Can't reject that, right? Ha ha, Master Fu said proudly. He then hung up directly. Actually, Master Fu understood why Ji Yuning told him the truth, but he didn't care. He had a great impression of her. In addition, she had great ability, so he sincerely wanted to become friends with her and support her. Before Master Bai could say another word, Master Fu had already hung up. He was annoyed, and almost smashed his phone on the ground. Chapter 118. The good old time. He immediately called back, but Master Fu wouldn't answer. Master Bai was growingly restless, walking backwards and forwards in the living room. Dad, what's going on? A middle-aged man walked downstairs. He noticed Master Bai who was walking nervously in the living room. This middle-aged man was exactly the man that Ji Yuning had met today. He was called Chairman Bai, the son of Master Bai, Bai Linwei. Master Fu told me that the woman we met today is the girl, Ji Yuning. Master Fu and Master Yan have talked about her many times in front of me. He even said that the girl will tell him first if she gets a better jade in the future. A better jade than the violet jade must be top-level jade. The top-level jade, Master Bai said with anger. It seemed as if he had already missed the top-level jade. What? The woman we met today is the girl Uncle Fu has mentioned before. How come Uncle Yan didn't recognize her? Bai Linwei was surprised. Bai Linwei had also heard a lot about Ji Yuning. He admired and was curious about her. Master Fu said that she didn't want to be recognized, so she disguised herself. Master Yan even failed to recognize her. The girl is going to be having a meal with Master Fu tomorrow. I'm going as well. I can't let Master Fu get the jade before me, Master Bai said. However, Master Fu wouldn't answer his call. What should he do? Oh, he could call Master Yan. Therefore, Master Bai called Master Yan at once. Ji Yuning also called Master Yan after she hung up the phone with Master Fu. She thought that it was impolite to not tell Master Yan. Master Yan was also astonished to hear the fact that the woman that he had met today was actually Ji Yuning. He was shocked at her outstanding ability to cut out 4 valuable jade continuously, and her totally different appearance, but he didn't blame her after her explanation. When Master Bai called Master Yan, he found out that Ji Yuning had invited Master Yan as well. When Master Bai proposed to attend the meal together with Master Yan agreed. Ji Yuning felt like eating steak right now, so she went to a Western restaurant. At the same time, Li Junjun was having a meal with a young lady. They were chatting and laughing. When Li Junjun saw Ji Yuning coming, she was upset and anxious. Why was Ji Yuning in City G? Was she here to get revenge on her? Li Zhenyu had investigated Ji Yuning already. He found out that Ji Yuning was an ordinary child from a one-parent poor family. She wasn't good at studying and was disliked by most of her relatives, but the Ji Yuning that they saw with their own eyes was different from the investigation. Ji Yuning in their eyes had an extraordinary talent at stone gambling with a couple 100 million yuan of wealth. She was also good at fighting. She had beaten several men down and sent them to the hospital on her own. Accordingly, Ji Yuning was mysterious. Li Zhenjun didn't dare to relax only because of Li Zhenyu's investigation. She wasn't afraid that Ji Yuning would sue her, because Ji Yuning didn't have the proof, but Li Zhenjun was worried that Ji Yuning would get revenge on her. "Zhenjun, what's wrong?" Seeing Li Zhenjun's face change, a beautiful lady asked. She was Li Zhenjun's good friend, Su Jing. "Nothing." Li Zhenjun got her mind back. Although she and Su Jing were good friends, she didn't tell her about Ji Yuning. It was very shameful, so she didn't want to lose her face. Li Zhenjun wanted to hide from Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning had already noticed her. Besides, Ji Yuning had no intention of letting Li Zhenjun get away with what had happened last time. She wouldn't kill her of course, but she would torture her for sure. If Ji Yuning had been a weak girl, she would have been ruined last time. Therefore, when Ji Yuning saw Li Zhenjun, she walked straight towards her with cold eyes. Li Zhenjun was increasingly nervous. However, she was too proud to escape, so she could only face it. "Oh, isn't this Miss Li? What a coincidence. I did plan to talk with you about our good old times. I don't expect to meet you here," Ji Yuning said meaningfully with a kind smile. Others would believe they were really good friends, but Li Zhenjun knew clearly Ji Yuning did it on purpose. Ji Yuning must want to hurt her. Li Zhenjun tried her best to curb her nervousness. She said airily, "Miss Ji Yu, I don't know you actually. I don't think we need to talk. We do not know each other very well. However, what has happened between us can't be forgotten, right?" Ji Yuning said intentionally. Li Zhenjun was stiff. She absolutely understood what Ji Yuning was talking about, but she pretended to be calm and denied, "I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave us alone, Miss Ji Yu. It doesn't matter. I'll let you know." "All right, I need to have my meal now." "Oh, friendly alert, please be careful, Miss Li," Ji Yuning said, then she was gone. Li Zhenjun looked extremely unpleasant. Her body was trembling out of fear and anger. Ji Yuning had made it very clear. She had warned her to be careful, which meant that she was going to hurt her. "Zhenjun, what is going on? Who is she?" Su Jing apparently noticed that the two didn't get along well. Li Zhenjun was also afraid of the other. "It couldn't be simple. We aren't familiar. I just had an argument with her before." Li Zhenjun did tell the truth, but she didn't tell any more details. Although Su Jing was curious, she stopped asking since Li Zhenjun didn't want to tell her. They were good friends, but it didn't mean that there were no secrets between them. Li Zhenjun lost her appetite, but they were almost finished anyway. Out of anxiety, Li Zhenjun wanted to get home sooner, so she urged Su Jing to hurry. Ji Yuning sneered, but didn't stop or stalk them. She didn't want to waste her time for eating on Li Zhenjun. Once Li Zhenjun left the restaurant, she said goodbye to Su Jing and headed home at once. After her meal, Ji Yuning went to buy daily necessities in the market. Those were all the things she needed in her apartment. Li Zhenjun couldn't relax until she got home. She was out of breath and sweaty. Li Zhenyu noticed something was wrong. He asked with care, "Zhenjun, what happened? You look so awful." "I just met Ji Yuning. She warned me to be careful. I think she is going to hurt me, so I come back home quickly," Li Zhenjun said. Her voice trembled a little. "What? Are you all right?" Li Zhenyu was shocked and worried. Chapter 119. The military officer, Chen Meng. "I'm fine," Li Zhenjun replied. Then she asked nervously, "Will she really hurt me?" Li Zhenjun wore an unpleasant face. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning would hurt Li Zhenjun or not. Ji Yuning was out of his control. In his eyes, although it was Li Zhenjun's fault, Ji Yuning hadn't been hurt after all. Why couldn't she let it go? Nevertheless, one needed to take responsibility for his or her own behavior. One had to pay for the mistake he or she had made. Li Zhenyu was also worried that Qin Yifan would find out. Even though Ji Yuning didn't have proof, Li Zhenyu wasn't sure whether Qin Yifan would choose to believe Ji Yuning or Li Zhenjun. They had a closer relationship with Qin Yifan, but it seemed as if Qin Yifan liked Ji Yuning. It was possible that he would choose to believe Ji Yuning. However, for now Qin Yifan didn't know the truth, probably because Ji Yuning hadn't told him yet. If Ji Yuning planned to tell Qin Yifan the truth, Li Zhenyu couldn't stop her. He could only hope that Qin Yifan wouldn't believe Ji Yuning, otherwise Li Zhenjun's reputation would be ruined. Let alone Li Zhenjun not marrying Qin Yifan in the future, they probably wouldn't be able to maintain their good relationship. Ji Yuning's apartment wasn't far away from the downtown. She arrived there after 5 minutes by taxi. It was in a high-end living area, called Clean Water Blue Sky. The area was built 5 years ago, but the houses hadn't been fully sold out yet, especially those single apartments. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for Zhou Zhenghong to buy one. The living area was near the downtown and wasn't big with only 9 buildings, but there was a large number of green plants inside, which was quite pleasant. Exactly because of the enormous amount of green plants, there weren't many buildings. Ji Yuning's apartment was on the 5th floor in the center of this living area. She walked a few minutes to get there. 5th floor, building number 8. Ji Yuning opened the door and turned on the lights in her apartment. It was 50 square meters big with an indoor garden, a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom and a wide balcony. The decoration was simple but not boring. It was just the way that Ji Yuning liked it. Zhou Zhenghong had already hired an hourly worker to clean this apartment before Ji Yuning moved in. After a whole day of work, Ji Yuning hadn't called her mother yet. Ji Yuman also didn't call her. She probably didn't want to bother Ji Yuning. Indeed, Ji Yuman didn't want to bother Ji Yuning, so she didn't call her, but in her heart, she cared about her daughter very much. Ji Yuning took a bath before lying on the bed, and called Ji Yuman. "Ningning, are you free now?" Ji Yuman asked the minute she answered the call. "Yes, I'm free now. How are you today?" Ji Yuning asked. "I'm fine. Your eldest uncle and aunt have called me many times, but I didn't answer at all," Ji Yuman said. "Great, just ignore them. They must be calling for nothing good," Ji Yuning said. She hung up later, then clicked open the Family of Fighters WeChat group. There were over 1,000 messages. Ji Yuning read them through for a while. Her friends were talking about the hot news in City Ji. Ji Yuning then found out that she was on the news. Luckily, she had disguised herself today, otherwise it could be big trouble. Although they were close friends, Ji Yuning had no intention of telling them that she was the young woman. Ji Yuning didn't even tell them that she was in City Ji. She had only told them that she would be occupied this weekend. Her friends respected her, so they wouldn't ask if Ji Yuning didn't want to tell them. Zhou Zhenghong, Chong Qingshan and the others hadn't found out the hot news until that night. Even though they knew Ji Yuning had outstanding ability, they were still shocked. 345 million yuan was a huge amount of money in their eyes. However, they had cut out several valuable jade today. They would be worth more than 345 million yuan. The King's Green alone was worth at least 100 million yuan. They knew that Ji Yuning didn't want to be recognized, so they would keep it a secret. They had already decided to be loyal to Ji Yuning, and naturally wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Ji Yuning then surfed the internet searching for information on the teapot and pink glass. Those two antiques actually had a long history. The teapot had belonged to Shen Wanson, and was called Huang Teapot. Shen Wanson had been an extremely wealthy businessman in the Qing dynasty. It had been said that Shen Wanson had had a treasure bowl. If you put a gold bar into it, you could get a bunch of them back. If you put a silver ingot into it, you could get a bowl of them back. That had been the reason why Shen Wanson had been the richest man in the world. However, it was only a legend. Even the emperor of the Qing dynasty had been jealous of Shen Wanson. Shen Wanson had then been treated unfairly and punished heavily by the emperor. After that, Shen Wanson's family had completely lost their power and wealth. This Huang teapot would be worth at least 7 million yuan. Although the government in the Qing dynasty had taken away many of Shen Wansen's properties, a lot were still missing. The pink glass with deer heads was from the Qianlong period. It was worth around 3 million yuan. Ji Yuning also stored all the information of other antiques in her mind. In that case, she would know about its background the next time she bought an antique. The next day, Ji Yuning got up at 6 a.m. She went to run downstairs, and got familiar with the surroundings in this living area. However, to her great surprise, she met an acquaintance. They were barely acquaintances, because they had only met each other once, but Ji Yuning had a deep impression of him. The man was exactly the military officer who had informed them to leave the restaurant last week. "Hey, is it you?" The man greeted Ji Yuning with excitement. No one could blame him for being so excited. Ji Yuning had helped them a lot last time. Although she probably couldn't beat them down, she was only a 18-year-old girl, while they had been in the special forces for over 10 years. Ji Yuning wasn't able to compete with them on the tough training. "Hi, what a coincidence." Ji Yuning greeted him friendly. "Do you live here?" the man asked. "Yes, but I only stay here on weekends if I have something to deal with," Ji Yuning replied. "Oh, my name's Chen Meng. What's your name by the way?" Chen Meng asked. "So nice to meet you." Chen Meng reached out his hand. Ji Yuning shook his hand lightly. "Nice to meet you too." Chapter 120, Competition with Chen Meng. "I think you're pretty good at fighting." "Well, would you mind if we had a competition?" Although Chen Meng felt that it was slightly impolite, he attempted to give it a try. Chen Meng was a grow-up man, while Ji Yuning was a teenage girl. It seemed unfair, but he was really curious about Ji Yuning's ability. However, Ji Yuning was excited about his invitation. She actually wanted to practice. Chen Meng served in the military. He wasn't an ordinary soldier either. If Ji Yuning wanted to practice, he would be an excellent choice. Therefore, the minute Chen Meng invited her, Ji Yuning answered, "Sure." "I had the same idea." Then, both of them went to a broad square to compete with each other. In the beginning, neither of them used their full force, not out of disrespect, but because they didn't want to show their real strength right away. They would adjust themselves according to the other's ability. In addition, they didn't plan to defeat the other. One wanted to practice, while the other wanted to have a try. Thus it was even at the beginning. However, Ji Yuning's movements shocked Chen Meng, because she moved so professionally and strongly. She must have received years of professional training. After a while, both of them became more aggressive, but it was still even. Chen Meng was gradually astonished. Ji Yuning was almost as strong as a middle-level soldier in the special forces. The competition continued. They once again used more strength to compete with each other. Although it looked even, they knew that they were both losing energy. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised at Chen Meng's ability, because he was a military officer, but Chen Meng was totally astonished by Ji Yuning. It was so unbelievable. He had trained for over 10 years to be so powerful, but an 18-year-old girl was able to do the same thing as him. Chen Meng knew that if the competition went on, he was likely to lose, which was shameful. Thus he gave Ji Yuning a hint to stop. Ji Yuning also had no idea how long she could continue. She wasn't sure she would win either. She wanted to test her real ability, so she didn't use her power to assist her. "Wow, it is so unbelievable. Are you sure you're only 18? Chen Meng seemed disappointed, but he also admired Ji Yuning. "I used my full strength already. I couldn't continue either," Ji Yuning said. She was being modest. Chen Meng of course knew that Ji Yuning didn't want to be proud. She helped him to save face too. He had a growing interest in Ji Yuning now, but not as a man to a woman. There was an over 10-year age gap between them after all. "Can I invite you to have breakfast together?" Chen Meng asked with sincerity. Of course. Ji Yuning accepted. The two walked towards the outside of this living area. "Are you studying in a high school now?" Chen Meng asked. "Yes, I'm a senior in City F," Ji Yuning replied. "A senior? Then you're going to attend the National College entrance exam in half a year. Which university is your favorite?" Chen Meng added. "The Capital University," Ji Yuning said. "The Capital University," Chen Meng was a little surprised. He looked at Ji Yuning with his eyes full of respect. Wow, it's the #1 university in our country. You must be very academic. I don't know whether I can get in or not. It's just my aim, Ji Yuning said. She was being modest again. I believe you can make it, Chen Meng encouraged her. The two had breakfast, then went back home together. They coincidentally found out that they lived in the same building. However, Chen Meng's apartment was on the 12th floor, while Ji Yuning's was on the 8th floor. Chen Meng had a great impression of Ji Yuning when she had helped them control those two criminals last time. He would love to make a friend with her. Therefore, Chen Meng asked to exchange their numbers on his own initiative. If Ji Yuning had any problems in City G, he could help. Although he didn't stay in City G often, he had his network here, especially in the police and the military. Ji Yuning was more than willing to know Chen Meng. A network was built from good impressions, wasn't it? Ji Yuning went back to her home to take a bath. Meanwhile, Chen Meng immediately called Leng Xiaoting, and told him everything. He had no idea about what was going on between Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. He was simply excited. Leng Xiaoting had also met Ji Yuning before after all, so it made sense to talk to him. What's up? Leng Xiaoting said airily. Boss, you can't imagine who I've just met. I met the girl who had beaten down those two drug dealers last time in the restaurant while I was running this morning. We had a competition. She is so good. I wasn't even able to beat her. Ah, it's so disappointing. Chen Meng said. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb when he heard about Ji Yuning. She was in City G. Chen Meng couldn't beat Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was shocked. He clearly knew about Chen Meng's ability. Chen Meng was a teammate in his Red Flame team. If Ji Yuning had equal ability as Chen Meng, she must be very skillful and powerful. You can't even beat a young girl. Don't you think you need to practice and train more? Leng Xiaoting said coldly. Hearing that, Chen Meng was nervous. He immediately regretted telling Leng Xiaoting. He felt like he was trapped. He couldn't beat a young girl, which meant he lost. Well, I need to deal with something right now, bye. Chen Meng hung up at once, and took a long breath in. However, he knew he couldn't escape from the training ahead. Whatever, he also planned to train more when he got back to his team. It was still embarrassing that he couldn't beat a girl. After the bath, Ji Yuning was watching TV in her apartment. When it was almost 10 p.m., Zhou Zhenghong called her. He had already booked a private room. Its number was 888. Ji Yuning then immediately called Master Yan and Master Fu. The time was settled at 11 a.m. in number 888 private room in Wangdang Hotel. Ji Yuning as the host should be there earlier, so she left her home at a little past 10 a.m. When she arrived at the private room, it was 10:40 a.m. Zhou Zhenghong was already waiting for her in the room. 10 minutes later, Master Fu and Master Yan came in along with Master Bai. Zhou Zhenghong had no idea who the guests would be. Thus he was so shocked and jumped up from his chair, when Master Fu, Master Yan and Master Bai walked in. Grandpa Fu, Grandpa Yan, Grandpa Bai, it's so nice to meet you all. Ji Yuning immediately stepped ahead and greeted them. Ha ha, I hope we arrived on time. Master Fu said. Chapter 121, Rescue People, of course. Ji Yuning said. She then invited them to have a seat, please be seated. Zhou Zhenghong greeted them with great respect, it's so nice to meet you, Master Bai, Master Yan and Master Fu. The order Zhou Zhenghong greeted them was opposite of Ji Yuning's, because Master Bai was the highest in rank among them. Ji Yuning didn't know that. She only greeted them according to familiarity. It was beyond Zhou Zhenghong's imagination that Ji Yuning knew such influential men, especially Master Bai. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Master Fu and Master Yan knew Zhou Zhenghong, but they weren't familiar with him. Although they were curious about the relationship between Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong, they didn't ask, since it had nothing to do with them. Zhou Zhenghong was thrilled to meet Master Yan and Master Fu. Are you really the woman we met yesterday? Master Bai looked at Ji Yuning. He was too surprised to believe it. Master Bai had known it already, but wanted to make sure himself, because Ji Yuning today was so different from yesterday. Yes. Otherwise I wouldn't know that you're Master Bai, Ji Yuning said with a smile on her face. Ha ha, you're right. You're really great to be so able at such a young age. Master Bai complimented her plainly. Thank you so much, Ji Yuning replied. Please don't blame me for coming without an invitation, Master Bai said. Of course not. It is my pleasure to have you here, Ji Yuning answered. Although she didn't know Master Bai's background, she knew that he must be very influential. Girl Ji Yu, do be careful. Master Bai is here for a purpose, Master Fu said like something bad was going to happen. Hearing that, Master Bai was irritated. Master Fu, mind your words. Don't damage my reputation. Then what are you doing here? Master Fu said with provocation in his eyes. I'm here for girl Ji Yu. I want to make a friend with her. You can be her friend so I can too. Master Bai argued. Ji Yuning couldn't help but snort with laughter. She thought they were all lovely like adorable children, but it was time to order, so she interrupted them. All right, let's order first. They all knew that Ji Yuning didn't lack money, so they didn't hesitate to order their favorites, but the dishes were all simple and good for health. They weren't expensive either. Girl Ji Yu, what do you want Master Fu to help you with? Master Yan asked. Oh, I'm going to open a jewelry company, and I need to settle the registration and some documents first. I think it'll be quicker if someone with power can help me in today's society. Thus I hope that Grandpa Fu could help me, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want to hide, because she needed their help too in the future. What? You're going to open a jewelry company? Both Master Yan and Master Bai were astonished and admired her as well. She planned to run a startup herself at such a young age. She was indeed ambitious and determined. However, since I'm a student now, I can't deal with everything myself. Thus I hired Uncle Joe to help me, and I'll be the boss behind the scene, Ji Yuning added. Those masters all knew Zhou Zhenghong. Although they weren't familiar with him, they had heard that he was able to do that. As for the reason why Zufu Jewelry suddenly had a different owner half a year ago, they also guessed correctly that it was because of Xiaoping. They didn't know the relationship between Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong, and they had no intention to ask, but since Ji Yuning let Zhou Zhenghong be in charge of the company, she must trust him very much. This meant that they had to be close, so they didn't need to ask further. However, if they had known that Ji Yuning had only Zhou Zhenghong for a short time, they would have been shocked. Not everyone could trust another person within a short time. My store will be opening soon. Please come to attend my opening ceremony. It will be of great help if you are all willing to come, Ji Yuning invited them. Sure, we will, they answered without hesitation. During the meal, the atmosphere was so harmonious that others would mistake them as a family. Other than Zhou Zhenghong, who was a little nervous. Master Bai and other seniors were very influential after all. Zhou Zhenghong felt slightly uneasy in front of them. Master Fu would help them to inform the leader of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, but Zhou Zhenghong himself still needed to settle the documents. However, with Master Fu's help, it would be quick and smooth. After that, Zhou Zhenghong only needed to invite them to a meal and send them gifts. With Master Fu's influence, Zhou Zhenghong could skip those things. However, he needed to build his network, so he still had to do those things. After the meal, everyone was ready to leave. The minute they left the restaurant, Master Yan said, Girl Ji Yu, please wait for a second. Let me introduce a man to you. Ji Yuning felt puzzled. Meanwhile, Master Bai opened his mouth. Oh, your son is here as well. Hearing that, Ji Yuning looked over. She saw several middle-aged men talking ahead on the road, but at the same time, Ji Yuning squinted suddenly with a coldness in her eyes. A red spot was moving on a middle-aged man's face among them. In the end, it stopped at the center of the man's eyebrows. Without delay, Ji Yuning dashed forwards. Hey! Master Bai and others were surprised by Ji Yuning's sudden move. What was wrong? However, before they realized what was going on, the accident happened. The middle-aged man was hit heavily by Ji Yuning and fell down to one side. The next second, the bullet, which was supposed to hit the man, missed him and hit a car behind him. The sniper rifle had a silencer, so it didn't make a sound at all except for the sound when the bullet hit the car. Normally the killer would retreat once he missed the first shot, but Ji Yuning still looked in the direction of the bullet in case the killer tried a second time. With her jade eyes, she was able to locate the killer accurately at once. The killer was actually ready to leave, but he was frightened by a sudden cold look. Although he couldn't see Ji Yuning's face clearly, he could judge that it must be a young girl. He was surprised that the young girl was able to discover him. She was also physically strong and mentally acute with a sharp look. There was no more time for him. The killer left right away. Chapter 122. Meet Chu Xuanfeng. Everyone was shocked, but when they found out the hole in the nearby car, they understood what had just happened. Mayor. Two men immediately went to help the middle-aged man who was knocked down by Ji Yuning. Mayor. Ji Yuning was struck dumb. This man is the mayor. Zhengelin. Master Yan's face turned pale from fear. He almost fainted. Luckily, Zhou Zhenghong supported him. Then he quickly walked over. Yan Zhengelin felt hurt heavily all over his body. He looked embarrassed too with dust all over his clothes, but despite all of that, he calmed himself down and said, "I'm fine." Although Yan Zhengelin was still confused, he knew that it was Ji Yuning who had saved his life by knocking him away. He thanked her at once. "Thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been dead already." Before Ji Yuning could say a word, Master Yan seized her hands trembling and crying. "Girl Ji Yu, thank you so much. You've saved my son's life. Otherwise..." Oh, the mayor was Master Yan's son. He must be the person that Master Yan planned to introduce to her. "Grandpa Yan, Mayor Yan, it's no big deal. It happened too fast, so I did it without second thought. Please forgive my rude behavior," Ji Yuning said. Her attitude received appreciation from others. Yan Zhengelin then knew that Master Yan must know Ji Yuning. "Ha ha, very well. You can remain modest while staying polite. I admire you for that," Yan Zhengelin said and laughed happily. He didn't put on airs at all, even though he was an important official. "However, you've rescued my life. I'll bear your kindness in mind. This is my name card. If you have any trouble you can't deal with in the future, please feel free to call me. However, let's be candid here, if you do anything immoral or illegal, I won't help you," Yan Zhengelin said seriously. He took out a name card handing it to Ji Yuning. "Thank you so much." Ji Yuning accepted the name card. "Master Yan, I think that there is no need for you to introduce them to each other. If you hadn't had girl Ji Yu here, probably." Master Bai said. He was still shocked by the horror. Hearing that, Yan Zhengelin figured out what was going on. His father planned to introduce him to this young girl, so that he could help her, but unexpectedly, she had saved his life. No one knew what was going to happen the next second. "Boss, are you alright?" Zhou Zhenghong asked Ji Yuning worriedly. "Oh, girl Ji Yu, are you alright?" The rest suddenly realized they hadn't checked Ji Yuning's safety yet, which was totally impolite. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry," Ji Yuning answered. "Great to hear that," Master Fu and others said, finally feeling relieved. Although they were all shocked and confused about why she was able to discover the sniper, they didn't ask. After that, they said goodbye to each other. When Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong were gone, Yan Zhengelin looked extremely displeased. "Lao Li, go and investigate what just happened. I want to know who was behind it." "Yes, sir," Lao Li, the middle-aged man who stood by Yan Zhengelin in a suit, answered with respect. He was the director of the Public Security Bureau in City Ji, Li Feng. Li Feng was Yan Zhengelin's fellow. If Yan Zhengelin was in danger, he wouldn't be safe either. They didn't know who was behind it yet, but they both knew clearly what was going on. It was right at the key point of the shift of officials, and no one had goods on Yan Zhengelin. It had to be his rivals in the politics. Otherwise, it could also be Yan Zhengelin's enemies, those who had been removed by Yan Zhengelin from their offices because of their serious illegal deeds. Yan Zhengelin then made arrangement for those elderly men to leave before he went back to the government. In a restaurant near the window on the second floor, Situyi and Chu Xuanfeng had witnessed everything. They were all astonished by Ji Yuning's swift move. They knew that she was somebody, but they had no idea she was so awesome. Chu Xuanfeng swallowed with great force, and said in fear, "Jesus, she's so unbelievable." She could even discover the sniper, and save the man within such a short time. I wouldn't be able to do it myself. Chu Xuanfang now admired Ji Yuning. At the same time, he was so disappointed. What should I do? I feel so ashamed now. Satuyi remained silent, but he had to admit that Ji Yuning was really excellent. All of a sudden, he had a strong interest in this girl. Who would win if they were in a game? Ji Yuning. He would go and investigate this girl later. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghong was driving to the processing plant together with Ji Yuning. She needed to visit the processing plant before she went back to City F. On the way, Ji Yuning asked Zhou Zhenghong, "Uncle Zhou, do you know Master Bai's background?" Master Bai is named Bai Rushuan. He is the third richest man in City G with 30 billion yuan in assets. He is involved in many industries, but is mainly involved in tobacco and medicine. Those two are the major industries in City G, Zhou Zhenghong said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was greatly surprised. She didn't know that Master Bai was so powerful. If Master Bai was going to attend her opening ceremony, it would cause a sensation. She didn't need to promote at all. Master Bai would be her live advertisement. Nevertheless, she would of course advertise. Zhou Zhenghong would deal with it. In the processing plant, Chong Qingshan and others were already in the middle of making jewelry. They used machines to process medium high-level jade, while processing high-level jade by hand. The types of jewelry were all up to them. Ji Yuning wouldn't interfere. When it was almost 3 p.m., Zhou Zhenghong drove Ji Yuning to the airport. Her plane would take off at 4:30 p.m. She arrived at the airport at 3:40 p.m. and it was 4 p.m. when she got into the lounge. Ji Yuning randomly sat down. It was more than 10 minutes away from the departure time. The minute she sat down, a surprised male voice sounded nearby, "It is you." Hearing that, Ji Yuning looked to him. He was a handsome young man, but she didn't know him. Seeing Ji Yuning being puzzled, the man immediately explained, "Nice to meet you. My name's Chu Xuanfang. You probably don't know me, but I know you. I saw you today at the Wangdang Hotel." Yes, the man was exactly Chu Xuanfang. To Chu Xuanfang's surprise, he met Ji Yuning in the airport. He had to go and talk to her. Was she heading to City F as well? "Nice to meet you," Ji Yuning replied friendly. Noticing that the man was very excited, Ji Yuning knew that he must have seen her rescue the mayor. "Are you going to City F?" Chu Xuanfang asked. Chapter 123, Chu Peihan's older brother, "Me too. I live in City F. How about you? Are you going to visit City F, or do you live in there too?" Chu Xuanfang asked. "I live in City F too," Ji Yuning said. After a short time of chatting, they went abroad. Chu Xuanfang didn't sit with Ji Yuning, but they met each other again when they got off the plane. "Where are you going? May I give you a lift?" Chu Xuanfang asked politely. He didn't want to burden Ji Yuning, so he added, "My sister is here to pick me up." "Thanks, but I can go back myself," Ji Yuning declined. Chu Xuanfang didn't insist. They weren't familiar. After all, it would be inappropriate if he insisted. When they were at the exit, both Ji Yuning's and Chu Xuanfang's sight fell on the same person at the same time. The person saw them with surprise as well. Chu Peihan, why was she here? Ji Yuning was confused. Chu Peihan ran over at once. She grabbed Ji Yuning's hand, asking in excitement, "Boss, how come you arrived with my older brother?" "You older brother?" Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She looked to Chu Xuanfang, and was totally shocked. Chu Xuanfang was Chu Peihan's older brother. What a coincidence. Chu Xuanfang was also astonished. Ji Yuning knew his younger sister. Wait, boss. Why did Peihan call Ji Yuning boss? What was going on? Although he didn't know the details, he could guess the reason. If he guessed correctly, Chu Peihan must admire Ji Yuning's outstanding ability, so she called her boss. Chu Xuanfang indeed knew his younger sister well. She was so keen on kung fu. "Well, are you?" Chu Peihan suddenly said meaningfully. Seeing that, Ji Yuning immediately knew what Chu Peihan was thinking. She interrupted her, and explained simply about how she met Chu Xuanfang. However, she didn't tell Chu Xuanfang the details about what had happened at the Wangdang Hotel. She only said that she had rescued a person, and that Chu Xuanfeng had accidentally seen it. They had met and chatted in the airport, and it had been a coincidence that they had met again and came out of the exit together. Fine. Actually, Chu Peihan was simply joking. Although she did hope that her older brother could have a romantic relationship with Ji Yuning, she wasn't able to force them to do so. Thus she said, "It's not early now. Why don't you go dine with us?" Chu Peihan sincerely invited Ji Yuning. There was no need for them to pretend. "Sorry, I told my mom that I'm going home to have a meal. I can't let her down." Ji Yuning declined again. "All right." Chu Peihan didn't insist either. She only asked, "Where do you live then? Let us give you a ride." Fenghua Luxury Mansion. This time, Ji Yuning didn't say no. She knew that she could be real with Chu Peihan. "We're going in the same direction. Let's go." Chu Xuanfeng walked ahead with Ji Yuning, ignoring Chu Xuanfeng completely. Chu Xuanfeng felt slightly hurt. Wasn't his younger sister here for him? Wasn't she supposed to give him a hug? Wasn't she supposed to care about him? Why did she suddenly forget her older brother because of Ji Yuning? Chu Xuanfeng took out his phone, taking a photo of Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning. He typed down lines of words, then posted it in his moments. "Aren't you supposed to pick up your older brother? Why do you completely ignore your own older brother the minute you see your friend?" Cry emoji. Before long, Satuyi saw this moment. He also immediately recognized one of the backs was Ji Yuning. He squinted. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning was Chu Peihan's friend. That would make it much easier. On the way, Chu Peihan kept talking with Ji Yuning. Chu Xuanfeng didn't have chance to be involved at all. He wasn't happy, but remained quiet. He was a gentleman, and wasn't willing to interrupt them. He wanted to leave a good impression on Ji Yuning too. Ji Yuning said goodbye to them and got off the car when they arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion. After Ji Yuning was gone, there were only a driver, Chu Xuanfeng, and his younger sister in the car. Chu Xuanfeng asked, "Han, I've never seen you being so close to another person. And you even call her your boss. Ningning is so good. She can easily defeat me within 10 moves, Chu Peihan said with pure admiration and respect towards Ji Yuning. Chu Xuanfeng agreed. Even he admired Ji Yuning's extraordinary ability, let alone Chu Peihan. He was also sure that Ji Yuning must not have used her full force. Otherwise, Chu Peihan would have lost within 3 movements. "Oh, why don't you have a try with Ningning someday? I'm curious to see who is going to win. I said that to Ningning the other day, and she agreed," Chu Peihan said with great anticipation. She hadn't seen Ji Yuning's real power, so she was really curious about Ji Yuning's ability. Chu Xuanfeng had seen it himself. Thus he now felt cornered. In the past, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now, he lost his confidence. However, he still wanted to have a try. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, "Great." When Ji Yuning finally got home, it was already 6:30 p.m. Ji Yuman had prepared the meal and Ji Yuqing's family were there too. They were waiting for her, but they all seemed displeased. Ji Yuning felt that something had to be wrong. She asked with worry, "Mom, Aunt, what happened?" Ji Yuqing replied, "It was your eldest uncle. His proposal has been rejected by Executive La. Thus he called to ask whether you have done something behind his back. He even criticized us for not helping him and standing in his way." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was annoyed and felt like laughing. "That's insane. How can I affect Executive Li's decision? And why should I help him? I'm not as shameless as him." "Exactly. Nevertheless, he now believes that it's your fault. I'm so mad at him." Ji Yuqing even lost her appetite for dinner. There, we did nothing wrong. Just ignore them," Ji Yuning said to comfort them. Then she thought of something and said, "Oh, I've prepared jewelry made of jade for you all. The 4 of us ladies have a bracelet, a pendant and earrings, while Uncle has a wide jade ring." Chapter 124. The top one in the grade, Ji Yuning said. Then she immediately took off her backpack. She gave them the fulusho jewelry to cheer them up. "Let me see. Let me have a look." Ji Yuqing was excited at once. "Oh, I have jewelry as well." Zhang Shu was surprised. He didn't care about jewelry, but it was from Ji Yuning, so he would take it with happiness. There is a word from our names inside the bracelets and pendants. And our Chinese zodiac signs are on the cover. You can choose your earrings according to your preference. Uncle, yours is the same, Ji Yuning said. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ji Yuqing was totally thrilled. Indeed, it's so pretty. Ji Yu Man beamed. Women could never resist the allure of jewelry, especially attractive jade jewelry. Zhang Xinyue was still young, so the jewelry wasn't suitable for her yet, but she was happy to receive them as gifts. Ji Yuqing helped Zhang Xinyue put away her earrings and bracelet, and only left her pendant with her. After the meal, Ji Yuning went back to her room. She called An Guangyao, and asked him about the situation of Shenghua real estate. And Guangyao replied, Boss, I've already told the shareholders. There are 7 shareholders, except me. Only 3 of them are willing to stay, and the rest are leaving. Great, the funds are ready. I'll be at the company tomorrow afternoon at 2. We can sign the contract, Ji Yuning said. Sure, and Guangyao answered. The next day, Ji Yuning ran to school as usual. This time, she didn't meet Leng Xiaoting, nor Xu Jinchen. Actually, Xu Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting were running in the morning as well. They saw Ji Yuning, but didn't appear in her sight. Hey, why do you have to stop me since you don't want to go over and say hi yourself? Xu Jinchen planned to talk to Ji Yuning, but was stopped by Leng Xiaoting. Are you really free? Leng Xiaoting asked. Then before Xu Jinchen could say a word, he opened his mouth again. If you're free, run another 20 kilometers. What? I didn't say I, Xu Jinchen argued. However, before he could finish, he received a cold look from Leng Xiaoting. He immediately shut his mouth. Why? How could Leng Xiaoting be so cruel? He only wanted to talk to Ji Yuning. Why should he be punished for that? In addition, he only did it to test Leng Xiaoting. It seemed as if he could only gain his freedom by staying away from his boss. Ji Yuning and her friends ran back to their classrooms. They met Ji Yu Xiaoxiao on the 3rd floor. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was waiting for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning clearly knew why Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was here. Seeing Ji Yuning, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao criticized her with anger. Ji Yuning, did you talk to Executive Le and tell him to reject my dad's proposal? Students around them immediately gathered. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, do you really believe I'm able to do that? Ji Yuning sneered. You're merely a poor girl. You absolutely can't do that, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao unconsciously replied. Since you don't believe I have the ability, why do you think I did it? Ji Yuning asked with heavy sarcasm. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao then realized that she made a mistake. However, even though she didn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to do that, she couldn't think of anyone else who could have had done it. Before Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could say a word, Ji Yuning said, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, business is business. Executive Le will only choose the best proposal for the good of his company. Your father has run a business for so many years. How can he not understand that? If your father's proposal has been rejected, it only proves your father's proposal isn't the best. Besides, if your father had been able to be the best, his assets would have been a couple 100 million yuan, instead of only a dozen million yuan. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was irritated by Ji Yuning's words. She knew Ji Yuning's words made sense, but she wasn't willing to admit it. You know I'm telling the truth. If your father doesn't understand it, his company will probably go bankrupt in the near future, Ji Yuning added. Ji Yuning, how dare you curse my family? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in a rage. It's the reality. Face it, Ji Yuning said airily. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's face turned red in anger, but she didn't know how to argue back. Also, don't blame me for everything. Just because I stay quiet doesn't mean that I'm weak. If I'm going to act, you can't afford the result, Ji Yuning warned her coldly. She then said goodbye to Chu Peihan and the others, leaving for her classroom with Yu Mixi. Those onlookers all disliked Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, which made her even angrier. Watching Ji Yuning leaving, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wore a vicious face. Ji Yuning, I won't let you get away with it. Let's go and see. In the first class, the head teacher announced the results of this monthly test. Ji Yuning was the top one in the grade this time. Except for her Chinese article, which had deducted only 1 point, her other tests all gained full scores, which had never happened before. The whole classroom was very surprised. No one would believe it. What? Ji Yuning is the top one in our grade. Her Chinese article only got 1 point deducted, and her other tests all have full scores. How is it possible? Isn't she always bad at studying? Xiao Feifei was the first one who expressed her doubts. Exactly. I don't believe it. She must have cheated. Wu Qingye added. Yes, I agree. The other classmates all doubted the result. All right. The head teacher stopped them. Although she couldn't believe it herself, it was the truth. She is the top one. And she is 36 points in front of the second. In addition, the teachers who were in the classroom all said that Ji Yuning didn't cheat. If you have time to question others, why don't you spend more time on improving yourself? Many students were unhappy, but didn't dare to say another word. The news was also announced in other classrooms. It arose many doubts too, especially Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Qin Zheng and their friends. They refused to believe it. The 3 students who had always been the top 3 in their grade felt greatly displeased. Usually, they were always the top 3, but the top spot was grabbed by another student, who had been so bad at studying, out of blue. It was so hard for them to accept the truth. Chapter 125, Transfer Equities. Nevertheless, they could do nothing about it. Even the teacher had said that Ji Yuning hadn't cheated, because she had been the first to hand the paper in every test. Mu Ke, Chu Peihan and the others were also very surprised, but they chose to believe Ji Yuning. In their eyes, Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. When the class was over, they discussed fiercely in their WeChat group. Hao Ran, boss, you're so awesome. You're the top in our grade in this monthly test. Qin Zixin, exactly. How did you do it, boss? You were always the first one to hand in the paper. Chu Peihan, though I feel surprised, I believe that it is true. Mu Ke, me too. Zhang Tianping, me too. Yu Mixi, Ningning has been helping me with my studies recently. I got obviously better scores too. Hao Ran, I don't have much interest in studying, or I'd turn to boss for help as well. Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping, me too. Chu Peihan, it's already enough for me to go to school. I'll go crazy if I go to extra classes. Mu Ke, boss, could you help me with my studies? Although Mu Ke was among the top 20, his total score was far behind Ji Yuning's. Even the top 2 in their grade were 50 points behind Ji Yuning according to their total scores, because Ji Yuning's total score neared the full score. Ji Yuning, no problem, as long as I'm free. Ji Yuning didn't think that she wasn't capable of helping a good student such as Mu Ke. Because she had her power, it was an undeniable truth that she was better than Mu Ke now. She would be low-key in front of outsiders, but she would be honest in front of her close friends. During the break, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao avoided Qin Zheng, calling her cousin. She said that she had been beaten by Ji Yuning, and asked her cousin to teach Ji Yuning a lesson for her. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's cousin was Lin Yuao, who was a son of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's uncle. He hated studying and fooled around all day, so he stopped studying the moment he had graduated from his high school. He was now 21, but all he knew and cared about was entertainment. However, because he fooled around all day, he knew some gangsters. Thus Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wanted him to help her ruin Ji Yuning. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao literally hated Ji Yuning to the death, and she was a malicious girl herself. It was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao who had actively humiliated Ji Yuning from the very beginning, while Ji Yuning only fought back for her and her family, but Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was too selfish and envious to realize that. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao didn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to deal with those gangsters. Lin Yuao was of course willing to help his cousin. Lin Yuao was arrogant himself, so he didn't think that it was a big deal at all. He promised directly that he would handle it within 2 days. The last class was the head teacher's class. Ji Yuning went to ask for a leave the minute the class was over. In the past, Zhang Chuhua would lecture Ji Yuning if she asked for a leave so often, but Ji Yuning had done so well in this monthly test, so Zhang Chuhua didn't reject. Although it was still a little hard for Zhang Chuhua to believe it, Ji Yuning had promised that she hadn't cheated, and the teacher who had been in the classroom had also testified for Ji Yuning. She chose to believe Ji Yuning for now, but Zhang Chuhua also reminded Ji Yuning not to be proud, and keep studying hard. Ji Yuning left her school, but she didn't go straight to Xianxia real estate. She went to the commercial building. It was time for a meal and for changing her outfit. Ji Yuning planned to look mature just like she had in City Ji. She didn't want others to recognize her. This time, Ji Yuning was wearing a professional suit. She had her hair in a bun with light makeup and glasses. She looked like one of the elite. Of course, she looked like a 25-year-old woman. Ji Yuning arrived at Xianxia Real Estate by a taxi before 2 p.m. Xianxia Real Estate was located on the 7th floor in a large office building. It was around 700 square meters big with over 100 employees. Xianxia Real Estate wasn't a dominating empire, so it didn't have its own office building. And there was no need for them to use a whole office building, but the 7th floor was bought by Xianxia Real Estate. It belonged to Xianxia Real Estate. Ji Yuning went up to the 7th floor. She told the worker in the reception that she was here to meet Guangyao. Then Ji Yuning followed the worker to the chairman's office. The minute Ji Yuning walked in the office, Guangyao was struck dumb. Wasn't Ji Yuning supposed to be here? Who was this woman? Guangyao frowned with displeasure. He asked, "May I know your name, please?" "Uncle N, I'm Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning smiled. "What?" Hearing that, Guangyao rounded his eyes. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Ji Yuning explained, "I didn't want other to recognize me, so I changed." It was Ji Yuning's voice. Guangyao then believed her. "You've changed a lot. If you didn't say a word, I would never have known that it was you." Ji Yuning had told Guangyao not to tell others who the buyer of Xianxia Real Estate was before, so no one knew who the person that was going to buy Xianxia Real Estate was. However, no matter who the buyer was, Xianxia Real Estate only wanted adequate money. After a while, a lawyer who worked for Xianxia Real Estate arrived. At 1:55 p.m., 7 shareholders walked into the room continuously. When there was only 1 minute left, Guangyao along with Ji Yuning and the lawyer went inside. Since Guangyao had already told them, Ji Yuning didn't need to say it again. She only needed to sign the contract and transfer the money. It took around half an hour to finish all of this. Ji Yuning was here today on behalf of the buyer. Other than Guangyao and the lawyer, no one knew her real identity. Ji Yuning got Guangyao to collect all the shares under his name, then transfer them to her. No one would know who the person that bought Xianxia Real Estate was. Ji Yuning paid 400 million yuan in total. 300 million yuan flew into the fund of Xianxia Real Estate, while the other 100 million yuan was used to buy all the shareholders' shares. In the end, Guangyao, who had owned 55% shares, now had 20% and Ji Yuning successfully took over 70% shares under her name. They left 10% shares in the market as usual. Xianxia's stock price had declined dramatically these days, but as long as money flew in, the price would go up at once. After signing the contract, Ji Yuning, Guangyao and the lawyer went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to transfer equities. Then, Guangyao went back to the company. Ji Yuning also left. Chapter 126. I heard you don't like women. Ji Yuning let Guangyao take full responsibility of the company, so he would deal with the following things. Those who wanted to buy Xianxia Real Estate had kept an eye on it. Thus they soon received the news that Xianxia Real Estate had already been bought. The minute the news went abroad, everybody who planned to buy Xianxia Real Estate at a low price felt disappointed. 400 million yuan actually wasn't a high price, but all of them wanted to pay a lower price than that. In the end, they had all lost the great opportunity. At the same time, some doubted that Xianxia Real Estate had been bought, and thought that Guangyao had borrowed the money he needed, because no one knew who the buyer was. Guangyao was still the chairman of Xianxia Real Estate. As for the shareholders who were all dismissed, everyone also believed that it was only because Guangyao wanted to fully be in charge of the company. No one knew that Guangyao had transferred the shares to Ji Yuning. Anyway, Xianxia Real Estate stayed afloat. It wasn't 4 p.m. yet when Ji Yuning left, and it was too early to go home. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning thought of giving the gun back to Leng Xiaoting. She was free now, and intended to invite Leng Xiaoting out, but what should they eat? Ji Yuning wanted to have an expensive meal. While she was thinking about that, she went to change her clothes and remove the makeup. After that, Ji Yuning had an idea. She was going to eat lobsters and crabs. Then she called Leng Xiaoting. When Leng Xiaoting received Ji Yuning's call, he had just gotten back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion with Xu Jinchen. He hung up Ji Yuning's call, and told Xu Jinchen to stop the car. He then asked him to get out directly. What? Xu Jinchen was struck dumb. He had no idea what Leng Xiaoting was going to do. I have something to deal with and I need the car, Leng Xiaoting said. Why do you need to be in a hurry? Can't you drive me to my home first? Xu Jinchen complained. Leng Xiaoting looked at ease. It didn't seem like something important was going to happen. No, it was an undeniable rejection. Xu Jinchen had to get out then. Leng Xiaoting opened the door of the passenger seat, stepping outside. He passed the front of the car, sat in the driver's seat, and left directly, leaving Xu Jinchen at the same place. It was Xu Jinchen's car actually. Leng Xiaoting grabbed it from him. Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting to meet in a seafood restaurant near the downtown. Ji Yuning wasn't in the downtown, but wasn't not far away either. It took her 40 minutes to get there by walking. The appointed time was 5 p.m., so she planned to walk there. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting arrived at the restaurant at 4:30 p.m. He was half an hour early. Leng Xiaoting didn't realize that he was half an hour early until he had arrived. Since when had he become so active? Even if he wanted the gun, he had to wait till 5 p.m. Anyway, he could only wait since he was already here. Leng Xiaoting stopped the car at the parking lot outside the restaurant. And he was waiting in the car glancing at his wristwatch to check the time once in a while. It was the first time that he had felt that the time passed so slowly. Around 4:40 p.m., Ji Yuning finally appeared in Leng Xiaoting's sight. Although she was 50 meters away, he recognized her in the first look. When Leng Xiaoting noticed Ji Yuning, his anxiety disappeared immediately. He didn't get out of the car until Ji Yuning came near. Leng Xiaoting met Ji Yuning face to face, like it was a coincidence. Ji Yuning was stuck dumb for a second. She felt a little displeased. I didn't expect you to be here so early. I said that I'd give the gun back to you, and I will. You don't need to rush. This was the first time that someone had been unhappy because the other had arrived early for a date. Besides, Ji Yuning was being slightly unreasonable now. Leng Xiaoting had arrived early, but he didn't force her to give the gun back to him right now. Well, it was mainly because Ji Yuning still had a bad opinion towards Leng Xiaoting. She got displeased for no reason when she met him. Leng Xiaoting also disliked Ji Yuning's words, but he didn't say anything because he was here for the gun after all. Ji Yuning guided Leng Xiaoting, walking into the restaurant. They received many surprised looks. However, this time, those looks weren't for her, but for him. There is nothing to look at, Ji Yuning said with annoyance. Leng Xiaoting frowned a little. He didn't like Ji Yuning's attitude, nor the attention, but he couldn't stop others from staring at him. Ji Yuning asked for a private room. She ordered lobsters, crabs, fish and so forth. The two sat across from each other, but no one said a word. Ji Yuning looked at Leng Xiaoting. She liked his appearance, but she was unhappy that he was going to take the gun back. All of a sudden, an evil idea dawned on Ji Yuning. She asked, I heard you don't like women. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was upset. Who told you that? He thought that it had to be Chen Meng, because Chen Meng had just met Ji Yuning. It wasn't the first time that Leng Xiaoting had faced that question. He had been upset, but hadn't been nervous before, but now, he felt nervous. Facing Ji Yuning, he was nervous for no reason. Probably he didn't want her to believe it. I don't want to tell you, Ji Yuning said. It's not true, Leng Xiaoting explained. No, it was not true. Although he hadn't fallen in love with any woman yet, and he hadn't thought about that question either, he was sure that he liked women, not men. Then, the two fell into silence again. Before long, the dishes were on the table. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning started to enjoying the meal, while Leng Xiaoting sat still. Why aren't you eating? Ji Yuning asked. Actually, she didn't care whether he ate or not, but he kept looking at her. It was strange. I'm not hungry, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, am I too beautiful that you prefer to look at me instead of eating? Ji Yuning joked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second. He then realized that he had been absent-minded staring at Ji Yuning. He panicked a little, but retorted, of course not. Ji Yuning couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wasn't blind to miss that detail. Chapter 127, Why did you pretend to be weak? However, Ji Yuning didn't think that Leng Xiaoting had special feelings towards her, because she couldn't see any fondness in his eyes. Actually, Leng Xiaoting hadn't figured out what fondness was yet. He only felt that Ji Yuning was pleasant to get along with, even though she didn't seem elegant while she was eating. After Ji Yuning's reminder, Leng Xiaoting stopped staring at her. Ji Yuning continued to eating without feeling uneasy. Although Ji Yuning ate a lot, she still wasn't able to finish all the dishes. She had ordered for 2, but Leng Xiaoting didn't eat at all. Thus half of the dishes were left on the table. Leng Xiaoting would be paying the bill after all, so Ji Yuning didn't need to worry about that. After the meal, Ji Yuning took out the gun, handing it to Leng Xiaoting. It's yours now. Don't follow me anymore. Leng Xiaoting looked at the gun, but he didn't take it back at once. Instead, he felt a little disappointed when Ji Yuning told him not to follow her anymore. Suddenly, he was reluctant to take the gun back. What was happening to him? Do you want it or not? If you don't take it, I'll regret now. Seeing that Leng Xiaoting stayed still, Ji Yuning lost her patience. She didn't know what was on his mind. He was the one who urged her to give the gun back to him, but now he wouldn't take it himself. Do you really like this gun? Leng Xiaoting asked. Yeah, will you give it to me because I like it? Ji Yuning asked, but she didn't believe it. If he would give it to her because she liked it, he wouldn't spend so much effort on chasing it back. Nevertheless, why did he ask the question? Thinking about how Chen Meng hadn't defeated Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting blurted it out, I'll give you a chance. If you can persist for at least 10 minutes in a fight with me, I'll give it to you. Leng Xiaoting didn't realize what he had just said until he said it. However, he didn't regret it. Somehow, he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't do any illegal things with the gun. Most importantly, he wasn't willing to see her being unhappy. Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt puzzled instead of happy. To persist for at least 10 minutes in a fight with him, and he would give the gun to her. However, he was the one who had said that it was illegal to hold a gun secretly as an ordinary citizen. Now he promised to give her a chance. What was wrong with him? Besides, Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting was better than Chen Meng. She wasn't confident in being able to defeat him. All of a sudden, even Ji Yuning, who had an agile mind, failed to understand. Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied to see Ji Yuning's reaction. Didn't she want this gun badly? Noticing Leng Xiaoting's face, Ji Yuning immediately got her mind back. No matter what Leng Xiaoting meant, she certainly wanted the gun. She answered without hesitation, no problem. Where should we have the fight? Leng Xiaoting was relieved to receive an affirmative answer. He said, Fenghua Luxury Mansion, the gym in C-Zone. Then, Ji Yuning followed Leng Xiaoting to leave for Fenghua Luxury Mansion. They parked the car in the underground parking lot before heading to the gym in C-Zone. Xu Jinchen had a card in this gym and Leng Xiaoting and Xu Jinchen had come here several times these days. Thus the boss knew them, and agreed to lend Leng Xiaoting the place for 10 minutes. It was the dinner time, so there weren't many people inside. Several men who were working out stopped to watch at once, when they heard that Leng Xiaoting was going to have a fight with Ji Yuning. A tall, strong man versus a slim, young teenager. No one believed that Ji Yuning could win, but they also knew that they were competing for fun. The two were ready, and the game began. In the beginning, Ji Yuning didn't use her full force, while Leng Xiaoting apparently didn't want to hurt her. Therefore, it was even. Those onlookers were all surprised to see Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all. Appearance did lie. As the time went by, both of them started to hit heavily, but obviously, Ji Yuning couldn't beat Leng Xiaoting. No matter how hard she hit, Leng Xiaoting was always able to do better than her. Ji Yuning actually had no ambition to defeat Leng Xiaoting. She only hoped that she could still stand after 10 minutes. Thus whenever she felt that she was out of strength, she used her power to enhance her ability. Therefore, it was also difficult for Leng Xiaoting to beat her down. Accordingly, Leng Xiaoting was astonished. Ji Yuning was even better than he had believed. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to defeat Ji Yuning. He didn't use his full force either. He only controlled Ji Yuning secretly and prevented her from winning. Ji Yuning wasn't dumb. She knew what Leng Xiaoting was doing, but she was confused by why he would do that. She couldn't help thinking that Leng Xiaoting liked her, so he pretended to be weak. 10 minutes passed quickly. Ji Yuning didn't lose, so the gun was hers now. A round of applause sounded. Everyone looked at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning with admiration. They didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had pretended to be weak, and allowed Ji Yuning to take advantage of it. They had enjoyed the fight. It was like a Hollywood action movie. And they had fought against each other face to face, while those movies all relied on special effects. Why did you pretend to be weak? Ji Yuning walked to Leng Xiaoting and asked him. Leng Xiaoting panicked a little. He didn't answer her question, but warned, if I ever find out that you use the gun to hurt innocent people, I'll get you myself. After that, Leng Xiaoting ignored Ji Yuning, stepping away directly. Ji Yuning was aware that he panicked. Did he really like her? Ji Yuning wasn't sure, but if it was really that, she wouldn't reject. She thought it was funny instead. Maybe because she appreciated his handsome appearance, or because she had good opinions towards military officers. In Ji Yuning's eyes, Leng Xiaoting almost escaped away. Indeed, Leng Xiaoting left so fast because he panicked. Ji Yuning didn't go back home, but instead went to school. She had only asked for a leave for this afternoon. When she got to school, it was 10 minutes away from the evening class. Ji Yuning went straight to the head teacher's office. She planned to propose not attending the evening class from now on. In the beginning, the head teacher disagreed. It wouldn't be good for Ji Yuning's study, but Ji Yuning promised that she would keep on studying hard, so the head teacher agreed in the end. Chapter 128. Interested in Ji Yuning, the head teacher also said that if she failed to be one of the top 10 after the next test, she had to attend the evening class then. Ji Yuning agreed willingly. She now didn't worry about her studies at all. From afar, Ji Yuning saw Yi walking around the door of her classroom. She knew that he must be here for her. And Yi must want to thank her for rescuing him. He didn't know about the deal between Ji Yuning and his dad yet. The minute Yi saw Ji Yuning, he wore a pleased face. "Hi, Ji Yuning. How are you?" Ji Yuning asked. "I'm fine now. I wanted to thank you for what you've done for me, but you were absent this afternoon. Would you please come to lunch with me tomorrow? I really want to thank you all. Please." Although Yi mainly wanted to thank Ji Yuning and her friends, he also wanted to express his affection towards Ji Yuning. "Sure," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning and Guangya were close now. She wouldn't reject Yi for the sake of his father. Yi was thrilled to have Ji Yuning's affirmative answer. "Great, then I'll come to you tomorrow noon." Then they said goodbye to each other. Most of the classmates inside saw Ji Yuning talking with Yi. They also knew that Yi was chasing Ji Yuning, so they thought that it was understandable, but Xiao Feifei and her friends were envious of Ji Yuning. They couldn't accept the fact that Ji Yuning, who had been poor and disliked by many, was now so popular. They actually didn't know Yi's background. If they had known that Yi was from a rich family, they would have hated Ji Yuning to the death. Nonetheless, Yi's family business was different now, because the company that once belonged to his family was now Ji Yuning's property. Luckily, Yi remained low profile, and not many people knew about his background. Besides, his family business almost went bankrupt this time. He also knew that someone had bought the company, but he had no idea who the buyer was. Therefore, Yi didn't believe that he was still a rich kid. Ji Yuning went into the classroom. She told Mixi and other friends in the WeChat group that she wouldn't be attending the evening class from now on. Chu Peihen, Hao Ran, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping went to school every day only because of Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning wouldn't be attending the evening class, they would do the same thing. Mu Ke and Mixi would follow the rules as usual. They planned to train in the afternoon in the future. As for the reason why Ji Yuning wouldn't be attending the evening class, she simply explained that she didn't want to. Since she was the top one in their grade now, no one could blame her for being so casual. When Ji Yuning got home in the evening, she also told her mom about her scores in this monthly test and her decision. Ji Yu-man was happy to hear about it. Parents all wanted their children to be excellent and outstanding. Although Ji Yu-man had never criticized or blamed Ji Yuning for her bad performance in school, she was thrilled to see that her daughter had improved a lot. Ji Yu-man supported Ji Yuning not attending the evening class as well. She now completely believed in her daughter. When Ji Yu Xiaoxiao got home, she told Ji Yu Qingxiang and others about what had happened that morning. Ji Yu Qingxiang was in a rage. He had to admit that Ji Yuning's words made sense, but he hated Ji Yuning for saying it in public. It was humiliating in his eyes. Ji Yu Qingxiang ignored the fact that it was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao who had gone to argue with Ji Yuning first. Selfish people only cared about their feelings, and treated others badly. Ji Yu Qingxiang's entire family started to swear at Ji Yuning. If it hadn't been for Ji Yu-man not being willing to answer their calls, they would have called and sworn at them directly. They also didn't know Ji Yuning's number. In fact, they hadn't supported Ji Yuning for a single day, so they actually weren't in the position to slam Ji Yuning. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao didn't mention that Ji Yuning was the top one in their grade in this monthly test. She had always been the best student in the Ji Yu family, and she didn't want to be replaced. Even though Ji Yuning had cut her connection with the Ji Yu family, her family name was still Ji Yu, after all. The next day, Ji Yuning left Zone Ji and met Xu Jinchen. "Hey, morning." Xu Jinchen greeted Ji Yuning. "Good morning," Ji Yuning said. "Are you going to school?" "Oh, I do miss my school days," Xu Jinchen said when he noticed that Ji Yuning was in her school uniform with a backpack. "I wish that I could get rid of my school days as soon as possible. I want my freedom," Ji Yuning said. "Ha ha, I understand. It is boring staying in the school all day, but once you need to find a job and earn money, you'll be stressed and miss your school days," Xu Jinchen said. It was true. Most people started to miss their school days once they left school and tried making a living in society. Those who had a rich or powerful family would feel that it was easy, but those who didn't would be under great pressure. "I agree. So even though I don't like studying, I will seize my chance to enjoy my school life. I don't want to regret it in the future," Ji Yuning said. She disliked studying. It was time-consuming, but since she had been reborn, she wanted to live an ordinary life. She couldn't let the hatred get the best of her. She would get revenge, and also enjoy her life. Ji Yuning didn't talk with Xu Jinchen for very long, because she had to go to school. After Ji Yuning was gone, Leng Xiaoting appeared from other side. He glanced at Xu Jinchen, but didn't say a word. Xu Jinchen felt nervous at once. Why didn't Leng Xiaoting stop him from chatting with Ji Yuning? Xu Jinchen thought for a while, then asked Leng Xiaoting, "Xiaoting, what do you think of Ji Yuning?" "What?" Leng Xiaoting said. Do you think that she would be a good girlfriend?" Xu Jinchen asked again. "I don't know," Leng Xiaoting replied. He had no idea, because he didn't understand romantic relationships at all. "Oh," Xu Jinchen cleared his throat, then asked seriously, "Xiaoting, be honest with me. What is your relationship with her?" "Nothing," Leng Xiaoting said. "Really? Don't lie to my face. I am getting interested in Ji Yuning now. If there is nothing between you two, I'm going to chase her," Xu Jinchen said with sincerity. Chapter 129. The Qinggang. Leng Xiaoting stayed expressionless, but he felt displeased in his heart. He said unconsciously, "You don't match." "Why?" "No matter whether she is from a rich family, or a powerful family, her family is hardly comparable with mine. Also, you know my family doesn't care about background, as long as I like her. Ji Yuning is beautiful. I'm good-looking too. I'm also upright with a good job," Xu Jinchen argued. Why didn't they match? Actually, Leng Xiaoting didn't know why himself, he just wanted Xu Jinchen to stay away from Ji Yuning. "Go with me to fulfill the task tomorrow," Leng Xiaoting ordered, then he left directly. "What?" Xu Jinchen was shocked. "No way. He still had 5 days off during this vacation, but he had to leave tomorrow. "Boss, I haven't finished my vacation yet. You can't do that to me," Xu Jinshan complained, catching up to Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting ignored him. "Boss." Xu Jinshan almost cried. He didn't understand why Leng Xiaoting suddenly treated him so badly. Was it only because he wanted to chase Ji Yuning? Leng Xiaoting had said that there was nothing between him and Ji Yuning, so why wouldn't he allow Xu Jinshan to chase her? When Ji Yuning got near her school, several men dashed from out of a nearby van, all of a sudden. They stood in Ji Yuning's way. Ji Yuning's face changed immediately. How dared they stop her in the school? Students around them all ran away. They knew that something bad was about to happen. Those men looked like hoodlums, who did bad things without thinking of the results. Someone took out a phone to record. No one knew if he was having fun or wanted to save it as proof and then hand it to the police. Those men surrounded Ji Yuning, planning to pull Ji Yuning into the car. School wasn't where they could hurt a student randomly. However, just as they approached Ji Yuning, she began to hit them. She broke a man's nose with a fist. The man screamed in pain with blood around his nose. Before he could fight back, Ji Yuning grabbed his hand. She lifted him, throwing him at another man. The second man was knocked down on the ground. Both of them felt greatly hurt, screaming in pain like pigs. Meanwhile, the third man secretly attacked Ji Yuning from the back, but Ji Yuning successfully escaped his attack just as the third man almost touched her. Then she raised her knee, hitting the man directly in his stomach. The third man immediately covered his stomach with his hands. Ji Yuning kicked him down to the floor without hesitation. There were 2 men still standing. It had happened too fast, so they didn't have time to retreat. Ji Yuning threw her backpack into the air, dashing to one of them, and hit him in the face. As for the last man, Ji Yuning caught his hand and snapped it easily. The man was in severe pain, screaming loudly. The onlookers were all shocked by the scene. Someone recognized Ji Yuning and the student who was recording immediately uploaded the video to the forum with the title, "Goddess Ji Yu showed her extraordinary power again, 1 vs 5. Who sent you here?" Ji Yuning asked angrily. No one," the man answered. "Really?" Ji Yuning apparently didn't believe it. She pressed the man's hand with more force. The man almost cried. The others didn't dare to come up and stop her, but they did threaten her. One of them said, "Let him go. We're from the Qing gang. If you dare to have bad blood with us, you'll be unable to bear the consequences of failure." Qing gang. Ji Yuning frowned slightly. Qing gang again. Was it Li Junjun? However, Li Junjun was in City G now. She probably wouldn't be able to hurt Ji Yuning in City F. Then who would behind this? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Chen Zio, Xiao Feifei, or Qin Zheng. Except for those names, Ji Yuning couldn't think of any others. At the same time, those students all drew in a deep breath when they heard that those hoodlums were from the Qing gang. So what? The Qing gang can randomly kidnap people. Ji Yuning sneered. She didn't seem scared at all. She was too annoyed to be afraid now. Everyone was surprised that Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of the Qing gang. Those hoodlums suddenly didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, someone uploaded more videos titled, "A female student beats down 5 men from the Qing gang." Ji Yuning added, "I'll give you one chance. You either tell me who is behind this, or I'll call the police." Hearing that, those hoodlums looked terrified. Although they were from the Qing gang, they weren't important at all. Their boss had also warned them. If they dared to cause any trouble, the Qing gang wouldn't help them. Of course, if they stayed quiet, they would be safe. During these years, they had done many bad things. However, they also knew who they could bully and who they should stay away from. Lin Yuao had told them that this female student was merely a poor kid, and they would be fine. However, now it seemed totally different. Those hoodlums didn't think that Lin Yuao had lied to them, because once they were in trouble, Lin Yuao couldn't get away with it either. If Ji Yuning called the police, they could end up in jail. It was impossible for them to run away now. Therefore, they were about to tell Ji Yuning who was behind this. Chapter 130, Almighty Goddess Ji Yu. Right at that moment, there was a noise in the van. Ji Yuning immediately kicked the man in her hand away. She then went to the van and opened its door. In the car, Lin Yuao was nervous that those hoodlums would tell Ji Yuning that he was behind this, but he accidentally made some noise and was discovered by Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning saw Lin Yuao, she knew who was behind this without asking. She had only met Lin Yuao several times, but she had never had an argument with him. He must have done this for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Those hoodlums were actually going to betray Lin Yuao, so seeing that he exposed himself they were all relieved. They were close after all. It was difficult for them to betray him, but if they had to choose between themselves and Lin Yuao, they definitely would choose themselves. It's not me. It's Ji Yu Xiaoxiao who asked me to do this. Please forgive me and punish her. Lin Yuao was a hoodlum, but he was also a coward. He would yield to those with power. He even betrayed his cousin. Ji Yuning had shocked all of them, and no one dared to irritate her now. At the same time, there was another post that appeared in their school forum titled, "The man alleges that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao is behind this." Ji Yuning took out her phone to record. With the camera aimed at Lin Yuao, she asked coldly, "Say it again. Who asked you to hurt me? Why did she do that? And what did she ask you to do to me?" Facing Ji Yuning's phone, Lin Yuao hesitated. He knew that once Ji Yuning recorded what he said, he couldn't deny it anymore. It would ruin his relationship with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, but Lin Yuao felt threatened and terrified under the pressure from Ji Yuning. He had to say it out, "It's Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. She called me and said that you'd beaten her. She wanted us to rape you." To rape her. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was so malicious. Although the times were different now and no one would criticize a girl who had sex before she got married, but rape was evil. If a girl was raped by strangers, her life would be ruined. No one could bear the result. Ji Yuning let them go in the end, not because she forgave them, but because she couldn't beat them to death after all. If they were dead under her hands, she had to take the responsibility. If she called the police, they would probably be in jail for several days at the most. She would also be punished for fighting. Thus she ended it for now. As for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Ji Yuning would let her pay for it. Ji Yuning uploaded the video to the forum. Within several minutes, the video went viral on the internet. After watching the videos, everyone was astonished. "Wow, my almighty goddess Ji Yu. She beat down 5 men outside our school within minutes." Where? On the school forum. "Jesus, she is so awesome." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao also noticed that her scheme went public. When she found out that Ji Yuning could easily beat those hoodlums down, she was extremely upset. Meanwhile, she was nervous that she would be exposed. Qin Zheng frowned tightly with mixed emotions. He didn't know whether he felt disappointed to see that Ji Yuning was safe, or whether he was concerned about her safety. Of course, he had no idea that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was behind this. He only felt confused about whom Ji Yuning had bad blood with. Who is behind this? 5 hoodlums attacked Ji Yuning at the same time. Zhang Yiming asked puzzled. Who knows? Unfortunately, she has survived. I dislike her being so proud, Fu Mingliang said. Wow, she is so confident. She isn't even afraid of the Qing gang. Exactly. I admire her. I think she is being arrogant. I don't believe that she can beat the Qing gang. She's doomed. It was the Qing gang. Qing gang was one of the 2 largest gangs in this country. No one dared to annoy them. Let alone ordinary people, even powerful officials weren't willing to mess with them, but when everyone watched the video about Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, they rounded their eyes again. All the classmates looked to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao with one accord in amazement, while Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Her hands trembled, and her phone fell on the desk. Xiaoxiao. Qin Zheng opened his mouth, but failed to ask the question. It was so astonishing and unacceptable. Even though there were many people with the same name, there was only one Ji Yu Xiaoxiao in their school who had bad blood with Ji Yuning. It wasn't difficult for Qin Zheng to believe it. Besides, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in a panic. It was the first time Qin Zheng had found that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was so strange, so evil and so vicious. He couldn't help but think that if he hurt her someday in the future, would she punish him the same way? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was bad-tempered in daily life. She loved to bully Ji Yuning, but she mostly humiliated her by words only. However, Qin Zheng admitted that he wasn't a good person himself, but he never thought about hiring hoodlums to ruin someone for him. Both Zhang Yiming and Fuming Liang also felt that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was so strange and so evil now. Chapter 131, Stand Up for Our Boss. No, it's not me. Not me. It's slander. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao immediately retorted. She couldn't admit it. Once she admitted it, her reputation would be ruined. Although she denied it, her face and reaction betrayed her, but just as she finished, a voice sounded. Say it again. Who asked you to hurt me? Why did she do that? And what did she ask you to do to me? It was a female voice. They all knew that it was Ji Yuning. Then it was a man's voice. After a few seconds, the man continued, it's Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. She called me and said that you'd beaten her. She wanted us to rape you. Hearing that, everyone took a long breath in. They looked at Ji Yu Xiaoxiao in horror. To everyone's surprise, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was such an evil person. Qin Zheng knew that Lin Yuao was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's cousin. The minute he heard his voice, he knew that it must have been Lin Yuao. He then watched the video. He was right. No, it's not me. Not me. It's slander. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao refused to admit it. Others probably had doubts, but Qin Zheng knew clearly that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's cousin had betrayed her, which made it more reliable. Besides, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao appeared panicked. No one could ignore it, and most of them started to believe that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was behind all of this. At the same time, Xiao Feifei and Chen Ziyo also heard the news. Although they were disappointed that Ji Yuning hadn't been hurt at all, they were happy to see that Ji Yuning had bad blood with the Qing gang. Chen Ziyo understood that Ji Yuning wouldn't let Ji Yu Xiaoxiao get away with it, so she didn't dare to stay with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao now. Chu Peihan, Mu Ke and others went back to their classrooms after they finished training. On the way, Hao Ran took out his phone noticing the videos going viral on the internet. What the fuck? How dare that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao turn to the Qing gang for help to hurt our boss? What? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao turned to the Qing gang for help to hurt our boss? Hearing that, they were all surprised. They immediately gathered around Hao Ran and watched the videos. No one was pleased to see those videos. Some felt annoyed about what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had done to Ji Yuning, while some was terrified of the Qing gang. Except for Chu Peihan. She was more than annoyed now. Although the Qing gang was powerful, it wouldn't allow its members to do such immoral things, but some of those shameless hoodlums still did it secretly. And their aim was Ji Yuning, which was totally unacceptable in Chu Peihan's eyes. Chu Peihan resent those videos to her older brother at once, and let him deal with it. Chu Xuanfeng was an important figure besides Satuyi. He was the leader of the Zouk group, which was the information center of the Qing gang. Even though they were all mad, they were also astonished and excited to see that Ji Yuning beat those men down easily. They all had the same idea in mind. Let's stand up for our boss. Hao Ran said. Sure. Others agreed. Before long, they went straight to the teaching building. They didn't doubt whether Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was innocent or not, because it was so obvious that Ji Yuning had sent out the video, in which Lin Yuao betrayed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. If it wasn't true, Ji Yuning would not do that. They trusted Ji Yuning. Knowing that Ji Yuning was fine, they didn't go to find her. All the students were scared of them and stepped aside when they walked by. Mixie, if you don't want to be involved in trouble, you can go back to your classroom. We won't blame you, Hao Ran said to Yu Mixie on the way. They all understood that Yu Mixie was different from them. They weren't afraid to cause trouble, but Yu Mixie was always a good, quiet student. They didn't want her to get in trouble too. Indeed, Mixie, don't feel you have to do this, Mu Ke added. No, I'll go with you all. Although Yu Mixie was truly worried about getting in trouble, she made up her mind to stand with her friends. Ji Yuning treated her so well. She couldn't be so selfish at this moment. Even though she probably wouldn't be very helpful, she wanted to show where she stood. Hao Ran and the others didn't insist. Chu Xuanfeng soon discovered the videos sent by Chu Peihan. He had witnessed Ji Yuning defeat 4 grow-up men, so he wasn't very surprised to find out that she had beaten down those 5 hoodlums, but he was also irritated that someone went to rape Ji Yuning for a bit of money. Luckily, they had failed. They had failed only because Ji Yuning wasn't weak. If Ji Yuning had been a weak girl, she probably would have been ruined already. Chu Xuanfang had good feelings towards Ji Yuning. His younger sister and Ji Yuning were close friends as well. Chu Peihen was willing to send those videos to him, and let him deal with it. It proved that Ji Yuning meant a lot to Chu Peihen. Therefore, Chu Xuanfang had to handle it well. Of course, even if not for Ji Yuning, Chu Xuanfang wouldn't allow his people to damage the Qing gang's reputation either. Such immoral deeds would hugely damage the Qing gang's reputation, so Chu Xuanfang couldn't ignore it. Without delay, Chu Xuanfang asked his men to investigate. He wanted to know whether those hoodlums were from the Qing gang, and who their direct boss was. There were so many people in the Qing gang that Chu Xuanfang didn't know every one of them. He was only familiar with the management and those key figures. If they weren't from the Qing gang and only used the Qing gang's influence to do bad things, he could punish them gently. However, if they were from the Qing gang, they disobeyed the rules and would be punished severely according to the principles of the Qing gang. Chu Xuanfang knew that it wasn't convenient for Chu Peihen to receive calls since she sent those video to him through WeChat. Thus he didn't call her. In the first classroom, everyone was stunned when Chu Peihen, Hao Ran and others suddenly dashed inside. Those who recognized them knew that they must be here to cause Ji Yu Xiaoxiao trouble. And those who didn't know their relationship with Ji Yuning also understood that something terrible was going to happen, but they had no sympathy for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Some even gloated, especially the girls. Qin Zheng had many admirers, but his girlfriend was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Many girls hated Ji Yu Xiaoxiao because of that. Chapter 132. We weren't born yesterday. Seeing that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in trouble now, they couldn't help but gloat. Besides, what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had done was literally unacceptable. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao knew that they were here for her. She was scared. Except for Zhang Tianping and Yu Mixi, she didn't dare to have bad blood with any of the rest. She was trembling in terror, and was eager to escape back to her home, but she couldn't. Chu Peihen was the first one who ran to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, slapping her across her face loudly. Everyone was shocked. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in great pain and annoyed. Although Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid of Chu Peihen, she didn't want to tolerate that. She snapped at Chu Peihen, "Chu Peihen, why did you hit me?" Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's aim was Ji Yuning, not Chu Peihen. Even though Chu Peihen and Ji Yuning were close, she couldn't slap Ji Yu Xiaoxiao for that. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was mad about it. Chu Peihen indeed wasn't Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's aim, but she chose to stand up for Ji Yuning. She did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng, who was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, stayed quiet. He felt greatly disappointed by Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, and he was also terrified of Chu Peihen and her friends. If Chu Peihen was here alone, he probably would say something, but Hao Ran and his bros were here too. If he helped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, he would be involved. Qin Zheng didn't want to be beaten by them. Because you deserve it, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. How dare you hurt Ji Yuning like that? Chu Peihen raised her voice in anger. Hao Ran and other boys stood still, because Chu Peihen alone could handle the situation. Besides, they didn't want to hit a girl. I didn't. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao denied even though no one believed her. She was so stupid to think that as long as she denied, she would be safe. You didn't. We weren't born yesterday. Chu Peihen grabbed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's hair, sneering. Let me go. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao struggled in pain, but the harder she struggled, the greater the pain she was in. Her tears poured out. No way. After that, Chu Peihen slapped her once more with a loud sound. Several slaps followed. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks swelled. She cried because of the pain. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao tried to struggle, but failed. In front of Chu Peihen, who had been practicing kung fu since she had been a young girl, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could only suffer. Qin Zheng felt disappointed in Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, but he also didn't want to see her suffering. He opened his mouth. Chu Peihen, enough. Chu Peihen stopped, but not because of Qin Zheng. She thought it was time to stop for a while, but her hand was still grabbing Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's hair. Because Qin Zheng opened his mouth to stop Chu Peihen, Hao Ran and the boys were annoyed. Chu Peihen shouted at Qin Zheng, do you fucking want to be beaten too? If Ji Yuning had been a weak girl, she would have been ruined already. After that, she could have committed suicide too. If so, Ji Xiaoxiao would be the killer. Qin Zheng was stunned. Indeed, if something bad had ever happened to Ji Yuning, Ji Xiaoxiao would have been the killer. She could have ended up in jail too. If Ji Yuning had been the same weak girl that she had been before, she would have committed suicide. Qin Zheng, if Ji Xiaoxiao had done such an immoral thing to your friends, or your families, would you let her go? Mu Ke said. Don't think that because they have failed Ji Xiaoxiao can get away with it. If Ji Yuning calls the police, Ji Xiaoxiao could end up in jail for years, Hao Ran said. Hearing that, Ji Xiaoxiao's body shook in horror all of a sudden. No, she didn't want to go to jail. No, it was not me. Not me. Once Ji Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, her swollen cheeks pulled. She was in great pain, but insisted that she didn't do it. Jesus, Chu Peihan sneered. Ji Xiaoxiao was so shameless to deny the fact. The bell rang, and it was time for the class, but Chu Peihan and other didn't have time to retreat yet. Wang Chengqi, who was the head teacher of the first classroom, walked in. He saw what was happening right before his eyes. Wang Chengqi recognized Hao Ran and the others the minute he saw them. He knew that something must be wrong. After all, Hao Ran and the boys were notorious for causing trouble all day. What are you doing here? Wang Chengqi criticized them. Hearing Wang Chengqi's voice, all the students in the room sat back in their seats at once, except for Hao Ran and his friends. They glanced at Wang Chengqi airily. Before hearing the answer, Wang Chengqi noticed that Chu Peihan was grabbing Ji Xiaoxiao's hair. The latter's cheeks were red and swollen. Ji Xiaoxiao was weeping and could barely speak a word. Wang Chengqi was upset. Chu Peihan, let her go. Why did you beat her? Chu Peihan loosened her hand, staring at Wang Chengqi. She sneered. Because she deserves it. Please don't rush to blame me. You should check the hottest news on our school forum first. Hearing that, Wang Chengqi knew that it was complicated. He immediately pulled out his phone checking the school forum. He read through the posts and videos. He was shocked by Ji Yuning's extraordinary ability, then was mad at Ji Xiaoxiao's involvement. Although he wasn't sure that Ji Xiaoxiao was behind all of this, he wasn't able to deny it either. However, before solid proof was on the table, he tried his best to curb his anger. He questioned Ji Xiaoxiao, Ji Xiaoxiao, is it true? If so, Ji Xiaoxiao would be too vicious. What had Ji Yuning done to Ji Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Ji Yuning? No, it's not true. Ji Xiaoxiao insisted, but she wasn't skillful enough to hide her real feelings. She panicked so obviously. Wang Chengqi was annoyed as well as disappointed. He had great anticipation for each one of his students in the first classroom. He felt hurt now. Chapter 133, She Deserves It. What Ji Xiaoxiao had done went overboard. It was too influential to ignore. Even though he wanted to help Ji Xiaoxiao, his hands were tied. Not only Ji Yuning, but also the other students in their school were waiting for an explanation. Their school's reputation could also be affected if that thing couldn't be handled properly. Chu Peihan, Ji Xiaoxiao, you two follow me to the academic affairs office. He is an ordinary teacher, couldn't handle it himself. He could only bring them to the academic affairs office, and hand them over to the leader of the academic affairs office. Although it was Ji Xiaoxiao's fault, Chu Peihan was also wrong to beat her. They both needed to go to the academic affairs office. As for Hao Ran and others, they hadn't done anything, so they wouldn't be punished. You all go back to your classrooms now, he said. Hao Ran and others unconsciously glanced at Chu Peihan with worry. Chu Peihan stayed calm. She gave them a knowing glance. She was used to visiting the academic affairs office, and couldn't care less about it. Once Hao Ran and others understood that Chu Peihan would be fine, they went back to their classrooms. Ji Xiaoxiao was reluctant to go to the academic affairs office, but she had to. Ji Xiaoxiao is injured. Please take her to the infirmary first, someone said. Hearing that, Wang Chengqi then realized he should take Chu Peihan and Ji Xiaoxiao to the infirmary firstly. When they had just left the teaching building, they met Ji Yuning by accident. Ji Yuning was surprised to see Chu Peihan and Ji Xiaoxiao, who had red, swollen cheeks, but she soon figured out what had happened. She had no sympathy for Ji Xiaoxiao. She only felt touched because Chu Peihan had done that for her. Ji Yuning was slightly concerned that Chu Peihan would be in trouble. And they had been caught by the head teacher right on time. It seemed that Chu Peihan understood what was on Ji Yuning's mind. She rolled her eyes, like she didn't care about it at all. When Ji Xiaoxiao met Ji Yuning, there was still unkindness in her eyes. Chu Peihan glared at her and Ji Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head. Wang Chengqi was the head teacher of the first classroom. He had also taught Chinese in other classrooms for 2 years. He remembered every student in his classes, including Ji Yuning. When he saw Ji Yuning, he had mixed emotions. Ji Yuning was the victim, but he still didn't know what Ji Yuning had done to Ji Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Ji Yuning. He wasn't willing to jump to the conclusion that Ji Yuning was innocent, while Ji Xiaoxiao was vicious. No one would commit a crime out of the blue. Ji Yuning, follow us to the Academic Affairs Office, Wang Chengqi said. Sure, Ji Yuning answered without hesitation. On the way, Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning kept contacting each other with their eyes. Since Wang Chengqi was here, they couldn't talk. Wang Chengqi called the head teachers of the second classroom and fourth classroom to the Academic Affairs Office. Wang Chengqi told them that Chu Peihan had slapped Ji Xiaoxiao, and something terrible had happened to Ji Yuning. He also told them to read the posts about Ji Yuning on the forum. When Zhang Chuhua read through the posts, she had the same reaction as everyone else. She was first shocked by Ji Yuning's extraordinary ability, then scared by the Qing gang, and annoyed by Ji Xiaoxiao's involvement at the end. She was also curious about what Ji Yuning had done to Ji Xiaoxiao that made her be so cruel to Ji Yuning, but she could only run to the Academic Affairs Office to find the truth. Ji Xiaoxiao's cheeks were still red and swollen. Luckily, she would be fine soon with ointment. Although she was injured, she couldn't leave right away, because she needed to face what she had done. Later, they went to the Academic Affairs Office. The leader of the Academic Affairs Office was a 50-year-old man named Zhu Jian. He was upright to some extent. He would yield to power, and protected himself, but if the power was absent, he would be fair. It was understandable actually. Of course, he wouldn't hurt people on his own initiative either. He was going to adjudicate in this mess. Wang Chengqi arrived at the Academic Affairs Office with Ji Yuning and others. Zhu Jian glanced at Chu Peihan, and Ji Xiaoxiao who had red swollen cheeks. He immediately knew that it must have been Chu Peihan who had slapped Ji Xiaoxiao and had been caught by Wang Chengqi. Zhu Jian was helpless now, because he could do nothing about Chu Peihan. In this school, he was one of the few people who were aware of Chu Peihan's powerful background. She had the gang to support her, which was the reason why she could still stay in the school even after she had been punished countless times. Chu Peihan, couldn't you be quiet for a little while? Zhu Jian criticized, but while still being gentle. Sir, not this time. Ji Xiaoxiao deserves it. Chu Peihan argued with anger. She wasn't afraid of Zhu Jian, but she showed her respect. Zhu Jian was annoyed. Chu Peihan used the same excuse every time she punched other students. He knew Chu Peihan liked to make a big fuss over a minor issue. Wang Chengqi was a little embarrassed. He said, please read those posts and watch the videos on our school forum first. Wang Chengqi didn't know how to explain it himself. It was so humiliating. Thus he directly advised Zhu Jian to read and watch the posts and videos. Zhu Jian knew that there was the hottest news on their school forum, so he immediately checked it. Title: Almighty Goddess Ji beats down 5 men within minutes. Video title: A female student beats down 5 men from the Qing gang. Video title: The man alleges Ji Xiaoxiao is behind this. Video title: A fierce fight outside our school, the leading man betrays. Video. Chapter 134, Who is this goddess Ji? Reading the headlines, Zhu Jian was so mad that he almost couldn't breathe normally. His cold sight fell on Ji Xiaoxiao. Ji Xiaoxiao was trembling in fear. So was Wang Chengqi. Only Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan weren't affected. If what had happened was true, Ji Xiaoxiao would be in big trouble. To figure out what exactly had happened, Zhu Jian clicked the videos open to watch them according to the timeline. He was shocked to see that Ji Yuning, a girl alone, beat down 5 grown-up men. Before Zhu Jian could finish all the videos, the head teachers of the 2nd and 4th classrooms were already there, but they didn't interrupt Zhu Jian. The head teacher of the 2nd classroom was a man in his early 30s. His name was Zhang Yuan. He had no idea about the videos, so didn't know the details. He only knew that Chu Peihan had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. However, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to do with Chu Peihan's hobby of fighting with other students either. Chu Peihan wouldn't change unless she wanted to. Other than the principal and Zhu Jian, Zhang Yuan also knew about Chu Peihan's background in their school. The principal had told Zhang Yuan not to annoy Chu Peihan, and to ignore all her repeated absences from classes. Although Zhang Yuan was unhappy in the beginning, especially because Chu Peihan loved to be late and absent, he got to know her character gradually. Chu Peihan was the kind of student who wouldn't get in fights unless others irritated her. In addition, Chu Peihan was always one of the top 50 in her grade, and one of the top 10 in her class. Therefore, Zhang Yuan didn't have much prejudice towards her, but he still had no idea how to handle such a troublesome student. After Zhang Yuan arrived, he glared at Chu Peihan. The latter shrugged, like she didn't care about it at all. Zhang Chuhua knew some of the details. She looked to Ji Yuning with doubts. Ji Yuning immediately wore an innocent face. Zhang Chuhua basically believed that it wasn't Ji Yuning's fault. While Zhu Jian was watching the video in which Lin Yuao betrayed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, he was more than annoyed. Zhang Yuan also heard the talk from the video. Now, he finally understood what had happened, and rounded his eyes in shock. If it was true, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was such an evil person. Zhang Yuan was aware that Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning were close. Accordingly, Chu Peihan must have beaten Ji Yu Xiaoxiao for Ji Yuning. He was now reluctant to blame Chu Peihan. Although she shouldn't have beaten Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had done was too immoral and illegal even. Zhu Jian hit the table with his hand loudly all of a sudden. Everyone was surprised. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, is what that man said true? Zhu Jian glared at Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, questioning her with seriousness. No, it's not. It's not true. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was horrified now, but still refused to admit it, but she was too young to lie well. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, don't think you'll be fine just by denying it. The man is our witness, Chu Peihan mocked. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao panicked and didn't know what to say. Tell me, why did you do it? Zhu Jian questioned. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head, remaining quiet. Since Ji Yu Xiaoxiao refused to tell the truth, Zhu Jian could only turn to the victim. He asked, who is this goddess Ji Yu? Hearing that, Ji Yuning felt a little embarrassed. She walked ahead. It's me. I'm Ji Yuning from the 4th classroom in the 12th grade. Zhu Jian was astonished to know that. Ji Yuning. Are you the Ji Yuning who is the top one in this monthly test? Ji Yuning was suddenly famous these days. As the leader of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhu Jian had naturally heard of her. However, it wasn't the right time to talk about that now. Zhu Jian then asked, Ji Yuning, do you have a grudge with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao? Like the man said, I've slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxia, but I did it for a reason. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao has humiliated me and my mother continuously. It's an open secret now. All the students in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th classrooms know about it, Ji Yuning explained with honesty. Since Ji Yuning said so, Zhu Jian was likely to believe her. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had humiliated Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning's mother first, so it wasn't a big deal that Ji Yuning had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. However, if Ji Yu Xiaoxiao turned to the Qing gang for help to ruin Ji Yuning just because of that, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was the one to blame. How do you know that the man was telling the truth? Zhu Jian asked Ji Yuning. He wasn't protecting Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, but he wanted to have solid proof. Because the man who betrayed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao is her cousin. If it doesn't prove anything, I can only turn to the police for help, Ji Yuning replied. No. The minute Ji Yu Xiaoxiao heard the words, the police, she got nervous. Now, there was no need to argue any further. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's reaction explained everything. If she hadn't done it, she wouldn't be so terrified to see the police. However, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao still refused to admit, or apologize. She threatened instead, Ji Yuning, if you dare to call the police, my dad will never let you get away with it. Enough. Zhu Jian shouted at her in anger, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, you haven't shown any sign of regret after you've done such a horrible thing. Now you even threaten the victim. How shameless are you? Not only Zhu Jian, but the other 3 teachers also felt greatly disappointed and angry at Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's behavior. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was very academic. She was one of the top 40 in her grade, and was very likely to get into a prestigious school. She could be an honor of her high school, but her character was so terrible. Professor Wang, please call Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's parents and tell them to take her back home. Our school can't allow her to study here any longer, Zhu Jian ordered. He was going to expel Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. No, please, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was considerably anxious. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She wasn't willing to admit what she had done. Yes, sir, Wang Chengqi didn't dare to disobey Zhu Jian's order. He also didn't want to protect a criminal against his principles. Besides, if Ji Yuning called the police, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could end up in jail or have a criminal history. The school's reputation would be affected if she stayed. Ji Yuning, say something for me. Aren't you fine now? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao yelled at Ji Yuning. She still had no intention to apologize. Chapter 135, Force Ji Yu Xiaoxiao to leave City F. Before Ji Yuning said a word, Chu Peihan was mad. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, you're indeed shameless. Ningning is fine only because she isn't weak. If she hadn't successfully beaten down those hoodlums, she would have been ruined. Shut your mouth now, otherwise I'll punch you silent. Chu Peihan threatened Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, but none of the teachers stopped her. Because Chu Peihan was right. If Ji Yuning hadn't successfully beaten down those hoodlums, she would have been ruined already. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had to take the responsibility. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, I didn't call the police and send you to jail. That's the best I can do. You should be thankful that you're from the Ji Yu family. I'll save your face only for the sake of my mother. Besides, your behavior affects our school's reputation badly. It's impossible for you to stay, Ji Yuning said. She believed that she had shown her mercy already. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't retort, although she still refused to face it. Outside, Wang Chengqi called Ji Yu Qingxiang. Ji Yu Qingxiang saw that it was Wang Chengqi's call. He unconsciously thought that Xiaoxiao probably made some mistakes. Hi, Professor Wang, Ji Yu Qingxiang immediately answered the call. Hi, Mr. Ji Yu, the thing is your daughter Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had a conflict with one of our students. She turned to the Qing gang for help to ruin that female student. Although the female student survived, we have decided to expel Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Please come to the school as soon as possible, Wang Chengqi said. Knowing that, Ji Yu Qingxiang was totally struck dumb. It was so unbelievable. He understood that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had been naughty since she had been a little girl, but he never expected that she would do illegal things. She even turned to the Qing gang this time. Ji Yu Qingxiang immediately went to the school. He didn't have time to ask who the student Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had planned to ruin was. After that, except for Wang Chengqi and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, the rest all left. Ji Yuning, I think that it's not enough that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao only leaves the school, Chu Peihan said with disappointment. She didn't care about Zhang Yuan and Zhang Chuhua who were walking ahead of her at all. Don't worry, if she continues to behave like that, she'll ruin herself one day in the future, Ji Yuning said plainly. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Chuhua only turned around and gave them a glance, but didn't say a word. They were right after all. Ji Yuning, who was the victim, didn't get any compensation nor apologies. It was understandable that Chu Peihan felt angry for her. If the victim had been Chu Peihan, the thing wouldn't end so easily. Ji Yuning's words also made sense. If Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's character remained the same, she would ruin herself one day. When Zhang Yuan and Zhang Chuhua turned their heads back, Ji Yuning pulled out her phone. She opened WeChat typing down lines of words. Ji Yuning showed them to Chu Peihan first, then sent them into the WeChat group. Ji Yuning, spread the news that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao turned to gangsters for help to rape a female student to every high school in our city. Force Ji Yu Xiaoxiao to leave City F. However, don't say that the female student is me. Chu Peihan was cheered up a little. It was a piece of cake for them to spread the news. Although Hao Ran and others were in the middle of class, except for Mu K and Yu Mixi, they all played on their phones during the classes. Thus they read the message at once. They were also happy to hear that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was expelled. When Ji Yu Ning was back in her classroom, she noticed that Xiao Feifei was gloating. Ji Yu Ning was confused. She wasn't the one who was in trouble now. Why was Xiao Feifei gloating? Apparently, Ji Yu Ning didn't think the Qing gang would revenge itself on her. In addition, Ji Yu Ning had Chu Peihan to protect her. The Qing gang would certainly not revenge itself on Ji Yu Ning. Before long, Ji Yu Qingxiang arrived at the school. He didn't tell Lin Liwan, but went to the school alone. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Wang Chengqi were waiting for Ji Yu Qingxiang in the academic affairs office. Ji Yu Qingxiang had a quick temper. He was so mad at Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's behavior, so he slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao directly the minute he arrived without asking for the reason. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's red swollen cheeks were hurt once more. It was too painful for her to say a word. She was annoyed that Ji Yu Qingxiang had slapped her, but she didn't dare to fight back, so she blamed Ji Yu Ning for all of this. She thought that it was all Ji Yu Ning's fault. Ji Yu Ning was fine now. Why couldn't she forgive her? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed rotten to the bone. It was her fault, but now she blamed Ji Yu Ning for it. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, how dare you to do that? Ji Yu Qingxiang raised his voice in anger. Compared with the fact that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had planned to ruin a female student, Ji Yu Qingxiang was more annoyed that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had a connection with the Qing gang. He was worried that that connection would affect the Ji Yu family. After that, Ji Yu Qingxiang looked to Zhu Jian. He apologized, "I'm so sorry for what my daughter has done. It's my fault. I failed to teach her well as her parent. I'll take her away right now." The school had made the decision. Ji Yu Qingxiang felt too ashamed to beg Zhu Jian to let Ji Yu Xiaoxiao stay, but he was also curious about the reason why Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to ruin that female student. Thus he asked, "May I know what conflict my daughter has had with that student?" Ji Yu Xiaoxiao has humiliated the student named Ji Yu Ning and her mother, so Ji Yu Ning slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Jian said. Hearing that, Ji Yu Qingxiang wore a displeased face with a mixed emotions. However, he couldn't blame Ji Yu Ning now. He disliked Ji Yu Ning, but he only treated her like she was an outsider. He wanted to maintain a distance away from her, but he never had the thought to hurt them. Ji Yu Qingxiang left with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao later. They didn't even take the books in the classroom with them. On the way, Ji Yu Qingxiang discovered Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks were red and swollen. He felt regretful. Although he had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao in anger just then, he wouldn't allow others to slap his daughter. Chapter 136. The relationship isn't simple. Who caused the injuries on your face? Ji Yu Qingxiang asked in a low voice. Ji Yu Ning's friend, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said. Thinking of Chu Peihan, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in a rage, but she could do nothing about it. It was obvious that Ji Yu Ning's friend had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao for Ji Yu Ning, but why was it Chu Peihan? Ji Yu Qingxiang asked, "What's her background?" It seemed like he planned to fight back for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. I don't know clearly. Her family seems powerful. She is absent from classes and fights all day, but the principal and teachers don't dare to expel her, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao replied. That was the reason that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was scared of Chu Peihan. Ji Yu Qingxiang was speechless. If so, he could do nothing. Ji Yu Qingxiang was the kind of person who yielded to power, and took advantage of the weak. Since the principal and teacher's hands were tied, he himself could only give up. A girl with a powerful background. Her family name was Chu. Ji Yu Qingxiang thought a while, but he failed to think of any powerful family with the family name of Chu in City F. However, he also knew that there were many invisible powerful families in this city. It wasn't strange that he didn't know. Since the principal and teachers didn't know how to deal with Chu Peihan, she must be an important figure. Ji Yu Qing gang could only change the topic. How did you get to know the Qing gang? I don't. It's my cousin Lin Yuao. I told him to teach Ji Yu Ning a lesson, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao replied. She didn't feel guilty at all when she said that. Lin Yuao, haven't I warned you not to keep in touch with him? He'll harm your life sooner or later. Speaking of Lin Yuao, Ji Qingxiang was annoyed. Lin Yuao was merely a hoodlum who fooled around all day. If his family hadn't had many properties, he would have spoiled all the wealth his family had, but it would happen in the near future anyway. Because of Lin Yuao, Ji Qingxiang didn't allow Lin Liwan to contact the Lin family often. He didn't want to be involved in trouble caused by Lin Yuao. All right, you must stay obedient from now on. If it happens again, I won't take care of you. I'll send you to the number 1 or no. 2 high school in City F later. The damage had been done, so Ji Qingxiang didn't want to criticize Ji Xiaoxiao for much longer. Fine, Ji Xiaoxiao answered. Wang Chengqi went back to his class, and told his students that Ji Xiaoxiao had been expelled. No one was surprised to hear that, because what Ji Xiaoxiao had done was even worse than an affray. Qin Zheng had mixed emotions. He felt sorry for Ji Xiaoxiao, but he wasn't very sad. Probably because he didn't like Ji Xiaoxiao that much. He was only interested in her background. Meanwhile, he found himself with a growing affection towards Ji Yuning. It would be better for him if Ji Xiaoxiao left. When Ji Qingxiang brought Ji Xiaoxiao home, Lin Liwan and the old lady were both shocked by her face. They asked whether it was because of Ji Yuning again, but before Ji Xiaoxiao could answer, Lin Liwan swore at Ji Yuning at once, so did the old lady. They believed that only Ji Yuning dared to slap Ji Xiaoxiao till now. Enough. Close your mouth. Ji Qingxiang was displeased again to hear them arguing and swearing. He lost his patience, and criticized, "It's not Ji Yuning. Let Xiaoxiao rest first." "What? It's not Ji Yuning? Then who did it?" Lin Liwan was greatly surprised. Ji Qingxiang told Lin Liwan and the old lady everything. The two stayed quiet after that. They were truly astonished by Ji Xiaoxiao's behavior. After a while, Lin Liwan said, "Nevertheless, Ji Yuning is fine now. Why does Xiaoxiao have to be expelled? She is a senior student, and it's very inappropriate to transfer right now." "Shut your mouth." Xiaoxiao disobeyed the law. If Ji Yuning had called the police, Xiaoxiao would have been put in jail. She's 18 already, Ji Qingxiang criticized. If not so, Ji Qingxiang wouldn't compromise. Hearing that, Lin Liwan immediately shut her mouth. Ji Qingxiang didn't stay in his home for long. He went back to his company without delay. It was 10 a.m. already. Lin Liwan wanted Ji Qingxiang to eat at home before he went back to his company, but Ji Qingxiang rejected. Ji Qingxiang always left early, and came back late. Lin Liwan felt aggrieved in her heart. They had to wait for a long time to have a meal together. Even their sexual life had to wait as well. In the beginning, Lin Liwan had the doubt that Ji Qingxiang had a mistress, so he wasn't sexually active with her. She had investigated him several times, but failed to find any clues. She gave up the idea at the end. When Ji Qingxiang got back to his company, his female secretary immediately brought a cup of tea to his office. She was 25 years old, named Lu Yue. Although she was wearing large glasses, it wasn't hard to notice her beautiful features. Her tight suit skirt accentuated her charming figure. It was completely the allure of uniform. "Chairman Ji Yu, here is your tea." Lu Yue handed the tea to Ji Qingxiang with respect, but she looked at Ji Qingxiang in a different way. Their relationship wasn't simple. Ji Qingxiang also stared at Lu Yue in a special way, especially when his sight fell on her ample bosom. His Adam's apple moved unconsciously. He was sexually excited all of a sudden. Apparently, they were having an affair. Exactly, Lu Yue was Ji Qingxiang's mistress. And she wasn't the first one. Ji Qingxiang was tired of Lin Liwan a long time ago. Although she took good care of herself, she was hardly comparable with young girls. However, no matter how tired he was of Lin Liwan, or how many mistresses he had, he wouldn't divorce her. First was because of their children, and the second was because he was too old to have a scandal. Besides, it was exciting to have an affair. He could also change his mistress as he liked. Lu Yue knew Ji Qingxiang wouldn't divorce and marry her, but that was exactly what she wanted. She was young, and wasn't willing to marry an old man just for money. Ji Qingxiang was almost 50. He was losing his sexual power. If she married him, she could end up in a boring marriage without satisfactory sex. And if she wanted to have a lover behind his back, he would be irritated when he found out. Therefore, she only planned to get as much money as possible from Ji Qingxiang while he was interested in her. If she got bored, she could go find another man. When Ji Qingxiang took the cup of tea from Lu Yue, he deliberately touched her hand and said, "Miss Lu, come have a meal with me tonight." "Sure," Lu Yue answered. She ogled Ji Qingxiang before turning back and walking away. Chapter 137, To send what kind of gift? She certainly knew what the meal was like. It was a private meeting only between them. That afternoon Ji Yuning gathered her friends to have the lunch together. It was An and Yi. And Yi and Hao Ran were friends already and got along very well with each other. "And Yi, I heard your family's company has been bought, but your father is still the chairman," Hao Ran said with care. "Yes, but my father didn't tell me the details. Anyway, Xianxia survived and my father remained in his position. I don't care if my father earns less money. I just want us to live a peaceful life," and Yi said. He didn't care who the owner of Xianxia was now. He felt satisfied with his life. Although he had no idea who the owner was, he was thankful to the person in his heart. And Yi valued family above money, which impressed Ji Yuning. "Well, Ji Yuning, can I join your group? I want to learn kung fu too." And Yi looked to Ji Yuning. He was a little shy, but full of anticipation. "No problem." Ji Yuning didn't refuse, because she had the intention to let An Yi be the successor to An Guangyao's job, so it was necessary to train him earlier. Of course, it all depended on An Yi himself. If he wasn't willing to do so, Ji Yuning wouldn't force him. For An Guangyao's sake, Ji Yuning said yes. Since An Yi was now a part of them, he joined their WeChat group too. Ji Yuning didn't attend the evening class, so their training time was set in the afternoon. After lunch, they went to the woods together. On the way, they coincidentally met those boys who had beaten An Yi the other day. The minute they saw An Yi, Ji Yuning and the others, they turned around, escaping away. Hao Ran and the others couldn't help laughing out loud. Those boys had learned their lesson. "Oh, boss, my uncle's 60th birthday is the day after tomorrow. My cousin Yifan invited you all to come have fun," Qin Zixin said. Yes, it was Qin Yifan who invited them. Qin Zixin wasn't qualified enough to invite people to attend his uncle's birthday. Actually, Qin Yifan wanted to invite them himself to show his sincerity, but he was worried it would be too abrupt, so he let Qin Zixin do it. He couldn't only invite Ji Yuning, which would be embarrassing. Thus he invited all of them. "I don't think that's a good idea," Ji Yuning declined. She wasn't close with Qin Yifan after all, but to be honest, Ji Yuning really wanted to attend the birthday party. The Qin family was the second-tier super-rich family. There would be many celebrities and important businessmen at the birthday party. It was the best place to build her network. In addition, most of the guests went to the party for networking. Although she was young, and probably no one would chat with her, her presence was meaningful. "Don't worry, Hao Ran and Tianping will go too. We've sent invitation letters to Mu Kei and An Yi's family already. And now let me and my older brother invite you 3 girls to come. Just come and have fun with us," Qin Zixin persuaded. "Come on, boss. Come with us. Mixi and Peihen, you both must come too," Hao Ran added. "Ningning, I want to go to the party. Just come along with us." Chu Peihen grasped Ji Yuning's arm. Chu Peihen would never miss a party. As for you Mixi, if Ji Yuning went to the party, she would go with her. "All right, then let's go together," Ji Yuning answered. Nevertheless, she couldn't go with empty hands. What kind of gift should she send? Chu Peihen pulled Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi away using the excuse that they needed to go to the washroom. "What kind of gift should we send?" Chu Peihen asked. She completely had no idea about gifts. Most importantly, the host was an important figure, so the gift had to be special, but they were merely students. They couldn't afford expensive gifts. Ji Yuning knew that Master Qin liked jade. Ordinary jade wasn't suitable to be used as a gift, but she wasn't willing to send him a high-level one. And it wasn't appropriate for her to be so high-profile. She was a student after all. It was very tricky. After a while, Ji Yuning thought of those antiques that she had bought in City G. Since she couldn't send expensive gifts, Shen Wanson's teapot and Wu Guanzhong's painting weren't the options. She then only had the glass with deer heads from the Qianlong period. Thus Ji Yuning decided to send Master Qin the glass. It was worth around 2 million yuan, which was a lot for her as a student. "Oh, I have a suitable gift. We can send it under all our names," Ji Yuning said. She didn't mind sharing the gift with her friends at all. "Please don't do that," Yu Mixi said. "Why not? We're students. It won't be appropriate if we send a gift that is too expensive. Mine is the best choice. It's not very expensive, but rare," Ji Yuning explained. "Tell us, what is it?" Knowing that, Chu Peihen and Yu Mixi were curious. "It's a secret for now," Ji Yuning said. "Please, just tell us." Chu Peihen was impatient with curiosity. Ji Yuning wouldn't tell them no matter how much they asked. Chu Peihen had to give up in the end. The news that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had been expelled went abroad in the afternoon, but no one felt sorry for her. Even Chen Zio, who was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's best friend, denied her close connection with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. When others came to her and asked her whether she had been aware of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's scheme, she denied it. She said that she and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao only seemed close, but they didn't get along well. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao never told her anything private. Chen Zio also claimed that she was disappointed at Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's behavior. Actually, Chen Zio was only disappointed that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had failed. Many students knew that Chen Zio hated Ji Yuning, so they barely believed her words. Besides, most of the students secretly kept a distance away from Chen Zio. They were worried that she would do the same thing as Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Chen Zio knew the reason why she was alienated. She was mad, but she blamed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao for it. Chapter 138. You can turn to me. What had happened to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao made Xiao Feifei feel worried. Luckily Ji Yuning didn't have proof. Otherwise she could be expelled too. However, what she didn't know was that Ji Yuning didn't deal with her only because she wasn't a threat in Ji Yuning's eyes. And the grudges between Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Ji Yuning had existed for a long time. In the afternoon, and Guangyao called Ji Yuning. He told her that the Qin family invited him to attend Master Qin's 60th birthday party. Ji Yuning told him that she would be coming as well. Her schoolmate had invited her. "Oh, Uncle N, what do you plan to send?" Ji Yuning asked. "I just received the invitation letter today, so I don't have an idea yet. Do you have any suggestions?" An, Guangyao replied. It was difficult for everyone to send a gift. The Qin family was a super rich family. It lacked nothing, so the gift couldn't be too ordinary, but it was hard to find rare objects. Besides, it needed to be reasonably rare. If it wasn't rare enough, it failed to show the sender's respect. If it was too rare, it might be seen as overfawning. It was an agonizing decision. Ji Yuning thought for a while before she said, "I have an object. You can take it." "What is it?" And Guangyao asked with curiosity. "It's Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting. The pond and the people," Ji Yuning said. "What? Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting, the pond and the people?" And Guangyao was shocked. And Guangyao had no interest in antiques, or paintings, but he had heard of Wu Guanzhong, who was a famous artist. He had read a piece of news that one of Wu Guanzhong's oil paintings had been sold at the price of 5 million yuan at auction. Although not each of his paintings was expensive, it wouldn't be cheap since it was Wu Guanzhong's. "Boss, I think that's too priceless to be a gift. Other people will think that we want to ride on the Qin family's coattails," and Guangyao said. He didn't think it was a good idea. "It'll be fine. You can explain to others that this was bought accidentally by the real boss of Xianxia at the price of 1,000 yuan. In that case, the gift won't be too rare, or too expensive. At the same time, people will also understand that the real boss of Xianxia isn't an ordinary person," Ji Yuning said. "Accidentally bought it?" And Guangyao asked, "Boss, is it true that you accidentally bought it?" Somehow, and Guangyao believed that Ji Yuning must have accidentally bought the painting. He got excited. "Yes, I accidentally bought it at the antique market in City G last weekend," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, and Guangyao rounded his eyes, then took a long breath in. Jesus, his boss was so unbelievably lucky. However, how could she know that it was real? And Guangyao was growingly interested in Ji Yuning now. She was becoming more and more mysterious in his eyes. Ji Yuning added, "I'll give it to you tomorrow afternoon." "Great," and Guangyao replied. He hung up later. He didn't think that it was inappropriate to take the object from Ji Yuning, because he represented Shengwu Real Estate, while Ji Yuning was the real boss. On the way home, Ji Yuning met Xu Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting when she passed by Zone C that afternoon. They were walking out of Zone C. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning thought of his face of sheer panic. There was a meaningful smile on her lips. Leng Xiaoting was uneasy to meet her. He deliberately turned his head away. "Hey, have you finished your classes?" Xu Jinchen greeted her with friendliness. "Yes, have you eaten?" Ji Yuning asked. "We're going to eat right now." "Oh, we haven't dined together since we met. We're leaving tomorrow, and I have no idea when we'll meet the next time. Why don't you join us today?" "My treat," Xu Jinchen invited. He really wanted to become friends with Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was displeased to see Xu Jinchen being so friendly to Ji Yuning, but he didn't stop him. Probably because he wanted to dine with Ji Yuning too. He didn't even know it himself. "Sure," Ji Yuning answered quickly. She glanced at Leng Xiaoting at the same time. Obviously, Ji Yuning answered for the sake of Leng Xiaoting. Xu Jinchen missed that detail. He was only happy to receive an affirmative answer. "What do you want to have?" he asked. "Seafood," Ji Yuning replied without hesitation. Hearing that, both Xu Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting frowned. Seeing that, Ji Yuning was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Xiaoting is allergic to seafood," Xu Jinchen explained. Ji Yuning was surprised. Leng Xiaoting had an allergy to seafood. Now she understood why. He hadn't eaten anything yesterday. "It's okay. I can have something else," Leng Xiaoting said airily. He was doing this for the good of Ji Yuning. "Well, I don't want to have seafood now," Ji Yuning said. "There is a popular restaurant on the Yui Road. Let's go there." Leng Xiaoting took a glance at Ji Yuning. There was something unknown in his eyes. Ji Yuning smiled at him. His heart lost a beat. Leng Xiaoting immediately moved his sight away from her. Ji Yuning felt like laughing. Leng Xiaoting was so shy and funny. After that, Ji Yuning called and told her mother that she was going to eat with her friends. Ji Yu-man agreed. Ji Yu-man always dined with Ji Yu-qing and her family. She was never alone now. On the way, Xu Jinchen kept talking with Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was displeased. He was eager to separate them, but it was only his thought, he didn't actually do it. "Ji Yuning, you're going to have the National College entrance exam soon. Which university is your aim?" Xu Jinchen asked. "The Capital University." "Wow, you must be very academic." "It's good news though. My family lives in the capital. If you need any help in the future, feel free to turn to me. Although I'm not all-purpose, I'm good at solving problems." May we exchange our numbers?" Xu Jinchen asked. He was nervous to ask that question. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was more displeased. He said unconsciously, "He is busy. You can turn to me." Leng Xiaoting tried to stop Xu Jinchen from getting near Ji Yuning. "What? You're the one who is much busier than us," Xu Jinchen argued. Indeed, compared with the others, Leng Xiaoting was always occupied by work throughout the whole year. He stayed in the army no matter if he had tasks or not. All of a sudden, Xu Jinchen thought of something more important. "Wait a moment. Since when have you become so friendly to others?" Chapter 139, a strict boss. Leng Xiaoting gave Xu Jinchen a cold look. Xu Jinchen shut his mouth at once, but he stared at Leng Xiaoting back. He wasn't wrong after all. Actually, Leng Xiaoting was asking himself the same question too. Since when had he become so friendly to others? However, hadn't he always been kind? His job, and the tasks he had fulfilled were all aimed at punishing evil people as well as bringing peace to this country. Is he always cold? Ji Yuning asked Xu Jinchen, but looked to Leng Xiaoting. Not really. He is active in work, but I've never seen him being proactive to help others with personal affairs. Xu Jinchen was telling the truth. Leng Xiaoting was indeed active in fulfilling his tasks, or dealing with crime, but if someone turned to him for help concerning personal affairs, he would give them the cold shoulder. Oh, in that case, it seems I'm different. Ji Yuning beamed. She gave Leng Xiaoting a meaningful look. He felt nervous, but he had to admit that Ji Yuning was different to him. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. She wasn't clear why she was so happy to hear that, but she just enjoyed it. Exactly. Otherwise I wouldn't think that you two are. Xu Jinchen said. Enough. If you keep talking without an end, I'll let you be busier as of this year. Leng Xiaoting interrupted Xu Jinchen before he could finish. It was an obvious threat. Hearing that, Xu Jinchen shut his mouth again. He wanted to complain, but didn't dare to say a word. Leng Xiaoting was the boss. It was totally up to him whether Xu Jinchen would be busy. From Xu Jinchen's experience, he knew the harder he resisted, the worse the situation would be. Xu Jinchen couldn't argue with Leng Xiaoting. He could only approach Ji Yuning, complaining in a low voice, "Be careful. He's so easily annoyed, and is used to exploiting us." Although Xu Jinchen kept his voice low, Leng Xiaoting still heard him clearly. He was displeased that Xu Jinchen complained about him to Ji Yuning. And the two stood so close now. Leng Xiaoting was dissatisfied. He threatened, "If you want to, I can make your allegation the truth." It was a threat from Xu Jinchen's perspective, but Ji Yuning thought it was an explanation. Xu Jinchen now completely shut his mouth in fear. His boss was a doer, not a talker. He didn't want to challenge Leng Xiaoting at all. Xu Jinchen worked for Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning was slightly surprised. In that case, Xu Jinchen was a military officer too. Seeing as Leng Xiaoting denied Xu Jinchen's complaint, then who was telling the truth? Ji Yuning thought that Xu Jinchen was probably right, because Leng Xiaoting did force him to close his mouth by threatening him, but Ji Yuning stayed quiet. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant, walking into a private room. "Here, help yourself please." Xu Jinchen gave the menu to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning took it without hesitation. She ordered 2 dishes that she liked, then gave the menu back to Xu Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning and Xu Jinchen exchanged their numbers too. Xu Jinchen had said that he was able to deal with many problems. Thus Ji Yuning assumed that he had a powerful background. Ji Yuning wasn't dumb enough to reject such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning thought to herself that she was so lucky in this incarnation to meet so many kind people. She of course had also met many bad people along the way. Leng Xiaoting wasn't willing to see the two being so close, but he didn't stop them. He wasn't in an appropriate position to stop them, and there was no need to do so. They all lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, so they walked back together after the meal. Xu Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting walked Ji Yuning to Zone Ji before they went back home. Ji Yuning sent Leng Xiaoting a message when she was home. Leng Xiaoting stayed awake all night because of it. Ji Yuning, my handsome military officer, please take care of yourself while you're fulfilling your tasks. You're the best. XOXO. Actually, Ji Yuning was just having fun. She found that Leng Xiaoting was very shy and introverted, though he was always cold. Therefore, she felt like flirting with him. Leng Xiaoting knew that Ji Yuning did it on purpose, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking of her. It was around 8 p.m. at that time. In a bedroom, there were endless moans of sexual pleasure, and man and a woman were having fierce sex on a big white bed. The man was Ji Xianxia, while the woman was Lu Yue. Lu Yue was much prettier without the glasses, especially her eyes. She could easily distract a man with her alluring eyes. In fact, she wore a pair of big glass to disguise herself. She didn't want to attract too much attention, especially the suspicion from Lin Liwan, because of her charming appearance. After half an hour of wild love-making, the two finally stopped. Lu Yue cleaned herself up and lay on Ji Xianxia's chest. "Boss, do you feel better now?" Lu Yue knew that Ji Xianxia was in a bad mood, but she didn't know the reason. She wouldn't ask, because she understood when she should stay quiet. That was her way to keep Ji Xianxia being interested in her. "Yeah, much better. Baby, you're the only one who can make me happy." Ji Xianxia kissed Lu Yue deeply. Lu Yue was skillful in bed. Ji Qingxiang was aware Lu Yue had had many lovers, but he didn't care. As long as Lu Yue didn't carry diseases and was able to make him sexually happy, he was satisfied. It was just a game after all. After the sexual excitement, Ji Qingxiang felt tired. It wasn't early, and he should go back home now, in case someone found them. Ji Qingxiang had a short break before taking a bath. He cleaned himself up, and even drank as well as sprayed some wine around his body. He made it seem like he had just left from a social meeting. Those were Ji Qingxiang's usual methods to deceive Lin Liwan. Ji Qingxiang went back home. The minute he walked into his room, he saw Lin Liwan lying on the bed in a red transparent sleeping gown. She made eyes at Ji Qingxiang saying, "My love, how is my dress?" Lin Liwan remained in good shape. Her skin was also in good condition, but her breasts were clearly drooping. She was hardly comparable with the young and sexy Lu Yue. Accordingly, Ji Qingxiang felt nothing when he saw Lin Liwan. Besides, he just got out of another bed. He was weak now, so he only answered perfunctorily then ignored her. Chapter 140, Ji Xiaoxiao transfers to a school in City Ji. Ji Qingxiang went onto the bed, and got ready to sleep. Lin Liwan was upset. "Honey, we haven't made love in a long time. I'm exhausted. Let's do it another day," Ji Qingxiang said. Lin Liwan was annoyed. She raised her voice in anger. "Ji Qingxiang, what do you mean? You've said that every time. You're never active, but you always refuse to make love to me whenever I want. Do you have a mistress behind my back? Did you lose your sexual desire for me?" Lin Liwan, that's insane. Ji Qingxiang was mad too. Even if Lin Liwan hit the point, it was impossible for him to admit it. "I have to work and socialize all day. Why do I do that? I do that for you, and for the family. And you shop, spending my money all day. Have I ever criticized you for that? You failed to teach Xiaoxiao well. Have I blamed you for that? What have you done ever since Xiaoxiao got in trouble? I am the one who needs to go find a school for her. You don't make allowances for me, and even suspect me. Since you don't like our life now, I can quit. Let's all die in hunger." Lin Liwan was stunned, but they hadn't made love even once in a whole week, which was too unacceptable. Lin Liwan had her sexual needs too. Ji Qingxiang, instead, ignored her, falling asleep. Lin Liwan was so mad that she didn't fall asleep until it was very late. The next morning, Ji Qingxiang contacted the principal of the No. 1 high school in City F. He wanted Xiaoxiao to transfer to that school. Although Ji Xiaoxiao's score wasn't high on the list in No. 1 high school, it wasn't bad anyway. If it hadn't been for the fact that No. 1 high school was far away from his home, Ji Qingxiang wouldn't have let Ji Xiaoxiao study in No. 3 high school. Therefore, it shouldn't be hard for Ji Xiaoxiao to transfer, but unfortunately, what Ji Xiaoxiao had done went across the high schools in City F. The principal of No. 1 high school declined Ji Xiaoxiao's request. The No. 2 high school and No. 4 high school did the same thing. Ji Qingxiang was so annoyed that he almost smashed his phone. He didn't expect that the news would spread so fast and so far. Someone did it on purpose to force Ji Xiaoxiao to leave City F. Ji Ning. It had to be Ji Ning. Ji Qingxiang couldn't think of anyone else. Although he didn't believe that Ji Ning was able to do it herself, Ji Ning's friends had the ability to do so. Nevertheless, it was Ji Xiaoxiao's fault after all, so Ji Qingxiang could only bear the result. He also didn't dare to cause Ji Ning any trouble. If Ji Ning called the police, Ji Xiaoxiao would be in a more dangerous situation. In the end, Ji Qingxiang could only call Ji Qinyang. He told Ji Qinyang to find a school for Ji Xiaoxiao in City Ji. Ji Qingxiang didn't tell Ji Qinyang the real reason. He only explained that Ji Xiaoxiao had a conflict with one of her schoolmates. The student was from a powerful family, and Ji Qingxiang was worried about Ji Xiaoxiao's safety, so he decided to let Ji Xiaoxiao transfer to City Ji. It wasn't hard for Ji Xiaoxiao to transfer because of her good score. Most importantly, the school in City Ji didn't know about what Ji Xiaoxiao had done. Jiyu Xiaoxiao herself was fine with the result, but Lin Liwan felt reluctant to do so. However, she had to face the reality that Jiyu Xiaoxiao couldn't study in any of the high schools in City F. Lin Liwan hated Ji Yuning to the death, but she was also worried that Ji Yuning would call the police, so she kept a distance from Ji Yuning for now. Ji Yuning hadn't told Ji Yuman about it. She didn't want to upset her mother. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning sent An Guangyao, Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting, the pond and the people. And Guangyao immediately put it in the safe for security. After that, Ji Yuning went to shop with Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi in the afternoon. Tomorrow was Master Qin's 60th birthday party. They needed to prepare a formal dress for it. Yu Mixi only had 3,000 yuan. She was on a tight budget, but she had made up her mind to spend all of her savings to buy a beautiful dress. I know a formal dress shop, which is suitable for us, Chu Peihan said, once they walked inside the female clothes area. Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi agreed. They followed Chu Peihan to get there. Miss Chu, nice to meet you. Welcome to our shop. A saleswoman walked ahead at once. Ji Yuning glanced around the shop. Her eyes lit up. It was a big shop which consisted of two areas. One was full of luxurious gowns, while there were many relatively elegant dresses in another. Those dresses in the second area were suitable for young girls to wear in a formal situation or in their daily life. How is it? Chu Peihan was proud to see that Ji Yuning was satisfied. Very good, Ji Yuning complimented. Of course, my taste is always good, Chu Peihan said. Come on and have a look. No matter which piece you like, it's on me. No, Yu Mixi refused. She knew Chu Peihan was from a rich family, but she couldn't spend Chu Peihan's money like that. I said yes. We're close friends, Chu Peihan said. Yu Mixi then looked to Ji Yuning. Relax. We don't need to save money for her. Time is limited. Let's hurry up. Ji Yuning didn't think it was inappropriate at all. Since Ji Yuning agreed, Yu Mixi didn't insist any longer. She went to pick one for herself. Yu Mixi noticed a beautiful dress. She took a look at the price tag, and was shocked. It cost several thousand yuan. She wanted to find a cheaper one, but failed. There were even dresses at the price of a few dozen thousand yuan. Yu Mixi was totally struck dumb. Jesus, those dresses were so expensive. Ning, I think the dresses here are too expensive. Yu Mixi walked to Ji Yuning. She was timid. Don't worry, Mixi, I understand that you don't like to spend money like that. You probably will think we're giving out alms, but please don't take it that way. We're friends, and friends share good things, Ji Yuning comforted her. I know, but Yu Mixi didn't hate the rich. She also didn't think that Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan were giving out alms, but she was still self-abased. She was the one who kept receiving good things from her friends without giving back, and she didn't feel comfortable about that. Hey, what you're talking about? Come on and try some. We don't have much time to choose. Chu Peihan walked out from a dressing room. Seeing that Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi were still in discussion, she reminded them to get down to business. Chapter 141, Master Qin's birthday party. Hurry up. Peihan could get mad, Ji Yuning said. Although Yu Mixi was close with Chu Peihan now, she was still afraid of Chu Peihan. She knew Chu Peihan's temper. If she continued to waste time, Chu Peihan would really get mad. In the end, Yu Mixi could only go and pick the dress. Not only did they buy dresses, but they also bought shoes, bags, bracelets and necklaces. Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning spent dozens of thousands of yuan on the clothes and accessories. Yu Mixi didn't want to do so. She only spent 2,000 yuan in the shop. They were merely students, and didn't spend too much on the clothes actually. If they had been those noblewomen, dozens of thousands of yuan wouldn't be enough. Yu Mixi thought that one dress would be enough, but she ended up buying a short fur coat, a pair of shoes, a bag, bracelet and necklace too. She spent a lot in total. She did try to refuse to do so, but didn't say it aloud. The next day, Master Qin Yifan's father, was about to hold his birthday party. Qin Zixin and others gathered together heading to the house of the Qin family after their afternoon classes. There were 8 of them in all. They needed 2 cars, and Qin Zixin as well as Hao Ran were the drivers. However, before they went to the Chin family's house, the girls needed to change, do their hair and wear makeup first. They had contacted a makeup store yesterday, and left their clothes there too. All of them planned to wear light makeup. And there were 3 makeup artists to help them. It took less than an hour for them to finish all of that. The party would begin at 8 p.m., so they still had plenty of time. Meanwhile, Hao Ran and other boys were waiting in the parking lot. Within an hour, Ji Yuning and the other 2 girls walked out. At first glance, no one recognized them. The boys were even discussing their good shapes from a distance away, but when the girls came closer, they finally found out who they were, and were all amazed. Ji Yuning, Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi were beauties themselves, but they always wore a school uniform without any makeup at school. They were pretty, but not stunning. But now, let's begin from Yu Mixi. Yu Mixi wore a slightly fluffy princess dress. It was pink with a round lace neck. She was also wearing a short wide-sleeved pink fur coat, and with the skirt it looked like a set. She had her hair in a bun with a pink bow. Her shoes were a pair of white 5-centimeter high sandals with thick heels. Yu Mixi looked totally different now, and was full of energy. Chu Peihan put on a golden silk dress, dotted with crystal sequins. She was also wearing a short black fur coat. Her hair was in big waves. She looked confident. The 8-centimeter gold high heels made her seem even taller. She was like a noble queen in the palace. Ji Yuning was wearing a retro dress with a Cheongsam-style buckle around her neck. Its sleeves were 3/4 length. The dress was dotted with sparse blue and white patterns. Her fur coat and dress were the same color. Like everyone else, the coat was also short. She loosened her hair with a little decoration at the front. She was in a complete retro style. Ji Yuning had put on the pendant, earrings and bracelets made of Fulusho jade. She behaved like a well-educated noble girl from a powerful family in the ancient times. Her outfit wasn't very noticeable, but no one could ignore her outstanding appearance and air. And once your sight fell on her, it couldn't move away. It was winter, and a little cold outside. The girls were all wearing fur coats to stay warm. What do you think? Seeing the boys were all amazed, Chu Peihan laughed with pride. You look gorgeous. Not only beautiful, but also stunning. Indeed, you all look amazingly pretty after the makeup. The boys complimented. However, Chu Peihan was dissatisfied. She squinted at Hao Ran saying, "What do you mean? Aren't we beautiful without makeup?" Hao Ran immediately realized that he had said something wrong. He explained without delay, "I meant that you all are prettier with the makeup." Very well. Chu Peihan was satisfied this time. All right, let's go now. I don't want to be a monkey in the zoo. Facing the looks from people around them, Ji Yuning felt uncomfortable. I'm not a monkey. I'm a beauty. A beauty, Chu Peihan argued. After that, the group of them went to the Chin family's house. Ningning, I'm nervous. It was the first time Yu Mixi had attended such a significant party. She was very anxious now. Relax. Let's go inside hand in hand, Ji Yuning comforted her. The Chin family house was located in a high-end villa area in the suburb with a large green land. It seemed more like a resort than a villa. It was a 300 square meter detached 3-floor villa with a garden and a swimming pool. The whole area was about 600 or 700 square meters large. The family who could afford such a villa here in City F must be extraordinarily rich. Each villa cost at least a few dozen million yuan. When they arrived at the villa, it was almost 7 p.m. The guests were mainly famous chairmen and important officials. Most of them came with their families. Boss, please wait in the car for a moment. I need to change first before I come out and welcome you, Qin Zixin said. Sure, Ji Yuning replied. In the living room, there was light, beautiful music with glasses of champagne. Everyone was having fun, and the atmosphere was harmonious. There was central heating in the room, so the women all took off their coats wearing just their gowns. They either had the coat in hand, or put it elsewhere. Qin Yifan, who was in a gray suit with a white, Egyptian cotton shirt and light blue tie, looked handsome and stable. He paid a lot of attention to prepare for tonight in the aim of attracting Ji Yuning and winning her heart. Chapter 142. Master Qin's birthday party. Whether he could attract Ji Yuning and win her heart remained unknown, but many girls from rich families in the living room already liked him. Many wanted to chat with Qin Yifan, but he was in a discussion with Li Zhenyu and Li Junjun. Li Zhenyu was also in a suit. People were paying attention to him as well, but with Qin Yifan being there, he seemed less attractive. Li Junjun was wearing a purple long tube dress with a whole set of jewelry made of medium high-level jade of the hibiscus type. However, there were lots of noble girls here today. And many of them were prettier and from richer families than Li Junjun, so she wasn't actually outstanding. If she hadn't been with Qin Yifan, she wouldn't have attracted much attention. Outside, around 20 minutes later, Qin Zixin and the rest of the boys came back. They were all in black casual suits, good-looking, young and energetic. The minute they appeared, many gazes fell on them. Especially those of the young girls, each of them got excited. Qin Zixin and other boys went to the car where the girls had waited. "Boss, why are you taking your backpack?" Chu Peihan noticed that Ji Yuning had her backpack in hand when they got out of the car. "Our gift is inside," Ji Yuning answered. In fact, the glass with deer heads from the Qianlong period was still in her telepathic eye space. There was something else in the backpack. Ji Yuning used it as a cover. Hearing that, Chu Peihan then realized they should send a gift. She totally forgot it. The boys were all surprised too. "Boss, you prepared a gift." Qin Zixin felt a little embarrassed. They invited Ji Yuning only to have fun, and there was no need to prepare a gift, but now, Ji Yuning prepared the gift on her own. "I'm here to attend the birthday party. Of course I should prepare a gift. It's under our 3 girls' names. It isn't very expensive after all." "Relax," Ji Yuning said. She understood Qin Zixin would be embarrassed, so she deliberately explained that it wasn't expensive to comfort him. Since Ji Yuning had already prepared the gift, Qin Zixin could do nothing about it. Thus he didn't say anything further. "We haven't prepared anything." Hao Ran scratched his head. "Exactly. I feel awkward now," Zhang Tianping said. "Should we go back and prepare the gifts first?" Mu Ke asked. "I have the same idea." And Yi added, "Please." Qin Zixin didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. "Well, there is no time for that. The gift can be under all our names. We're merely students. 1 gift is enough," Ji Yuning said. She didn't mind sharing the gift with her friends. In addition, she didn't want to cause a sensation alone. "It's inappropriate. And we didn't pay for it." The boys said. "I'm the boss, and I think it's all right," Ji Yuning said. Now, no one dared to refuse. Ji Yuning handed the backpack to Hao Ran. They walked to the door together. Qin Zixin and Hao Ran stood at the front, followed by Chu Peihan, Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi. Mu Ke, Zhang Tianping and Yi were at the back. Others who didn't know them would probably think that they were bodyguards. Everyone dressed up for this party, so their outfits weren't actually that noticeable, but when a group of them showed up, people around couldn't help paying attention to them. And when their sights fell on Ji Yuning and the girls, their eyes lit up. Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning were gorgeous beauties with elegant air. Yu Mixi was pretty too, but she dressed like a young girl. Men weren't completely visually satisfied to see her. They fixed their eyes more on Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning. When they stepped in the door, the girls took off their coats, leaving them to the boys. The minute they appeared in the living room, more gazes fell on them. Men appreciated the girls, while women were mostly jealous of them. Qin Yifan also noticed Ji Yuning. His heart lost a beat all of a sudden. He soon got his mind back, walking towards them without delay. He even forgot to excuse himself to Li Zhenyu and Li Junjun. Seeing Ji Yuning, Li Junjun was also surprised by her beauty. She was so envious of Ji Yuning, especially when Qin Yifan left her for Ji Yuning. "Junjun, calm down." Although Li Zhenyu was displeased too, he understood it wasn't a good time to annoy Ji Yuning right now. Li Junjun forced herself to calm down. Ji Yuning didn't miss the looks of Li Junjun. She gave her a meaningful smile. Li Junjun immediately turned away. "Welcome." Qin Yifan greeted all of them, but he only looked at Ji Yuning. He was curious to see her reaction when he appeared in her sight. However, to his disappointment, Ji Yuning didn't seem impressed. She called him as usual, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin." "Hi, my cousin Yifan." "Nice to meet you." The others all greeted him. Although Qin Yifan was a little disappointed, he didn't show it. Follow me please. The party hasn't begun yet. They walked to a sofa aside. Most of the guests were walking around, chatting with people and building network. There were very few people sitting. In addition, there weren't enough seats for so many people to sit. Ji Yu Ning. Right at that moment, a female voice sounded. Before seeing the person, Ji Yu Ning already knew who she was from her voice. Ji Yu Ning stopped, looking over. It was exactly An Qian. She was in a light blue deep V-neck gown. The color accentuated her charming white skin. She was wearing a blue diamond necklace, bracelet and a pair of earrings. Her hair was fastened high in a bun. She looked sexy and charming. The man standing next to An Qian was Li Zhengyu. He was also in a light blue suit. His suit matched An Qian's dress on purpose. Li Zhengyu was as handsome as Qin Yifan. Compared with Qin Yifan, Li Zhengyu seemed more mature. He was more attractive to women in reality, but An Qian was beside him. And they were apparently close, so no one dared to interrupt them. Chapter 143, A Male Gold Digger. An Qian, Executive Li, Ji Yu Ning greeted them. Miss Ji Yu. Nice to meet you, Li Zhengyu greeted her. Hi, Executive Li, Miss An. Qin Yifan came over. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin, An Qian and Li Zhengyu said. I was wondering who is so attractive. It's you. An Qian looked at Ji Yu Ning joking. It was our group of people entering together. It's hard to ignore us, Ji Yu Ning said. She was being modest. An Qian smiled. She then noticed a familiar figure behind Ji Yu Ning. She was slightly surprised. Yi, don't you hate these parties? Why are you here today? Cousin Qian, since my close friends are all here, I didn't want to be alone, An Yi answered. Ji Yu Ning was astonished to find out that An Yi and An Qian were cousins. All right, you all have fun. We need to greet our other friends there. An Qian herself wanted to talk with Ji Yu Ning, but Li Zhengyu needed to socialize with his friends. As his female partner, An Qian had to follow him. After that, An Qian and Li Zhengyu left. Qin Yifan guided Ji Yu Ning and others to a sofa. Qin Zixin understood that Qin Yifan would be busy tonight, so he said, Brother, you can go and welcome the other guests. I'll handle it here. Great. You all have fun. I must leave now. Although Qin Yifan wanted to talk with Ji Yu Ning, he was occupied tonight. He told Qin Zixin to take care of them before walking away. Seeing that Qin Yifan was finally alone now, some girls from noble families immediately went to chat with him. Out of politeness, Qin Yifan behaved like a gentleman, even though he disliked them. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you, Qin Zixin asked his friends. Red wine please, Ji Yu Ning said. Me too, Chu Peihan added. Orange juice please, Yu Mixi said. She was still not used to drinking wine. The boys all ordered red wine as well. Some men around them had the intention to chat with the girls, but Qin Zixin and other boys were there too. They behaved like bodyguards, sitting or standing beside the girls. No man dared to come near. And some girls who wanted to chat with the boys all stayed away too. With you all standing here, no one dares to chat with us, Chu Peihan joked. I don't think a man who randomly chats with beautiful girls is a gentleman. Besides, look at their faces. I think we're much more handsome than them. Qin Zixin said. Exactly, we're young and good-looking. Aren't you satisfied with that? Hao Ran added. We're too familiar with each other. I get bored, Chu Peihan said. Qin Zixin and the boys were speechless. Meanwhile, some saw a familiar face. It was Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's family wasn't a rich family, but a powerful one. Thus his family had received an invitation letter too. As for those businessmen who only had dozens of million yuan of wealth, they weren't qualified to get an invitation letter. The guests here were either the super rich, or the authorities. The super rich ones all had hundreds of million yuan of wealth, while the powerful ones were at least in the positions of vice director of a department. Qin Zheng's family name was Qin Tu, but he had nothing to do with Qin Yifan's family. Qin Zheng was a tall handsome boy. He was wearing a formal suit, and looked mature. Many girls found him attractive as well. What is he doing here? Is he a male gold digger here for the super rich girls? Hao Ran asked with curiosity. Ha ha. Hearing that, Ji Yu Ning and others laughed out loud. They knew Hao Ran was joking, but they couldn't deny it. Parents attended such parties to build or strengthen network. And their children were here for the same aim, to have or maintain a close relationship with the second generation of the super rich or the authorities. If anyone could settle a marital alliance, it would be much better. Everyone was here for an aim. Benefit was the most important motivation. Qin Zheng had been with Ji Xiaoxiao because he approved her background. Although Ji Xiaoxiao's family was scarcely comparable with the families in this party tonight, she was the best Qin Zheng could get. And the real super rich girls couldn't care less about Qin Zheng's family. It was fine to become friends with Qin Zheng, but no super rich girl really wanted to marry him. Before long, Qin Zheng also noticed Ji Yuning and others. Especially when he saw Ji Yuning, he was completely stunned by her beauty. He was aware that Ji Yuning and Qin Zixin were friends, which was the reason Ji Yuning was here. He also knew that Ji Yuning was beautiful, but she was stunning tonight after she had dressed up. All of a sudden, Qin Zheng fell in love. He was so regretful that he had broken up with Ji Yuning. In addition, he didn't care about Ji Yuning's background anymore at that moment. He clearly knew that he fell in love with Ji Yuning now. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to come up to talk to her. Chu Peihan approached Ji Yuning gloating over Qin Zheng's misfortune. Look at his gaze on you. He must be greatly regretful. Actually, Chu Peihan never understood why Ji Yuning, who was an excellent girl, had been with Qin Zheng before. Even though it was the truth, Chu Peihan couldn't believe it. Indeed, if the old Ji Yuning had been today's Ji Yuning, she would have been together with Qin Zheng, but today's Ji Yuning was totally different from the old one. Ji Yuning only smiled but didn't say a word. She apparently noticed the regret on Qin Zheng's face, but she didn't care. She had never respected him. A few minutes later, and Guangyao got there too. However, the minute he appeared, an ironic male voice sounded, "Oh. Isn't this chairman and of Xianxia Real Estate? I heard you've sold your company already. And you're still the chairman, oh, the executive chairman to be specific. Congratulations. Congratulations." And Guangyao almost went bankrupt, but the man congratulated him still. The man obviously did it on purpose to make fun of Guangyao. And everyone present knew it. The business world was like the war field. Not many of the businessmen could be real good friends. Therefore, not only the man, but other businessmen were also happy to see that Guangyao was in trouble. Chapter 144. Hao Ran's parents. However, others also disliked the man's behavior. It was Master Qin's birthday party. He shouldn't cause Guangyao trouble right now, and he would only leave a bad impression on the Qin family. The man was named Wu Lianchen, a president of a branch of a giant group in City F. He was the same age as Guangyao. This branch was involved in the real estate industry and had 1 billion yuan in assets. Wu Lianqing, as the president, owned 25% shares of this branch. His net wealth was 200 or 300 million yuan at most. Wu Lianchen was ambitious. He had planned to acquire Xianxia Real Estate as his own private property, but he hadn't been willing to pay a reasonable price for it. Thus Ji Yuning had seized the chance. And Guangyao was annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He replied, "Oh, I almost went bankrupt, but President Wu still congratulated me." "That's interesting. Chairman N, please don't be mad at me. I didn't mean that at all. I congratulated you only because you kept your job as the chairman of Xianxia Real Estate," Wu Lianchen explained. He of course wouldn't admit it. "Well, President Wu, I don't think you need to explain it. You will only make it worse. You congratulated me because I kept my job as the chairman. However, I could keep my job only because I sold my company. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to work as an employee, and the company would still belong to me," and Guangyao said. Wu Lianchen didn't know what to say. He realized that he had been rude. He wanted to make fun of Guangyao, but now he was a joke himself. "Chairman N, if you insist on saying that, I can't do anything about it." Then Wu Lianchen walked away, like he was the victim. And Guangyao let him go. It wasn't appropriate to cause a scene at this party after all. He turned and immediately noticed Ji Yuning and her friends. And Guangyao was amazed by Ji Yuning's outfit. This girl could always surprise you. And Guangyao walked towards them. And Yi greeted him at once. The others did the same thing without delay. In public, and Guangyao had to keep his relationship with Ji Yuning a secret, so he treated her the same way he treated the younger generation. After a while, a couple stepped up to them, but before they came near, the woman opened her mouth. "Ha, there you are. I told you to come with us, but you refused. I thought you're not interested in this party. Unexpectedly, you secretly came here with your friends." Ji Yuning and the others didn't know who they were, and they were puzzled. Right at that moment, Hao Ran replied with obvious dislike, "I didn't want to come with you adults. I want to be with my friends." Hearing that, Ji Yuning and the others immediately realized that this couple was Hao Ran's parents. "Don't you want to see me? Honey, look at him. Our son dislikes us," the woman complained like a child to the man beside her. Ji Yuning and others were struck dumb. Was this Hao Ran's mother? She was so adorable. However, both Hao Ran and his father, Hao Zonglong, rolled their eyes with one accord. Hao Ran said, "Mom, it's a public place. Could you please behave normally?" "What did you say?" Hao Ran's mother suddenly changed her face, like she was irritated. Ji Yuning and others were once again surprised by Hao Ran's mother's quick reaction, but it was much easier to get along with such a delightful person. "Chairman N, please don't mind her." Hao Zonglong ignored Hao Ran and his wife, talking to An Guangyao instead. "Chairman Hao, so nice to meet you." "I don't mind at all," An Guangyao replied. He shook hands with Hao Zonglong. Hao Zonglong ran a business in the hotel and catering industry with 500 million yuan of wealth. His company was ranked just behind Xianxia Real Estate in City F according to the assets. The two families didn't have any conflict in business, so they got along well. In addition, An Guangyao and Hao Zonglong now found out that their sons were close friends already. They naturally became friendlier to each other. "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Hao," Ji Yuning and others greeted them. When Mrs. Hao noticed the three girls, her eyes lit up. "What three beautiful girls you are. Is there any of you who like my son? Are you willing to marry my son?" Everyone didn't know what to say all of a sudden. "Mom," Hao Ran failed to argue back. "All right, let's stop bothering those kids, and go over there to greet other people." Hao Zonglong pulled his wife away at once, in case she would continue to surprise those children. "Oh, wait." Mrs. Hao apparently wanted to say something more, but she was pulled away by her husband. My mom behaves like a child sometimes. Please don't mind her," Hao Ran explained. "It's fine. I think your mother is adorable," Ji Yuning said. "Well, I need to socialize with my friends too. You all have fun," An Guangyao said, then he walked away. Although An Guangyao wasn't the owner of the Xianxia Real Estate now, he was still the chairman with absolute executive right. And his business partners were willing to maintain a good relationship with him as usual. After that, Ji Yuning and her friends went back to eat and drink. "Muke, I haven't seen you parents yet," Hao Ran asked. It was almost 8 p.m., but Hao Ran's parents were absent. "Oh, my father is on a business trip. He isn't available, so he let his secretary come here on behalf of him," Muke said. When there were only a few minutes away from 8 p.m., Qin Yifan's father, Qin Haozheng, arrived. Qin Haozheng was in a black Chinese tunic suit. He was 60, but still strong and tough. There was a woman in her early 50s to the right of Qin Haozheng. She was in a dark red cheongsam. The color of her clothes matched his. This woman was Qin Haozheng's wife, Qin Yifan's mother. To the left of Qin Haozheng stood a woman in her late 30s. She was in a rose-red cheongsam. The woman was Qin Yifan's elder sister, Qin Yiqing. Qin Haozheng and his wife had their only son, Qin Yifan, at a very old age. Thus they had spoiled him ever since he had been a baby, but they were also strict parents when it came to education. Therefore, Qin Yifan hadn't been spoiled rotten, but had grown up to be an outstanding man. Now, Qin Yifan was gradually taking over his family business. The minute that Qin Haozheng appeared, the crowd became quiet. Everyone focused on him. After a short speech, it was the time of sending gifts. The first group naturally was the people from the Qin family. Qin Haozheng's younger brother, Qin Zixin's father, Qin Haoji, was the first one. Qin Haoji was the general secretary in the committee of City F. Ji Yuning didn't know Qin Zixin's father was a powerful official until now. Chapter 145, Birthday Gifts. However, Qin Haoji was an honest official. He hadn't prepared a very expensive gift, but sent his older brother his blessing calligraphy. Qin Haoji was famous for his excellent handwriting in City F, so it was actually a good gift. They were family, and valued sincerity the most. The second one was Qin Haozheng's eldest daughter, Qin Yiqing. Qin Yiqing was a clothing designer, so she designed a Chinese tunic suit for her father. She used the best materials she could afford. Qin Yiqing's husband sent his father-in-law a pair of decorations made of medium high-level jade. They were in the shape of lion heads with qilin patterns, and worth a lot. Because the jade was valuable, Qin Haozheng liked the gift very much. Qin Yifan was the next one. He sent his father a wide jade ring made of the king's green. Although the king's green was only as big as a quail's egg, it was enough for a wide jade ring. Knowing that it was made of the king's green, the crowd erupted into discussion. Qin Haozheng was also stunned. He couldn't believe that it was real. He took the wide jade ring, and checked it. It proved to be the real king's green. Qin Haozheng's face was aglow with happiness. Yifan, where did you get the king's green? Qin Haozheng asked. My friend happened to have a small king's green to sell, so I bought it. I got the carver from Yiqui Jade store to carve it, Qin Yifan explained. Ji Yuning had told him not to tell others that this king's green was from her, because she didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, Qin Yifan didn't say her name. Other than the wide jade ring, Qin Yifan had used the rest of the jade to make a necklace, and kept it himself. Oh, Qin Yifan said, taking out another box, I've prepared a gift for mother too. Really? I can receive a gift as well. What is it, Mrs. Qin was surprised. Have a look yourself, please. Qin Yifan didn't directly tell his mother what it was, but let her open it herself. Qi Yifan's mother had been married to his father for so many years that she was very familiar with different kinds of jade. Do you still want to keep it a secret? His mother wore a smile and opened the gift. There was a pendant with 3 colors in a wing's shape as wide as a thumb, and a pair of round earrings. Seeing that it was jade again, Qin Haozheng immediately took it, having a closer look. After a while, Qin Haozheng's eyes went bright with excitement. This is Fulusho jade. It caused a sensation once more. Qin Yifan was being really generous with his money today. Did you buy this from your friend too? Qin Haozheng asked. Yes, Qin Yifan answered. And Qin Haozheng stopped asking. Then, it was the time for those guests to show their presents. The gifts were naturally all valuable. The price ranged from hundreds of thousands to several million yuan. Only a minority of the guests sent a gift at the price of several million yuan. It wasn't appropriate if the gift was too expensive after all. And there could be a rumor that the sender of the gift wanted to ride on the Qin family's coattails. Everyone knew Qin Haozheng liked jade, but it wasn't easy to get jade of high quality. Besides, the price of good jade was too high. Like the gifts from Qin Yiqing's husband and Qin Yifan, even the cheapest one was worth 7 million yuan. Not only Li Zhenyu and his younger sister, but also their father, Li Shengming, was here in person. Li Shengming and Qin Haozheng were close friends, and Li Shengming couldn't miss his good brother's birthday party. The gift from the Li family was certainly extraordinary. It was a brave troops one made of a medium high-level jade. Because the jade wasn't big, the size of the brave troops was limited, but it was still worth over 10 million yuan. When it was in Guangyao's turn, he took out the pond and the people handed to him by Ji Yuning. Once the landscape painting was shown, the crowd became excited again. Wu Guanzhong was a famous modern artist, so most people had heard of his name. They weren't shocked by the price of this painting, but its value. There were many things without a price tag after all. What? Is it really Wu Guanzhong's landscape painting, the pond and the people? Let me have a look. An old man in his 70s was thrilled. He stood up, walking over at once. This man was the curator of the museum and the head of the Antiques Association, Ji Yu Changzhong. Ji Yu Changzhong wasn't questioning the authenticity of this, the pond and the people, in Guangyao's hands. He merely couldn't wait to see it. Qin Haozheng was also excited, because he had a great interest in antiques and paintings too. And Guangyao knew that Jiyu Changzhong was an important figure, so he gave the painting to him without delay. Qin Haozheng came near immediately, followed by other art lovers. In the beginning, some didn't believe that it was real, because the authentic one was rare, but after a while, Jiyu Changzhong proved it was real. He said, "A few years ago, the snow of Peking was sold at the price of 5 million yuan. This the pond and the people must be more expensive than it." Knowing that, everyone took a long breath. The price of this painting was higher than 5 million yuan. At the same time, everyone believed and Guangyao sent this very valuable gift for a name. He must be fawning on the Qin family. Therefore, many people gave him an unkind look. And Guangyao didn't mind though, but explained, "Master Qin, I assume you must already know that I've sold my company. Actually, this painting is from the real boss of Xianxia Real Estate. My boss coincidentally bought it with only 1,000 yuan in the antique market. Please take it if you like it." "What? 1,000 yuan?" Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. 1,000 yuan to buy a valuable painting at the price of 5 million yuan. It was unbelievable. If it was true, the real boss who had bought Xianxia Real Estate must be an outstanding person. "Ha ha, I of course like it very much." Qin Haozheng laughed. This gift was right up his alley. He didn't even want to disguise his happiness. Although he was curious about who the real boss of Xianxia Real Estate was, he didn't ask the question. Since the real boss wanted to keep it a secret, he didn't bother to find out the answer. The guests continued to show their gifts. Some also sent antiques at the price from hundreds of thousand yuan to several million yuan. Although the price wasn't low, no other gift was more valuable than the pond and the people. Jiyu Changzhong might have taken a look at the other gifts, but he wasn't as excited. Chapter 146. An ugly smile. When the part of sending gifts almost ended, Ji Yuning took her backpack from Mu Ke. She stepped back to where no one noticed her. Ji Yuning opened her backpack, exchanging what was in it with the gift she had prepared. She then returned with the gift in her hands, leaving the backpack with Mu Ke again. Qin Yifan paid attention to Ji Yuning from time to time. He saw Ji Yuning coming back with a wooden box in her hands. It was 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters long. Without a doubt, it was the gift for his father. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning would be here with a present. It wasn't his intention. Once Ji Yuning walked ahead, everyone focused on her. Some were amazed. Some were appreciating her beauty, while some were jealous of her. Ji Yuning ignored them directly. Qin Haozheng didn't know Ji Yuning. He only thought that she must be a well-educated girl from a noble family. "Master Qin, it's so nice to meet you. My name's Ji Yuning, a friend of Qin Yifan and Qin Zixin. It's my honor to be here tonight. Please allow me to represent my group of friends. May your happiness be as immense as the East Sea, and may you live as long as the Zhongyan Mountains." Ji Yuning said. "Very well. Thanks you so much, Miss Ji Yu." Qin Haozheng smiled. Qin Yifan stepped forward to take the box. According to the rules, he needed to announce the name of the gift. The minute Qin Yifan opened the box, seeing the name on the card, he was astonished. He glanced at Ji Yuning and her friends, then slightly raised his voice, "A glass with deer heads from the Qianlong period in the Qing dynasty." "What? Are you sure?" Hearing that, Jiyu Changzhong once again stood up all of a sudden. He immediately approached. Qin Haozheng did the same thing. People who had heard of the glass were all surprised. And those who hadn't heard of it knew that it must be very rare because Jiyu Changzhong was so thrilled. Jiyu Changzhong held the glass in his hands carefully. He checked it for a long time with excitement on his face. Although this glass was cheaper than the pond and the people, it was as valuable as the landscape painting. It was an antique from the Qianlong period after all. And it was even in soft pastels. Qin Zheng didn't believe that Ji Yuning had paid for this glass, because she was too poor to afford it. It must be the others who had bought it. The part of sending gifts ended. The party went on, and everyone enjoyed it. Li Junjun wanted to talk with Qin Yifan to stop him from getting near to Ji Yuning, but she was too late to do that. Qin Yifan was already standing by Ji Yuning. Li Junjun was so mad, but she didn't dare to interrupt them. She was afraid Ji Yuning would tell Qin Yifan what she had done to her. Li Junjun wasn't the most stunning lady in this party, but she was beautiful. Many men tried to chat with her, but Li Junjun only wanted Qin Yifan. She turned them down with the excuse that she didn't feel well. Those men didn't show their displeasure for the sake of Li Junjun's background, but they disdained her behavior in their hearts. Qin Yifan apologized to Ji Yuning. I invite you all to have fun here tonight. I don't expect that you prepared a gift. I'm sorry to let you spend so much money on it. Chu Peihan and others felt a little embarrassed, because they hadn't prepared the gift at all. Ji Yuning actually handled it alone. It's nothing, Ji Yuning said airily. Qin Yifan smiled and dropped the topic. He asked with care instead, do you feel at ease at this party? Yes, Ji Yuning answered. In her previous incarnation, she had attended countless parties. She was totally accustomed to it. That's good to hear, Qin Yifan said. At that time, a young couple walked over. The man was Wei Zhirui, but the woman was unfamiliar to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, it's been a while, Wei Zhirui said to Ji Yuning. Mr. Wei, nice to meet you, Ji Yuning said. She then nodded to the young woman beside him with a kind smile on face. The woman smiled back as greeting. Ji Yuning didn't know their relationship, so she didn't call the woman randomly. Are you used to living in the Fenghua luxury mansion? Wei Zhirui asked. Yes, thank you for asking, Mr. Wei, Ji Yuning replied. It's my pleasure. You were the client introduced to me by my good brother. I of course need to care more about you. Otherwise, my good brother would be displeased, Wei Zhirui said, half joking. Ji Yuning just smiled a little. The couple didn't stay long before they left. Qin Yifan wanted to stay longer by Ji Yuning's side, but as the host, he couldn't spend all his time and energy on only one of his guests. Therefore, he walked away after a short while. As soon as Qin Yifan left, Ji Yuning found out that the jealous looks that had been on her the whole time was finally removed too. It must have been from Li Junjun. Ji Yuning looked over seeing Li Junjun sitting in a corner alone. She took her wine glass, and said something to Chu Peihan and other before walking to Li Junjun. Li Junjun fixed her eyes on Qin Yifan, so she didn't notice that Ji Yuning was coming over. When she realized it, Ji Yuning was right before her. Li Junjun felt anxious, but it was too late to avoid her. Besides, if she avoided her in front of Ji Yuning's face, it would be too clear that she was afraid of Ji Yuning. Although Li Junjun was frightened by Ji Yuning, her pride would never allow her to escape while in Ji Yuning's sight. Miss Li, so nice to meet you, again. Ji Yuning smiled greeting to Li Junjun. The fake smile on her face was quite sarcastic. Oh, nice to meet you again. In the public, Li Junjun had to greet Ji Yuning back, but her smile was even uglier than a crying face. Unfortunately, Miss Li is here with your brother and father tonight, or I would treat Miss Li well, Ji Yuning said in a meaningful way. Would treat her well? Did Ji Yuning want to hurt her? Li Junjun was annoyed, but she had to curb it. Ji Yuning, don't be so mean. Am I being mean? Miss Li, I don't understand. Ji Yuning pretended to be puzzled. Li Junjun was so mad, but didn't dare to tell the truth. Seeing that Li Junjun couldn't do anything but swallow her anger, Ji Yuning was greatly pleased. She stopped pretending, but said it plainly, Li Junjun, I told you that you must bear the consequences of what you've done to me. However, when and where I'll pay you back totally depends on me. I assume you must already know that those hoodlums are still in the hospital right now. Chapter 147, What does Ji Yuning want? And how Ji Yuning would get revenge was also up to her mood. Li Junjun's face turned pale in fear. Her body tightened. The minute Li Zhenyu noticed that Ji Yuning was with Li Junjun, he knew that something must be wrong. He walked to them without delay. Seeing that, Ji Yuning didn't waste her time, but left at once. Junjun, what did she say to you? Watching Li Junjun being scared, Li Zhenyu asked with worry. She said I should bear the consequences of what I've done to her, Li Junjun said. Her voice was trembling. Damn it. Damn that Ji Yuning. What does she want? Li Zhenyu lost his patience. A long time had passed after what Li Junjun had done to Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning hadn't done anything ever since it had happened. Meanwhile, she always threatened Li Junjun that she would get revenge. What did Ji Yuning want? Both Li Junjun and Li Zhenyu didn't tell their father what had happened. They still didn't want their father to find out. The birthday party ended at 10 p.m. Ji Yuning and her friends left. Qin Yifan wanted to drive Ji Yuning home, but he wasn't available now, so he could only let Qin Zixan do it. And Yi went back home with his father. As for the rest, Hao Ran and Qin Zixan would send them home. Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi were in Hao Ran's car, while Zhang Tianping, Mu Kei and Chu Peihan were in Qin Zixan's car. I've noticed you were talking with the girl named Ji Yuning most of your time tonight. Do you like her? Qin Yiqing walked to Qin Yifan's side and asked. Although it was a question, Qin Yiqing already knew that the answer was affirmative. As Qin Yifan's older sister, she knew her younger brother very well. Qin Yifan seldom talked a lot with females. Even with Li Junjun, who he had grown up with, Qin Yifan remained quiet a lot. In addition, Qin Yifan couldn't help glancing at Ji Yuning from time to time, and his gentle attitude towards her explained everything already. Yes, Qin Yifan didn't bother to deny it. He couldn't lie to himself now. Yes, he liked Ji Yuning, but unluckily, in Ji Yuning's eyes, he was only an ordinary friend for now. Qin Yifan had no idea how he should chase Ji Yuning. I've never heard of a super-rich family with the family name of Ji Yu, Qin Yiqing said. It was obvious that she demanded that the girl must be from an equal family. Qin Yifan was upset at once. He said with displeasure, I don't care. Nevertheless, our family cares. We don't demand that you have to marry a woman from a family as rich and powerful as ours, but she can't be a random girl. I think Junjun is an excellent choice. Actually, Qin Yiqing said that not because she liked Li Junjun, but because she knew Li Junjun so well. For now, Li Junjun was the best choice. I only regard Junjun as my younger sister. I won't marry her, all right. Please don't get involved in my personal affairs, Qin Yifan said with impatience. He then ignored Qin Yiqing, turning and heading to his room. Qin Yiqing let him go, but she had an evil idea in her mind. Since Qin Yifan wouldn't listen to her, she could only deal with Ji Yuning now. The Qin family would never allow him to marry an ordinary woman. Li Junjun was hiding not far away from them. She heard their talk clearly. She had sensed Qin Yifan's affection towards Ji Yuning, but it was totally unacceptable to her when she heard it herself. Li Junjun hated Ji Yuning to the death. She wanted Ji Yuning to disappear right away, but now, she couldn't do anything. If Qin Yifan found out about what she had done, their relationship would be ruined. Yu Mixi changed her clothes before she went back home, because she didn't know how to explain it to her father. Ji Yuning didn't have that problem. She went straight home in her gown. Ji Yuman complimented her continuously. When Ji Yuning had just changed her clothing, she received a message from Qin Yifan. He asked her whether she was home or not. Ji Yuning sent a message back, I'm home now. Qin Yifan, great. Actually, Qin Yifan wanted to say more, but didn't know what to begin with. He didn't have the courage to tell Ji Yuning that he liked her yet. Time flew. It was Friday already. Ji Yuning had been living a peaceful life these past few days. Because of what happened to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, both Chen Zio and Xiao Feifei kept a distance away from Ji Yuning. For now, they didn't dare to annoy Ji Yuning, but it didn't mean that they hated Ji Yuning less. In the afternoon on Thursday though, Qin Zheng had come to Ji Yuning. He had wanted to talk to her, but had been refused by Ji Yuning. Zhang Yiming and Fuming Liang didn't understand why Qin Zheng had done that. They asked him whether he liked Ji Yuning for real now. Qin Zheng wasn't sure whether he liked Ji Yuning, but he was sure that he regretted breaking up with her. He probably really liked Ji Yuning now. The only reason why he hesitated was that he hadn't fully accepted Ji Yuning's poor family. However, even though he accepted Ji Yuning's everything now, he knew that Ji Yuning had lost interest in him already. She was more and more indifferent to him. However, he wouldn't give up. Why had Ji Yuning been so normal when they were together? And once they had broken up, she suddenly became so outstanding. The more Qin Zheng couldn't accept the truth, the more he wanted to get Ji Yuning. Early in the morning, Chu Peihan told everyone that her older brother invited them to have a meal together. In fact, Chu Peihan did it on purpose. She wanted Ji Yuning to have a fight with Chu Xuanfang. She was curious to see who the winner would be. Hao Ran and others were all happy to hear that. They were also eager to know if their boss could defeat Chu Peihan's older brother. Chu Peihan had said that her older brother was really good and had trained like a professional. This weekend, Ji Yuning had no plan to go to City Ji because there was nothing she needed to deal with herself. Everything went on smoothly. Zhou Zhenghong told her that the registration and other documents could be done by the next Monday. They had also hired 10 staff members. A male store manager, 5 saleswomen, 1 male after-sales service worker and 1 female office worker, as well as 2 guards who were retired soldiers. They offered a high salary with great benefits, so there were many interviewees. They soon hired enough people with experience. Once the people were employed, the training started. During the training, the employees could get their pay already, thus they all worked hard. The decoration of the shop would be finished after 4 days. And the opening ceremony was on the next Saturday. What they needed to do right now was advertising. They had worked 24/7 to make jewelry. The machines had already produced over 100 pieces of jewelry. It was much slower to make jewelry by hand, so there were only a dozen handmade ones, but each of them was of high quality. Ji Yuning had also told Zhou Zhenghong to advertise the King's Green mainly. They planned to promote the King's Green by reservation. The first come, first served. And the number of clients was limited by the consumption of the jade. Chapter 148. Accident in the V5 bar. However, each client could only reserve 1 piece of jewelry. This King's Green was big enough to make 4 bracelets, 2 wide jade rings, several pendants and several pairs of earrings. If the size of the jewelry was smaller, the amount of it could increase a little bit. Actually, Ji Yuning wasn't very hopeful that there would be many clients to reserve the King's Green. Its price was too high after all. Not many could afford it, or were willing to pay a fortune for it, but it was still a good promotional plan. In the afternoon, Ji Yu Qinyong told Ji Yu Qingxiang that he had settled the school. It was a normal high school, number 2 high school, in City Ji. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could go and register on Monday. Even though Ji Yu Qingxiang was satisfied already. Ji Yu Qinyong asked Ji Yu Qingxiang whether Ji Yu Xiaoxiao would live in the dormitory or outside the school. If she lived outside, she needed to rent a house first. In fact, Ji Yu Qinyong turned to the no. 2 high school on purpose. It was far away from his home, so that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't stay in his place. Ji Yu Qingxiang wasn't in the mood to deal with this mess. Now, he understood his daughter's character, thus he let Ji Yu Qinyong find an apartment for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao near the school. He planned to buy Ji Yu Xiaoxiao a house when she went to university. When the afternoon classes were over, Chu Peihan and her friends took a taxi heading straight to the hotel where Chu Xuanfang had booked a room. It was a 5-star hotel in the downtown. When they arrived there, Chu Xuanfang was waiting for them. Seeing Ji Yuning, Chu Xuanfang was a little uneasy. He wasn't confident enough that he could beat Ji Yuning. It would be super embarrassing if he lost, but he couldn't behave like a coward. Therefore, he wore a calm and relaxed face even though he wasn't confident. "Nice to meet you all. Come on and have a seat," Chu Xuanfang said to them, like he was their older brother next door. No one would believe that such a gentleman was the vice chairman of the Qing gang. Chu Xuanfang's appearance lied. "Nice to meet you too, Brother Chu." Everyone knew that he was Chu Peihan's older brother, so they all called him Brother Chu. After they were all seated, they started to order one by one. When the waiter was gone, Hao Ran said, "Brother Chu, Peihan told us you're going to have a fight with our boss. I assume you must be very good at fighting. I've never seen our boss lose a competition yet." Hearing that, Chu Xuanfang felt cornered. He also knew that Ji Yuning was powerful, and he wasn't sure of himself at all. "I'm not going to have a competition with Ji Yuning, but learn from her," Chu Xuanfang explained. It seemed as if he was being modest, but it was also a great way to save his face if he lost. "Don't flatter me. I could easily beat you down because you all are too weak." "Brother Chu is different," Ji Yuning said. Although she was confident, she couldn't be arrogant. In addition, it was too early to know the result. Hao Ran and others felt awkward when Ji Yuning said they were all too weak, but they weren't mad at Ji Yuning because she told the truth. After that, they chatted for a while longer. When they finished the meal, they went to an empty place with few people around. Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang were about to have a fight. However, just as they walked out of the hotel, Hao Ran received a call from the manager of V5 bars. Some people were causing trouble in the bar. Therefore, they decided to postpone the competition, getting into a car heading to V5 bar instead. The bar was located in downtown too, so it only took them several minutes to get there. In V5 bars, the consumers were all gone. The music was stopped while the lights were on bright. There were two groups of people standing against each other with broken chairs, desks and bottles scattered around. Those who caused trouble in V5 bar were around 20 hoodlums, all with steel sticks in their hands. They couldn't be common consumers. At their opposite side were around 20 normal bar workers too, but they were apparently terrified facing the hoodlums. The manager of V5 bar was a 30-year-old man. Although he was afraid of those hoodlums, he still questioned in anger, "Who are you? Why do you want to damage our bar? You don't need to know who we are. We're merely doing our job for money. Your bar is too popular, so someone wants it to close," the head of those hoodlums said. Hearing that, all the workers of V5 bar were annoyed. This was insane. Why should they close the bar just because it was too popular? The person who hired those hoodlums was so shameless. "What if we don't?" The manager clenched his teeth and said. "Well, then we'll keep coming to cause trouble and a mess. I don't think your bar can continue opening after that," the leading hoodlum said with disdain. "You." The manager was mad. "Aren't you afraid we'll call the police?" "The police? Ha ha, if we were afraid of the police, we would not be here today. Let me tell you something. We're from the Flying Eagle gang. Even the police keep a distance away from us, and we have our people in the police station too," the leading hoodlum said with pride. The Flying Eagle gang was a small gang with 200 people. Although it was hardly comparable with the Qing gang, not many dared to mess with them. Once they heard that those hoodlums were from the Flying Eagle gang, the staff of V5 bar lost their courage. "So, if you don't want to be in bigger trouble, close the bar as soon as possible. Let's go," the leading hoodlum warned before they started walking out. They only damaged stuff in the bar, and had no intention to hurt people. "Do you want to leave? V5 bar isn't some place you can come and go as you like." Right at that moment, a cold male voice sounded outside. Hao Ran and the others walked inside. "How did you get in?" Seeing them stepping towards him, the leading hoodlum was surprised. There were two hoodlums guarding the door outside. How come no one informed him that Hao Ran and others were coming inside? "The two outside are merely waste," Hao Ran said with obvious disdain. The leading hoodlum was displeased, but it was understandable that the two weren't able to stop the group of them. In addition, Hao Ran and others were mostly in school uniform. The leading hoodlum believed that they must be ordinary students, so he raised his voice, "So what? We just come and go as we like." Chapter 149. The Qing gang support superficially. Those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang had an advantage over Hao Ran and his friends. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Hao Ran asked angrily. "What if I don't?" The leading hoodlum replied. "If you don't, then we can only use violence," Ji Yuning said. She knew those hoodlums wouldn't say anything unless they felt threatened. However, if they beat them down to the ground, they would probably tell them everything. Ji Yuning looked to Chu Xuanfang saying with great interest, "Brother Chu, why don't we have the competition here? There are around 20 hoodlums before us. The one who can beat down the most is the winner." Chu Xuanfang's face remained calm, but he was reluctant to do that. He knew that he would lose even before the competition began. However, it would be more shameful if he gave up right now, so he answered, "Sure. But boss, there are so many of them, and they all have steel sticks in their hands." Hao Ran tried to stop Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning was better than him and the other boys, the situation was different now. There were too many hoodlums with steel sticks. Indeed, boss, Qin Zixin and the others were also worried. It'll be fine. I think it's much more exciting to grab the steel sticks from them by hand, isn't it? Ji Yuning said. She seemed very excited, and not nervous or terrified at all. After that, she warned her friends in an undeniable tone, you all must stay here. Do not get involved, understand? Hao Ran and the others couldn't change her mind, but said yes. They chose to believe in Ji Yuning. Since she said that it would be fine, she was confident that she would win. How dare you say that? Let us teach you a lesson. Beat them. The leading hoodlum was greatly displeased by Ji Yuning's words. He raised his steel stick attacking straight at Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang. Meanwhile, both Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang ran ahead. It was a fierce fight. Although there were many of those hoodlums with steel sticks, they weren't skillful at fighting. They could easily defeat an ordinary person, but could do nothing before Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang. Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang hit them in a quick, heavy, accurate and violent way. Those hoodlums were in great pain after their punches, and soon lost their ability to fight. Some were kicked off, and some got broken bones, but Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang stayed safe and sound. Those hoodlums panicked now. They didn't expect that the man and the woman in front of them were so powerful. Hao Ran and the rest were all astonished by the scene. They felt like they were in an action film. No, even an action film couldn't be this exciting. They were fighting against each other for real, while scenes in the movie weren't real. Ji Yuning was obviously moving faster than Chu Xuanfang. After several minutes, the fierce fight ended. Ji Yuning had beaten down 11 in all, while Chu Xuanfang had only beaten down 9. Ji Yuning won. Actually, Ji Yuning didn't want Chu Xuanfang to be embarrassed, so she hadn't used her full force. Otherwise, the gap could be bigger. I lost, Chu Xuanfang admitted it without hesitation. Chu Xuanfang of course understood that Ji Yuning helped him save face. She had injured several hoodlums, then left them to Chu Xuanfang on purpose. Chu Xuanfang now thought more highly of Ji Yuning. Wow, you two are so amazing. Exactly. It's so exciting. Hao Ran and the rest all shouted in excitement. They admired Ji Yuning and Chu Xuanfang more than ever now, and the staff of V5 Bar were also looking at them with admiration. Chu Xuanfang was the god, while Ji Yuning was the goddess in their eyes. All right, let's get down to the business first, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, everyone then realized that there was still something important to deal with. Those hoodlums were all moaning in pain on the ground. The staff of V5 Bar were eager to kick them a few more times. Now, can you tell us who sent you here? Ji Yuning stared at the leading hoodlum. The man unconsciously huddled in horror, but he didn't compromise right away. He threatened instead, "We're from the Flying Eagle gang. Aren't you afraid we'll revenge ourselves on you?" Hao Ran and several boys hesitated. Although they were from either powerful or rich families, they weren't willing to have bad blood with the gang. However, Ji Yuning, Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihan didn't care about that at all. Flying Eagle gang. Oh, isn't it just a small gang with only 200 people? This place has the Qing gang's support, Chu Xuanfang said. Since he said so, he decided to protect this V5 bars. However, those who didn't know his identity were all astonished. Since when had the Qing gang supported V5 bars? They soon realized that Chu Xuanfang must be threatening those hoodlums with the Qing gang's name, but was it appropriate that he used the Qing gang's name casually? What if the Qing gang was irritated? Some felt worried, but no one said it aloud. From Ji Yuning's perspective, Chu Xuanfang wouldn't use the Qing gang's name for no reason. It wouldn't do any good for V5 bars. Thus she believed that Chu Xuanfang must know someone in the Qing gang. Only Chu Peihan knew the real reason. What? Those hoodlums immediately changed, their faces trembling in shock, but they still doubted it. Are you sure? Do you think anybody can just use the Qing gang's name? Chu Xuanfang asked coldly. Right now, those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang believed that it was true. No one dared to use the Qing gang's name randomly. If the Qing gang found out, the person would be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Accordingly, the leading hoodlum had to compromise. Fine, I'll say it. It's the boss of the nearby Charm Bar who sent us here. Because ever since V5 Bar opened, the foot traffic of the Charm Bar has greatly reduced. Only less than half of the previous customers are willing to walk inside the charm bar. Hearing that, Hao Ran, Qin Zixin, Zhang Tianping and the staff of V5 Bar were all mad. Hao Ran, what should we do next? Qin Zixin asked. Boss, what do you think? Hao Ran asked Ji Yuning instead. Ji Yuning didn't answer his question right away. She turned to looking at the leading hoodlum and asked, are you sure it's the boss of the charm bar who sent you here? If you've lied to me, you'll pay for it. Ji Yuning wanted to make sure the leading hoodlum was telling the truth, instead of fooling them. Although it was highly possible that the charm bar did it, there were many other bars around this area. It could be another bar that deliberately used the charm bar's name. Chapter 150, The Truth, It's True. It is the boss of the charm bar who sent us here. The leading hoodlum seemed serious. He didn't dare to lie to them. Do you have the boss's number? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, he answered. Give it to me, Ji Yuning said. Sure. The hoodlum didn't hesitate. Despite the painful injuries around his body, he struggled to take out his phone telling Ji Yuning the number. Ji Yuning, instead, directly used the hoodlum's phone to call. The phone hadn't even rung 3 times when the other side picked it up. Either the phone lay by his hands, or the person must have been waiting for this call. Ji Yuning thought that the person was certainly waiting for this call, because before Ji Yuning could say a word, the person asked with eagerness, how is it going? Are the people in V5 Bar scared? The man told Ji Yuning the truth himself. There was a light smile on Ji Yuning's lips. She spoke to the man in a threatening way, Mr. Wang, do you want to settle the compensation here in V5 Bars, or should I go and smash everything in your bar too? Hearing that, the Mr. Wang was shocked. He knew that he did something wrong. He himself revealed the fact that he had sent those hoodlums to the V5 Bars. And now those hoodlums were in Ji Yuning's hands. It was a little unacceptable for Mr. Wang. He had hired 20 people from the Flying Eagle gang. How could they lose? Was it because the people in V5 Bar were too powerful? However, he had investigated it before. The owners of the V5 Bar were merely 3 high school students, and knew nobody in the gangs. However, no matter what, he wouldn't admit it of course. Thus he tried his best to calm down, and said airily, who are you? What did you say? I don't understand. Ji Yuning sneered, Mr. Wang, I know you understand, so stop acting. What you've said at the beginning already told me the truth. So, please never try to challenge our patience. We aren't good-tempered at all. Besides, your men are here in our hands. Do you really think the Flying Eagle gang is able to deal with us? You, Mr. Wang didn't know what to say, but he was displeased at being threatened. Meanwhile, he was slightly terrified. They weren't afraid of the Flying Eagle gang, which meant they couldn't be simple. But Mr. Wang, whose full name was Wang Dacheng, had a powerful background, so he didn't yield right away. He threatened instead, so what? My uncle is the head of the office in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. If you dare to damage my charm bar, I'll let him officially close yours. Oh, the head of the office in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Is he even more powerful than the director? Ji Yuning sneered with disdain. Who are you? Wang Dacheng immediately misunderstood, thinking Ji Yuning had a relationship with the director. He was on alert now. Actually, Ji Yuning did it on purpose. I told you. I'm from the V5 Bars, Ji Yuning said. Wang Dacheng clenched his teeth. He made a bad decision this time. What do you want? Wang Dacheng asked in anger. I told you. Either you pay the compensation or we'll ruin your bar. It's up to you, Ji Yuning said. She put it so airily, like it was an easy choice. Fine, I'll pay the compensation. I'll be there within 10 minutes, Wang Dacheng replied before he hung up heavily. He was so mad that he smashed his cell phone on the floor. The bar manager beside him was astonished. Boss, what's wrong? The plan failed. Those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang were caught on sight. A girl used Chen Laoer's phone to call me. She threatened me to compensate, otherwise they will damage our bar. They aren't afraid of the Flying Eagle gang at all, nor my uncle. I think they must have a powerful support, Wang Dacheng said in anger. Chen Laoer was the leading hoodlum. He was kind of an important figure in the Flying Eagle gang. What? Hearing that, the manager was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that the people in V5 bar were so powerful. What should we do now? We have no choice but to compensate. I don't want them to ruin my bar. The bar is hardly afloat now. If they damage it, I would have to close the bar. Although Wang Dacheng was reluctant to do it, he had no choice. The compensation was probably merely around a few 100,000 yuan. He could afford it. Later, Wang Dacheng and his several men walked towards the V5 bars. Hao Ran had already arranged for his people to be outside of the V5 bars, in case normal customers accidentally got in. Wang Dacheng and his men arrived before long. In the V5 bars, everything was kept in the same mess. Ji Yuning didn't allow them to clean it up. It was the on-site evidence after all. And those hoodlums from the Flying Eagle gang were all squatted at the corner. None of them dared to move. Ji Yuning and the others faced the door standing in a line, waiting for Wang Dacheng. The minute Wang Dacheng walked inside, a group of students in school uniform came into his sight. Although he already knew that the owners of the V5 bar were 3 high school students, it was hard for him to accept it when he saw it with his own eyes. He even thought that he must be in the wrong place. Then, Wang Dacheng noticed that the hall was in a mess and Chen Lauer as well as his men were all squatting in the corner with injuries. Wang Dacheng was slightly afraid that he would be beaten like that. Who is the boss? Wang Dacheng asked. He knew that the boss was a student, but he didn't know which one was the boss. It's me. Hao Ran stood out. How much should I compensate? Wang Dacheng asked. This time, Ji Yuning walked ahead and said, we've done the math. There are 72 smashed pieces of furniture to sit on. 10 of them are booths. Each booth is 2,000 yuan, so it's 20,000 yuan in all. 10 of them are sofas. Each sofa is 4,000 yuan, then it is 40,000 yuan in all. 20 of them are chairs, and each is 800 yuan. That is 16,000 yuan in all. Besides, there are 32 broken stools. Each is 200 yuan, and 6,400 yuan in all. The bar counter costs 30,000 yuan. The stage is 10,000 yuan, and the whole set of the music equipment cost 100,000 yuan. We naturally have to redecorate the bar after it has been damaged so badly. It takes a week at least. According to our previous renovation fee, we need 50,000 yuan. Our turnover in a week is between 400,000 and 600,000 yuan. Take the middle number, and that's 500,000 yuan. Oh, there should be a mental loss for our employees as well. 10,000 yuan per person, and we have 23 workers here. That's 230,000 yuan in total. And the reputation loss of our V5 bar cost 500,000 yuan. All in all, the amount you need to compensate is 1,502,400 yuan. Let's exclude the fraction of the price, that will be 1.5 million yuan. Do you want to pay it with cash or credit card? Chapter 151, Pay the Compensation. Wang Dacheng looked completely stunned. He thought 400,000 yuan would be enough, but Ji Yuning asked for 1.5 million yuan. He didn't expect that the V5 bar was so profitable per week. Its weekly turnover was several times higher than his charm bar. Wang Dacheng's jealousy was burning. As for the compensation for the equipment and the loss during redecoration, Wang Dacheng persuaded himself to accept it, but he was utterly unwilling to pay the mental loss of the employees and the reputation lost by the V5 bars. It was a robbery. Wang Dacheng argued in anger, "Are you trying to rob me? I'll only accept the compensation excluding the mental loss of the employees and the reputation lost by the V5 bars." Even then, he still needed to pay 770,000 yuan, which was a much higher price than his prediction, but now he had to bear the results. "I don't care whether it's acceptable to you. You have to accept it, or you won't be able to leave here safely," Ji Yuning threatened. She was cruel to her opponents. "You." Wang Dacheng was shocked. "Wang Dacheng, you better pay the compensation as soon as possible. This V5 bar has the Qing gang's support. You can't bear the consequences of failure," Chen Lauer interrupted. He did that not because he was kind, but because he was in great pain now. He himself wanted to leave for the hospital as soon as possible. "What?" Wang Dacheng almost fainted. "The Qing gang. V5 bar had the Qing gang's support. How was it possible? He didn't want to believe it, but Chen Lauer told him in person he had to believe it. Wang Dacheng stopped struggling, and paid the compensation in the end. It cost him a fortune this time. He didn't bring that much cash with him, and chose to transfer it. Hao Ran signed a contract with him too, in case he would regret someday in the future. Although they weren't afraid of Wang Dacheng, they didn't want more trouble. After that, Wang Dacheng and Chen Lauer along with the other hoodlums left without delay. And each of the employees got 10,000 yuan for mental loss. The financial worker would transfer the money into their bank cards tomorrow. Then, the V5 bar needed redecorating. All the employees naturally didn't need to work. In addition, they were all on paid leave. The bar manager and the financial worker would be in charge of the redecoration. Afterwards, Hao Ran invited Ji Yuning and the others to have night snacks to thank them for their help. However, before they left, Hao Ran wanted to figure out one thing. He approached Chu Xuanfeng asking, "Brother Chu, you just used the Qing gang's name to threaten the Flying Eagle gang. Will it be fine?" "It'll be fine. The head of the City F branch of the Qing gang and I are friends. They'll help me take care of V5 bars," Chu Xuanfeng said. To protect his real identity, he didn't tell Hao Ran that he was the leader of the Zoop group in the Qing gang. He didn't want Ji Yuning and the others to stay away from Chu Peihan because of his position in the Qing gang. It wasn't easy for Chu Peihan to have close friends. However, to Chu Xuanfeng's surprise, "What? Brother Chu, you know the head of the City F branch of the Qing gang? That's awesome." Hao Ran was amazed by the news. He looked at Chu Xuanfeng with obvious admiration. Qin Zixin, Zhang Tianping and Mu Ke all had the same reaction. "Jesus. It's so cool. You know the branch head. He must be a powerful figure. I'm so excited now," Qin Zixin said. Me too, Zhang Tianping added. "Why are you so excited? You don't know the branch head at all." "Well, to be honest, I'm also thrilled. Although we don't know the branch head, we are friends with Brother Chu." "Right." Mu Ke turned to Chu Xuanfeng. Since when had they become friends? This was the first time they had even met each other. They weren't familiar with one another yet. Those boys simply wanted to have a connection with the Qing gang. "Brother Chu, please support us from now on," Hao Ran said. Chu Xuanfeng rounded his eyes in shock. Those teenagers were nothing like he had imagined, but he also felt relieved to see them being willing to accept it. Chu Peihan had the same thought. The leader of the Zoop group was standing right before their eyes now. A branch head was actually nobody. Still, both Chu Peihan and Chu Xuanfeng had no intention to tell them about their background. In the boys' eyes, the Qing gang was terrifying indeed, but it was super exciting if they knew someone important in the Qing gang. They weren't obedient kids, but they obeyed the laws. Although the Qing gang was a mysterious gang, they knew it wasn't evil. Therefore, they were scared of it, but also attracted by it. However, Yi and Yu Mixi had a different attitude. They were afraid of the Qing gang too, but they didn't think that it was attractive. They didn't hate it at the most. As for Ji Yuning, she actually wasn't excited, but it would be good news if she could have a good relationship with the Qing gang. "What? Are you going to betray me?" Ji Yuning asked airily, seeing them being so excited. They were all struck silent at once. After a while, they immediately changed their tone. "Of course not, you're always our boss. Indeed, please don't be mad at us, boss." Yeah, they all said with sincerity. "All right, I'm just joking." Ji Yuning laughed. She walked out first, followed by the others. They planned to drink, so nobody drove the car. They took a taxi to a seafood restaurant, and ordered a big private room. Hao Ran had gotten a huge amount of compensation, so they ordered many great dishes without thinking of the price. Even then, the meal only cost them several thousand yuan. During the night snacks, Chu Xuanfeng received a call from Situyi. Situyi asked where he was now. Without further thinking, Chu Xuanfeng told his boss that he was having night snacks with his younger sister and her friends. He also told Situyi the location of the restaurant. Chapter 152. Meet Situyi unexpectedly. Situyi had just arrived at the City F. He would be at the restaurant in 20 minutes, which shocked Chu Xuanfeng. However, before Chu Xuanfang could say another word, Satuyi hung up. Chu Xuanfang was struck dumb for a long while. The others around the table noticed Chu Xuanfang's astonished face. They all turned to him with a puzzled look on their faces. What happened? Chu Peihan asked her older brother with care. Her older brother usually kept calm. Even if something bad happened, he could remain calm. Hearing Chu Peihan's voice, Chu Xuanfang finally got his mind back. He realized he lost his manners just then, so he wore an embarrassed smile explaining, I have a friend who will be here soon. Would you mind? Although Chu Xuanfang wasn't sure that Satuyi would come to this private room, he felt that it was better to tell them. Of course not, the others said. Peihan, come here. I have something to tell you. Chu Xuanfang pulled Chu Peihan aside. The rest were curious, but they didn't ask. What is it? Chu Peihan was confused. Chu Xuanfang said by Chu Peihan's ear, our boss Satu will be here soon. I don't know whether he'll come to this private room or not, but I think you should know. If he comes, behave normally. What? Boss Satu is coming. Chu Peihan was greatly scared, like the ghost was coming. In fact, no one in this world scared Chu Peihan more than Satuyi. Satuyi treated her quite well. He cared about her life, and sent her a birthday gift on her birthday as well as a red envelope at the new year, but she couldn't stand his powerful air. Why does he want to come here? Why doesn't he let you go to him? Chu Peihan didn't understand why Satuyi, the boss of the Qing gang, had to come find Chu Xuanfang in person. It wasn't his usual style at all. Chu Peihan didn't know why Satuyi was coming here. Why didn't he let Chu Xuanfang go to him? Chu Xuanfang also had no idea that Satuyi was interested in Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was his aim actually. Yes, Satuyi came here for Ji Yuning. In fact, he had planned to meet Ji Yuning in City G. He had even checked the flights from City F to City G today to see whether Ji Yuning was going to City G. She wasn't. Therefore, Satuyi could only fly to City F himself. He wasn't sure that Ji Yuning was among Chu Peihan's friends, but he wanted to find out for himself. It was the first time Satuyi had been so interested in a woman. Well, Ji Yuning wasn't a woman yet. She was only a teenage girl. Satuyi always followed his heart when acting. Since he now had an interest in Ji Yuning, he decided to get to know her thoroughly. Although he was the boss of the Qing gang, he could still live an ordinary life. Accordingly, it was obvious that he went to see Ji Yuning in person. 20 minutes later, Satuyi arrived. He called Chu Xuanfang to welcome him at the roadside. Chu Xuanfang immediately ran outside. The minute he got outside, he saw Satuyi standing by the road, followed by two important figures in the Qing gang. Boss, do you have something urgent to deal with? Chu Xuanfang asked. Nothing. I'm just hungry. Satuyi ordered, you two wait in the car. Xuanfang, lead the way. The two important figures of the Qing gang stayed in the car. Boss, are we going to where Peihan is? Chu Xuanfang asked with uncertainty. He didn't believe Satuyi as the boss of the Qing gang would dine with a bunch of high school students. It wasn't his style at all. Anything wrong with that? Satuyi asked coldly, like he was threatening him. Chu Xuanfang denied without hesitation, of course not. Please, this way. Chu Xuanfang didn't dare to say it even if he thought that it was inappropriate. But boss, they don't know I'm part of the Qing gang, so. Chu Xuanfang said. However, before he could finish, Satuyi interrupted, I understand. The door wasn't close. Chu Xuanfang guided Satuyi, walking straight in. Satuyi was dressed entirely in black. He had beautiful features with distinct lines of his face. He came in with an air of the king. Everyone was amazed when he appeared. Especially those boys, they all thought the man was handsome and cool. However, Ji Yuning could sense that the man wasn't simple, he had an air of a killer. He must be a man of power. If Ji Yuning guessed correctly, the man ought to have a close relationship with the Qing gang and was in a high position. He was probably the boss of the Qing gang that Chu Xuanfang had mentioned. However, Ji Yuning was only guessing. She wasn't confident that she was right. At the same time, Satuyi's sight fell on Ji Yuning the minute he walked in, but he stayed expressionless, so Ji Yuning didn't feel anything different. This is my friend. His family name is Satu. You can call him Brother Satu, Chu Xuanfeng introduced him to them. Hearing that, everyone call him Brother Satu. Chu Xuanfeng had already prepared a chair for Satu Yi between him and Chu Peihan. Chu Xuanfeng invited Satu Yi to be seated before introducing the teenagers around the table to him. Although there was no need for Satu Yi, the boss of the Qing gang, to know them, it was socially polite to do the introduction since for now Satu Yi was only Chu Xuanfeng's friend. First of all, Chu Xuanfeng introduced from his left side. Hao Ran, Qin Zixin, Zhang Tianping, and Yi, Mu Ke, Yu Mixi and Ji Yu Ning. However, when he introduced Ji Yu Ning, Satu Yi opened his mouth. "I've saw you once outside of the Wangdang Hotel in City Ji." Hearing that, Ji Yu Ning was surprised, but she soon realized what was going on. He must have been with Chu Xuanfeng. "Well, we were together at that time," Chu Xuanfeng explained. Ji Yu Ning nodded without saying anything. The rest all knew that Ji Yu Ning had been to City Ji, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with Satu Yi's words. "I think you're quite good. Are you interested to have a try with me?" Satu Yi asked. "Sure," Ji Yu Ning answered with alacrity. Ji Yu Ning knew that this man was much better than Chu Xuanfeng. And she enjoyed competing with the strong ones. Only challenges kept her progressing. Chapter 153, Don't Be So Mean. Is there going to be another fight? I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen my boss lose a single competition yet. Hao Ran was excited. Indeed. Qin Zixin and the others agreed. What do you mean? Do you all want to see me fail? Ji Yu Ning squinted. There was a hint of danger in her eyes. Hearing that, Hao Ran and others immediately realized that they had said something wrong. They denied at once, "Of course not. We simply want to know how excellent you can be. Yes, we never want you to lose." Too late for that, Ji Yu Ning didn't believe them. She said seriously, "All of you, download an app to record how far you've run when you're home today. We'll get together at 8 a.m. at Yuntai Mountain tomorrow morning. We're going to climb the mountain. Except for An Yi, Mixi and Peihan, the rest must finish 10 kilometers ahead of time. If anyone can't fulfill this task, the punishment will be worse than only 10 kilometers. Hearing that, Hao Ran and the boys changed their expressions, groaning. "No, boss, please don't be so mean," Hao Ran said. "Boss, I know you're not a mean boss, right?" Qin Zixin flattered. "Boss, can I ask for a leave?" Mu Ke wore an upset face. "Boss, can I run 6 kilometers only?" Zhang Tianping bargained. "Anyone who complains can run 2 kilometers more," Ji Yuning threatened. The 4 boys immediately shut their mouths. No matter how upset they were in their hearts now, they didn't dare to argue anymore. The only thing they could do now was eat. Ji Yuning actually wasn't being mean. She didn't attend the evening class these days, and spent less time on training them. Therefore, she wanted to seize every opportunity to train them. She would be increasingly busy in the future. "I think it's a good idea to climb the mountain. Please allow me to join you. And why don't we have the fight on the Yuntai Mountain?" Satu Yi said. Chu Xuanfeng and Chu Peihan were greatly shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. What? Satu Yi was going to Yuntai Mountain along with them. He, a grown-up man, was going to climb a mountain with a bunch of high school students. It was so unbelievable. Sure, Ji Yuning didn't reject. Although she wasn't familiar with him yet, she wasn't afraid that he could be dangerous. "I'll go with you too," Chu Xuanfeng said at once. As Satu Yi's important aide, and while they were in City F now, Chu Xuanfeng thought that it was necessary to follow his boss. During the night snacks, they were all chatting while eating. However, Chu Peihan always stayed silent, which made Hao Ran feel strange. He asked, "Peihan, why are you being so quiet all of a sudden? It's so strange." Hearing that, everyone's sight fell on Chu Peihan with doubt. Chu Peihan felt uneasy, but immediately explained, "Well, the food here is so delicious. I just keep eating." Except for Chu Xuanfeng and Satu Yi, who knew the real reason, the rest around the table all believed it. Chu Peihan was a foodie after all. However, Ji Yuning remained suspicious. She had noticed Chu Peihan's change before and after Satu Yi's arrival. It seemed that Chu Peihan was scared of this man named Satu, probably because of his position. When it was almost 11 p.m., they were about to leave. Satuyi wanted to send Ji Yuning back, but it wasn't appropriate for him to do that now. Thus he only drove Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihan home. Ji Yuning went back home with Yu Mixi then. How? Ran and the boys planned to send Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi home, but were rejected. It was late now and Ji Yuning didn't want to bother them. Ever since Satuyi had appeared, Chu Peihan had felt anxious along the way. She didn't feel at ease until she got home. However, thinking about how Satuyi was going to climb the mountain with them tomorrow, Chu Peihan was unhappy again. She just couldn't understand why Satuyi, the boss of the Qing gang, wanted to climb the mountain with them, who were merely high school students. It would be such a weird picture. She could only hope that tomorrow was a rainy day, and their plan was cancelled, or that Satuyi was occupied tomorrow and couldn't come. When Ji Yuning got home, it was almost 12 a.m. Ji Yu Man was still awake. Both Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu were with her. They stayed up late for a reason. Zhang Shu had something important to tell Ji Yuning. He told Ji Yuning that he had gotten the business license and the other required documents this afternoon. He had also been in contact with the construction materials provider. The provider was in City D, so he was going to City D tomorrow to sign the contract. Once the contract was signed, the construction materials could be sent out. The store was ready to open with enough staff, as long as the construction materials arrived. Zhang Shu was going to tell Ji Yuning more details, but was interrupted by Ji Yuning. "Uncle, you don't need to tell me everything. I trust you, and you can be fully in charge of this business. If you have any trouble, you can turn to me for help then." Ji Yuning didn't want to interfere in Zhang Shu's business. Since Ji Yuning had said that, Zhang Shu stopped talking. After Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu were gone, Ji Yuning told Ji Yu Man that she was going to climb the mountain with her friends tomorrow. Ji Yu Man agreed. The next day, Ji Yuning got up at 6:30 a.m. She put on her casual clothes with her hair in a high ponytail. With the nourishment of the power, Ji Yuning's skin became utterly smooth and flawless. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi were so jealous of that. It was almost 7 a.m. when Ji Yuning finished her breakfast. She took her backpack and left afterwards. It was around 7 kilometers from Fenghua Luxury Mansion to Yuntai Mountain, and it took about 40 minutes to run there. Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry. It would be alright if she arrived at the Yuntai Mountain at 7:50 a.m. It was around 7:40 a.m. when Ji Yuning arrived. Many had arrived there already. Except for Hao Ran and the other 3 boys, they all came here by car. Hao Ran and the other boys had to fulfill the task of running 10 kilometers before 8 a.m., so they got up very early this morning and ran to the Yuntai Mountain. However, it wasn't far enough from their homes to Yuntai Mountain. Thus they kept running at the area around the Yuntai Mountain. They finally achieved their goal before 7:30 a.m., but each of them was too exhausted to stand up. They almost felt like they were dying. They had rested for nearly 20 minutes when Ji Yuning arrived. However, none of them had recovered yet. Although Yuntai Mountain was a scenic zone, there weren't many visitors because most came here to climb the mountain. Satuyi's car was parked right under a large tree. It was cool there. Chapter 154. Your awesome Satuyi and Chu Xuanfang stayed in the car, while Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi and Yi sat on a stone bench talking under the large tree. Hao Ran and the other 3 boys were lying on a nearby piece of grassland. Chu Xuanfang was sitting on the driver's seat. The window faced right at the entrance, so he noticed Ji Yuning running from afar. He rounded his eyes. No way, is she running here? Hearing that, everyone watched the entrance. They were all surprised. Chu Xuanfang got out of the car at once. When Ji Yuning got near, he asked without delay, "Hey, did you run all the way to here from Fenghua Luxury Mansion?" She had run for 7 kilometers, and was a little tired. However, she only breathed slightly faster with a slightly red face. It didn't seem like she had run for a long distance at all. Jesus, 7 kilometers. You don't seem exhausted at all. It's insane. Although Chu Xuanfang was mentally prepared, he was amazed when he got the affirmative answer from Ji Yuning. He could handle 7 kilometers too, but it would cost him too much energy and strength. He could barely stand or breathe after it. Situ Yi knew that Ji Yuning wasn't a simple girl, but was also astonished by her incredible stamina. He probably couldn't do better than her. Ji Yuning smiled but didn't say a word. She looked to Situ Yi, who had just left the car, and greeted him. Situ Yi nodded. Then, Ji Yuning found out that Hao Ran and the boys were lying on the nearby grassland. Have you finished? Yes. You can check the phone yourself. Hao Ran tried to catch his breath. No need. I trust you. You can rest till 9 a.m., then we'll go and climb the mountain, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning trusted her friends. And it was a difficult task this time. She didn't want to push them too hard. Ji Yuning looked to Situ Yi once more. It's an hour away from 9 a.m. Do you want to have the competition right now? But you just ran here. Have a rest first, Situ Yi replied. Ji Yuning had just run 7 kilometers. Although she didn't seem exhausted, she must be out of strength now. It wasn't fair to have the competition right away. Great, then 8:30 a.m. Actually, Ji Yuning didn't need the rest, but she also wouldn't reject Situ Yi's kindness. Ji Yuning went to buy bottles of water for them. She intentionally put some power into the bottles for the 4 boys to help them recover. After drinking the water, Hao Ran and the boys felt a flow of coldness spreading inside their bodies. They were soon full of energy again. Within 10 minutes, they were back to normal and felt much more energetic. Hao Ran and the boys thought that it was strange that they could recover within such a short time, but they didn't know why. In addition, it seemed ordinary. When it was 8:30 a.m., they went to an empty area. Ji Yuning and Situ Yi were ready for the fight. For those who didn't know Situ Yi's background, they were positive about Ji Yuning's ability. Ji Yuning had beaten down 11 hoodlums with steel sticks before their eyes yesterday. There was no reason for them not to believe in Ji Yuning. However, Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihen held a totally different opinion. Ji Yuning was outstanding indeed. She was even better than Chu Xuanfang, but Situ Yi was far better than Chu Xuanfang. They had no clear understanding of Ji Yuning's real ability, and they also knew that appearances lied, but they still believed that Situ Yi was better than Ji Yuning. Accordingly, they didn't think that Ji Yuning could win. Both Ji Yuning and Situ Yi had no intention to beat the other down, so the competition was limited to 5 minutes. They nodded to one another, then the game began. In the beginning, neither of them used full force. It wasn't clear who was better. However, as the time went by, the two gradually increased their strength to attack. Ji Yuning felt the strong power from Situ Yi. Situ Yi had the same feeling. Ji Yuning was only a teenage girl. It was shocking that she was so extraordinary. After a while, Ji Yuning knew clearly that Situ Yi was better than her. She was doomed to lose. However, Ji Yuning didn't feel controlled by Situ Yi, like she had when Leng Xiaoting had done it to her last time. Therefore, although Situ Yi was better than Ji Yuning, it was impossible for him to hurt her. The two were in a fierce fight, which was exciting too. Although yesterday's fight was violent too, it wasn't enjoyable because those hoodlums were too weak when compared with Ji Yuning. What Ji Yuning and Situ Yi were doing now was the real competition between masters of Kung Fu. Ji Yuning didn't want an obvious failure, so she used her power to stay strong. In that case, insiders might know that Situ Yi was better, but outsiders couldn't figure out who was going to win. Even so, both Situ Yi and Chu Xuanfang were greatly amazed by Ji Yuning's extraordinary ability. Situ Yi was more experienced, but he wasn't able to beat Ji Yuning. It was a failure in fact, since there was a gap in age and experience between him and Ji Yuning. Situ Yi wasn't willing to admit it, but he had to accept the fact that Ji Yuning was indeed outstanding. 5 minutes passed quickly. Although everyone didn't want them to stop, Chu Xuanfang reminded them that the time was over. Situ Yi was his boss after all. He had to follow his boss's order. "You're awesome," Situ Yi complimented plainly. "You're better," Ji Yuning admitted rapidly. "Please have some water and rest now." Chu Xuanfang took 2 bottles of water, handing them to Situ Yi and Ji Yuning separately. They all prepared food and drink before 9 a.m., and began to climb. They didn't need to rush, so they climbed the mountain at a normal speed. The next day after Master Qin's birthday party, Li Junjun was about to leave, but Qin Yiqing invited her to stay. It seemed as if Qin Yiqing wanted Li Junjun to keep her company, but actually she wanted Li Junjun to get along with Qin Yifan for a while longer. Li Junjun was reluctant to stay because she was afraid of Ji Yuning, but she was also unwilling to give up this great chance, so she persuaded herself to stay. Although Qin Yifan said he didn't like Li Junjun, Qin Yiqing planned to give it a try. They had known each other from a very young age, but didn't have much time to be together, especially after they had grown up. Qin Yiqing thought it was possible that the two would fall in love as long as they spent more time together. Qin Yifan of course knew what was on Qin Yiqing's mind. He had directly stayed out of his home for 2 whole days, and even refused to answer Qin Yiqing's calls. Qin Yiqing was annoyed. Chapter 155 Qin Yiqing's invitation. Qin Haozheng and his wife told Qin Yiqing not to interfere in Qin Yifan's personal affairs. Although they wouldn't be pleased to see their son end up with an ordinary girl, they still wanted Qin Yifan to find his love and live a happy life. They also thought that Li Junjun was a great choice, but since Qin Yifan didn't like her, they couldn't force him to do it. If they forced Qin Yifan to marry Li Junjun, their parent and son relationship would be worse off. However, Qin Yiqing was snobbish and stubborn. The couple of Qin Haozheng could barely communicate with her. Luckily, they believed that Qin Yifan was capable of making decisions on his own. Qin Yifan's attitude broke Li Junjun's heart. She asked to leave for City Ji on Saturday morning. Qin Yiqing then had to send her to the airport in person. This time, Qin Yiqing was mad at Ji Yuning. In her eyes, it was all Ji Yuning's fault. Qin Yifan stayed away from Li Junjun because of Ji Yuning. Therefore, when Li Junjun was gone, Qin Yiqing called one of her friends to get Ji Yuning's number. Then, she called Ji Yuning directly. Ji Yuning was in the middle of climbing when she received Qin Yiqing's call. "Hi, is that Miss Ji Yuning?" Qin Yiqing asked with politeness. "Yes, who is that please?" Ji Yuning asked. "I'm Qin Yifan's older sister, Qin Yiqing. I want to talk with you about something. Is it convenient for you now? Can we meet?" Qin Yiqing asked with a good attitude. Qin Yiqing was worried that Ji Yuning might turn her down if she wasn't polite enough. Even then, Ji Yuning sensed that something must be wrong. She knew that Qin Yifan had an older sister named Qin Yiqing, but they had only met once at Master Qin's birthday party. They had never talked with each other. Why would she want to meet her? Ji Yuning wanted to figure it out, so she didn't reject. She set the meeting in the afternoon. Qin Yiqing didn't care about the time, as long as Ji Yuning was willing to meet her. After an hour of climbing, except for Ji Yuning, Situyi and Chu Xuanfang, who were just a little tired, the rest were all exhausted. Especially An Yi and Yu Mixi, because they were the weakest. Fortunately, they worked out a lot these days, so they could still continue climbing. They carried on after several minutes of rest. The higher they climbed, the colder it got. Although it was cold, they felt warm instead because they had climbed for a long time. If it had been summer, they all would have fainted. 2 hours later, they were finally at the top. The top of the mountain was 300 square meters in size with small restaurants and supermarkets for visitors. Yuntai Mountain was very beautiful. Looking straight ahead from the fence at the top, there was groups of white clouds. The clouds were so near, it felt like you could touch it with your hands. This was where a visitor could appreciate the clouds. And the view at the bottom was breathtaking. There were magnificent cliffs, trees and valleys. Hao Ran and others all took out their phones taking pictures with excitement despite their physical tiredness. "It's amazing. This is my first time being on the top of this Yuntai mountain even though I've lived in City F for so many years. Exactly, it's like heaven on the earth. Come on, I'll stand on this rock. Please take a photo of me with all the white clouds as my background. I want to fly in the sky." "Me too." Ji Yuning wasn't interested in taking photos. She walked aside to the edge of the cliff taking in the fresh air and quietness. To be specific, she was absorbing the power here. Yes, the air at the top of this mountain wasn't polluted. It was clean with some power. Although the power was light, there was a lot around. Ji Yuning collected a lot of power together, and the power grew thick. As more and more power was absorbed into her jade eyes, Ji Yuning's sight got better and clearer. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning found that there was a flow of power she failed to absorb. The power she couldn't absorb must be power that didn't belong to the heaven, the earth, or the jade. Then it must belong to antiques. The power was light, and far away. It seemed that it was under the cliff. Ji Yuning looked around to figure out its location. She soon aimed at a crack between rocks. With the help of her jade eyes, Ji Yuning saw the inside of the crack gradually. There was a room after a 1-meter thick wall of rock. The room was round, 1 meter wide and 3 meters tall. 2 meters deeper down, it became narrow again. The room was full of flows of white fog, the power. However, Ji Yuning didn't see the source of the power, because the room went deeper inside. Ji Yuning's jade eyes couldn't detect too far. Even though she couldn't see it, Ji Yuning was sure that there must be antique in the hole. The power was able to flow in the air, so there must be an antique with strong power, or there must be many antiques. Ji Yuning was curious to find it, but it wasn't the right time. She had to come here again alone another day. And she could only come at night when there was no one around. In addition, she needed ropes and tools to get down the hole. She had to go down there by ropes first and then use tools to pry the stone apart to allow her to get in. There had to be other entrances to this hole. Ji Yuning decided to check around first. If there was an entrance to the hole, she would go in by the entrance. If not, she would pry the stones apart. Ji Yuning went back to her friends after she had absorbed enough power. When everyone saw her eyes, they were mesmerized. Seeing that, Ji Yuning was nervous. Was there anything wrong with her eyes? What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? Ji Yuning asked. They didn't get their minds back until Ji Yuning said that. Chu Peihan stood up suddenly running to Ji Yuning. Ningning, I just found out that your eyes are so attractive. Exactly. I just found that out too. Your eyes are so bright and clear. They're full of magic. We can't move our eyes away from yours. And I feel relaxed for no reason. Hearing that, Ji Yuning realized what had happened. Her jade eyes absorbed enough power, so her eyes changed too. Her eyes were full of magic. They couldn't move their eyes away from hers. They felt relaxed for no reason. Ji Yuning couldn't help thinking, was she able to seduce people with her eyes now? However, of course she wouldn't do it. Besides, she didn't like having people stare at her eyes. Thus she deliberately looked at Hao Ran and others coldly to scare them. Chapter 156. Ji Yuning gets mad unexpectedly. Her cold look was as sharp as a blade, which was super threatening. Everyone was stunned. Ji Yuning was also astonished. The power not only made her eyes more attractive, but also frightening. Both Situyi and Chu Xuanfeng were slightly surprised by her terrifying look. After a long breath, Chu Peihan said in an upset tone, "Boss, your look was so scary. I felt as if there was a knife against my neck." Chu Peihan stood right by Ji Yuning's side, so she had felt it more clearly. Exactly. If a look could kill people, we would be dead already, Hao Ran complained, like he had just survived from a deadly disaster. I almost had a heart attack. Mu Ke added. He covered his chest with his hands like he was literally suffering. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. She herself didn't know that it would be like that. However, even though her eyes changed, as long as they didn't stare at her eyes, they wouldn't feel anything different. They didn't go down from the top right away. It was almost 12 o'clock, so they planned to eat first. There were restaurants and supermarkets on the top, but they had prepared food and drinks before they came here. They didn't do it because the food and drink were expensive on the top. It was Ji Yuning who deliberately let them climb with a heavy burden instead. Is there any cave or something else here? Ji Yuning asked casually. No idea. Boss, are you looking for an adventure? Kind of, Ji Yuning answered. They had 10 minutes to rest after eating. When it was about 1 p.m., they went down from the top. It was much easier to climb down than up, and it only took them 1 hour and 40 minutes to get back to where they started. At that time, it was almost 3 p.m. Hao Ran proposed to find a place to have a drink, but Ji Yuning declined because she had something else to deal with. Since Ji Yuning wouldn't go, everyone else wouldn't either. They dispersed. Situyi wanted to drive Ji Yuning back, but she declined again. Although Situyi was a little upset, he didn't insist. He wasn't a man who would force a girl to do what he wanted. Before Ji Yuning left, she called Qin Yiqing first. She was free now, and was ready to meet her. Qin Yiqing was in a shopping mall right now, so she set the meeting place at a cafe beside the shopping mall. Ji Yuning agreed, and said that she would be there 30 later. Then, Ji Yuning went in a taxi. After about 20 minutes, Ji Yuning arrived at the shopping mall. She went straight to the appointed cafe. When Ji Yuning arrived, Qin Yiqing was already at the cafe. Ji Yuning walked towards her. Qin Yiqing was a clothing designer. Thus she dressed in a noble and elegant way. However, Qin Yiqing was also a typical ambitious woman, so she had an air of great pride. Besides, she was snobbish, and she looked at Ji Yuning with obvious disdain in her eyes. "Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. Please have a seat." Although Qin Yiqing sounded polite, Ji Yuning sensed the dislike from her voice. Ji Yuning immediately understood that Qin Yiqing called her for nothing good. However, Ji Yuning stayed calm. She wanted to see what Qin Yiqing was going to do next. Ji Yuning sat down and asked normally, "Miss Qin, may I ask what you want to talk to me about today?" "Well, could you please tell me your parents' jobs, Miss Ji Yu?" Qin Yiqing asked, like she was a queen. Ji Yuning didn't think further about Qin Yiqing's purpose, but told her the truth. "I'm from a one-parent family. My mother alone brought me up. She worked in a factory, but has quit her job because she didn't feel well. She stays at home now." Oh, hearing that, Qin Yiqing was greatly surprised. She thought that Ji Yuning would at least be from a family that could reach basic living standards. Unexpectedly, her family was in such a terrible condition. Her mother had quit, which meant they didn't have any income. Now, Qin Yiqing disliked Ji Yuning even more. "If your mother is unemployed, how do you manage to live your life? Your mother worked in a factory. I assume her salary wouldn't be high. Do you have enough savings to support your life?" Saying that, Qin Yiqing didn't bother to hide the disdain on her face. "I didn't expect that Miss Qin cared so much about the living standards of my family." Ji Yuning smiled with slight coldness. Qin Yiqing smirked and said, "Miss Ji Yu, let's put our cards on the table. I met you here today to tell you that you don't match Yifan at all." Ji Yuning was stunned. What? She had nothing to do with Qin Yifan. How come she didn't match him at all? She and Qin Yifan were merely ordinary friends. However, Ji Yuning wasn't dumb. She knew that there was a misunderstanding between Qin Yifan and her, and she also figured out the purpose of Qin Yiqing. Who told her that she was in a relationship with Qin Yifan? That was insane. Who told you that I'm in a relationship with Qin Yifan? Ji Yuning asked. It's not important. The important thing is although Yifan likes you for now, he's the heir of our Qin family with 2 billion yuan in assets. However, you're even poorer than Cinderella. It's impossible for you to marry into our family. So, please stay away from Yifan. Qin Yifan liked her. Ji Yuning was astonished. Facing the humiliation, Ji Yuning was displeased, but she curbed her anger. "Miss Qin, I think that there is a misunderstanding. Qin Yifan and I are only friends." Nevertheless, Qin Yiqing didn't believe it at all. Qin Yifan had admitted that he liked Ji Yuning. And Ji Yuning was just a poor girl. It was unlikely that she didn't have feelings towards a tall, handsome and super rich man. "Miss Ji Yu, stop arguing. As long as you're willing to stay away from Yifan, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. I suppose your family is too poor to ever see a check of 500,000 yuan. It was a public humiliation. With a loud sound, Ji Yuning hit the table heavily with her palm in anger. She stood up at short notice, which surprised Qin Yiqing, and attracted attention from people around them. Ji Yuning ignored the looks from other people, staring at Qin Yiqing coldly. "Miss Qin, don't you think that it's ridiculous that you humiliated me before you even figured out the truth?" As for those who didn't respect her, Ji Yuning didn't think that she needed to respect them. "What? Did you say I'm ridiculous?" Qin Yiqing was annoyed. Chapter 157 Don't forget your manners. Aren't you being ridiculous? I don't know who told you that. I'm in a relationship with Qin Yifan, but let me tell you that we're just normal friends. We aren't and won't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Ji Yuning looked down at Qin Yiqing with confidence. Qin Yiqing was mad at her attitude. However, before Qin Yiqing could respond, Ji Yuning continued, "And, I can't care less about your check of 500,000 yuan. In fact, Qin Yifan bought the king's green and fulusho jade from me." Although Ji Yuning wanted to keep it a secret, she wasn't willing to be humiliated in public by Qin Yiqing. She had to defend her dignity. Ji Yuning understood that the rich never liked the poor, but she never accepted insults. What? Hearing that, Qin Yiqing was quite surprised. Qin Yifan bought the king's green and fulusho jade from Ji Yuning. Which meant that Ji Yuning wasn't a Cinderella at all, but a rich girl with dozens of million yuan in assets. Dozens of million yuan were nothing in Qin Yiqing's eyes, but she knew that it was a lot for a young girl. "I don't mind if Qin Yifan tells you what I've done in City G. Besides, please don't despise others just because you're richer than them. I'm inferior to the Qin family for now, but no one knows what's going to happen in the future," Ji Yuning said coldly before she turned around walking away. Qin Yiqing was struck dumb. City G. What has happened in City G? After a while, Qin Yiqing called Qin Yifan. The minute that Qin Yifan answered her call, she asked without delay, "Where are you?" "Why do you ask?" Qin Yifan replied with impatience. Qin Yifan went back to his home when he found out that Li Junjun had left for City G, but he thought that Qin Yiqing called him for Li Junjun, so he didn't tell her that he was home. "I want to ask you something about Ji Yuning." Qin Yiqing understood that Qin Yifan didn't want to hear more about Li Junjun. Thus she directly told him that it was about Ji Yuning. What happened to Ji Yuning? Hearing that, Qin Yifan got nervous all of a sudden. Knowing Qin Yifan cared about Ji Yuning so much, Qin Yiqing was upset. But it wasn't the right time to argue with her younger brother now. Qin Yiqing said, "She's fine. I just want to ask you something. It isn't convenient to talk on the phone. Where are you? I need to see you." "I'm home." Qin Yifan indeed cared about Ji Yuning very much. Qin Yiqing immediately left the cafe driving to the house of the Qin family. 30 minutes later, she arrived at the house. She met Qin Yifan in the hall. Her parents were there too. Qin Yiqing didn't have time to greet them, but asked Qin Yifan directly, "Yifan, did Ji Yuning sell you the king's green and the fulusho jade?" Qin Yiqing wanted the confirmation from Qin Yifan. "How do you know that?" Qin Yifan was surprised. "What? You bought the king's green and the fulusho jade from the young girl named Ji Yuning?" Qin Haozheng was also astonished. He had an impression of Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning had sent him the precious glass with deer heads. "Yes," Qin Yifan answered. Then he turned to Qin Yiqing again. "How did you know that?" Ji Yuning had told him to keep it a secret. Did his staff tell Qin Yiqing? Thinking of that, Qin Yifan was slightly annoyed. He decided to have an investigation into it later. However, Qin Yiqing said, "I just talked to her." "What? Why?" Qin Yifan abruptly stood up from the sofa. He had a premonition. Qin Yiqing told Qin Yifan what she had done, which greatly irritated Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan almost yelled at her, "I told you not to interfere in my personal affairs. Why did you still do that? I like her, but she doesn't know yet. You did that to humiliate her on purpose." "Why?" It was the first time Qin Yifan had lost his temper. The whole family was stunned. "Yiqing, you indeed shouldn't have done that. Don't forget your manners." Qin Haozheng was also mad at Qin Yiqing's behavior. "You want to know what has happened in City G, right? Very well, let me tell you now." Qin Yifan was in a rage that his older sister disliked Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning didn't mind him telling Qin Yiqing the facts, he told his family about everything that had happened in City G. He told his family that Ji Yuning had bet with Li Junjun, and that he had bought the high-level jade Ji Yuning had cut out at the price of 130 million yuan. His family was shocked. However, what shocked them more was the following words. "And the fulusho jade. It was bigger than a fist, which is worth over 100 million yuan, but she used it to make jewelry for her family. What I got was the leftover part of the jade. Do you think she, whose wealth is over 100 million yuan, will care for your check of 500,000 yuan?" Qin Yifan asked in a sarcastic tone. His family was now more than shocked. A fulusho jade that was bigger than a fist. She can't compare with our Qin family now, but who knows what will happen in the future. She isn't an ordinary girl, Qin Yifan said icily, then he walked out without hesitation. The second he was out of the room, Qin Yifan called Ji Yuning to apologize to her. At that time, Ji Yuning was already home. She was surfing on the internet for information about Yuntai Mountain. She firstly checked whether there was any caves on Yuntai Mountain, but she found no answer. Yuntai Mountain was a tourist attraction. Since no one mentioned the cave, it was highly possible that it hadn't been found out yet. Then, Ji Yuning checked whether there were any stories or legends of Yuntai Mountain to help the search for clues. She indeed found a legend of Yuntai Mountain. It was said that during the Qing dynasty, the prefect of a certain state had been found guilty of bribery and corruption. The emperor had dismissed him for investigation. Then the corrupt official with his whole family had fled and come to the Yuntai Mountain. What had happened next hadn't been recorded. Until half a year later, someone had found a body at the foot of Yuntai Mountain. A wide jade ring with a Chinese character, Lu, engraved on it had been found on the man's finger. It had been confirmed later that this body was the famous prefect Lu Zhang. People hadn't found out that Lu Zhang had been hiding in the Yuntai Mountain until then. Lu Zhang had brought a lot of gold, jewelry and so forth with him to the Yuntai Mountain. The government, therefore, had sent many soldiers to search the mountain. However, the Yuntai Mountain was a dangerous place. The government had given up after a few days of searching in vain. Because of this legend, many said that there was precious stuff hidden in the Yuntai Mountain, but the legend was a legend after all. It hadn't been proved to be true, so no one actually believed it. Chapter 158 Leng Xiaoting is in the middle of a task. Ji Yuning probably wouldn't believe it herself unless she had seen it. She was almost sure that the ancient objects in the cave must have belonged to the prefect Lu Zhang. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning's phone rang. The caller was Qin Yifan. Ji Yuning wasn't willing to pick it up. Because of Qin Yiqing, she wasn't in a good mood right now, and she was a little mad at Qin Yifan too. However, after a while, she thought that it was better to make it clear, so she answered, "Hi." Once Qin Yifan heard Ji Yuning's voice, he apologized, "Ji Yuning, I'm so sorry about what my older sister did to you. Please accept my apologies." Well, apologies accepted. Ji Yuning wouldn't forgive Qin Yiqing so easily, but she didn't think she would meet her often in the future. There was no need to ruin her connection with Qin Yifan. "Thanks," Qin Yifan replied. "It's my fault actually, if not because I..." At that moment, Qin Yifan stopped all of a sudden. He felt anxious and hesitated to tell Ji Yuning that he liked her. He was afraid to be rejected. He was worried that he couldn't be her friend any longer, but if he didn't say it right now after what had happened, he probably wouldn't ever have a better chance. Also, it was inappropriate to tell the girl his feelings on the phone. Thinking of that, Qin Yifan planned to meet Ji Yuning at first. Ji Yuning, I have something to tell you. Could you please come out and meet me for a while? Just tell me on the phone. It's fine. Ji Yuning almost knew what Qin Yifan was going to tell her. Although she didn't want him to do it, she couldn't stop him. Since Ji Yuning said so, Qin Yifan had to continue in the phone. "I'm sorry for what has happened to you. If I hadn't told my older sister that I like you, it wouldn't have happened. My older sister is bossy, and likes to be involved in everything, but I'm different. I'm strong at work, but not pushy, nor snobbish in my life. And, most importantly, I really like you, Ji Yuning. Can you give me a chance?" Indeed, Ji Yuning guessed correctly. Qin Yifan was going to tell her that he liked her, but Ji Yuning felt nothing. She probably didn't feel happy because Qin Yifan was not the man she liked. "Sorry, I think it's better for us to be friends," Ji Yuning said. It was a no. It wasn't a surprising answer, but it was still hard for Qin Yifan to accept it. He felt as if someone stabbed a knife into his chest. He was in great pain now. Probably because that was how it felt when he was heartbroken. Ji Yuning was the first girl he felt had touched his heart, so he didn't want to give up right away. He continued to ask, "Really? Can't you give me a chance? If I've done anything that you dislike, please tell me. I'll change." "Nothing," Ji Yuning said without hesitation. "It has nothing to do with your appearance, or your background. I just don't have feelings with you. I'm sorry." Qin Yifan couldn't help but step backwards several times. Ji Yuning didn't even give him a chance. Besides, she felt nothing for him. Although Qin Yifan was terribly sad, he didn't want to annoy Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning had said it plainly, he also didn't want to bother her any longer. Well, then, bye. Qin Yifan hung up at once. He felt empty and lost now. Ji Yuning sat gazing at the screen of her computer. She had mixed emotions. She knew that Qin Yifan would be unhappy that she had rejected him, but she couldn't comfort him. If she did so, she was giving the man hope. Ji Yuning chose to be cruel to some extent. She never lost confidence at men, even though a man had betrayed her in her previous incarnation. However, she truly treated Qin Yifan as her friend only. Ji Yuning had no idea what kind of man was her type. Thinking of that question, Ji Yuning was unconsciously involved in her illusion. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoting's face appeared in her mind. Ji Yuning was astonished. She immediately got her mind back, but she couldn't stop her heart from beating so fast. Why? Was Leng Xiaoting her type? Although she wasn't sure, she actually had quite a good impression of him. Ji Yuning wasn't a chicken in a relationship. Since she wasn't certain, she decided to figure it out. She hated suspicion. Of course, if she fell in love with someone who disliked her, she wouldn't force him to love her. Ji Yuning took out her phone calling Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was turned off. Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting must be in the middle of a task. She was right. Leng Xiaoting was indeed in the middle of a task. It was sunset. The sky was still aglow. In a mountain area far away from the city, a black Hummer was moving fast in an unstoppable way on an uneven dirt road. Its engine was roaring along the way. In the car, Xu Jinchen sat in the driver's seat while Leng Xiaoting was in the passenger seat. There were also two young men in the back seats. "Boss, the road is too uneven to drive on. The car will break apart soon," Xu Jinchen complained. He was a car lover, and couldn't tolerate it. Leng Xiaoting ignored him, but fixed his eyes at the GPS in his hands. "Boss, is the task more important than the car?" A man who was sitting in the back teased. He was named Xin Bei and was ranked 5th in the Red Flame. Xu Jinchen was ranked 10th in his team. Except for Leng Xiaoting, who became their boss because of his outstanding ability, the rest all ranked according to their ages. They were all the most elite soldiers from the military. They were young people who had gotten great achievements and had official positions. "Ha ha, you know Jinchen loves cars so much. He would rather suffer for his car." Another man joked. He was Si Ming, who ranked 7th in their team. "I think our boss does this on purpose. He knows I'll suffer in such a situation, but he forced me to do so. I'm not necessary for this task, by the way." Xu Jinchen continued to complain. "Why would boss do it on purpose?" Xin Bei asked. However, before Xu Jinchen could open his mouth, Leng Xiaoting said coldly, "Stop the car in the woods, then let's go up to the mountain." Once Leng Xiaoting gave an order, no one dared to complain. They all wore a serious face. Xu Jinchen immediately turned the steering wheel, driving the car into the woods, and stopped it in an unnoticeable place. They swiftly got out of the car. Chapter 159. Someone told me he likes me today. Then, they climbed up the mountain. Their aim was to capture the spies from Country R. Although the spy hadn't gotten anything useful, it was unacceptable that he threatened this country's safety. The Red Flame team wasn't an ordinary team. They had only spent 3 days before they had successfully put a locator on one of the spies. They had the spies' location, and were going to catch them all together. It was getting darker, and it wasn't easy to walk on the mountain road. However, for Leng Xiaoting and his teammates, who were used to fulfilling their tasks in darkness, it was nothing. They moved fast, but quietly. Their goal was getting closer and closer. Half an hour later, Leng Xiaoting and his teammates arrived at their destination. It was a cave. They didn't get near it right away, but hid among weeds and trees to observe the situation around it first. After making sure that there was no ambush, they gradually approached the cave. When they were at the entrance of the cave, they heard clear voices from it. Although the dialogues were in Country R's language, Leng Xiaoting and his teammates all understood it. They knew many languages, which was demanded qualification for any agent. Those spies were talking casually. It seemed they had no idea that they had already been discovered, which was an advantage for Leng Xiaoting and his teammates. They secretly slid in at a perfectly timed moment, and it was too late for those spies to resist when they found out that they were caught. After a round of gunshots, it was done. Although it wasn't a hard task, the Red Flame treated it seriously as usual. The Red Flame was always the best choice to handle such international cases, because the Red Flame was the most trustworthy special force in this country. The task is finished, but it's torture for me to go back on that road. Xu Jinchen covered his chest with a hand, like he was in pain. It's not your car anyway. Do you really have to do that? Xinbei despised his act. If it were his car, he would probably be crying. Ximing laughed. Ha ha, you're right, Xinbei couldn't agree more. Show me your sympathy. I hate you. Xu Jinchen ignored them, catching up with Leng Xiaoting. Boss, what are you gonna do next? Xu Jinchen asked. Do what I should do, Leng Xiaoting replied. Fine, you work all day, but there aren't that many things to deal with in our team. I don't understand why you are so busy every day, Xu Jinchen said. I don't want to do that. I prefer to date girls, and find someone I like. Otherwise, my family will make the decision for me. It's pathetic. Xu Jinchen's father had called him the other day to ask whether he had a girlfriend or not. If not, his father would arrange a blind date for him. Xu Jinchen clearly knew how pathetic it would be if he had to live his life with a woman he disliked. Everyone hoped to spend the rest of their life with someone in love. Hearing Xu Jinchen say that, an idea dawned on Leng Xiaoting. He thought of Ji Yuning. He didn't exactly know his feelings towards Ji Yuning. However, once he thought of Ji Yuning, he felt relaxed for no reason, and also wanted to meet her right away. In City F, after he hung up the call with Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan didn't get his mind back until a long time had passed. He called Wei Jirui afterwards to ask him to go for a drink. The first thought of a man, who was in a bad mood, was to drink. He wanted to relieve his pain by drinking, but only ended up feeling more miserable. After a short time, Wei Jirui arrived. When he saw Qin Yifan was already a little drunk. What happened to you? Wei Jirui asked with anxiety. Qin Yifan had only told him that he was in a bad mood on the phone, but didn't tell him the reason. Thus Wei Jirui wasn't clear why Qin Yifan looked so sad. Besides, he had never seen Qin Yifan being so heartbroken. I've been dumped, Qin Yifan said. What? When? Wei Jirui was shocked. When did you get a girlfriend? How could I know nothing about it? They were close friends. If Qin Yifan had a girlfriend, he would know. Well, Qin Yifan gave a wry smile. I didn't have one. She rejected me when I told her I like her. Qin Yifan then told Wei Jirui everything, including the fact that Qin Yiqing had talked to Ji Yuning. As for what Qin Yiqing had done, Wei Jirui also disapproved. He and Qin Yifan were close friends, but he had never had a good impression of Qin Yiqing. It was Qin Yifan's personal affairs after all, so Wei Jirui could do nothing but drink with him. Although he knew that Qin Yifan treated Ji Yuning differently, he didn't expect that Qin Yifan truly liked Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning had just turned 18 years old. That night, Qin Yifan was completely drunk. It was the first time he had ever been that drunk. Leng Xiaoting didn't get back to his place until it was almost 12 p.m. He turned on his phone, noticing that there was a missed call from Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was slightly excited. She had called him. Then, Leng Xiaoting got nervous all of a sudden, because he didn't know why Ji Yuning had called him. Had she been in trouble? If something terrible had happened to her, and she had needed his help, but he had missed her call, he would blame himself for that. Even though it was very late, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning back without delay. Ji Yuning was used to staying up late, so she was awake reading at that time. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's call, Ji Yuning was also excited. She even panicked a little. After breathing out a long breath, she answered the call. Hi. Did you call me for an emergency? Leng Xiaoting asked the minute he heard Ji Yuning's voice. Although he felt concerned about Ji Yuning, he remained cold as usual. Can't I call you if nothing happened? Ji Yuning asked. Of course you can, Leng Xiaoting replied. Hearing that Ji Yuning was fine, he was relaxed. Someone told me he likes me today, Ji Yuning said. However, the moment she said that she regretted it. She had no idea why she told Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting's heart tightened. He was disappointed, and asked in a hurry, "Do you like him?" Chapter 160. You're too young to fall in love. Ji Yuning, instead, had the sense that Leng Xiaoting was really nervous. And she was happy about that. She immediately asked him, "Do you want me to be his girlfriend or not?" "Absolutely not," Leng Xiaoting replied unconsciously. "Why?" Ji Yuning followed up. "Because." Leng Xiaoting stopped for a second. When Ji Yuning was full of hope, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth again, "Because you're too young to fall in love. You should focus more on your studies." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was annoyed. "No, I won't do that." She hung up on Leng Xiaoting afterwards. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb by Ji Yuning's reaction. Did I say something wrong? A man like Leng Xiaoting who didn't understand women at all could do nothing but let it go. That was also the reason why he suffered a lot when he chased his wife in the future. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel, Situyi leaned against a sofa in silence. He had no interest in women in the past, because he thought that women were trouble. Thus there were no women around him for many years. However, now, he had a growing interest in Ji Yuning. He wanted to know more about her, and meet her more often. The only problem was that he wasn't familiar with Ji Yuning, so he lacked excuses to stay close to her. However, there was nothing or nobody he couldn't get as long as he wanted. He didn't tell Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihan that he was interested in Ji Yuning, which meant he couldn't ask them to help him either. Then what should he do? The big boss of the Qing gang felt cornered. The next day, Ji Yuning went out to buy some tools. She planned to do the scavenger hunt tonight. Ji Yuning did it not for money, but for curiosity, excitement and her special feelings towards ancient objects. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing also had a skincare appointment this morning, so they left together with Ji Yuning, while Zhang Xinue stayed at home alone. There was a computer in her home, and she wasn't willing to hang out with the adults either. Ji Yuman didn't ask why Ji Yuning was going out today. She only reminded her to be careful. Ji Yu Qingxiang and Lin Liwan along with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao got on a plane leaving for City Ji as well. Ji Yuning went to the beauty salon to meet Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing after she had finished her shopping. They would eat and go for a walk later before they went back home. However, just as Ji Yuning arrived at the door, she heard an altercation from inside. She recognized Ji Yuqing's angry voice, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Ji Yuning felt uneasy, rushing in at once. Outside a private room, a group of people gathered. The noisy altercation was happening in the private room. "Ladies, please use another private room. It won't do you any good if you annoy Mrs. Wu." A beautician in her rose-red uniform persuaded Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman in an arrogant way. "Why? That's your way of doing business. She's the one who postponed her appointment. Why should we leave?" Ji Yuqing was mad. Although she knew Mrs. Wu wasn't a common person, she couldn't tolerate her behavior. And Ji Yuman was so scared that she hid behind Ji Yuqing, which made Ji Yuning feel uncomfortable. "So what? Do you know who I am? My husband is the president of Donggang Real Estate, Wu Lianchen. What can you do to me?" The woman said, like she was the queen. Wu Lianchen, the president of Donggang Real Estate, was exactly the man who had picked on Nguangyao at Master Qin's birthday party the other day. Ji Yuning had talked with Nguangyao about Wu Lianchen after that. The man was very ambitious. As the president of the Donggang Real Estate branch in City F, he even wanted to acquire Shenghua Real Estate as his personal property. However, he didn't want to pay much for it, so Ji Yuning had won the chance. Besides, Wu Lianchen was a typical hypocrite, who loved to trap others behind their backs. "Oh, your husband is the president of Donggang Real Estate. So what?" Ji Yuning separated the crowd walking inside. She looked at the woman with disdain. Receiving Ji Yuning's cold and harsh look, Mrs. Wu felt threatened and struck dumb. Ning. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman relaxed when they saw that Ji Yuning was there. Ji Yuning walked to them, and asked with care, "Mom, Aunt, are you all right?" "We're fine, but just annoyed," Ji Yuqing complained. After a while, Mrs. Wu felt humiliated that she had been shocked and despised by a young girl. What are you? How dare you not respect me? Well, Ji Yuning sneered. I don't think you deserve it. I don't care how powerful you are. Apologize to my mother and aunt, right now. What? Impossible. Mrs. Wu couldn't believe it, and of course couldn't stand it. In City F, no one dared to talk to her in that way. I don't care who you are. You must apologize, Ji Yuning insisted. You, Mrs. Wu didn't expect that Ji Yuning dared to argue against her. Not only Mrs. Wu, but the others were also surprised. Was she a more important figure than Mrs. Wu, or was she just being naive? Ningning, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were slight worried. They didn't want to cause more trouble. It'll be fine, Ji Yuning comforted them. She wouldn't give in today. Her sight fell on Mrs. Wu again. Are you going to apologize or not? No. So what? Mrs. Wu didn't believe that this young girl could do anything to her. Really? Ji Yuning sneered once more. She stared at Mrs. Wu in a colder way. Mrs. Wu was frightened, especially when Ji Yuning approached her. Mrs. Wu stepped backwards in fear. The beautician in the rose-red uniform was afraid that Mrs. Wu would be hurt in her workplace, so she immediately stopped Ji Yuning. Miss, it won't do you any good if you have bad blood with Mrs. Wu. Why don't you just forget it? Chapter 161. Acquire this beauty salon. Ji Yuning turned her cold look at the beautician. The latter felt as if there was a sharp knife around her neck, and she could be killed at any second. She was left cold and trembling. This young girl's look was so harsh and terrifying. Ji Yuning ignored the beautician's feelings, but questioned, is this the way you serve your customers? You're snobbish and selfish. Then she pointed at the calligraphy on the wall. Credit-based, customer first, sincere communication and equal intention. Are these lies? Hearing that, everyone criticized the beautician. The beautician immediately retorted, Miss, please don't damage our reputation. No one was willing to come into a place where the workers were snobbish and selfish. If it went abroad, their saloon would be greatly affected. The beautician knew that her attitude wasn't right, but she was afraid of Mrs. Wu. She thought that Ji Yuning would be the same. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning wouldn't yield to power or money. Is it me, or are you damaging the reputation of this saloon? Who is the snobbish one? Because of this Mrs. Wu, you forced other customers to leave this private room. Ji Yuning asked. Exactly. It's her fault. How can she blame the young girl? She's shameless. I agree. I had a great impression of their service attitude here, but it seems I'm wrong. I'm so disappointed. I won't come here anymore. I don't want to be cleared out all of a sudden, only because a rich Mrs. comes. Some of the customers around them were annoyed as well. There weren't many rich women like Mrs. Wu, so most of them disliked the rich. The beautician was helpless now. She knew that she was causing more trouble. If this Mrs. Wu comes again, I won't be coming here anymore, a woman said. Hearing that, Mrs. Wu was mad. Why? You don't own this salon. Why can't I come? I think you all are just jealous of my wealth. Mrs. Wu hit the point, and the women all shut up. They of course wouldn't admit it. However, before they could argue back, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. If you're rich enough, buy this salon right now. Ji Yuning challenged her. You, Mrs. Wu didn't know what to say. In fact, she didn't have much money. From an outsider's perspective, she lived an affluent life, but her husband wasn't generous at all. He only gave her a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. She needed skincare, clothing, and jewelry. She could only save a few dozen thousand yuan every month. And her savings merely amounted to several 100,000 yuan in all. However, this beauty salon cost at least a few million yuan. She really could not afford it. Before long, Mrs. Wu retorted, well, why don't you buy it yourself? I'm willing to, as long as the boss sells it to me, Ji Yuning answered seriously. Ji Yuning thought that it wasn't a bad idea to buy this beauty salon for Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing to run. They didn't need to manage it themselves. They only needed to be in charge of the accounts. Of course, as long as the boss of this beauty salon sold it to Ji Yuning. When they had registered for the VIP card, Ji Yuning had found out that this beauty salon was a private company. It provided high-end service and products, so their customer group wasn't large, but a single VIP customer spent 10 times more money than a common customer in one go. The business was profitable, although not very popular. Ningning. Both Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were astonished. They didn't want Ji Yuning to make decisions without thorough thought. Mrs. Wu and others were also shocked. What? This young girl was going to buy this beauty salon. Was she kidding? This beauty salon cost at least a few million yuan. Could she afford it? No one believed that Ji Yuning was able to do that. Do you really want to acquire it? At that time, a female voice sounded from behind the crowd. Before long, a woman in her early 30s walked inside. Her body was attractive. She was tall and slim, having the air of elegance and sexiness alike. She wasn't plain with such smooth, flawless skin. Her bright eyes were full of wisdom and confidence. She didn't show any disdain while she was asking Ji Yuning the question, even though Ji Yuning was just a young girl. Instead, she treated Ji Yuning equally. "Be boss." Seeing the woman, all the beauticians' faces turned pale, especially the one in the rose-red uniform. She could be fired this time. She knew her boss's character clearly. If it hadn't been for Mrs. Wu, she wouldn't have done what she did today. In this beauty salon, there were 3 levels of workers. Ordinary beauticians were in pink uniforms. The team leaders were in rose-red uniforms. There were many skincare items, such as pure natural professional skincare, pure natural wrinkle anti-aging, massage, ovarian maintenance, aroma, and so forth. Except for those, there were also items for physical health. Not every beautician was able to work with all of the items. They had their strengths from person to person, so they were divided into different teams. Above the team leaders was the managers. The managers wore white uniforms. Coincidentally, the manager on duty today had asked for a leave. Otherwise, such a mess wouldn't have happened. The female boss ignored her staff, but looked at Ji Yuning asking again, "Miss, so nice to meet you. I'm the boss of this beauty salon, you na. Are you sure you want to acquire my saloon? Are you willing to sell it?" Ji Yuning asked. "If you want to buy it, I'll sell it," Yu Na replied with sincerity. "Sure, I'll buy it," Ji Yuning answered with alacrity. Everyone was shocked by the fact that Ji Yuning was really going to buy this place. Ningning. Both Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were genuinely surprised. They wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. They believed that Ji Yuning wasn't an impulsive person. Since she planned to buy it, she must be doing it for a reason. "Mom, Aunt, don't you want to run a business? This beauty salon is yours from now on. You don't need to spend much time running it, but just take control of the management and accounts," Ji Yuning said. Everyone around them looked at Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing in an envious way. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were greatly touched. Although they thought it was too much, they accepted it happily. Chapter 162 Membership cancelled. How much is it? Ji Yuning asked the boss. "To be honest with you, I'll be immigrating to country Y in a few months, and I already had the intention to sell this salon. I've dealt with all the details. It's worth 3.2 million yuan including everything in this place," Yu Na said. She took out the list and the contract from her bag, handing them to Ji Yuning. "This is the list. You can check all the objects first. If you don't have any questions, we can sign the contract before we go to the relative departments to finish the legal procedure." Sure, Ji Yuning took the list and the contract, but she didn't review them at once. "I think we better solve the problem we have right now. How do you want to handle it?" Yu Na asked. "Since I've decided to acquire this beauty salon, I think I have the power to make some decisions, right?" Ji Yuning asked. "Of course," Yu Na replied. "Very well, first, this Mrs. Wu's membership must be cancelled. And this beautician is fired. I won't allow snobbish people to work in my store," Ji Yuning said in an undeniable way. The rest all respected her unconsciously. Although the beautician was reluctant to be fired, she understood that it was too late to make up for it. However, Mrs. Wu wasn't happy about that decision. She questioned in anger, "Why should my membership be cancelled? Because I'll be the boss of this beauty salon soon, and I have the power to do so, Ji Yuning said. Even though you're the boss, aren't you afraid that it will damage your reputation that you randomly cancel your customer's membership? Mrs. Wu reacted swiftly. That depends on what kind of customer you're. If it's a customer like you, who is arrogant and rude, sorry, you're not welcome here, Ji Yuning replied calmly, which left a great impression on the others. You, Mrs. Wu was mad, but didn't know what to say. Li, go take them to do the procedures, Yu Na offered. Who cares? There isn't only one skincare salon anyway. Mrs. Wu was irritated, but she wasn't willing to stay any longer, since Ji Yuning would be the boss of it. After Mrs. Wu and the beautician were gone, Ji Yuning looked to the crowd saying, all the staff of Kami Beauty Salon, although I'm not the boss yet, I think it's better to make it clear right now. If you can't meet the principles on the wall, you may quit on your own initiative. Otherwise, you'll be punished once I find that you disobeyed the rules. Her words were powerful and persuasive. No one thought that she was only a young girl, but more of a successful businesswoman. At short notice, everyone admired Ji Yuning. Generally speaking, the entire staff here was excellent. Only a few of them were black sheep. Yu Na stared at Ji Yuning with appreciation. This young girl indeed wasn't ordinary. Of course, as long as you obey the rules, work hard, I won't treat you unfairly on the salary, Ji Yuning added. And all the customers here, this is a place that values equality. No matter if you're from the rich or the powerful families, please show some respect to one another. Please treat others the way you want to be treated, Ji Yuning said. After a second, Ji Yuning continued, after I sign the contract and finish the legal procedure, my mother, Ji Yuman, and my aunt, Ji Yuqing, will be the bosses of this beauty salon. Please be aware of that, thanks. Congratulations, all the customers said. They all had a high opinion of what Ji Yuning had done today. The mess was cleared, and all the workers went back to work. Ji Yuning then brought Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing to check the objects and items on the list and the accounts. Meanwhile, Yu Na also reminded the staff in Kami Beauty Salon to work well. She believed in Ji Yuning, and hoped that others would do the same thing. Facing Yu Na, everyone trusted and agreed with her. With Ji Yuning's outstanding ability, she finished all the lists and accounts within half an hour. There was nothing wrong. Yu Na was quite surprised by Ji Yuning's efficiency. She asked, wow, you're so efficient. Is everything right? I'm good at reading and memorizing, Ji Yuning replied. She wasn't showing off, but proved her qualifications at the right time. You must be an excellent student. Yu Na said. You're right, Ji Yuning answered. Yu Na smiled. She now appreciated Ji Yuning more. She must be an extraordinary girl. All right, it's almost 11 a.m. We need to finish the procedures before the department closes today, Yu Na took a look at the clock saying. Although it was a Sunday, the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the State Taxation Administration were still open. They went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register the property rights change information, and then went to the State Taxation Administration to register the equity information. Yu Na knew someone who worked in those two departments, so it was very smooth for them to finish all the processes. They finished it before 12 p.m. The legal entity was Ji Yuman, accounting for 51% shares. The only shareholder was Ji Yuqing, accounting for 49% shares. Both Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing felt like they were in a dream even after they had finished the processes. It was too good to be true. From now on, they were the bosses of this beauty salon. It happened too fast for them to react. What we've done today is the only case I've settled so quickly. Thank you, Miss Ji Yu, Yu Na said to Ji Yuning. It wasn't easy to meet a buyer like Ji Yuning who readily agreed to settle a deal. Other buyers would normally try their best to bargain. Businessmen always value benefits most. Although Ji Yuning agreed to buy this saloon without delay, Yu Na didn't think that she knew nothing about this business. Ji Yuning was a generous person herself. Miss Yu, I should thank you for your help. I need this salon too, Ji Yuning replied. It's 12 p.m. now. We need to celebrate the deal today. Why don't we go have lunch together? It's on me. Yu Na invited. Chapter 163 Yu Mixi asks for help. great. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate, but agreed with alacrity. After the meal, they said goodbye to each other. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing went back to the beauty salon to get familiar with this business. Ji Yuning of course followed them back. Yuna told Ji Yuning and her family that most of the staff who worked in Cami Beauty Salon were nice people, except for a few of them who were snobbish. Yuna wasn't sure that they would obey the rules, so she reminded Ji Yuning to pay more attention to them. Cami Beauty Salon belonged to Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing now, thus they needed to take care of it themselves. Ji Yuman was always mild and too kind. Ji Yuning was worried that she wouldn't dare to criticize the staff if they did something wrong. Therefore, Ji Yuning persuaded her mother to be strict when it was necessary. If your staff wasn't scared of you at all, the team couldn't work efficiently. Ji Yuning also told her mother not to hesitate to ask her for help if she needed it. Ji Yuning and her family left the beauty salon 2 hours later, but they didn't go back home. They went to a shopping mall instead. Since Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing were starting to run a business, they couldn't dress too casually. Ji Yuning planned to buy them several formal suits. Each of them bought 3 professional suits and skirts matched with high heels and handbags. They spent around 100,000 yuan on it. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing were reluctant to spend that much money on clothing, but it was necessary for work, so they agreed to do so. The minute Ji Yuning and her family got home, her phone rang. The caller was Yu Mixi. "Hi, Mixi," Ji Yuning said. Yu Mixi wept, "Ningning, please help me. My mother fainted. There is a tumor in her brain. They said that she needs a surgical removal right now, but the fee is almost 200,000 yuan. My family can't afford it. Can you lend me some money?" Ji Yuning was Yu Mixi's only hope. Her family's savings amounted to a few dozen thousand yuan at the most. It was definitely not enough. Which hospital are you in right now?" Ji Yuning immediately asked. "The number 3 hospital. We're in patient room number 510 in the inpatient department," Yu Mixi answered. "Don't worry, I'll be right there," Ji Yuning said. She hung up and went out right away. Ji Yuning was lucky enough to get on a taxi the minute she left Fenghua Luxury Mansion, but the No. 3 hospital was a little far away. It took at least 30 minutes to get there. Ji Yuning was afraid to delay the treatment time of Yu Mixi's mother, so she called her friends for help at once. Ji Yuning took out her phone calling Chu Peihen. "Hi, Ji Yuning." The person who answered the call wasn't Chu Peihen, but Chu Xuanfang. "Peihen isn't." Before Chu Xuanfang could finish, he was interrupted by Ji Yuning. "I'm calling for you." "What?" Chu Xuanfang was surprised. Ji Yuning added, "Do you know anyone who works in the No. 3 hospital? Yu Mixi's mother passed out. There is a tumor in her brain, and she needs surgical removal right now. Yu Mixi's family doesn't have much money, so they aren't able to pay for the surgery. I'm on the way to the hospital now, but I can't get there until at least 30 minutes later. I don't want Yu Mixi's mother to wait for the surgery. Could you please help me let Yu Mixi's mother do the surgery first? I'll pay for it the minute I arrive." "Of course, what's her mother's name?" Chu Xuanfang asked. "I don't know, but they are staying in patient room number 510 in the inpatient department." "Yu Mixi is there too," Ji Yuning replied. "Great, let me handle it," Chu Xuanfang said before he hung up. Then he used his phone to call the director of the No. 3 hospital. Although Chu Xuanfang served in a gang, he knew almost everyone with a tide. There were also people who served in the Qing gang that worked for the government, but they wouldn't commit any crimes. At that time, the director of the No. 3 hospital was just about to get off work. Before he walked out of the hospital, he received Chu Xuanfang's call. The director respected Chu Xuanfang a lot. Once he heard his request, the director immediately went to arrange it. The second Chu Xuanfang finished the call, Chu Peihen got home. Chu Xuanfang then told her what had happened to Yu Mixi. Chu Peihen was so concerned that she went straight to the hospital without eating. Chu Xuanfang wanted to go with her, but it wouldn't be appropriate if he left Satuyi alone. Unexpectedly, Satuyi asked to go with them. Both Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihen were astonished. Why would Satuyi, who was the boss of the Qing gang, go to the hospital with them? However, they didn't have much time to think about that. The three of them drove to the hospital in a hurry. Situ, Yi went to the hospital for Ji Yuning without a doubt. It was a great chance. On the way, Chu Xuanfeng told Chu Peihan to call Ji Yuning and tell her that he had arranged everything. I think we better call Mixi first. She must be super worried, Chu Peihan said. She then called Yu Mixi without delay. Knowing that her mother could get the surgery done soon, Yu Mixi thanked Chu Peihan with great excitement. Yu Mixi told her father the good news afterwards. Yu Mixi's father then found out that his daughter had turned to her friends for help. He was very grateful that Yu Mixi had many rich and kind friends who were willing to help his family. Although he didn't want Yu Mixi to borrow money from her friends, he didn't have another choice. His family was too poor to afford the administration fee, and none of his relatives were willing to lend them money. He didn't want to lose his wife, nor for his daughter to lose her mother. He felt very ashamed that Yu Mixi had to borrow money from her friends, but he was happier that his wife was saved. Once Yu Mixi's mother recovered, he would work harder to pay back Yu Mixi's friend. Chu Peihan called Ji Yuning later telling her that the surgery was settled and that Yu Mixi was already aware of it. Within several minutes, a few doctors appeared in patient room No. 510. The director of this hospital was the leader. Who is Yu Mixi? The director asked. It's me. Yu Mixi immediately stood up. Her father was thrilled to see the doctors. Nice to meet you. I'm the director of the No. 3 hospital. I just received a call from Mr. Chu. We need to administer the surgery to your mother right away. Both Yu Mixi and her father were surprised that the director would come in person, especially Yu Mixi's father. He didn't expect that his daughter's friend could be so influential. Thank you so much. Yu Mixi immediately bowed to the director. Then, Yu Mixi's mother was pushed into the operating room. Yu Mixi and her father were waiting outside, but they weren't fully relieved yet, because the result was unknown. 30 minutes later, Ji Yuning met Chu Xuanfeng and the others by accident at the door of the hospital. They went to the operating room together. Chapter 164. To impress Ji Yuning, Ningning, you're finally here. Seeing that Ji Yuning was here, Yu Mixi immediately ran to her arms crying. She had been depressed for a long time, but didn't dare to show her feelings. She didn't want to upset her father, so she pretended to be strong. However, when Ji Yuning appeared in her sight, she failed to pretend any longer. There, it'll be fine. Ji Yuning comforted, secretly giving Yu Mixi her power, in case she fainted too. Yu Mixi's father didn't know what to do seeing Ji Yuning and her friends, because he had no idea who the one that had helped his family was. Yu Mixi, meanwhile, was busy crying, and forgot to introduce them to her father. Yu Mixi's father understood that Yu Mixi was unhappy and needed to vent her depression, so he didn't stop her. Luckily, Yu Mixi calmed down soon because of Ji Yuning's power. Let's go pay the bill, Ji Yuning said. Let me handle it. Chu Xuanfeng interrupted. Around 200,000 yuan was nothing to him. Most importantly, Yu Mixi was Chu Peihan's friend too. Although he wasn't an altruist, he was willing to help his younger sister's friend. Yes, please allow us to do that for Mixi, Chu Peihan added. No, I must pay it this time, Ji Yuning said in an undeniable tone. Yu Mixi had turned to her at the very beginning for a reason, because they were closest friends. It would be less stressful for her to ask for help from Ji Yuning. In addition, Yu Mixi was used to depending on Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning decided to be her strong support. Seeing Ji Yuning being so determined, they knew that there was no room to argue with her, so they didn't insist. Thank you so much. Yu Mixi's father almost cried with tears in his eyes. He even wanted to bend on his knees for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning immediately stopped him. Please don't do that. I don't know how to thank you enough for lending us money. I promise I'll try my best to pay you back as soon as I can, Yu Mixi's father said. His wife was in danger. He didn't care that it was embarrassing to borrow money from a teenage girl. Please don't worry about that. As long as Mixi's mother can recover, I can wait. Ji Yuning actually had no intention to let them pay her back, but she didn't want to hurt Yu Mixi's father's dignity. After that, Yu Mixi along with Ji Yuning went to pay the bill. Although for the sake of Chu Xuanfang, the director arranged the best doctor and a VIP patient room for Yu Mixi's mother, he didn't own this hospital after all, so it was impossible to get free medical treatment. They wouldn't have the final bill before Yu Mixi's mother left the hospital, so Ji Yuning paid 200,000 yuan at first. Ningning, I honestly don't know how to thank you. I promise we'll pay you back as soon as possible, Yu Mixi said to Ji Yuning. Mixi, you don't need to pay me back, Ji Yuning said to Yu Mixi. What? No, Yu Mixi was shocked. She couldn't accept it. She was already quite thankful that Ji Yuning was willing to lend her money. How could she not pay her back? It was 200,000 yuan. Not 20 or 200 yuan. Mixi, you told me your dream job is to be an accountant, right? Ji Yuning asked. Yu Mixi didn't understand why Ji Yuning suddenly changed the topic, but answered, yes. Good, let me tell you this. I'm going to start a business, and I need a person who I can trust to be my accountant in the future. Will you help me? If you're willing to, the 200,000 yuan will be your advance, Ji Yuning said with sincerity. That wasn't the reason that Yu Mixi could not pay her back, but Ji Yuning already had the idea of hiring Yu Mixi. She did this on purpose to comfort Yu Mixi. If Yu Mixi was willing to help her, it would be so much better. She was excellent at math and calculating. Once she gained more knowledge about accounting, Ji Yuning believed that she would be an outstanding assistant. To win a person's loyalty, one could give her or him the best treatment, but the best way was to always let her or him be grateful to you. Unless the person changed in the future and betrayed the one who had helped her or him. Ji Yuning wasn't 100% sure that Yu Mixi wouldn't change in the future, but at least she was more trustworthy than others. What? Hearing that, Yu Mixi was stunned. Ji Yuning was going to start a business. No matter whether Ji Yuning could be successful, Yu Mixi was of course willing to aid her. Moreover, Yu Mixi believed without a doubt that Ji Yuning could make it. She was so perfect in every aspect. Thus, Yu Mixi replied with determination, I will. Now, Yu Mixi was even more interested in an accounting major. She made up her mind to study harder so that she was able to help Ji Yuning in the future. Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi went back to the operating room. She said to Chu Xuanfang and the rest people, why don't you go back now? I can take care of it. The surgery could last for a long time. It wasn't appropriate to let them wait together. They all had their business to deal with after all. Yeah, the surgery won't end within a short time. Please don't waste your time here. Thank you so much for your help today. Yu Mixi's father added. He was the one who would feel the guiltiest if they all waited here. I won't leave, Chu Peihan said. She didn't pay the bill, and she won't leave now. She wanted to stay and keep Yu Mixi's company. Oh, I already told Hao Ran and others. They'll be here soon. In Chu Peihan's eyes, they were all close friends, so she had to tell them. They were so supportive. If she didn't tell them, they would be mad if they found out later. Ji Yuning didn't say anything. It wasn't a bad thing, but Yu Mixi was a little embarrassed, because she knew the boys wouldn't come with empty hands. Since they would come, Yu Mixi couldn't stop them. They were good friends anyway. Chu Xuanfang couldn't make the decision himself. He looked to Situ Yi. Let's wait for a while. Situ Yi said. Both Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihan were greatly astonished. Since when had Situ Yi become so kind and gentle? In fact, Situ Yi intended to spend more time with Ji Yuning to impress her. Since they said that they were staying, Yu Mixi's father didn't insist. 30 minutes later, the surgery was still going on. Chu Xuanfang received a call, and left afterwards to deal with his business. Chu Xuanfang was going to leave, and it wouldn't be appropriate if Situ Yi stayed. Thus they left together, even though Situ Yi was reluctant to do so. He had no excuse to stay after all. Chapter 165 It's none of your business if I'm in love. A while later, Hao Ran and the boys arrived in 2s and 3s with many bags of nourishing products, which shocked Yu Mixi and her father. Yu Mixi was fine with it, because she had witnessed it once when they had come to visit Ji Yu Man, but her father had never seen so many gifts at a time. Why were all of Mixi's friends are from good families? Yu Mixi's father was slightly worried. He was afraid that his daughter made those friends for advantages. However, he didn't show his worry. He kept thanking them for their kindness. 20 minutes later, the light went off in the operating room, which meant that the surgery was over. A group of them ran ahead at once. The door was opened, and the doctor stepped out. "Doctor, how's my wife? Doctor, how's my mother?" Mixie and her father asked with anxiety. "The surgery is a great success. She'll wake up when the anesthetic wears off," the doctor replied. Everyone was relieved. They then pushed the patient back to the patient room. Ji Yuning let Hao Ran and Qin Zixin buy some food for Mixie and her parents when they arrived at the VIP patient room. Mixie's father immediately stopped them. He didn't want to bother them further. Instead, he planned to let Mixie invite them to have a meal to thank them, but Ji Yuning declined. Ji Yuning persuaded Mixie's father to focus on taking care of Mixie's mother. Mixie's mother for now was the one who needed care the most after all. Mixie's father listened to Ji Yuning in the end. Hao Ran and Qin Zixin of course followed Ji Yuning's order. At that time, Ji Yuning walked to the side of Mixie's mother's bed. She used her jade eyes to check her physical condition. Ji Yuning had absorbed a large amount of power, and she was already able to cure the human body to some extent with her power, but for severe injuries, her power still wasn't enough. The tumor was already removed from Mixie's mother's head. The only injury she had was the cut left by the surgery. Ji Yuning administered some power, a light white fog that ordinary people couldn't see, into the cut to only cure the flesh inside, to prevent someone from finding out. Outside, the cut remained the same, but it wouldn't affect the inside part anymore. It didn't cost much power to do so, so Ji Yuning continued to check Mixie's mother's body to see what else she could do. She was willing to do more for her friend. It was good that Ji Yuning did, because Mixie's mother's stomach was already festering, which was probably the reason why she had been frail and sick for so many years. Ji Yuning immediately used her power to cure the damaged stomach. This time she spent a lot of power, and felt a little tired afterwards. Luckily, there was still half of her power left. No one noticed what she was doing, because it happened too fast. Half an hour later, the two boys got back with the food. Ji Yuning and others didn't stay long before they left. Ji Yuning had planned to do her scavenger hunt at the Yuntai Mountain today, but it was too late, so she gave it up. When Ji Yuning and the boys were gone, Mixie told her father what Ji Yuning had discussed with her. She didn't want her father to be worried about her mother's health as well as the money. Mixie's father was stunned to hear the news. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning was able to start a business at such a young age. Although Ji Yuning did so, he still felt like he had to do something. However, his family was too poor to pay the money back. Thus Mixie's father could only reminded Mixie to study hard so that she could help Ji Yuning in the future. Ji Yuning had saved her mother's life after all. If Ji Yuning hadn't come to their aid, Mixie's mother could only have waited to die. The next day, Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaoting in a black suit waiting for her not far away, just as she just left Zone G. Leng Xiaoting's sudden presence surprised Ji Yuning, but she was also slightly thrilled. Why is he here? What is he doing here? Is he here for me? Why is he coming to me? A series of questions flashed by Ji Yuning's mind. She suddenly realized that she was still mad at him. Therefore, she ignored him walking straight by him. Leng Xiaoting was a little upset and nervous. He immediately stopped her. Wait. Ji Yuning wanted to continue walking ahead, but in the end she stopped. What? I believe that you're too young to fall in love now. You should focus more on your studies, Leng Xiaoting said. He was anxious. What? Ji Yuning was annoyed. He comes here to remind me to stay away from romance just because I'm young. How can he do that? Ji Yuning turned around raising her voice and shouted at him, "It's none of your business if I'm in love. Who do you think you are? Mind yourself first please. I heard that you have never even had a girlfriend. Are you a gay or something?" After that, Ji Yuning directly walked fast away. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb. He didn't understand why Ji Yuning was so irritated. He did this for her good. He indeed had never ever had a girlfriend, because there was no woman who could walk into his heart, but he wasn't a gay either. In case Ji Yuning misunderstood, Leng Xiaoting caught her up at once. "I'm not a gay. I don't care," Ji Yuning replied in anger. I'm really not a gay, Leng Xiaoting continued to explain. I told you I don't care. Ji Yuning said. She stopped all of a sudden, but didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting was right behind her. He hit Ji Yuning's back unexpectedly. Ah! Ji Yuning lost her balance falling forward. Luckily, with his outstanding agility, Leng Xiaoting grabbed her waist, pulling her backwards. Ji Yuning's back once again hit Leng Xiaoting's muscular chest. And, she accidentally touched the man's sensitive part. It reacted even. Both of them changed their faces. Although Ji Yuning had been with Qi Ziu for 4 years in her previous incarnation, they had never slept together, so Ji Yuning was still a virgin. As for Leng Xiaoting, he was absolutely a virgin too. Chapter 166. Just being polite. Leng Xiaoting was turned on, and felt sexually excited now. He needed a cold bath right away. Before Ji Yuning realized it, Leng Xiaoting let her go and started running away. There was no need for him to explain whether he was gay or not, because his reaction proved everything. At the same time, Ji Yuning finally realized what had just happened. She ran out of Fenghua luxury mansion and to her school in a hurry. Her heart was in her throat now. She felt embarrassed and excited, and kept blaming Leng Xiaoting in her heart. If he hadn't knocked into her, it wouldn't have happened, but it wasn't actually Leng Xiaoting's fault. If she hadn't stopped all of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't have knocked into her. He didn't want it to happen either. When Ji Yuning got to school, she had almost calmed herself down. She went to the football field. Yu Mixi was there as well. Ji Yuning asked, "Mixi, is your mother awake?" Yu Mixi looked a little pale, but beamed. "My mother woke up around 12 p.m. The doctor said my mother recovered very well. She can leave the hospital after a week. I was too happy to remember to send a message into our WeChat group to share the good news with you all." "It's fine, and I'm happy to hear it too," Ji Yuning said. "Ningning, I told my father about what we spoke about. My father is also supporting me to study hard and help you in the future," Yu Mixi said. "Great. Don't let me down," Ji Yuning encouraged her. "I won't." Yu Mixi was full of hope now. She promised that she would never disappoint Ji Yuning. "What are you talking about?" Chu Peihan, who stood not far away, noticed that they were talking about something, but didn't hear it clearly. She immediately approached them. "We're discussing that someone's birthday is just around the corner. What gifts should we send?" Ji Yuning pretended as if she was thinking. She wanted to keep it a secret between Yu Mixi and her for now. Someone's birthday. Who? Chu Peihan was excited at once. Birthdays meant a party was also around the corner. Whose birthday? Hao Ran and the boys came near too. If it was their friend's birthday, they of course must celebrate it. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes, looking at Chu Peihan. "I think the answer is pretty clear." Chu Peihan was struck dumb for a second before she realized that her birthday was only half a month away. She forgot her own birthday. Chu Peihan was a little embarrassed, but she became thrilled the next second. "Ha ha, my birthday is half a month away. How could I forget about it?" "Boss, how did you know?" "I don't think I told you that." Chu Peihan was curious. "You didn't tell me, but I saw it. When we went to register for a room last time, I noticed your ID card," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, not only Chu Peihan, but the rest were also shocked. What an outstanding memory Ji Yuning had. Nevertheless, in their eyes, Ji Yuning was a goddess, so they gradually grew accustomed to finding out about her unusual abilities. "Boss, that's incredible. I must invite you all to have a luxurious meal and throw a great party." "As for the gifts, I don't care," Chu Peihan said. "Well, I was considering preparing a valuable gift for you, but since you said so, I'm fine with that. I can save a lot of money," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Chu Peihan couldn't remain calm. She argued at once, "Boss, I was just saying that. Please don't take it seriously." Everyone burst into laughter. In Fenghua luxury mansion, Leng Xiaoting sat on the sofa thinking, after a cold bath in Xu Jinshan's place. Because of his unexpected physiological response, he was growingly clear about his feelings towards Ji Yuning. He had never loved a woman, so he wasn't sure whether he had indeed fallen in love with Ji Yuning, but he was certain that he felt disappointed to see her being unhappy, so he had even let her keep the gun, which was illegal. When Xu Jinchen had told him that he was going to chase Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting had been displeased. Thus he had deliberately forced Xu Jinchen to go on the task together with him to prevent them from getting closer to each other. When Ji Yuning had given him a hint that she probably liked him, his heart had beat so fast and he had stayed awake all night. When Ji Yuning had told him someone wanted her to be his girlfriend, Leng Xiaoting felt extremely uncomfortable. He had to stop her, that was the reason why he had flown all the way back to City F. When thinking of her, he felt relaxed and sweet for no reason. Perhaps, he had indeed fallen in love with Ji Yuning. An abrupt ringtone interrupted Leng Xiaoting's thoughts. He was a little displeased, but still answered the call. It was from Xu Jinchen. The minute Leng Xiaoting answered it, Xu Jinchen opened his mouth. "Hey, boss, where are you now?" "What's up?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Nothing, I just feel that I have nothing to do right now, and I wanted to tell you that I'm going to find the girl that I like." "I'd hate to go on a blind date arranged by my family," Xu Jinchen complained. The girl he liked. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting remembered that Xu Jinchen had told him before that he wanted to chase Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting immediately thought that Xu Jinchen was going to find Ji Yuning, so he strongly disagreed without hesitation. "You can't do that." "What? Why?" Xu Jinchen was a little dumbstruck. "You have to wait until I get back," Leng Xiaoting said. "Then when will you be back?" Xu Jinchen asked. "Soon." However, exactly how soon he would be back was totally dependent on him. This wasn't the first time that Xu Jinchen had been deceived by his boss. At noon, Zhou Zhenghong sent Ji Yuning a message with a picture. It was the advertisement photo of the Jade Beauty jewelry store. Zhou Zhenghong was asking for Ji Yuning's opinion. If it wasn't good enough, they still had time to alter it. If Ji Yuning was satisfied with it, they could print it out right now for promotion. Ji Yuning looked at it for a while, and she liked it. Zhou Zhenghong then went to print it. The afternoon classes were finally over, except for Mu Kei and Anyi who still had to attend the evening class. The rest of them left the school together. Yu Mixi needed to visit her mother in the hospital, so she had asked for a leave from Todi's evening class. After they said goodbye to one another, Ji Yuning walked towards her home. She planned to run back home when there were fewer people around. However, before long, a black Maserati stopped right by her side. The window of the back seat was rolled down. It was Situ Yi. "Get in, let me drive you home." Situ Yi said. "No, thanks. I'm used to running home." Ji Yuning declined. "This is my first time driving a person home on my own initiative. Please do me a favor," Situ Yi added. Since Situ Yi said so, Ji Yuning didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she got in. However, the men who sat in the driver's seat and the passenger seat were shocked. Since when had their boss become so kind and gentle? Chapter 167 Leng Xiaoting starts to chase a girl. Let's go. To Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Situ Yi ordered. Hearing Situ Yi's voice, the driver immediately drove the car towards Fenghua Luxury Mansion. No one noticed that there was a black Land Rover stopped not far away from Situ Yi's Maserati, and the man sitting inside fixed his eyes on Ji Yuning from the beginning to the end. Seeing that Ji Yuning sat in Situ Yi's car and left, the look became cold and upset. The man was Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting finally figured out that he already fallen in love with Ji Yuning, so he came to her, but unexpectedly he was too late. He didn't know who the owner of the car was. Thus he could only follow them along the way. At the same time, Situ Yi was talking with Ji Yuning once in a while in the car. When they almost arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Situ Yi wanted to exchange numbers with Ji Yuning. He told Ji Yuning that if she encountered any trouble in City G, she was free to turn to him for help, and he had a network in gangs and government alike. The two fellows who sat in the front were shocked again. Since when had their boss become so helpful and altruistic? However, after the shock, they didn't dare to let their mind wander. It would be terrible if any accident happened. Ji Yuning of course wouldn't deny it. She was in need of help. Ji Yuning used to suspect that the man had some connection with the Qing gang. Now that Situ Yi said it himself, Ji Yuning was more certain that he must be closely connected with the Qing gang. If you ever annoyed the gangs, you could only fight against them with your life. Therefore, it was very important to build up a network. Ji Yuning got out of the car at Fenghua Luxury Mansion. She thanked Satuyi before she walked inside. However, Satuyi's car didn't leave right away. He rolled down the window watching Ji Yuning leaving. Exactly because of that, Leng Xiaoting saw the men in the car while he went by. Another car stopped by Ji Yuning's side when she walked halfway. A man got out of it. It was Leng Xiaoting. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning immediately thought of what had happened this morning. She was a little nervous, but the next second, she changed her face. Leng Xiaoting questioned her directly, "Is the man who wanted you to be his girlfriend the same man who just drove you back?" Ji Yuning was unhappy that Leng Xiaoting talked to her in that way. She felt offended. "I don't think it has anything to do with you. It's none of your business," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning's attitude made Leng Xiaoting believe that he guessed correctly, so he continued to persuade her, "You don't match. He is a dangerous man." Ji Yuning frowned a little. Leng Xiaoting must know him. She was getting curious. Why is he dangerous? Do you know his real identity? He's Satuyi, the boss of the Qing gang, Leng Xiaoting answered. His voice showed apparent dislike towards the Qing gang. What? Ji Yuning was stunned. She had assumed that the man must be closely connected with the Qing gang, but unexpectedly, he was the boss. After hearing Satuyu's real identity, Ji Yuning thought that it was a good news instead. The boss of the Qing gang. Not bad. Then he'll be able to solve any problem within a second, Ji Yuning said in a proud tone. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. He retorted, "I can help you too, and I'm better than him." This was the first time Leng Xiaoting had complimented himself before others. Ji Yuning was surprised. She knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't bragging. She had had a fight with Leng Xiaoting and Satuyi separately, and it was true that Leng Xiaoting was better than Satuyi, but a lone wolf couldn't beat a group of wolves. It's essential to have a strong team too. Leng Xiaoting hated to see that Ji Yuning admired Satuyi, but doubted him. He felt hurt. "I can't tell you my real identity right now, but I promise no matter what he can do, I can do better than him," Leng Xiaoting said with confidence. Ji Yuning didn't find out about Leng Xiaoting's pride until now. She wasn't dumb, and she knew what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind from his attitude. "Oh, really? Nevertheless, I don't think that matters to me," Ji Yuning said on purpose, although she was thrilled in her heart. "I can help you," Leng Xiaoting said. "Why are you willing to help me?" "We aren't close anyway," Ji Yuning replied. "We can be," Leng Xiaoting said. "Be what?" Ji Yuning teased. "We can be close," Leng Xiaoting said. "How close can we be?" Ji Yuning continued. Leng Xiaoting suddenly stopped and flushed. He was lost for words. "Fine, I think I better not bother you." Ji Yuning turned around to leave. Leng Xiaoting was so nervous that he blurted it out, "Would you be my girlfriend?" After that, the man felt like his whole face was burning, and his heart was beating fast, but he had already said it aloud. He couldn't take it back. In fact, he wasn't willing to do so either. Ji Yuning stopped. Although it wasn't unexpected, it surprised her. She got nervous too, and didn't dare to face Leng Xiaoting. "It's not up to me, but you. Can you win my heart?" Ji Yuning forced herself to calm down. She sent Leng Xiaoting a positive message. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting's eyes were aflame with pleasure. He didn't know how to chase a woman, but he could learn, so he responded, "I'll try my best." "Great, I'll wait," Ji Yuning said before she escaped away. Leng Xiaoting stood still for a long while. When he got home, he immediately searched the internet to find out about ways of chasing a girl. Ji Yuning went back home with a red face, which astonished Ji Yuman. "Ningning, what happened? Your face is so red," Ji Yuman said, reaching out her hand to touch Ji Yuning's forehead to see whether she had a fever. "Mom, I'm fine. I just ran back, so I feel a little hot," Ji Yuning explained immediately, although she didn't believe it herself. Ji Yuman was relieved, and Ji Yuning's forehead wasn't hot, so she believed it. "Have a bath now. We'll go to your aunt's place to have the meal." "Sure," Ji Yuning answered, then stepped into her room. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning finished her bath and walked out in her casual clothes. Chapter 168 Leng Xiaoting stays up all night. Ji Yuning used her hairdryer to dry her waist-long hair and put it into a bun for convenience. She took her phone and keys, leaving for Ji Yuqing's home afterwards. Seeing that Zhang Shu was home, Ji Yuning asked him with care, "Uncle, how is everything going?" "Everything is fine. The construction materials will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. The store is ready to open the day after tomorrow." Zhang Shu was apparently happy. "I'm glad to hear that," Ji Yuning said. Then she walked into the kitchen. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing were busy cooking. "Mom, Aunt, do you need help?" "Nope, just sit there. The meal will be ready soon," Ji Yuqing said. "Oh, how is the beauty salon?" Ji Yuning asked. "It's going well. We're getting used to running the business," Ji Yuqing added. "That's good to know," Ji Yuning said. "Where is Xinyue?" "In her room. She locked herself in the room after she came back from her school." "I don't know why. She won't come out." Ji Yuqing sounded a little worried. "Let me talk to her," Ji Yuning said. She walked to Zhang Xinyue's room and knocked on the door. "Xinyue, it's me. What are you doing in there?" "Nothing," Zhang Xinyue said, but it seemed that she had no intention to come out. Ji Yuning was astute enough to notice that Peng Xinyue's voice wasn't right. She was crying, but why? "May I come in?" Ji Yuning asked. "Sorry, I'm reading." Zhang Xinyue declined. How can she be so impolite? Does she have to read right now? "Xinyue, come out right now." Ji Yuqing ran out from the kitchen and raised her voice in anger. "Aunt, it's fine. Leave it to me please." Ji Yuning immediately pushed Ji Yuqing back to the kitchen. Although Ji Yuning didn't want to invade others' privacy, Zhang Xinyue obviously wasn't normal. Thus she could only use her jade eyes to see what was going on inside. In the room, WUXIAWORLD site, Zhang Xinyue was actually sitting in front of her studying desk, but she wasn't reading. She was crying. On her left cheek, there was a clear palm mark. To be specific, there were several palm marks added up. Seeing that, Ji Yuning's face changed. She understood why Zhang Xinyue wasn't willing to come out. She didn't want anyone to find out about the injury on her face. Ji Yuning immediately went to get a bottle of icy drink and sent a message to Zhang Xinyue. "Xinyue, I understand that you don't want you parents to know what has happened, but I can help you. Please open the door and let me in." Zhang Xinyue read the message and hesitated to open the door. After a few seconds, she stood up opening the door for Ji Yuning. Zhang Xinyue let her hair down to cover her left cheek. Ji Yuning stood before her, but Zhang Xinyue only called her quietly and kept her head down to avoid her look. Ji Yuning walked in and closed the door at once. She locked the door before pulling Zhang Xinyue to the side of her bed. Without saying anything, she used the icy bottle to cover Zhang Xinyue's swollen cheek. Zhang Xinyue moved unconsciously but was stopped by Ji Yuning. "If you don't want your parents to know, stay still." Zhang Xinyue didn't dare to move afterward. She was a little afraid of Ji Yuning since Ji Yuning had changed into a different person. Ji Yuning used the icy bottle as a cover. In fact, she was secretly removing the red marks on Zhang Xinyue's face with her power. However, in order not to raise any doubt, Ji Yuning let the icy bottle stay on Zhang Xinyue's face for several minutes. "Sister, how did you know?" Zhang Xinyue didn't realize it until now. How could Ji Yuning know that her face was injured? "It's not important. Just tell me what happened." Ji Yuning of course wouldn't tell Zhang Xinyue the truth. Zhang Xinyue didn't know where to start. "Just say it." Ji Yuning threatened a little. Zhang Xinyue immediately opened her mouth. "A boy in our school likes me and sent me a letter, but I didn't take it. Then a girl who likes the boy found out about it. She came to me and slapped my face several times. She even warned me to stay away from the boy, or she will hit me every time she sees me, but there is nothing between the boy and me." Saying that, Zhang Xinyue felt aggrieved and cried again. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was extremely annoyed. "Which classroom does the girl study in? What is her name?" Ji Yuning curbed her anger and asked coldly. "The third classroom in the 9th grade. They're Xiaopaojiao, Feng Xiaoyu and Zhang Yanlin." Facing Ji Yuning, Zhang Xinyue didn't dare to hide the fact. "Get it." I'll fight back for you. And you must remember, don't ever escape and cry alone anymore. You must stand up for yourself. Don't be a coward. No one will respect a chicken. If you can't handle it yourself, you can turn to me for help. Am I clear? Ji Yuning educated her cousin. She didn't want her family to be bullied. Yes, Zhang Xingyue answered. She also knew people always bullied the weak, but she was accustomed to staying quiet. It would take time for her to change. Zhang Xinyue's eyes were swollen after she had been crying for a long time, but Ji Yuning's magical power not only cured her eyes but also her cheek. When she came out with Ji Yuning to eat, she looked no different than usual. Zhang Xinyue was surprised, but she didn't think further. Ji Yuning also told Zhang Xinyue to use the excuse that she didn't do well in a test, so she was in a bad mood. Ji Yuqing and others believed it and comforted Zhang Xinyue to try her best the next time. They dined together in harmony later. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting was still busy learning the ways of chasing a girl. He had read many skills, like sending the girl flowers, seeing a movie together, sending the girl gifts, saying sweet nothings to her and so forth, but different girls liked different things, which confused Leng Xiaoting a lot. Therefore, he stayed up that entire night. The next morning, when Ji Yuning just walked out of Zone G, she saw a black Land Rover stopped by the road, and Leng Xiaoting was leaning against the car door facing her. Ji Yuning couldn't deny that the man looked so cool and attractive in that pose. Seeing Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting immediately stood straight. He was still a little nervous being with her. Let me take you to school. Ji Yuning calmed herself down. She felt slightly embarrassed that she was distracted by his charming appearance. Oh, no, thanks. I always run to school. Leng Xiaoting was a little upset. Then I'll run to your school with you. Chapter 169. I'll pick you up. Ji Yuning intended to reject, but suddenly changed her mind. I don't mind. Leng Xiaoting felt better then. He left the car at the same place, running to school with Ji Yuning. On the way, they didn't talk at all. Leng Xiaoting wanted to, but he had no idea what to say. When they arrived, Leng Xiaoting said, "Let's have breakfast together." I have an appointment with my friends. We'll be having breakfast together. Ji Yuning declined on purpose. How about lunch? Are you free then? Leng Xiaoting invited again. Sorry, I need to deal with something then. Ji Yuning rejected once more. However, this time, Ji Yuning truly had something important to deal with at the noon. She was going to teach those girls who had bullied Zhang Xinyue a lesson. Leng Xiaoting frowned tightly. He was disappointed, but wasn't willing to give up. How about this afternoon? Ji Yuning didn't want to see Leng Xiaoting being so upset, so she felt reluctant to turn him down again. Sure. Having an affirmative answer, Leng Xiaoting's eyes lit up. What do you want to have? Seafood. Ji Yuning knew Leng Xiaoting was allergic to seafood. Thus she deliberately said it. She understood that men were hunters, and you could never let them catch you easily. It was Leng Xiaoting who had warned her that she was too young to fall in love. Now he shot himself in the foot. Ji Yuning was a normal girl with ordinary emotions. Sometimes she would test the man she liked too. No problem. Leng Xiaoting knew that Ji Yuning did it on purpose, but he agreed. I'll pick you up at the end of the day. I don't think that's a good idea. If my classmates find out, they will gossip. You can tell me where you are then and I'll come to you, Ji Yuning said. However, she wasn't actually worried about gossip at all. Instead, she planned to be late and let him wait for her. Oh, you're right, Leng Xiaoting said. Bye-bye, Ji Yuning said to him before she ran into her school. Leng Xiaoting fixed his eyes on Ji Yuning's back until she disappeared from his sight. Ningning. Halfway there Chu Peihen called Ji Yuning from behind. Ji Yuning stopped and looked back and noticed Chu Peihen wearing a meaningful smile. It seemed that Chu Peihen had witnessed Leng Xiaoting and her being together. Tell me, who is that man? Chu Peihen asked. A friend, Ji Yuning answered. Oh, really? What kind of a friend is he? Chu Peihen laid her arm on Ji Yuning's shoulder. She wouldn't let her go unless she told her the truth. A normal friend, Ji Yuning couldn't help but roll her eyes. I don't believe it. Chu Peihen squinted. Believe it or not. Ji Yuning said, like there was really nothing between Leng Xiaoting and her. Fine, I believe you. Since Ji Yuning said they were only friends, then so be it. Chu Peihan only gossiped a little. It didn't mean that she deemed that they were a couple. A male and a female could be brother and sister, or friends. They didn't have to be a couple after all. Moreover, Ji Yuning and the man didn't seem very close. Ever since Ji Yuning had found out that Satu Yi was the boss of the Qing gang, she believed Chu Xuanfeng must be a member of the gang as well. And he seemed to be an important figure besides Satu Yi. He must be in a high position in the Qing gang. As for Chu Peihan, Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether she was a member of the Qing gang too. Anyway, Ji Yuning didn't care about that. She was willing to maintain a good relationship with the Qing gang. Since Chu Peihan didn't expose her real identity, she apparently didn't want others to know it. Thus Ji Yuning also kept it a secret. Oh, Ningning, which university is your aim? Chu Peihan suddenly asked. The capital university, how about you? Ji Yuning asked. I want to go to the same university as you. My older brother can help me arrange us into the same dormitory by then. Chu Peihan was excited. That's a good idea. However, I need to tell you now. I will probably only be staying in school for 1 or 2 months. I'm going to start a business and I'll be super busy. It will be more convenient for me to live outside of the school, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want to hide her ambition. What? You're going to start a business? Chu Peihan was amazed. She looked at Ji Yuning with admiration. Boss, you're truly my idol now. I don't have the ambition to run a business. I just want to live my life. Boss, if you're successful in the future, please don't forget me. Chu Peihan clasped Ji Yuning's arm, like Ji Yuning was going to abandon her. Well, they were just playing with each other. Chu Peihan's family was powerful enough. She actually didn't need Ji Yuning's support. Sure, I promise I'll take good care of you if I can be successful in the future. Then I'll marry you into a good family, Ji Yuning teased. I don't want to be married. I want to be single and free. Chu Peihan retorted. Ji Yuning smiled. Different people had different thoughts. Chu Peihan was too young to think about that. When she was at a certain age, or met her Mr. Right, she would probably change her mind. In City G, Zhou Zhenghong was ready to advertise in the morning. In addition to the outside wall of their store, the advertising space was the LED display on the facade of the downtown shopping mall and the wall on the other side of the mall. It seemed like only a little, but the advertisement was persuasive. On the LED display, it was played every 10 minutes. Jade, the essence of all things, enjoys the reputation of the crown of valuable stones. It has the good meanings of luck, wit, nobility, and fortune. Jade Beauty Jewelry will create high-end jade jewelry. The grand opening ceremony will be held on Saturday, December 12th. Each client can have a 10% discount. You can also make a reservation for the King's Green, the King of Jade. Address: XXXXX. The characters on the advertisement was strictly limited because it was charged by seconds. Ji Yuning didn't mind though. People might ignore the beginning of the advertisement, but the King's Green attracted a lot of attention. There weren't many people who knew a lot about jade, but most of them had heard of the King's Green. The advertisement on the wall of the shopping mall was a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide poster. The top 3 English words were, "The King's Green," with a large picture of it. It was very eye-catching and attractive. The King's Green was their most important selling point, but they also had many more beautiful jade jewelry pieces made of medium high-level and high-level jade. Chapter 170 Ji Yuning's anger. Each consumer could have a 10% discount on the day of the opening ceremony. A 10% discount wasn't small. If you paid 1 million yuan, you could have 100,000 yuan off, which was quite a lot when it came to jade. The advertisement for jade beauty jewelry didn't have much effect on ordinary people and those who disliked jade, but it caused a sensation in the jewelry and jade industry. The main reason was the King's Green. The level of jade used by jade beauty jewelry was also astonishing. It was a high-end brand, mainly producing jewelry made of at least medium high-level jade. There wasn't an abundant amount of jade in City G, so it was hard to find high-level jade. Jade beauty jewelry must be super rich and powerful to acquire so much high-level jade. Many jade experts and businessmen had an intense interest in the King's Green. They all wanted to be the first group of people to have a look at it. Many of them also planned to buy it for their collection. Although they had seen many kinds of jade, and didn't lack it, most of their collection was common or medium-level jade. Let alone the King's Green, few people had seen it, and fewer owned it. Even if you had enough money, you probably wouldn't have a chance to buy one. Jade Beauty Jewelry opened its official Weibo account, which was written on its advertisement post. Thus many subscribed to follow the brand within a short time. Yesterday afternoon, Ji Yuning called Master Fu, Master Yan and Master Bai separately, telling them that she had cut out the King's Green, and was going to show it at the opening ceremony. All the jewelry was available for reservation on that day too. She would guide them to have a look first when she went to City Ji. Each master was thrilled to hear the news. They all urged Ji Yuning to come to City Ji as soon as possible. Both Master Fu and Master Bai wanted to buy the King's Green, but Ji Yuning declined. If they wanted it, they could make a reservation for it at the opening ceremony. Ji Yuning was a businesswoman right now, and profit was her first priority. The two masters were businessmen as well. They understood Ji Yuning's decision, and didn't insist. At the same time, Master Bai and Master Fu planned to reserve a wide jade ring made of the King's Green. They did that because they cherished the King's Green, and to help Ji Yuning's business as well. Master Yan was more interested in antiques than jade, so he wasn't involved in the competition. He mainly wanted to have a look. However, Master Fu and Master Bai were both looking forward to Ji Yuning's arrival. It was a torture for them to have to wait. Although Ji Yuning had told them beforehand, Master Fu and Master Bai were excited to see the advertisement, because they were able to see the King's Green. Nevertheless, it was only a picture of it. They still had to wait for a while longer to see it in real life. Li Zhenyu also called Qin Yifan after he heard of the news. Qin Yifan was shocked. He intended to have a look at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry as well. Ji Yuning left her school at noon, but Ji Yuning was always absent, so her friends complained that she wasn't a qualified boss. Ji Yuning truly had something serious to deal with, and they couldn't stop her from doing it. Actually, Ji Yuning also felt embarrassed. She had been so busy recently, and didn't have much time to train them. The No. 3 high school wasn't far away from the No. 4 middle school. It only took Ji Yuning 10 minutes to run there. Ji Yuning climbed over a wall to get into the No. 4 middle school directly. Their school uniforms were in the same color, but in different design, so no one would notice that Ji Yuning was from another school unless they took a closer look. When Ji Yuning arrived, she called Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue answered it, but didn't say a word. However, Ji Yuning was able to hear the voices through the phone. Zhang Xinyue, I've warned you to stay away from Cheng Heng. How dare you ignore it? I didn't. It's he who came to apologize to me for what you did to me yesterday, Zhang Xinyue said. Apologize? Why? You deserved it. That was insane. Ji Yuning was immediately aggravated. Very well, she had thought that it would waste her time to find them, but unexpectedly, they were right there. However, Ji Yuning could only hear their voices. She had no idea of their location. Luckily, Ji Yuning had acute hearing. She recognized the sounds around Zhang Xinyue through the phone. It was a sound created when trees swayed and the leaves rubbed against one another. It had to be a place where there were many trees. Ji Yuning immediately thought of the woods. She had gone to the No. 4 middle school when she was younger, so she was familiar with it. There was a lane in the woods. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately ran to the lane. She ran very fast, even quicker than a professional athlete. Everyone on the way was shocked. However, when they finally got their mind back and wanted to record it with their phones, Ji Yuning was already gone. Voices continued to sound from the other side of the phone. Since you won't listen to us, I need to teach you the lesson again. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was nervous. She was afraid that Zhang Xinyue would be hurt. Indeed, she soon heard a loud slap sound followed by Zhang Xinyue's agonized scream. Ji Yuning's anger was burning now. Damn it. She had planned to punish them lightly, but now it seemed like she had to make them regret what they had done to Zhang Xinyue. When Ji Yuning finally got there, Zhang Xinyue had already been slapped twice. Ji Yuning dashed forward at once. She kicked the 3 female students surrounding Zhang Xinyue several meters away with great force. Ji Yuning didn't think that she should be kind at all. The 3 female students didn't even have a chance to react. One knocked into the tree and fell down onto the ground, then fainted. One's calf hit a stone and it was broken right away. She couldn't move, but was crying in severe pain. One's face smashed into the ground. Her jaw swelled. Her front teeth disappeared and blood continuously poured out of her mouth. She wasn't even able to cry. Zhang Xinyue was stunned by the scene before her eyes. There were students in 2s and 3s in the wood. They were all shocked by Ji Yuning's strength. Although they felt sorry for what Zhang Xinyue had suffered, no one dared to help her. However, now seeing that people were hurt, someone immediately went to tell the teacher. Ji Yuning noticed, but she didn't care. She couldn't run away right now, and couldn't leave Zhang Xinyue alone either. She would deal with the mess that she had caused. Sister. Zhang Xinyue's voice was trembling. Although Zhang Xinyue was greatly surprised by Ji Yuning's power, she was frightened by the result. Chapter 171. Ji Yuning's anger to Zhang Xinyue had no sympathy for them, but was afraid that Ji Yuning and her would get in trouble if those girls were severely injured. Relax. They'll be fine and so will we. Trust me. Ji Yuning looked at Zhang Xinyue and comforted her gently. Zhang Xinyue believed Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning said that they would be fine, she believed they would be fine. Ji Yuning had only kicked them once, and she was still annoyed, but they were already badly injured, so she didn't continue to beat them. Before long, a younger male and a female teacher arrived. Although they hadn't witnessed it themselves, a student had told them that a girl kicked 3 female students several meters away. One passed out, one's leg was broken and one's front teeth were missing, which was shocking. The 2 young teachers couldn't believe that a single girl was able to kick away a person at a time, and cause such a great deal of damage, so they thought that it must be an exaggeration. However, when they saw the 3 female students' condition, they had to accept the truth. The female teacher went to the student who had fainted, calling in panic, "Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao." The student had no reaction. She immediately called an ambulance, while the male teacher asked, "Who did this?" "It was me," Ji Yuning admitted with alacrity. She didn't seem afraid at all. The male teacher's sight fell on Ji Yuning. He recognized that Ji Yuning wasn't a student here, but was from the No. 3 high school. He was irritated, questioning, "You're a student from the No. 3 high school. Why did you come here and beat our students?" Ji Yuning met his angry look, showing no fear at all. "Because they slapped another student first." The male teacher frowned a little. "Who did they slap?" "My cousin," Ji Yuning answered, pointing to Zhang Xinyue. The male teacher looked to Zhang Xinyue, and the latter moved in fear. Her half-swollen face was still bare in the air. However, there were only 2 overlapped palm marks on Zhang Xinyue's face, while the 3 female students were lying severely injured on the ground. Thus the male teacher tended to protect Sha Zhao Zhao and the other 2 girls. "I think she looks fine, but you've beaten them heavily. It's too much." "What? She looks fine after having been slapped twice." Ji Yuning sounded threatening. Her cold look was like a sharp icy knife aiming at the male teacher, who immediately felt frozen. Ji Yuning then pointed at the 3 girls arguing in anger. "These girls, especially the one named Sha Zhao Zhao, slapped my cousin just because a boy who she likes wrote a letter to my cousin. How could she do that? Who gave her the right to do that? The point is, my cousin didn't take the letter. This morning, the boy came to apologize to my cousin for what she had been through. And then, these girls slapped my cousin once more. Why can they slap my cousin, and I can't fight back for my cousin? Do you think I can stand here watching my cousin being slapped and stay quiet? If you were me, would you be quiet?" Ji Yuning was aggressive with her words, and the male teacher felt overwhelmed. This girl was so strong and powerful. She was even more terrible than the principal. Luckily, the male teacher was a reasonable man. He felt ashamed after Ji Yuning's argument. "Nevertheless, no matter what, it's the fact that you've injured them. I've already called the police, and you can't get away with it." The female teacher wouldn't let Ji Yuning go, although she also felt the pressure from her. Sha Zhaozhao and the two female students shouldn't have slapped Zhang Xinyue, but Ji Yuning also had to take responsibility for what she had done. Actually, Ji Yuning just needed to pay the administration fee if they could make her do it, but the female teacher of course intended to let Ji Yuning pay more than just money. Zhang Xinyue, instead, was scared that the teacher had called the police. Ji Yuning held her hand, giving her power, and comforted her. I know that I should take responsibility for what I've done, but what they have done to my cousin is intentional injury, which is more serious, Ji Yuning said in a meaningful way. She wasn't worried at all. So, what can you do? The female teacher apparently didn't believe that Ji Yuning had the ability to stand against her. Because she knew Zhang Xinyue's background, she didn't think that Ji Yuning could bear the result. From the female teacher's attitude, Ji Yuning sensed that there must be at least one girl among the three who was from a powerful or rich family, but so what, Ji Yuning wasn't weak either. If they wanted to use their network to gain an advantage, Ji Yuning would do the same. Interesting. Then let's see. Ji Yuning didn't care at all. Instead, she sounded provocative. In the female teacher's eyes, Ji Yuning's confidence amounted to naiveness. However, the male teacher didn't know Zhang Xinyue's background. Seeing Ji Yuning being so calm and confident, he assumed that she must be powerful. Nevertheless, no matter what, he didn't want to be involved further. Within 2 minutes, there were a lot of people gather around, including several teachers. Everyone was shocked by the fact that Ji Yuning had kicked Sha Zhaozhao and the other two girls several meters away, but few of them criticized Ji Yuning. Just as Ji Yuning had explained, although she had to take responsibility for what she had done, Sha Zhaozhao's behavior was an intentional injury. A few minutes later, the principal arrived as well. The principal was named Du Haiping, and was a snobbish and selfish man. Sha Zhaozhao's father was the leader of the administrative examination and approval section of the Education Bureau, xianxia. It would be of great help if he could maintain a good relationship with Sha Zhaozhao's father. If not, his career would end soon. Du Haiping didn't have powerful support after all, so he had to please the rich and the authorities. That being the case, he obviously completely stood for Sha Zhaozhao. Chapter 172 Attack the police. Once he found out that Ji Yuning was the one who had beaten Sha Zhaozhao and the other two girls, he immediately swore at her without asking the reason. However, seconds later Ji Yuning stopped him. Enough. Ji Yuning was so aggressive that Du Haiping was struck dumb. He rounded his eyes focusing on Ji Yuning, but didn't know what to do next. All the other people were surprised that Ji Yuning dared to yell at the principal. Even the female teacher was slightly regretful, but she still refused to believe that Ji Yuning had support. It seemed like today would be a long day. As the principal, you snapped and blamed me without even asking why. You're a shame to teachers. Ji Yuning was being very serious, but not because she was arrogant. It was the principal who didn't have any moral standards after all. After a long while, Du Haiping finally realized that he had been educated and humiliated by a teenager. He was annoyed with shame. How dare you talk to me like that? Wasn't it you who injured those girls? So what? They have slapped my cousin twice on purpose. They deserve it, Ji Yuning said coldly. You. Du Haiping was mad. Your cousin seems fine. Why did you have to do that? Don't treat others the way you don't want to be treated. I think that I've already been kind, Ji Yuning sneered. Gee, how naive you are. You could be arrested. Du Haiping threatened. I don't care. I won't be the only one who will be arrested, Ji Yuning shrugged, glancing at Sha Zhaozhao and the other two girls. Don't forget there is one thing called power in this world, other than equality. Du Haiping said with disdain. He was laughing at Ji Yuning's innocence. Of course, other than equality, there is one thing called power in this world, Ji Yuning replied in a meaning way. So, never annoy someone you don't know. Seeing Ji Yuning being so confident, Du Haiping got anxious. Is this girl from a powerful family? Right at that time, they heard police sirens in the distance. The police came within 10 minutes. Although the police station wasn't far away, it wasn't near either. Because the female teacher specifically reminded the police that it was the daughter of xianxia, the leader of the administrative examination and approval section of the Education Bureau, who had fainted after being kicked. The police didn't dare to waste time. The hospital was a little farther away than the police station, so the ambulance hadn't arrived yet. A police car stopped beside the crowd. 3 policemen got out walking inside. The female teacher immediately walked ahead talking to the policeman. "It's so nice to meet you. It's her who has injured 3 students. Take her away," a policeman ordered. The other 2 policemen stepped to Ji Yuning at once, and one of them had handcuffs. They didn't bother to ask the reason. It was obvious that they had been bought by money. "Wait." Ji Yuning stopped them. The 2 policemen stopped looking at her with disdain. One of them asked, "What? Are you going to resist?" "No, but aren't you supposed to figure out what has happened before you arrest me?" Ji Yuning asked seriously. Hearing that, the 2 policemen lost their patience. They didn't think that it was necessary. However, in front of the public, they couldn't say it out aloud, so they asked a perfunctory question. "Fine, then let me ask you. Did you hit them?" "Then I don't think there is anything wrong if we arrest you," the policeman said. "Nevertheless, they also slapped my cousin. You should arrest them all as well," Ji Yuning retorted, pointing at Xiaopaojiao and the other 2 girls. "You need to go to the police station to write down the arrest record now. They are injured and have to go to the hospital right away. We'll have another policeman talk to them in the hospital," the policeman said. The policeman put it so well, but only to deceive the crowd. He wouldn't do the same thing behind everyone's back. Ji Yuning understood that. She only argued because she didn't want to be regarded as a criminal. "Sure, but it's only a civil dispute. I'm not a criminal. You don't have a right to handcuff me." Ji Yuning also understood that it was a trap to go to the police station, but she wasn't afraid of it. "Fine, let's go," the policeman agreed. Ji Yuning didn't move right away, but looked at Du Haiping. She threatened, "Principal Du, if my cousin is hurt when I'm not here, you will be replaced for sure." Her cold voice was quite persuasive. Du Haiping had to believe that Ji Yuning had the ability to replace him. She couldn't let Zhang Xinyue go to the police station with her. No matter if Zhang Xinyue was guilty or not, her reputation would be affected, but Ji Yuning didn't care. "Please." Zhang Xinyue clasped Ji Yuning. She wouldn't let her leave. "Relax, I'll be fine. Don't tell our families." Ji Yuning stared at Zhang Xinyue with determination. Zhang Xinyue felt comforted for no reason. Then, Ji Yuning left with the 2 policemen. Just as they got in the car, the ambulance arrived. In the car, Ji Yuning took out her phone to make a call. A policeman immediately reached out his hand to grab it. "You're a suspect now. Your phone has to be confiscated." Ji Yuning raised her hand to seize his hand tightly. The policeman couldn't move all of a sudden. A grown-up man failed to deal with a teenage girl. The policeman was irritated with shame. He threatened, "Let me go, or I'll arrest you for attacking the police." "Attack the police? Do you think I'll be afraid of that? Stay away. You can't afford the result," Ji Yuning warned coldly. "You." The policeman was mad, but he knew he couldn't defeat the girl. However, he was also surprised by her confidence. The female teacher had already told them that the girl was from an ordinary family. That was the reason why they were so rude. So he said in a sarcastic way, "How dare you beat the daughter of Sha Mingxian? Do you know who her father is? He is the leader of the Administrative Examination and Approval Section of the Education Bureau. You're doomed." Chapter 173. Let her go right now. So what? They forced me to do so, Ji Yuning said calmly. How naive you are. Do you think you will be safe once you walk into the police station? Another policeman asked in an arrogant way. It's not up to you. In City F, a leader of the Administrative Examination and Approval Section of the Education Bureau is nothing, Ji Yuning replied with confidence. It seemed like she was more powerful than Sha Mingxian. Nevertheless, it's more than enough to deal with a poor girl like you, the policeman said with disdain. Even though Ji Yuning was so confident, he still believed that she was merely a poor girl. The two other policemen had a different opinion. A poor girl wouldn't dare to ignore the influence of Sha Mingxian and attack the police. Was this girl not as ordinary as the female teacher told them? How can you be so sure that I'm a poor ordinary girl? Have you done the investigation yourself? Ji Yuning teased. She didn't understand why these people were so certain she was weak. In the past, she was indeed a poor, ordinary girl, but now, let alone her either rich or powerful friends, she as the chairman of Xianxia Real Estate was influential enough to protect herself. Of course, she had no intention to use her identity as the chairman of Xianxia Real Estate. There was no need to do so. Hearing that, those policemen were anxious. Isn't she a poor ordinary girl? Aren't you a poor ordinary girl? One policeman asked unconsciously. We'll find out later, Ji Yuning said. All of a sudden, the three policemen felt uneasy, but they still had to do what they should do. Ji Yuning picked up her phone calling someone. This time, none of the policemen dared to say a word. Seeing that the caller was Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting immediately answered with amazement. However, when he heard what Ji Yuning had been through, he was upset and annoyed. Ji Yuning asked, "Didn't you tell me you can help me? I beat someone at the No. 4 middle school, and I was arrested by a nearby police station. Can you get me out? If you can't, I'll call." Before Ji Yuning could finish, she was interrupted by Leng Xiaoting. "I can, wait a second. I'll come to you." "Great, I'll wait for you," Ji Yuning answered before she hung up. "I'll wait for you." Leng Xiaoting felt like his heart was touched heavily. He immediately walked out, and forgot that he was wearing a pair of slippers. Once he was outside, he called someone. He didn't realize he was in a pair of slippers until he got into the car, but there was no time to change, so he directly drove to the police station at a high speed. The policeman looked at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions. Is this girl really influential? Several minutes later, they arrived at the police station. Ji Yuning was guided into a trial room, but no one walked in to question her. Outside, the three policemen were discussing in a low voice. What should we do now? I think we should wait. What if she really called someone who is more powerful than Xia Mingxian? I agree. Although Xia Mingxian is man of some power, he is indeed not an official in City F. At that time, a middle-aged policeman walked over. Noticing that the three young policemen were standing outside talking, his face changed. What are you doing out here? Go and question the criminal right now. Don't let her go, for Leader Sha's sake. Leader Wang, this girl seems influential. She just called someone to bring her out of here. We want to wait until the person arrives. We can make the decision according to the person's identity, one policeman answered. The middle-aged policeman hesitated for a second, then asked, "Didn't the female teacher tell us that she is merely a poor ordinary girl? Nevertheless, she despised Leader Xia. And she is so confident and aggressive. I don't think that a real poor ordinary girl would do that," another policeman replied. You're right. Then let's wait for a while, Leader Wang ordered. He wanted to please Xia Mingxian, but he also didn't want to annoy someone that he shouldn't annoy. He could lose his job for that. At that time, the phone in the police station rang. After a few seconds, a policewoman came to them and told Leader Wang to answer the call. It was from the director of the Public Security Bureau, Liang Yubo. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. The director of the Public Security Bureau. Was it because of the female student that they just arrested? They felt that they were in trouble now. Leader Wang immediately ran to answer the call. Hi, Director Liang, I'm Wang Renkang, the vice leader of the police station in Baoshan area. What may I do to help? The minute Wang Renkang finished, a male voice sounded with slight anxiety. Did you just arrest a female student named Ji Yuning in the No. 4 middle school? Hearing that, Wang Renkang knew that something must be wrong. Although he didn't know whether the girl was Ji Yuning, he was certain that it must be her, because she was the only one that they had just arrested in the No. 4 middle school. Wang Renkang truly didn't expect that the female student was so influential that the director called for her in person. Wang Renkang wiped the sweat from his forehead. His voice was trembling a little. Yes, Director. No matter why you arrested her, let her go right now. Be polite. Do you understand? Liang Yubo ordered directly. Sure, Wang Renkang answered. He felt lucky that he hadn't annoyed Ji Yuning just because of Xia Mingxian. Compared with Director Liang's order, their relationship was nothing. After he hung up, Wang Renkang walked back to the trial room in a hurry. The three young policemen looked at him asking carefully, Leader Wang, how is it? The director ordered that we should let her go right now, no matter why we arrested her. Be polite, Wang Renkang replied. Hearing that, they couldn't help but take a long breath in. Although the three young policemen felt lucky that they hadn't treated Ji Yuning violently in the car, they were worried about the words that they had said to Ji Yuning. Wang Renkang wasn't in the mood to care about them now. He went to the trial room in person to please Ji Yuning. In the trial room, Ji Yuning sat there feeling bored. She heard everything they were talking about outside. She had to admit that Leng Xiaoting was very influential if even the director of the Public Security Bureau had to do him a favor. Chapter 174 Number 520 Private room. As it showed, Leng Xiaoting wasn't simple at all. The minute Wang Renkang stepped inside, he put on a pleasing smile. Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. I'm the vice leader of this police station, Wang Renkang. I'm so sorry for what you've been through. You may leave right now, and please allow me to send you back to school. Wang Renkang was being very polite, so Ji Yuning treated him kindly too. It's fine. I don't need you to send me to school. I don't feel aggrieved either, but I want it to end in the correct way, not just because of the power. Then, Ji Yuning gave Wang Renkang a piece of paper. Wang Renkang immediately took it. Ji Yuning added, although you didn't question me, I've already written down everything. You can go check it. I know I shouldn't have beaten them, but I only did it to protect my cousin. Wang Renkang read through it. He knew that Ji Yuning was telling the truth. From the perspective of the law, Ji Yuning only needed to pay the administration fee, but the director had ordered to let her go. Wang Renkang didn't dare to let Ji Yuning pay the fee. At the same time, Wang Renkang was also astonished that Ji Yuning was able to kick a person several meters away. This girl is so amazing. I don't want anyone to bully my cousin from now on, especially Sha Zhaozhao. Please call their principal and let him be aware of that. As far as I'm concerned, the principal tends to protect Sha Zhaozhao. Wang Renkang of course understood Ji Yuning's aim. Du Haiping, the principal of the No. 4 Middle School, protected Sha Zhaozhao for the sake of Sha Mingshan. As for Du Haiping's behavior, Wang Renkang actually could understand it. He would do the same thing when facing power. They would always stand with the more powerful one. Like what was happening now. Ji Yuning was the more influential one, and they naturally tended to please Ji Yuning. No problem, I'll call him later, Wang Renkang answered. He was going to threaten the principal in fact. Oh, as for Sha Mingshan, I hope he can spend more time on educating his child. Students should focus more on studying. Do not hurt others out of impulse. If it happens again, it won't end as easily as it did today, Ji Yuning said. Sure, Wang Renkang answered. Ji Yuning then left, followed by Wang Renkang. She saw the three young policemen who had brought her to this police station the minute she walked out of the trial room. They appeared panicked. I told you that it's not up to you whether I will be safe. You better obey the rules and the laws the next time. If it happens again, you can't bear the result, Ji Yuning said to them before she walked away. She wasn't threatening them, but just reminded them. If they continued to do what they did, they would be in trouble soon. Those policemen felt ashamed, and learned their lesson. They were also grateful that Ji Yuning didn't punish them. Miss Ji Yu, it is 2:10 p.m. now. I suppose you need to attend your classes. Please allow me to send you to your school, Wang Renkang asked in an extremely polite way. No, thanks. Someone will pick me up, Ji Yuning replied coldly, walking straight out of the police station. A black Land Rover stopped right at the roadside. Leng Xiaoting got out of the driver's seat. Seeing that Ji Yuning was safe, he was relieved. Even though he knew that she would be fine, he felt worried. Ji Yuning walked to him, and Leng Xiaoting immediately opened the door of the passenger seat for her. At that time, Ji Yuning noticed that the man was wearing a pair of slippers. She was quite surprised. Leng Xiaoting flushed a little explaining, I was in a hurry. Ha ha, Ji Yuning couldn't help laughing out loud, but she was touched. He had forgotten to change his shoes. He must have been super worried. Leng Xiaoting felt embarrassed, and immediately changed the topic. Are you all right? I'm fine. Let's go now. Ji Yuning got in the car. Leng Xiaoting closed the door, going back to his driver's seat and left. Wang Renkang watched the car disappear from his sight and finally relaxed. After that, he called Xia Mingxian and Du Haiping without delay and told them what Ji Yuning had told him. Both Xia Mingxian and Du Haiping felt frightened. No one dared to say another word. As for the hospital administration fee, Xia Mingxian would pay it himself. After all, Feng Xiaoyu and Zhang Yanlin were hurt because of Xia Zhaozhao. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to take her back to school. Then she called Zhang Xinyue. Luckily, Zhang Xinyue was fine too. Ji Yuning hung up, turning to Leng Xiaoting. "Thanks for what you did." "My pleasure," Leng Xiaoting said. "Let's have steak this afternoon. I don't feel like eating seafood anymore." Since Leng Xiaoting had helped her, she decided to treat him better. Sure, a smart man like Leng Xiaoting, he obviously understood why Ji Yuning suddenly changed her mind. He was happy in his heart. On the way, the two didn't talk much. They were in a hurry, so Leng Xiaoting drove fast, but steadily. It normally took 20 minutes, but they arrived after 15 minutes. Ji Yuning stepped out of the car, saying goodbye to Leng Xiaoting before she ran into her school. Fortunately, she got back to her classroom on time. During the break, Ji Yuning called Ji Yuman and told her that she was going to dine with her friends this afternoon, and wouldn't be eating at home. When the afternoon classes were finally over, Ji Yuning took a taxi to a Western restaurant where Leng Xiaoting had a reservation. She didn't want to cause any rumors, so she didn't allow Leng Xiaoting to pick her up. The appointed time was at 6:30 p.m. Ji Yuning left her school at 5:50 p.m., and it took at least 30 minutes to get to the downtown by taxi. It was the rush hour now, and she had to spend more time on the road. Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoting arrived much earlier at 5:30 p.m. When it was almost 6 p.m., Ji Yuning received a message from Leng Xiaoting. They would dine together in the number 520 private room. Chapter 175 Roses from Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning understood why he came so early, but she thought that the number of the private room was funny. It couldn't be a coincidence. He must have arranged it on purpose. Ji Yuning was surprised that Leng Xiaoting was so romantic. The man was indeed trying his best to win her heart. Ji Yuning was lucky to get in a taxi the minute she walked out, and the traffic wasn't heavy along the way. Thus she arrived at the restaurant at 6:40 p.m. When a waiter came to welcome Ji Yuning, he looked astonished to hear that Ji Yuning had an appointment in the number 520 private room. Leng Xiaoting had caused a sensation when he had arrived. His muscular body, long legs and the extraordinarily handsome face were even more charming than a male idol or stars. He had reserved the number 520 private room, and made some arrangements. It was obvious that he was going to dine with his girlfriend. They all believed that his girlfriend had to be super stunning and sexy, but unexpectedly, a young teenage girl came later. The teenage girl was beautiful, but was too young. They didn't seem like a couple at all. The waiter guided Ji Yuning to the number 520 private room before he left. Ji Yuning went to knock on the door herself. However, just as she raised her hand, the door opened. Leng Xiaoting heard Ji Yuning's voice, so he went to open the door for her. His eyes met hers and neither of them knew what to say. At that moment, they only had each other in their eyes. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning thought that she fell in love. No matter if it was because of his exterior or interior, Leng Xiaoting touched her heart. Even though she wasn't familiar with him, she only knew his name and that he was a military officer, and nothing else. They hadn't even talked much. Somehow, she trusted him and felt safe being with him. Leng Xiaoting actually fell in love with the feelings he had when he was with her. He couldn't help missing her, caring about her and even having her. It was hard to explain why you fell in love with a particular person, but that was exactly when you found yourself in deep and unconditional love with them. "Come on in." Leng Xiaoting got his mind back first. He stepped aside to let Ji Yuning in. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's voice, Ji Yuning finally realized that she was still standing at the door. She felt a little embarrassed, but calmed down immediately, walking inside. There was only a bottle of wine with 2 glasses and a menu on the table. Leng Xiaoting pulled the chair out for Ji Yuning. After she was seated, he went back to his seat handing the menu to Ji Yuning. "Ladies first." Leng Xiaoting suddenly behaved like a gentleman and Ji Yuning was still not used to it yet. She took the menu, reading it. Leng Xiaoting rang the service bell at the same time. Before long, a waiter came inside. Ji Yuning ordered a medium well fillet steak with black pepper sauce. Leng Xiaoting did the same. Then Ji Yuning ordered a fruit pizza and fruit salad. When the waiter was gone, Leng Xiaoting hesitated a little. It seemed like he planned to do something, but didn't know whether it was a good time. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuning asked. She thought Leng Xiaoting must have something else to deal with and had to leave earlier. I want to give you something. If you don't like it, please don't be mad," Leng Xiaoting said with caution. Oh, Ji Yuning didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting hesitated just because he didn't want to upset her. She was quite surprised, but felt that it was interesting too. She wasn't a child who would get mad easily just because she received a gift she didn't like. Ji Yuning was curious what kind of gift Leng Xiaoting was going to give her. "Sure, I won't be mad," Ji Yuning replied. Leng Xiaoting was relieved. He stood up walking to the back and brought it out. However, when Ji Yuning saw Leng Xiaoting stepping back to her with dozens of red roses in his hands, she had mixed emotions. In her last incarnation, Qi Ziyu had always sent her roses with sweet nothings when he had chased her. It was all fake and she only felt that it disgusting and sarcastic. Ji Yuning had hidden her hatred towards Qi Ziyu well nowadays, so she remained calm. And it would be unfair to Leng Xiaoting if she thought of Qi Ziyu now. Thus she forgot it right away. Leng Xiaoting walked to Ji Yuning. He flushed a little, and was very nervous, but said to Ji Yuning with sincerity, "I heard that girls like roses, but I suppose not every girl like roses. Do you like it?" "Of course," Ji Yuning answered. She grabbed the roses away from Leng Xiaoting. Actually, most girls liked roses, especially when they were from a man that she liked. Leng Xiaoting was cheered up to see Ji Yuning being delighted. However, the next second, Leng Xiaoting was anxious again. I bought 2 movie tickets. Can you go to watch the movie with me?" Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. Movie tickets. She was more than surprised now. It seemed that Leng Xiaoting had indeed done his homework. Sure, Ji Yuning agreed. Now, Leng Xiaoting was finally relaxed. His face was alight with excitement. It wasn't a common thing to see pleasure on Leng Xiaoting's face, but now he was like a boy before the girl that he liked. The fruit salad, steak and pizza were soon on the table. Leng Xiaoting opened the bottle, pouring a glass of wine for Ji Yuning and himself. Although they didn't talk much, they dined together in harmony. After the meal, the two went to a movie theater. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting attracted a lot of attention, but people had different opinions towards them. As for Leng Xiaoting, everyone was stunned and almost screamed as if they had met a superstar, but most of them were jealous of Ji Yuning. Although she was pretty, she was too young and seemed like a student. She didn't match Leng Xiaoting at all. Some only thought so to themselves, but some said it aloud. Some were even gossiping about whether Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were brother and sister. Ji Yuning was upset to hear that. Am I that terrible? Leng Xiaoting liked Ji Yuning very much and he wouldn't allow others to judge her. He also felt that Ji Yuning was unhappy, so he glanced at the people around them with a cold look. No one dared to say another word again. The man was handsome, but wasn't easygoing. Leng Xiaoting's behavior touched Ji Yuning. She stopped feeling sad then. Chapter 176. I'll keep trying. Leng Xiaoting went to buy 2 bottles of water and a tub of popcorn before they went in. Leng Xiaoting had booked 2 seats at the last row. Although the movie was the most popular one these days, it was about to stop playing in theaters soon. Thus there weren't many viewers in the screening room. Therefore, only Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were sitting in the last row. It was a domestic comedy, which was thought-provoking too. It wasn't one of those funny but vulgar films. Ji Yuning was absorbed by this movie. She learned a lot from it while laughing. Leng Xiaoting wasn't actually interested in movies. He paid more attention to Ji Yuning. Seeing that she was enjoying it so much, he felt satisfied as well. 1.5 hours later, the movie was over. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't leave until the rest of the viewers were all gone. It was almost 10 p.m. when they left the theater, so they went back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. On the way, both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stayed quiet. It was a little embarrassing though. Leng Xiaoting wanted to say something, but he was lost for words. He had searched many sweet nothings on the internet, but he couldn't say it aloud because he thought they weren't sincere, but he wasn't a man who was good at talking. However, if he didn't say anything, it would be very awkward. Ji Yuning, somehow, didn't know what to say. Normally, she was talkative, but she suddenly felt shy being with Leng Xiaoting. After a while, the two opened their mouths together, but shut it at the same time too. After you. After you. They did at the same time again. After you please. Leng Xiaoting said it before Ji Yuning this time. Don't you want me to be your girlfriend? Why don't you say something? I am feeling bored, Ji Yuning said with dislike, but she actually liked being with him. She understood that Leng Xiaoting wasn't chatty. If she really disliked that, she wouldn't have fallen in love with him. If she didn't like a man, she wouldn't even give him a chance to chase her. Like Qin Yifan, she had turned him down directly. Ji Yuning also knew that she shouldn't trust Leng Xiaoting so completely, but sometimes, she didn't need to know everything about him. Feelings mattered most, and if Leng Xiaoting dared to deceive her, she would ruin him without hesitation. She didn't lose confidence in men just because she had been deceived and used by a man in her previous incarnation, but it wasn't a good memory after all. She would be more cautious and never allow such a thing to happen again. Leng Xiaoting stiffened a little. He got nervous all of a sudden. Keep learning. Please give me more time. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being so anxious, Ji Yuning felt sorry for him. Jesus. She must be in love with the man deeply now that just a look from him could touch her, but Ji Yuning didn't want to give in right away. She added airily, don't worry. All I have is time. I'm only 18 now. I'm too young to fall in love and I should spend more time on studying. Ji Yuning deliberately said the same thing that Leng Xiaoting had said. The man greatly regretted what he had said. Well, Leng Xiaoting wanted to explain it, but didn't know how. He had to face the fact that Ji Yuning was indeed too young right now, and he didn't want to affect her studying. However, if he didn't deny it, he wouldn't get closer to Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was upset. Ji Yuning sensed his changing emotions. Although she had no idea what exactly was on his mind, she understood why he looked concerned all of a sudden. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being upset, Ji Yuning didn't feel the pleasure of a successful revenge. Instead, she felt upset too, but she just couldn't help annoying him. Ji Yuning started to think that she was becoming self-abusive. Of course, Ji Yuning wasn't willing to see Leng Xiaoting being upset for a long time, so she continued to ask, what? Nothing. Leng Xiaoting gave it up at the end, although he truly wanted to explain it. Really? If you don't want to say it, then fine. I think you're just joking when you say you want to chase me. Ji Yuning was a little mad. No, Leng Xiaoting immediately argued. What? Ji Yuning almost lost her patience. I just don't want to affect your studying, Leng Xiaoting finally said. Impossible. I'm number 1 in our grade with nearly full scores. Ji Yuning said, but then she realized she shouldn't have said it so quickly. It seemed as if she couldn't wait to be together with Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was slightly amazed. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning was so excellent at studying. If she could continue to be the number 1 in her grade, she could easily pass the national college entrance exam. She could also be the number 1 in this country too. In that case, all the prestigious universities would compete to be her preference. Ji Yuning's aim was the capital university, but that wasn't the point. Since Ji Yuning said that she was good at studying, she was available to date then. After that, Leng Xiaoting got excited. Do you mean we can? Ji Yuning knew what he was going to say, so she stopped him. Before he could finish, I didn't say that. If you want to date with me, you need to make an effort. Ji Yuning admitted that she was being a little too proud now, but if Leng Xiaoting didn't have the time or patience to chase her, she wouldn't feel satisfied being his girlfriend. She wouldn't agree to be his girlfriend out of passion. She wanted to spend more time on getting along with him. Leng Xiaoting was slightly disappointed that Ji Yuning didn't give him an affirmative answer, but she didn't rejected him either, which meant he still had a chance. Leng Xiaoting made up his mind to keep trying. I'll keep trying, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Before long, they arrived at Building G in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Ji Yuning got out of the car, walking inside. Leng Xiaoting watched Ji Yuning leaving until she disappeared from his sight. The minute Ji Yuning stepped in the elevator, she received a message from Leng Xiaoting, "Have a good rest." Good night. Chapter 177. That female student is you. Ji Yuning couldn't help smiling with happiness. Good night. At that time, Leng Xiaoting had just locked his car door and was walking to an elevator. He immediately checked his phone when he received the message back from Ji Yuning. There was a faint smile on his lips. If Xu Jinchen and others saw that, they would be greatly surprised. They would even doubt that the sun rose from the west. Because they had known Leng Xiaoting from at least 5 years to over 10 years, but they had never seen him being so happy. He always wore a cold face, and seemed aloof. Leng Xiaoting's personality had a lot to do with his family, so those who knew his background only had sympathy for him. Therefore, each one of the Red Flames supported Leng Xiaoting. When Ji Yuning got home, Ji Yuqing's family was there too, but they looked worried. Zhang Xinyue was sitting on the sofa with her head lowered, remaining quiet. Ji Yuning immediately understood what was going on. Ji Yuning hadn't helped Zhang Xinyue remove her injury to keep it as proof. Now her family had found out about it. Zhang Xinyue had probably already told them everything. Ji Yuning opened her mouth and was ready to tell them the truth in person, but Ji Yuqing interrupted her. "Ningning, I know you're a good child who is able to make decisions on your own. Can you help me with something?" Ji Yuning stood up from the sofa looking at Ji Yuning for help. Ji Yuning was struck dumb. "What? Sure, please tell me what happened." Ji Yuning curbed her confusion for now. Xinyue was slapped by some of her schoolmates today, but she refused to tell us the reason. We then called her head teacher. Her teacher told us that the girl who slapped Xinyue is the daughter of Sha Mingshan. Another student who had helped Xinyue was taken into the police station afterwards. I seriously don't know how to deal with it. Can you give me some advice? Ji Yuqing's voice was trembling. Ji Yuqing had almost fainted when she had heard that. Her heart ached that Zhang Xinyue had been slapped. She also felt sorry for the student who had helped Zhang Xinyue and had been taken away by the policeman. She was afraid of Sha Mingshan too. All in all, both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were very anxious throughout the day, but they didn't have the ability nor wisdom to handle it, so they could only wait until Ji Yuning got home. Zhang Xinyue's head teacher wasn't clear about the details and the result. Thus he didn't tell Ji Yuqing that Ji Yuning was the student who had helped Zhang Xinyue, and that Ji Yuning had soon been released. Ji Yuning was shocked that Zhang Xinyue had kept her mouth closed. Indeed, because Ji Yuning had told her not to tell their families, Zhang Xinyue hadn't say anything about Ji Yuning's involvement. If their families found out that Ji Yuning had been involved in it, they would have been more worried. In fact, right now they were truly more concerned about the student who had helped Zhang Xinyue and had been taken away by the policeman. It was because of Zhang Xinyue that she had been caught. They all felt guilty. Ji Yuning was happy to know that Zhang Xinyue was able to keep her promise. It proved that Zhang Xinyue was someone that she could trust. "Don't worry. If you can't handle it, I understand," Ji Yuqing added. She didn't want to burden Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had helped them a lot already. If they had been able to deal with it themselves, they wouldn't have bothered Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning sighed secretly. She knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she told them the truth. "Aunt, uncle, please relax. The problem has already been solved by me." Everyone was shocked to know that Ji Yuning was the student who had helped Zhang Xinyue and had been arrested by the policeman. "What? The female student is you?" Ji Yuqing couldn't believe it. "Ningning, how can you be so bold? Are you all right?" Ji Yuman dashed to Ji Yuning. She checked Ji Yuning's body to see if she was injured or not. "Mom, I'm fine. I've been practicing kung fu recently. Several men can't even beat me down. Although I did beat those students, it was their fault. I don't need to take much responsibility for it. I have a friend who is a military officer. He called someone in the Public Security Bureau, and those policemen let me go right away. And you don't need to worry about that leader Shaw. He is nothing compared to my friend. Ji Yuning comforted them. Ji Yuman and others were fully confused by her complicated explanation, but since Ji Yuning said they would be fine, they believed it. As for her friend who was a military officer, Ji Yuman and others were very curious about how they met each other. They cared about Ji Yuning's safety after all. However, they didn't ask the question in the end. Instead, they chose to believe that Ji Yuning could handle her life. After a short silence, Ji Yuman suddenly said to Ji Yuning, "Ningning, we've read the VIP's material in our beauty salon today. Your eldest aunt is a VIP in Kami too." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was a little surprised. "It's no big deal. We just continue to do what we should do," Ji Yuning said. She didn't think that they needed to hide or anything. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing wouldn't stay in the beauty salon all day, so it wasn't highly likely that they would meet. Even if they met, it wasn't a bad thing to let Lin Liwan know that they were the bosses now. The next day was a rainy day. Ji Yuning couldn't run to her school, so she didn't leave her home that early. Around 6 a.m., Ji Yuning walked out with an umbrella. Leng Xiaoting was already waiting for her outside of Zone G. He knew that Ji Yuning was accustomed to running to her school, but she couldn't do it on a rainy day, so he went to drive her to school. The minute Ji Yuning got outside, she noticed a familiar car stopped at the roadside. Leng Xiaoting was standing beside it holding an umbrella. Ji Yuning was touched. Leng Xiaoting immediately opened the car door for Ji Yuning. "It's a rainy day. Let me take you to school." Ji Yuning didn't hesitate, but walked straight over to get in the car. Chapter 178 How Considerate You Are. After they were both in the car, Leng Xiaoting didn't drive ahead right away, but took out a lunchbox handing it to Ji Yuning. "I made the breakfast myself. Would you mind having a try?" Ji Yuning was amazed that the man had prepared breakfast for her in person. She almost cried at that moment. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, and didn't like to say sweet nothings, he treated her so well with his actions. "You made it yourself. How considerate you are," Ji Yuning said. She took the lunchbox. "Thanks." Leng Xiaoting blushed a little. "My pleasure," Leng Xiaoting answered. He didn't want her to say thanks to him too often. He wanted to be closer to her. After that, Leng Xiaoting gave Ji Yuning a bottle of milk. Ji Yuning took it, but didn't say thanks this time. Ji Yuning put the milk away, opening the lunchbox. It had 2 layers. There were 2 blocks on the first layer. One was full of fruits and a fried egg in the shape of a heart. Ji Yuning looked to Leng Xiaoting with astonishment. That was so sweet. Although Leng Xiaoting pretended to focus on driving, he still sensed the look from Ji Yuning. However, he was too shy to look her in the eyes now. Ji Yuning moved her sight back to the lunchbox then. She opened the second layer. There was oatmeal inside with chopped scallions sprayed on the top in the shape of a heart too. Although it was an ordinary breakfast, Ji Yuning was deeply touched. Leng Xiaoting drove steadily, and Ji Yuning was eating, so he didn't drive fast for her sake. Ji Yuning had a comfortable breakfast in the car. She finished it before arriving at the school. The minute the morning class was over, everyone was playing on their phone. Some were playing online games, and some were chatting on WeChat while some were viewing the forum. Right at that moment, the latest news post caused a sensation. Its title was Hot News. A poor girl, Ji Yuning got out of her sugar daddy's luxury car. Picture attached in the 4th classroom, a male student yelled out in surprise. The rest of the classmates in the classroom all got a fright. Someone said, "Chen Bin, what the hell are you doing?" Big news. Someone posted a post saying that Ji Yuning has a sugar daddy. Chen Bin replied. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. They immediately looked at Ji Yuning. Some didn't believe that it was true, while some couldn't believe that it was true. However, only Ji Yuning knew the facts. They immediately logged in the forum to read the post. Ji Yuning, at the same time, felt upset. She pulled her phone out as well. Ningning. Yu Mixi was worried. She didn't believe that it was real, but apparently someone did it on purpose. Relax, I'll be fine, Ji Yuning comforted. She was the one in trouble, but she was comforting Yu Mixi instead. The person involved was calm and collected, but observers were very worried. Ji Yuning read the post. It mainly said Ji Yuning, who studies in the 4th classroom in the 12th grade, is from a dirt poor, one-parent family. Her mother is a factory worker with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. To pay her tuition fee, Ji Yuning sold her body. On this rainy day, her sugar daddy drove her to school. The pictures attached were the scenes as she had got out of Leng Xiaoting's car. Ji Yuning was annoyed that someone was so vicious as to do that, but she wasn't upset or worried about the impact at all. If she wasn't able to handle such a small issue now, she wouldn't be successful in the future. As for who had secretly taken the photo, Ji Yuning decided to check Leng Xiaoting's driving recorder. She knew Leng Xiaoting had put a driving recorder both at the front and back. Before she got the proof, Ji Yuning didn't know exactly who was behind it, but no matter who he or she was, Ji Yuning made up her mind to make them pay for it. Ji Yuning, didn't you say that I slandered you the other day? Now the news has come out, and what can you say about it? The first one who opened mouth to argue with Ji Yuning was Xiao Feifei. Xiao Feifei had always disliked Ji Yuning, and now she sees the chance to make fun of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't miss any details of Xiao Feifei's reaction. It seemed like Xiao Feifei was really surprised to hear the news too. Ji Yuning believed that Xiao Feifei had nothing to do with it this time. Exactly. You're a liar. No one will believe you, wuxia added. I don't think so. Ji Yuning doesn't seem like that kind of girl. Someone retorted. Don't you know appearances lies? Her family is so poor. If she doesn't find herself a sugar daddy, she even can't afford to study in school. Yang Yulu said acidly. You're right, someone agreed. That's insane. A picture doesn't mean anything. What if their relatives are friends? Someone argued. Exactly. Wuxia, I saw you get out of a car that belonged to Xiao Feifei's family the other day. Is Xiao Feifei's father your sugar daddy? Someone said. Although it sounded insulting, it made sense. What did you say? Wuxia stood up abruptly, arguing in great anger. Nobody, except Ji Yuning, noticed that Wuxia panicked a little. Ji Yuning was surprised. Is there really something between Wuxia and Xiao Feifei's father? If not, why did she panic? My father would never do that. My father and I drove Qingya to our school together that day. Xiao Feifei stood up for her father. Then how can you jump to the conclusion that Ji Yuning has a sugar daddy when you don't even have an idea of who was inside? Yu Mixi said. The post says so, not us, Yang Yulu retorted. Don't forget Chu Peihan, Haoran and other boys are Ji Yuning's close friends. They are all rich kids. If Ji Yuning lacks money, they will help her without a doubt. I don't think that Ji Yuning needs to find a sugar daddy, someone said. Once he mentioned Chu Peihan, Haoran and others, most of the students in the classroom agreed with him. They were friends, and Ji Yuning was their boss. If Ji Yuning really needed money, they would help her for sure. In fact, no one truly believed it, even Xiao Feifei and her friends doubted the news. They simply wanted to vent their anger this time. Chapter 179. Ji Yuning isn't simple. However, they of course hoped that it was true. If it was true, Ji Yuning's reputation would be ruined. Well, the tuition fee is a huge amount. Even though their families are rich, it isn't their money. Who would randomly give money to others without asking for benefits? Xiao Feifei argued, despite the fact that most were supporting Ji Yuning. No matter what, most still chose to believe Ji Yuning. I think that the poor can be the rich someday. And those who claim they are rich were once poor. Weren't your grandfathers or grand-grandfathers the poor? No pain, no gain. As long as one is willing to work hard, and has the ability to create, he or she can be the first generation of the rich, instead of being a useless heir, Ji Yuning sneered. Hearing that, many agreed with Ji Yuning. There weren't many real rich kids in their class, and their wealth was inherited from their previous generations who had worked hard. Even Xiao Feifei herself agreed, she had lived a poor life when she had been a little girl. Her family had merely become rich around 10 years ago. Ji Yuning, come out now. At that time, their head teacher walked out. She looked upset because of the news. Zhang Chuhua didn't believe that it was real, but she had to figure it out, or it would terribly damage Ji Yuning and their school's reputation. The minute that Ji Yuning came out, Chu Peihan and Mu Ke ran to her. The two directly ignored Zhang Chuhua, asking Ji Yuning instead, "Boss, did you see the post?" "Yes. Don't worry. I'll handle it," Ji Yuning answered. Even though Ji Yuning was in trouble, she stayed calm, but her friends were all worried. A friend in need was a friend indeed. "Do you need my older brother to help you catch the one who is behind this? We must beat him or her to death this time," Chu Peihan said in anger, even though Zhang Chuhua was standing beside her. However, Zhang Chuhua didn't say anything, not because she was afraid of Chu Peihan's background, but because the rumor was so disgusting. No matter who was behind this, he or she should be severely punished. "No, thanks. I'll check the driving recorder myself," Ji Yuning said. "Great." Hearing that, both Chu Peihan and Mu Ke were relieved. They would never let the bad person get away with it. After that, Ji Yuning followed Zhang Chuhua, walking away. Hao Ran and the boys arrived later to meet Chu Peihan and Mu Ke. They couldn't remain calm after reading the news, so they immediately came over. "Where is boss?" the boys asked. She followed her head teacher to the office. "Relax, boss will handle it," Chu Peihan answered. "Fuck, once I find out who is behind this, I'll beat him to death." Hao Ran clenched his teeth. "Exactly, our boss doesn't need a sugar daddy at all," Qin Zixin added. The teachers' offices were on the 4th floor in the teaching building. There were 4 teachers in each office. In Zhang Chuhua's office were the head teachers of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th classroom. Zhang Yuan was the head teacher of the 2nd classroom, while Feng Qin was the head teacher of the 3rd classroom. She was notorious for her meanness. The minute Zhang Chuhua and Ji Yuning walked inside, she opened her mouth. "Oh. Professor Zhang, isn't your class so famous recently, especially this student?" She argued with others in the canteen first and then was involved in a fight. The Qinggang caused trouble afterwards, and now she caused the news of a sugar daddy. Wow, she indeed isn't simple. Ever since the top one in their grade had been in Zhang Chuhua's class, Feng Qin had been jealous of Zhang Chuhua. Although they were both common classes, the students in the 3rd classroom were generally better than those in the 4th classroom concerning scores. However, Ji Yuning had come top of their grade in every subject. Feng Qin was very displeased. Other than the 1st classroom, which was the top class, and the 2nd classroom, which was an excellent class, all the rest were common classes. Therefore, Feng Qin wouldn't compete with the 1st or the 2nd classroom, but loved to compete with other common classes. Zhang Yuan didn't say a word. He actually didn't believe that it was true. Ji Yuning's family was poor, but Chu Peihan would help her without doubt if she needed anything. Zhang Yuan thought that the one who was behind that was in big trouble. Ji Yuning wasn't a coward. No one could bully or take advantage of her easily now. All of those things were caused by others. Ji Yuning has only protected herself, Zhang Chuhua argued. If it was Ji Yuning's fault, she wouldn't stand up for her, but since Ji Yuning was the victim, she had to support her. If she didn't annoy others, she wouldn't have been in so much trouble, Feng Qin said. She believed that it must be Ji Yuning's fault. However, before Zhang Chuhua could say another word, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. "Professor Fang, since you already know those events, you're supposed to know the reasons too. As for what has happened in the canteen, it was because someone humiliated my mother in public first. If someone insults your mother in front of everyone, I assume Professor Fang won't stay quiet either, right? If you can stand and forget it, I respect your tolerance," Ji Yuning said in a sarcastic way, especially when she said the word tolerance, with obvious disdain. If she could stand to let her mother and herself to be humiliated in public, she must either be weak or a coward. Feng Qin was mad, but Ji Yuning added, "As for the fight, that was because someone challenged me to do so. And now I'm their boss. As for the mess of Qinggang, it was obvious that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao caused it. She simply wouldn't stop attacking me. Do you still think these were all my fault? Then you're indeed a very special teacher. Well, does everyone in your class hold the same opinion as you?" Special actually meant abnormal in the context. Having a teacher like Fang Qin, the students in her class probably would be the same unkind people. Fang Qin was breathing hard in anger. She couldn't even say a word to argue against Ji Yuning, but she glared at Ji Yuning like she was going to eat her alive. Chapter 180. The post is deleted. For a teacher, it was a shame to be doubted in that way. She also didn't expect that Ji Yuning would constantly argue against her. However, Ji Yuning hadn't finished yet, so she didn't give Fang Qin a chance to retort. As for the scandal this time, it's totally ridiculous. Is a girl amoral just because she gets out of a luxury car? Couldn't the driver be her relative or a friend? Can't the poor have a rich relative or friend? In addition, there is just a photo that doesn't even show the driver. You don't know whether the driver is male or female. How can you jump to the conclusion that I'm behaving immorally? Since you don't the truth, why do you believe that it's my fault? Aren't you as a teacher supposed to know that it's unwise to judge without solid proof? Fang Qin was in a rage caused by shame. She criticized Zhang Chuhua this time. Zhang Chuhua, your student doesn't have any sense of respect. Am I wrong? Ji Yuning asked. Ji Yuning understood that she should respect her teachers, but the teacher should be respectable in the first place. Obviously, Fang Qin wasn't a qualified teacher, so she didn't deserve Ji Yuning's respect. I don't think that Ji Yuning is wrong. Professor Fang, we don't know the truth yet. It's not a good time to judge her now, Zhang Yuan said. He wasn't protecting Ji Yuning, but being honest. Fang Qin was more than mad now, but didn't know how to argue with them. In fact, Fang Qin knew that it was still a rumor, but she was used to criticizing others just because she didn't like them. Fang Qin lost her face, so she felt too embarrassed to stay in the office, and quickly left. Without Fang Qin's interruption, Zhang Chuhua then had time to talk with Ji Yuning. Can you tell me the truth? A friend who lives in the same area as me drove me to school. It's nothing like what the post says. Please allow me to handle it myself. Ji Yuning replied. Are you sure you can deal with it? Zhang Chuhua asked. Yes, Ji Yuning replied. Fine. I don't want it to affect our class or our school, otherwise, you'll be expelled, and I can do nothing about that, Zhang Chuhua reminded and warned Ji Yuning. The rumor wasn't a big deal, but was influential. If it could be solved quickly, everything would be fine, but if it went abroad, someone would have to be punished. Sure, Ji Yuning answered. The minute that Ji Yuning left the office, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and had a look. It was a message from Leng Xiaoting. She was shocked when she read it. It was a video clip from his driving recorder. The person who had secretly taken the photo of Ji Yuning was Chen Ziyou. Ji Yuning would have thought that Chen Ziyou had learned a lesson from what had happened to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, but unexpectedly, she never learned to be kind. Actually, Ji Yuning previously had no intention to cause Chen Ziyou trouble, and forgave her for what she had done to her. However, since Chen Ziyou left the proof herself, Ji Yuning would make full use of it. Other than the video clip, in the message Leng Xiaoting also asked her, "May I help?" He didn't want to interfere in Ji Yuning's personal affairs without her permission. Although he truly wanted to do something for her, he didn't want to annoy her. Most importantly, he believed that Ji Yuning had the ability to handle it herself. Ji Yuning was curious about how Leng Xiaoting found out about the news, so she called him right away. The phone was answered within seconds. Apparently Leng Xiaoting was holding it in his hand. Ning, Leng Xiaoting answered her. There was a faint trace of concern and guilt in his voice. Yes, he felt guilty, because if he hadn't driven Ji Yuning to school on his own initiative, it wouldn't have happened. It was the first time that Leng Xiaoting had called Ji Yuning's name. Ji Yuning's heart lost a beat. She asked, "How did you find out about it?" "I was visiting your school forum out of boredom, so I found it," Leng Xiaoting answered. He wanted to know more about Ji Yuning's school, so he had visited her school forum. To his astonishment, the rumor went viral. He had been greatly aggravated, but he didn't know that Ji Yuning was from a one-parent family until he had read the news. He now cared more about Ji Yuning. "Do you need me to do anything for you?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "No thanks. I'll handle it," Ji Yuning declined. "Great, if you need anything, just tell me." Leng Xiaoting was slightly disappointed that Ji Yuning didn't need his help, but he didn't insist. He trusted Ji Yuning. They hung up. When Ji Yuning got back to her classroom, the first class had already passed 1/3 of its course. Seeing that Ji Yuning was back, everyone wanted to find out what she had been through. Some was worried about her, while some were mainly waiting to see a drama. The teacher knew the reason why Ji Yuning was late, so she didn't say anything. Ji Yuning went back to her seat. She comforted Yu Mixi with a mild look. She used her phone, logging into the forum and editing her post. I'm Ji Yuning from the 4th classroom in the 12th grade. As for the fake news saying that I climbed out of my sugar daddy's luxury car, I'm mad and will never let the person who created the rumor get away with it. You have no proof that I can't afford my tuition fee. No one should randomly judge a person based on unreal information. I'm poor now, but it doesn't mean that I'll be poor forever. And those who claim that you're born rich, weren't you fathers, grandfathers, or even grand-grandfathers poor? No one earns their fortune without pain. No one knows what's going to happen in the future. Let's go and see. Can't the poor have a rich relative or friend? My friend drove me to school out of kindness. Is there anything wrong with that? If any one of you have done immoral things, do you dare to show up in the public? Please delete the fake news right now and apologize to me, otherwise, you'll pay for it. Other than deleting the post and apologizing to Ji Yuning, Chen Zio would still have to bear the result. Ji Yuning would never let her get away with it that easily. After editing it, Ji Yuning sent it out. Although it was the time for classes, the news was so hot that everyone focused on it. Therefore, the minute Ji Yuning sent her post out, someone discovered it. Chapter 181 Chen Zio did it. There were 3 groups of people who held different opinions towards the previous post. The first group swore at Ji Yuning using many dirty words, but most of them were girls. The second group was neutral. They didn't think that a photo without the face of the driver was solid proof. The last group naturally supported Ji Yuning. All in all, the neutral group was the majority in this mess. Meanwhile, those who blamed Ji Yuning were violently slammed by Hao Ran and the others who supported Ji Yuning. Boys were better than girls when it came to violence after all, no matter if it was verbal or physical. Thus the number of people swearing at Ji Yuning was decreasing. Ji Yuning's post came to the top a short time after she had posted it. Many left positive comments to support her. In fact, the fake news wasn't a big deal. As long as most chose to believe her, it would soon be forgotten, but if most chose to criticize her, it would go abroad. Boss, we trust you. Boss, let's teach the person who is behind this a serious lesson. Hao Ran and the others commented. Ji Yuning, we trust and support you. Exactly, I agree that we need to beat the one who hurt our goddess Ji Yu. Agree. Of course, there were many who had doubts. Although your explanation makes sense, you can't prove that the person who took you to school isn't your sugar daddy. Indeed, you don't have solid proof either. Ji Yuning then replied to their comments. I think I've made it pretty clear. Those who dislike me will continue to slut-shame me, and those who trust me will always believe me. And let me tell you this, anyone who deliberately damages my reputation should be careful. I will get revenge. Ji Yuning threatened plainly. Ji Yuning, that's a threat. So what? If it's my fault, you can enjoy swearing at me. However, since it's not, I won't stay quiet. A bunch of comments supported Ji Yuning, especially Hao Ran and his friends. Those who still disliked Ji Yuning didn't dare to argue back anymore. In the second classroom, Chen Zio fixed her eyes on the forum. Seeing that most chose to believe Ji Yuning, she was in a rage. Chen Zio used a new account to send the post, so she was not worried that she would be exposed, but she forgot that there was something called a driving recorder. Leng Xiaoting focused on the forum as well. He was relieved to see that most supported Ji Yuning. After the class, Chu Peihan and the other ran to Ji Yuning without delay. Boss, how is it going? Did you check your friend's driving recorder yet? Mu Ke asked. Yes, Ji Yuning said. Who did it? Several of them asked at the same time. Ji Yuning took her phone out, playing the video in front of their eyes. What? It's her. They were all shocked, but they accepted it quickly because they knew that the girl never liked Ji Yuning. After that, they were all mad. I'm going to go punch her right now. Chu Peihan was annoyed. She turned around to go to the classroom, but was stopped by Ji Yuning. Please don't. Beating her isn't the best way to solve this problem. Then what should we do? Chu Peihan asked. I want her to apologize to me in front of all the students and teachers in our school, Ji Yuning said. She understood that Chen Ziyo was proud, and that it would be a torture for her to apologize to Ji Yuning in front of everyone in public. Ji Yuning intended to embarrass her, because she deserved it. Since Ji Yuning said so, Chu Peihan wouldn't spoil her plan. Hao Ran and other boys also wanted to beat Chen Ziyo, but they were boys and normally wouldn't bully a girl. If Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan couldn't deal with it, they would do it for them. I'm not going back to my classroom. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist the impulse to beat her. I think I'll attend class in your classroom. Chu Peihan believed that it was a better idea to stay here, instead of going back to her classroom. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say, but she understood that Chu Peihan couldn't control her temper, so she answered, fine. When the class was about to begin, they went back to their classrooms. The minute Chu Peihan walked inside, all the students in the fourth classroom were frightened. Luckily, there were 2 vacant seats in the fourth classroom. Chu Peihan wasn't willing to sit with others, so she pulled a seat over to sit with Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi. This was the physics class, and the teacher was the head teacher of the second classroom, Zhang Yuan. Chu Peihan was caught right on sight, but she was always absent from her classes, so she wasn't afraid of Zhang Yuan at all. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, she wouldn't have been in her class as often. It was even surprising to see her in a class. Therefore, Zhang Yuan only took a glance at Chu Peihan before he started the class. Once Chu Peihan was in a class, she would focus on it, unless she was sleepy. In the following classes, the teachers all stayed calm at seeing Chu Peihan and continued without saying anything. The rain, meanwhile, had already stopped. When the last class was over, Chen Ziyo still hadn't deleted the post. Ji Yuning and her friends then directly stalked her in her classroom. Chen Ziyo panicked at seeing Ji Yuning and her friends. Was I exposed? No, impossible. Chen Ziyo refused to believe it, but she wanted to escape right now. Besides, these people before her weren't easy to deal with. She was likely to suffer. What do you want to do? Chen Ziyao's voice was trembling. What do we want to do? Chen Ziyo, do you really think that we don't know that it was you who posted the fake news? Don't flatter yourself. You aren't smart enough to do evil things without being discovered, Chu Peihan teased. She looked at Chen Ziyo with obvious disdain. Chen Ziyao's face changed dramatically. How did they find out? Chen Ziyo was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone around her, including Qin Zheng and the others, also looked to her in amazement. What? Chen Ziyo did it? If that was true, then Chen Ziyo must be a vicious girl who would do anything to hurt others. No one supported Chen Ziyo. Chapter 182. Chen Ziyo is in the center of criticisms. Actually, in the beginning, Qin Zheng thought that the news was true, but after Ji Yuning's statement was released, he chose to believe Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was indeed from a poor family, but it didn't mean that she couldn't have rich relatives or friends. Speaking of rich relatives, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's family was a great example, although they didn't get along. As for her rich friends, there were many of them, like Mu Ke, Hao Ran, and Yi, Qin Zixin and Chu Peihan. Ji Yuning also maintained a good relationship with Qin Yifan as well as An Qian, who was the daughter of the director of the central hospital, too. Therefore, it was possible that Ji Yuning had many other rich friends. Although Qin Zheng was curious about how she got to know these people, he understood that Ji Yuning wasn't simple after the car accident. He was reluctant to miss the outstanding Ji Yuning, but didn't dare to annoy her. Do you have proof to prove that I did it? If you don't have proof, it's slander. Chen Ziyo forced herself to be calm, but her voice was a little weak. She was merely an 18-year-old girl, who couldn't hide her real feelings. Slander. Gee, I didn't expect that you even knew this word. Ji Yuning laughed, as if it was a joke to hear the word come out of Chen Ziyao's mouth. Chen Ziyo didn't have solid proof, but she had still spread the fake news about Ji Yuning. Now she wanted Ji Yuning to provide proof, which was ridiculous. Ji Yuning added, since you agree that it would be slander if you don't have proof, why did you do the same thing? Do you have proof? You only took a meaningless photo. Isn't it ridiculous that you posted the fake news about me? At that time, Hao Ran supported Ji Yuning. Exactly. Why do you claim Ji Yuning has a sugar daddy just because she got out of a luxury car? You don't have solid proof at all. Since you don't have proof, it's slander. You even posted it on the forum. We can sue you, and you're at the age where you would have to take legal responsibility. Hearing that, Chen Xiao's face turned pale. The last thing she wanted to do in this world was to have to take legal responsibility. Chen Xiao, I thought that you would be quiet after what happened to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. If so, I would have forgiven you for what you did to me, but to my surprise, you went the opposite way. I wouldn't come to you unless I had solid proof. We're not as dumb as you are. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out her phone, clicking the video. Playing it for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did you know that there is a thing called a driving recorder? Besides, there are surveillance cameras at the door of our school. It was very easy to find out who took the photo. Chen Xiao was stunned, and could barely stand. She hadn't known that there was a driving recorder on the car. What was worse, she had shown herself right in front of the recorder. Now, what else do you want to say? Chu Peihan sneered. Chen Xiao wasn't able to deny it anymore, but she didn't want to give up. Even though she was scared of facing Ji Yuning and others. So what? I only took a photo, but it's enough to prove that you have a sugar daddy. Chen Xiao argued. You don't have solid proof. From the law's perspective, it's slander. I can sue you for that. Ji Yuning said seriously, which shut Chen Xiao's mouth. The rest in the classroom started to support Ji Yuning. Exactly, she doesn't have solid proof anyway. It could damage Ji Yuning's reputation. She's such a horrible person. She should be expelled like Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. I agree. I don't want to study in the same school as her. I think Ji Yuning should call the police. I think she should sue her, and throw her into the jail. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Chen Xiao yelled. She hated the thought of being expelled, or arrested by the police, let alone being put in jail. Chen Xiao, I gave you a chance, but you refused to take it. Now, it's time for you to bear the result, Ji Yuning said in a low voice. Chen Xiao stepped backwards unconsciously in fear. She thought that Ji Yuning was going to beat her. What do you want to do? If Ji Yuning was really going to punch her, she couldn't fight back at all, so she was terrified. Well, I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to me, Ji Yuning said. Delete the post and apologize to me. Also, you have to go to the broadcast room to apologize to me in front of all the students and teachers in our school. No, Chen Xiao refused. It was too embarrassing and shameful. No, it's not up to you now. If you refuse to do so, you'll be punished more severely, Ji Yuning sneered. You. Chen Xiao was mad, but didn't know how to retort. She wasn't willing to apologize, it was so shameful. If I don't hear your apologies before the afternoon classes are over, you need to be careful about what's going to happen next, Ji Yuning warned her, then she walked away with her friends. Someone already took a video of what had happened in the classroom. He uploaded it to the school forum the second that Ji Yuning left. It soon became popular. Some people still doubted Ji Yuning's behavior, because she didn't show solid proof that she didn't have a sugar daddy, but more chose to criticize and swear at Chen Xiao. In that case, those negative comments didn't gain much attention. It was ridiculous to jump to the conclusion that Ji Yuning had a sugar daddy just because she got out of a luxury car, so most of the people stayed calm and reasonable. In addition, Ji Yuning had left a good impression on many students after she had won the competition with Hao Ran and his close friends. Many still admired Ji Yuning. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning and her friends ignored the mess on the forum, because they were enjoying their meal. Before long, Zhang Yuan heard the news from Zhu Pan. He was astonished that Chen Xiao was behind this, because Chen Xiao performed so well in his class. Unfortunately, appearances lied. Zhang Yuan immediately asked Chen Xiao to do what Ji Yuning demanded, because it was Zhu Jian's order too. However, what Chen Xiao had done wasn't as serious as Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, so she wasn't expelled. Chapter 183 Why should I be mad at you? As long as Chen Zhao apologized, the problem could be easily solved, but if she still refused to do so, she would be expelled like Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. If the student was willing to make up for what she did, the school wouldn't expel her, because it wouldn't do its reputation any good. Under pressure from Zhang Yuan and Zhu Jian, Chen Zhao had to apologize, but in her heart, she hated Ji Yuning to death. She swore that she would pay Ji Yuning back. When the afternoon classes were about to begin, the post was deleted, and was replaced by an apology statement. Then Chen Xiao's voice sounded from the radio. The student from the 4th classroom in 12th grade, Ji Yuning, I am Chen Zhao from the 2nd classroom in the 12th grade. It was me who has spread the fake news claiming that you have a sugar daddy. I'm sincerely sorry for what I've done to you. Please accept my apologies. The school burst into discussion. Chen Zhao was famous, no, notorious now. This mess was finally settled. After the apology, Chen Zhao felt too ashamed to attend the following classes in her school, so she asked for a leave and went home. Leng Xiaoting kept focusing on the forum, and he noticed that as well. When the classes were over, Ji Yuning went back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. She saw Leng Xiaoting standing outside of Zone C from afar. Because of what had happened today, Leng Xiaoting didn't dare to pick Ji Yuning up in case she would get into even more trouble. He even hesitated to walk to her when she appeared in his sight. Ji Yuning understood why Leng Xiaoting felt terrible, but it wasn't his fault anyway. She was also willing to let him drive her to school. Ji Yuning walked over asking him, "Do you want to dine together?" "Sure." Leng Xiaoting's eyes immediately lit up. Then the two stepped outside. Ji Yuning called Ji Yu Man and told her that she wouldn't be eating at home. Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning after she hung up. "Aren't you mad at me?" "Why should I be mad at you?" Ji Yuning asked. She understood what Leng Xiaoting was talking about, and she wasn't mad at him at all. "If I hadn't driven you to school this morning, it wouldn't have happened," Leng Xiaoting said. "I was willing to get in your car. If I blamed you for your kindness, no one would treat me kindly in the future," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. "What do you want to have?" Ji Yuning asked. "Anything you want," Leng Xiaoting answered. "Well then, let's see what choices we have on the road." Ji Yuning had no idea what to eat either, so she decided to take a walk along the road. They walked on the Yui Road. There was a restaurant not far away from Fenghua Luxury Mansion. It seemed quiet with a good environment, thus Ji Yuning wanted to give it a try. They chose a table beside the window. After they had ordered the food, Ji Yuning asked, "Why do you stay here all day recently? Don't you need to work?" "I'm free when I don't have tasks to fulfill," Leng Xiaoting replied. In the past, he would never have said that. Even if there weren't any tasks, he would find something to do. He wouldn't let himself be free. However, ever since he had fallen in love with Ji Yuning, he always wanted to stay by her side when he wasn't occupied. Although they only met once or twice a day and didn't spend a lot of time together, he felt satisfied to be able to see her every day. Well, he of course didn't think that it was enough, but it was so much better than missing her and being lonely. Leng Xiaoting could also deal with his duties through the internet. He didn't need to show up in person for every situation. At that time, Ji Yuning's phone rang. It was from Zhou Zhenghong. Ji Yuning didn't mind Leng Xiaoting hearing the conversation, so she answered it directly. "Hi, Uncle Zhou." "Boss, is it convenient for you now?" "I have something important to tell you," Zhou Zhenghong asked in excitement. With his acute hearing, Leng Xiaoting could obviously hear Zhou Zhenghong's voice. He also recognized that Zhou Zhenghong was the man who had been with Ji Yuning in City G last time. "Sure," Ji Yuning said. "We cut out a top-level jade the size of a grown-up's foot. It has two colors which are red and green. The type is called double happiness." Zhou Zhenghong was thrilled. Double happiness. Ji Yuning was surprised too. Double happiness was ranked slightly lower than Fulusho, but was more precious than the violet jade. Ji Yuning knew that the raw materials she had picked up were all valuable, but she was happy to hear the good news from Zhou Zhenghong. "Yes, boss, you're amazing," Zhou Zhenghong complimented. He now believed that Ji Yuning was more powerful than God, and he couldn't help thinking that Ji Yuning probably really had jade eyes and could see the jade inside the raw materials. Of course, he didn't say it aloud, nor believe it. He thought that it was impossible. However, what they couldn't believe was exactly the truth. Leng Xiaoting was amazed that Ji Yuning was involved in stone gambling. He knew very little about jade, and had no idea what the double happiness was like, but since Zhou Zhenghong said that it was a top-level jade, then it must be priceless. Facing Zhou Zhenghong's endless compliments, Ji Yuning smiled but didn't say anything. She knew that she couldn't do it without her jade eyes. Oh, please use the double happiness to make a pair of pendants. It must actually be 2 parts of a whole pendant. There should be a dragon and a phoenix on each, which means eternal love. As for the size, medium is fine. Double happiness was the perfect jade to use to make a pair of pendants which stood for love. Hearing the meaning of the pendants, Leng Xiaoting had an idea in mind, but he wouldn't tell Ji Yuning right now. Sure, do you want to keep it yourself, or show it at the opening ceremony? Zhou Zhenghong asked. Show it at the opening ceremony, Ji Yuning said. No problem, Zhou Zhenghong answered. When they were about to hang up, Ji Yuning suddenly added, "Oh, I'll be coming in the morning the day after tomorrow." Ji Yuning had thought that she better arrive earlier. Although Zhou Zhenghong was completely in charge of the company, she should also give some advice if needed. Jiangshu's construction material store would open tomorrow, and she had to be there, otherwise she would be flying to City G tomorrow evening. Hearing that Ji Yuning was going to City G the day after tomorrow, an idea dawned on Leng Xiaoting. Great. However, the day after tomorrow is a Friday, don't you need to attend your classes? Zhou Zhenghong was happy to fetch Ji Yuning, but was afraid of affecting her studying. Chapter 184. Can you take me to the airport? After all, Ji Yuning was a senior who was going to have her final exams a week later, and attend the National College entrance exam after several months. It's fine. I'm so excellent at studying now. Ji Yuning joked, but it was the truth. She was confident that she was going to get good scores even if she was absent from all the classes if her teachers allowed her to do that. Ha ha, very well. Then I'll pick you up in the morning the day after tomorrow, Zhou Zhenghong laughed. He of course believed in Ji Yuning. She was a great person with an almighty ability in his opinion. Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting heard the conversation between Zhou Zhenghong and her, but she didn't mind. She told him instead, I'm going to deal with something in City G the day after tomorrow. Well, I was going to tell you that I'll be away on the weekend too, Leng Xiaoting replied. When? Ji Yuning asked. She didn't want him to leave her. It's set on Saturday, but since you're leaving on Friday, I'll leave on Friday as well, Leng Xiaoting said. He deliberately made it clear that he didn't want to stay here without Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say, but felt happy in her heart. May we dine together tomorrow afternoon? Leng Xiaoting asked. My uncle's construction material store will be opening tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be free tomorrow, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting nodded. He seemed a little disappointed, which made Ji Yuning feel bad. After a second of thought, she added, my plane will be taking off at 8:30 a.m. Can you take me to the airport? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting's eyes lit up at once. Sure. After the meal, they had a slow walk back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Leng Xiaoting walked Ji Yuning to the gate of Zone G. He didn't leave until Ji Yuning disappeared from his sight. Jiangshu was home no earlier than Ji Yuning. He told Ji Yuning that the store would open tomorrow. They didn't know many important figures yet, so they had no intention of attracting much attention. Ji Yuning, instead, didn't want the opening ceremony to be so boring. She called on Guangyao later and told him to send 2 baskets of flowers on behalf of Shenghua Real Estate to congratulate Jiangshu. She also told Hao Ran and the others in their WeChat group. They would be there tomorrow too. And Qian received an invitation as well, and she agreed with alacrity. As for Qin Yifan, Ji Yuning thought she better not invite him, because it would be embarrassing. However, at that time, Qin Zixin's family was right in the Qin family home. They were chatting in the hall after the meal. Qin Zixin didn't know what had happened between Qin Yifan and Ji Yuning, so he asked directly, "Hey, our boss's family's construction material store will be opening tomorrow. Will you be attending the ceremony?" Hearing that, Qin Yifan was surprised. He had no idea that Ji Yuning's family was going to run a construction material store. Boss. It sounds like a gangster's word. Did you join a gang in your school? Qin Zixin's father Qin Haoji asked seriously. As an honest government worker, he hated gangs. Qin Zixin understood his father's temper, so he immediately explained, "Of course not. We're just a group of good friends. There is a girl who is extremely good at fighting, so we call her our boss." Hearing that, the Qin family was displeased again. Qin Zixin's mother, Lu Henlin, scolded him, "Zixin, the national college entrance exam is just around the corner. Stop playing around all day, and focus on your studying. If you fail to get into a prestigious university, our family will be embarrassed." Lu Henlin valued the reputation of their family the most. Many of her friends' children had attended the examination last year, and all of them had been admitted into a prestigious university. If Qin Zixin couldn't do the same, it would be a shame to the Qin family. Speaking of studying, Qin Zixin was upset. Qin Yifan walked away for a while, then came back with a wooden box in his hands. It was as big as half a shoe box. He handed it to Qin Yifan. "I'm occupied tomorrow. Please help me send this gold brave troops to her." He wanted to go, but he wasn't invited. Besides, he also didn't know how to face her. What? The gold brave troops? It was completely made of pure gold, and worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Qin Yiqing was shocked. The rest were all astonished as well. Normally, the gifts for the opening ceremony were at the price of a couple dozen thousand yuan at the most. Qin Yifan's present was too expensive. Qin Yifan wore a wry smile. "I don't think it's too much. I just invited her to have fun at father's birthday party the other day, but she sent an antique worth several million yuan. 1,000,000 yuan is nothing to her." Hearing that, everyone was amazed. They immediately figured out who Qin Zixin's boss was. It must be the girl who had sent the antique with Qin Zixin the other day. However, Qin Haojung still asked to make sure, is Zixin's boss the girl named Ji Yuning? "Yes, our boss is exactly Ji Yuning. Not only is she good at fighting, she is also excellent at studying. She's the top one in our grade." Qin Zixin was proud to introduce his boss. Hearing that it was Ji Yuning, Qin Haojung and his wife had mixed emotions, because they were sorry for what Qin Yiqing had done to her. Qin Yiqing also felt uneasy. Qin Yifan still wasn't willing to forgive her because of the drama last time. He always talked to her in a sarcastic way these days. "I remember this girl. She is stunning with an air of elegance. I thought that she must be from a super rich family, but I have never heard of an influential family with the family name, Gu, in City F," Lu Hanlin said. She actually had a good impression of Ji Yuning. Both Qin Yifan's parents and Qin Yiqing now knew that although Ji Yuning wasn't from a super rich family, she was extraordinarily outstanding. She had made over 100 million yuan at such a young age, but they didn't mention it this time. The next day, Leng Xiaoting ran with Ji Yuning to her school as usual, but he deliberately stayed 5 meters behind her. Moreover, he didn't follow her to the school. When they had almost arrived, he went back at once. Ji Yuning felt like laughing seeing Leng Xiaoting being so careful. During the break, Ji Yuning went to ask for a leave. She told her head teacher that her uncle's store was going to open today, and that she had to be there. And that she also needed to go to City G tomorrow. Zhang Chuhua was slightly displeased. "Ji Yuning, how come you're always occupied with other things? Do you know that the test is around the corner? I promise it won't affect my studying. I'm terribly sorry to ask for a leave so often, but I have to do so," Ji Yuning said. Chapter 185 The opening ceremony. Since Ji Yuning made a promise, Zhang Chuhua compromised, but she still reminded her to study hard. If she failed to do so, Zhang Chuhua wouldn't allow her to leave the next time. "Oh, Yu Mixi is going to the opening ceremony with me today. Please allow it too," Ji Yuning added. Zhang Chuhua was mad, but permitted it in the end. She pushed Ji Yuning out with impatience. "Go away now, and leave me alone." Ji Yuning understood that Zhang Chuhua was not really being unkind, so she didn't mind. She thanked her teacher before walking out. The minute Ji Yuning was gone, Zhang Yuan stepped in. Seeing that Zhang Chuhua was displeased, he asked with care, "Professor Zhang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm just mad at Ji Yuning. The test is around the corner, but she still always asks for a leave," Zhang Chuhua complained. "At least she asks for your permission. Chu Peihan in my class would never do that," Zhang Yuan said. In fact, no one dared to restrict Chu Peihan because of her special background. Ji Yuning went back to her classroom, and told Yu Mixi that they could leave later. Yu Mixi was relieved. Except for Mu K and Yi who needed to ask for their teacher's permission, Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and the others all left when they wanted to. It would be strange if they went to ask for permission. Their teachers would be surprised if they did that. When the afternoon classes were finally over, they left their school together, and went to buy flowers. "Boss, I noticed that Chen Zio was absent today," Chu Peihan said. "She must be too embarrassed to come," Mu K laughed. "Although she was exposed, I still feel unhappy that I didn't punch her," Chu Peihan said, like she missed something and felt uncomfortable. "I agree," Hao Ran said. "All right, beating someone is not always the best way to solve problems," Ji Yuning persuaded them. They went to a market to buy 2 baskets of flowers and plants. Before anyone else could pay the bill, Ji Yuning did it herself. Then, they went to the construction material market. The flower shop arranged a small truck to take the baskets of flowers and plants to the destination. The truck had space available for 4 people to sit in. Ji Yuning let Mu K, Hao Ran, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping have a seat in it, while Ji Yuning and other girls took a taxi. When Ji Yuning arrived at Zhang Shu's store, she was totally amazed by the amount of baskets of flowers and plants at the door. "Wow, there are so many of them. Weren't we supposed to make it simple?" She didn't want it to be so boring, so she had called on Guangyao, and Qian and her friends, but there were at least dozens of flower baskets. Ji Yuning walked over to read the banners around the baskets. They were all from big companies to congratulate the opening of Zuri Construction Material Store. She also noticed flower baskets from Shenghua Real Estate and Cami Beauty Salon. Ji Yuning had heard of some of those companies, while some she had never heard of. That was because Ji Yuning didn't spend much time learning about all the big companies in City F. Other than those from the companies, there were many flower baskets from individuals. And Qian's were among them, and with some, Ji Yuning was familiar with their owners. Ji Yuning and her friends all wrote down their names on the banners of 8 flower and plant baskets to congratulate the opening of Zuri Construction Material Store. There weren't many people inside when Ji Yuning and her friends walked in, because many had already left after they had sent the gifts. Most of the people who stayed were acquaintances and friends. Although Zhang Shu was a truck driver in the past, he knew many businessmen. Since Zhang Shu was going to run his own business, they were willing to maintain a good relationship with him. That was the way to build up a network. And Qian was inside with Le Zhengyu. "Hi, and Qian, Executive Le. It's so nice to meet you," Ji Yuning went over, greeting them. "Nice to meet you too, Ningning," and Qian smiled. "Nice to meet you too, Miss Ji Yu," Le Zhengyu said. "Uncle, how come there are so many baskets of flowers and plants at the door?" Ji Yuning asked Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu answered, "I have no idea either. Many have come to congratulate me this morning. I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, they also sent me many red envelopes with a lot of money inside. One of them even wants to cooperate with me. He's going to build a 2-story 300 square meters factory in the suburb." Zhang Shu felt like he was in a dream after what he had been through today. It was too good to be true. Ji Yuning was astonished too. She immediately realized that someone had arranged it, but who? While Ji Yuning was still thinking about her doubts, a new message came into her phone. She checked it. It was from Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning understood what had happened the minute she read the message. Leng Xiaoting did it. He had arranged for many business partners of Xu Jinchen's family to send those gifts. Speaking of that, Xu Jinchen was greatly amazed by Leng Xiaoting's request when he received his boss's call. Xu Jinchen called Leng Xiaoting every day to ask him when he would be back so that he could leave. Leng Xiaoting said that he would be back soon every time, but he never showed up in front of Xu Jinchen, and also refused to tell Xu Jinchen where he was. Xu Jinchen didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had gone to City F for Ji Yuning until he received the call. To Xu Jinchen's astonishment, Leng Xiaoting had gone to City F for Ji Yuning in person. Xu Jinchen intended to gossip about their relationship, but Leng Xiaoting hung up on him right away. Xu Jinchen felt hurt and tortured by his curiosity. However, he didn't dare to call Leng Xiaoting again. Damn it. Leng Xiaoting, who had been single for so long, was going to have a girlfriend while he was still alone. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting allowed him to leave their base so that he could find girls to date, but Leng Xiaoting also warned him to keep the fact that he was in City F a secret. Xu Jinchen was at least free now. He planned to go to City F to see how it was going between Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. On the way back to the capital, he encountered a robbery. When he finally got to the capital, it was too late to get on a plane to City F, so he had to wait till tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting sent a message to Ji Yuning to tell her what he had done, in case she would be mad that he hadn't asked for her permission. Chapter 186 Let's go dine together. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. Although she thought that it wasn't necessary for him to do that, she was touched deeply. He arranged it all for her. Ji Yuning replied, "How about the deal the man discussed with my uncle?" Leng Xiaoting, "He just happens to be building a factory in the suburb, but he would only discuss with your uncle if he is satisfied with the construction materials." Which meant that the man wanted to cooperate with Zhang Shu because he was satisfied with the quality of the construction materials that Zhang Shu could supply. That made sense though. The construction materials that Zhang Shu had prepared were all of high quality. Most of the reliable buyers would choose Zhang Shu to be their provider. Ji Yuning replied, "Thanks." Actually, Leng Xiaoting was sitting in his Land Rover not far from the Zuri construction material store. He looked to the direction of the Zuri construction material store. There was a faint smile on his lips. He was happy to see her being happy. Ji Yuning then told Zhang Shu, "Uncle, these are all from a friend of my friend. He knew that we are holding the opening ceremony today, so he got them to send you some gifts. Please note their names, we can send gifts back to them in the future." "Your friend? What kind of friend? How does he know so many rich people?" Ji Yu Man asked. This was the first time she had asked Ji Yuning about her friends, but it cost too much money this time, and all of them were astonished. Ji Yuning knew that she couldn't give her mother a perfunctory answer, so she explained in this way, "He is the friend whose life I saved. We keep in touch now. Mom, you know network matters in business. He is an important figure, and he is willing to help me. I don't think I should reject." Hearing that, Ji Yu Man believed that it was all right. Meanwhile, Qin Zixin took out a box handing it to Ji Yuning. "Boss, my cousin Yifan is occupied today, so he asked me to give this gift to you." "What?" Ji Yuning was surprised. She didn't tell Qin Yifan, so how did he know about it? Qin Zixin must have told him. "Thanks." Ji Yuning took it, then gave it to Zhang Shu. Wow. Zhang Shu opened it, and rounded his eyes in shock when he saw what was inside. "Is this gold?" "This is a brave troops made completely of pure gold. The brave troops is a legendary animal and stood for good wishes in the ancient time. It could accumulate endless fortune into its stomach, but didn't show it at all. It can also bring you good luck and help you run a profitable business," Qin Zixin explained. "What? Completely made of gold?" Hearing that, everyone was more than shocked. It must be worth over 1,000,000 yuan at least according to its size. It's so expensive. Zhang Shu's hands were trembling a little. He didn't dare to take it. Ji Yuning didn't think that it was a big deal. She had sent Qin Yifan's father an antique worth several million yuan last time. Qin Yifan did it this time to show his appreciation. Ji Yuning went to Zhang Shu's side, comforting him in a quiet voice, "Uncle, please take it. I sent his father an expensive gift at his father's birthday party. It's fine for us to take his gift." Ji Yuning said that just to allay Zhang Shu's concern. Indeed, Zhang Shu relaxed a lot after Ji Yuning's comfort. During a break, Ji Yuning walked aside to call Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan hesitated to answer it in the beginning, because he didn't know what to say to Ji Yuning, but he answered it in the end. Hi, thank you so much for the gift. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would feel uneasy. Ji Yuning thanked him before apologizing to him. It's nothing. I am occupied today anyway, Qin Yifan said airily. Of course, it was an excuse. Ji Yuning also understood, and she didn't point it out. They soon hung up. In the office, Qin Yifan let his mind wander, fixing his eyes on the phone. He felt sad in his heart, because he couldn't forget Ji Yuning. In the afternoon, Zhongshu guided his guests to a nearby 5-star hotel to dine together. All the guests had sent him expensive gifts, he absolutely had to treat them well. After the meal, it was still early. Ji Yuning proposed, "Why don't we go and visit Mixie's mother? We haven't visited her in so long." Ji Yuning thought that it would be impolite because they hadn't visited Mixie's mother in a week. Oh, right, how could we forget? Everyone suddenly realized it afterwards. Is it convenient for you all? Mixie understood that her friends would never visit her mother with empty hands. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Then, they went to the hospital together. They bought a pile of nourishing products before they visited Mixie's mother. Mixie tried to stop them in vain. Mixie's parents were both astonished when they appeared with bags and boxes of nourishing products. Mixie's mother recovered well, even her chronic disease was cured. She could now live like a normal person. That was the effect of Ji Yuning's power. Although Mixie's mother was in good condition now, she had lain in bed for so long, and lacked exercise. She still needed to practice to be able to use her limbs well, but she could leave the hospital soon. Mixie's mother thanked Ji Yuning endlessly, and almost bent on her knees before Ji Yuning after she found out that Ji Yuning was the one who had lent the money to her family. To let Mixie's mother have a good rest, Ji Yuning and her friends left after 30 minutes. They didn't want to bother Mixie's mother for too long. Mixie wanted to walk them out, but Ji Yuning declined. Their homes were in different directions, so they separated at the gate of the hospital. Ji Yuning planned to run home. As long as she could run, she wouldn't take a car, but before long, a familiar Land Rover stopped by her side. It was Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning didn't get in right away, but squinted at Leng Xiaoting. "Why are you here?" Leng Xiaoting was a little nervous. He didn't dare to meet her eyes, and he knew he shouldn't have followed Ji Yuning, but he told her the truth. "I've been following you." "Why?" Ji Yuning asked. "No reason, I just wanted to follow you," Leng Xiaoting replied. Ji Yuning was touched. She wasn't willing to push Leng Xiaoting away from her, so she decided to forget it, and got in the car. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning signed resignedly. "What do you want to have?" "Let's go dine together," Ji Yuning said. "Great." Leng Xiaoting's face lit up. He immediately drove the car ahead. Chapter 187. Are you mad? Leng Xiaoting wasn't picky about restaurants, but he chose a fancy one with a romantic ambiance when he was with Ji Yuning. Although they didn't talk much sitting across each other, they enjoyed being together. Leng Xiaoting ordered a steak, while Ji Yuning only ordered a cup of coffee because she had already eaten. Leng Xiaoting frowned a little with obvious dissatisfaction. "Aren't you afraid that it'll affect your sleep?" "Not at all. It has no effect on me," Ji Yuning explained. In fact, Ji Yuning had her power, so she could fall asleep or stay awake whenever she wanted. Leng Xiaoting didn't insist then. Ji Yuning suddenly realized that she totally forgot her plan about the Yuntai mountain, but she didn't have time now and could only wait until she was back from City G. When it was almost 10 p.m., the two left. Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuning back to Zone G, and as usual didn't leave till she had fully disappeared from his sight. When Ji Yuning got home, she noticed that her family were all staring at a bunch of gifts and red envelopes that they had received today. Both An Qian and Le Zhengyu had sent a red envelope of 66,000 yuan, which meant good luck. Shenghua Real Estate had sent 88,000 yuan, which had a good meaning of a thriving business. Cami Beauty Salon only sent baskets of flowers, because it was their own business. And those who had come for the sake of Leng Xiaoting all sent 66,000 yuan or 88,000 yuan on behalf of their companies. Even the individuals had sent at least a couple dozen thousand yuan each. Similarly, Zhang Shu's friends had sent thousands of yuan as well. The most expensive gift was Qin Yifan's gold brave troops, which was worth 1,000,000 yuan. They had received over 1,000,000 yuan in cash today. It was the first time that Zhang Shu and others had seen so much cash, thus they couldn't believe that it was true. Ningning, these are all from your friends. I think you should take them. Zhang Shu had already separated the gifts from Ji Yuning's network apart. He thought that these belonged to Ji Yuning, instead of him. No, please take them. You can save them as your fund, Ji Yuning declined. But Zhang Shu didn't think that it was a good idea. Don't worry. You need to pay those guests back when they invite you to attend a ceremony or something else in the future after all, Ji Yuning explained. Leng Xiaoting deliberately helped her uncle build up a network, so he had a chance to maintain the relationship with them. Well, Zhang Shu thought for a while and finally agreed. All right then, I'll take them. Oh, Mom, I'm leaving for City Ji tomorrow, Ji Yuning said to Ji Yuman. What are you going to do there? Ji Yuman asked. She had the feeling that Ji Yuning was always busy recently, so she was slightly worried. I need to go over and have a look of my new store. It's going to open this weekend. Ji Yuning didn't hide the truth, but didn't give information about the store. Ji Yuman thought that it was a store ran by Ji Yuning and Mu Ke, so she didn't ask further. The next day, Ji Yuning left at 7 a.m. Leng Xiaoting was waiting for her at outside of Zone G. Will you be staying in a hotel in City G? Leng Xiaoting asked. Although Leng Xiaoting heard from Chen Meng that he had met Ji Yuning at Clean Water Blue Sky, he wasn't sure whether she had stayed in a friend's place or she bought it herself. Not really. I have an apartment at Clean Water Blue Sky in City G. I'll stay there, because I'll be flying to City G often in the future, Ji Yuning said. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on Ji Yuning. Did you arrange for people to attend my opening ceremony there the same way you did yesterday? Leng Xiaoting panicked a little, but nodded. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. She didn't want him to do that for her, but wasn't willing to turn him down either. Are you mad? Leng Xiaoting asked nervously. Of course not. I just think that it isn't a good idea that you owe others because of me, Ji Yuning explained. It's fine. They're all my fellows this time, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting purposely didn't tell Xu Jinchen about Ji Yuning's business in City G. He had already allowed Xu Jinchen to leave their base, and he knew that Xu Jinchen would absolutely go to City G if he found out what Ji Yuning was doing there. Leng Xiaoting, of course, didn't want him to show up. Ji Yuning felt more at ease after Leng Xiaoting's explanation. They arrived at the airport 30 minutes later. Leng Xiaoting sent Ji Yuning to the lounge before he left. Zhou Zhenghong called Ji Yuning afterwards. Boss, there is a news reporter from News at 6:30 that wants to interview me. Should I accept it? Yes. It's a great opportunity to advertise our brand, Ji Yuning answered. Although their advertisement was already popular, she didn't want to miss any chance to promote it. With Ji Yuning's permission, Zhou Zhenghong immediately contacted the reporter and accepted it. The reporter who called Zhou Zhenghong was named Ling Shui, and was a news reporter working for the News at 6:30. The show was always high on the ratings. Although the advertisement for the Jade Beauty jewelry had already been aired a few days ago, they weren't jade lovers, so they didn't think there was a need to have an interview about it. However, the program editor suddenly assigned them a task to interview the boss of the Jade Beauty jewelry and shoot the King's Green. A video of the jade was more attractive than photos. Therefore, Ling Shui noted the number from the advertisement post of the Jade Beauty jewelry and dialed it. The store wasn't open yet, but there were workers to answer the call. A worker immediately told Zhou Zhenghong the news after Ling Shui's call. With Zhou Zhenghong's permission, the worker gave his number to Ling Shui, which was how the two got to know each other. Ling Shui came over the minute that Zhou Zhenghong called her and agreed to have the interview, but reporters weren't allowed to enter the factory, so they had the interview outside. Zhou Zhenghong went in to bring the King's Green to let them shoot. In case any accidents would happen, xianxia and the others all stopped working and went out with Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong was experienced and he knew how to advertise the brand of jade beauty jewelry. Although the news reporter came to them on her own initiative, Zhou Zhenghong still gave the reporter and cameraman a red envelope of 500 yuan each, because the news was to their advantage. As long as they took the red envelopes, they would probably extend the commercial time. Ling Shui told him that if it was possible, they would shoot in the store tomorrow as well. Zhou Zhenghong of course welcomed them, because it was free advertisement for them. Chapter 188 Leng Xiaoting's secret. After the interview, Zhou Zhenghong went to pick Ji Yuning up. He locked the king's green into the safe before driving away. Ji Yuning turned her phone on the minute she got off the plane. She called Leng Xiaoting at once, but his phone was turned off. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting was leaving City F today as well, so he was probably on the plane. She then sent him a message and told him that she had a safe arrival. At that time, in the airport of City F, Xu Jinchen just got off his flight too. He called Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was turned off. Xu Jinchen was a little dumbstruck. Is boss leaving today just because I'm coming? It must be that, otherwise he wouldn't turn his phone off. Leng Xiaoting would turn his phone off in only two cases: he was in the middle of a task, or he was on a plane. His phone was never out of power. As long as he wasn't on a task, he always kept his phone on. Leng Xiaoting wasn't on a task. If he was, Xu Jinchen would know about it. Xu Jinchen didn't know what to do now. His boss left just when he came. Ji Yuning had called Master Fuan, his friends, before she went aboard the plane. Those masters were thrilled to know that Ji Yuning would be in City G this morning. They were excited to see the king's green. Ji Yuning saw Zhou Zhenghong when she came out of the exit of this airport in City G. She called Master Yan, Master Fu and Master Bai and told them to meet her in the factory area when she got in the car. The three masters had gathered together earlier on, looking forward to Ji Yuning's arrival. Once Ji Yuning called them, they went to the factory area without delay. It took a while longer for Ji Yuning to get to the factory, so those masters arrived there earlier than her. They didn't go in right away, but instead called Ji Yuning. Because Ji Yuning would be there within 5 minutes, they decided to wait for her outside. Even if they went in right now, no one would welcome them, because nobody knew them. Within 5 minutes, Ji Yuning was finally there. Seeing Ji Yuning, those masters were all excited, as if they were meeting their own granddaughter. Their aim was actually to see the king's green, so they urged Ji Yuning to go inside when Ji Yuning greeted them. Both Zhou Zhenghong and Ji Yuning felt like laughing. After registering at the gatekeeper, a group of them walked inside. Master Fu and Master Bai were eager to see the king's green, and weren't in the mood to visit the factory, but Master Yan, who had less interest in jade, chose to visit the factory first. Ji Yuning guided Master Fu and Master Bai to the lounge. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenghong went to fetch the king's green. Seeing the king's green, Master Fu and Master Bai competed with each other to have the first look. Girl Ji Yu, all the jade you have here is precious. Master Yan took a round in the factory and was surprised. Yes, I plan to build a high-end brand, so all the jade is above medium-high level, Ji Yuning said. That's a very good idea, Master Yan complimented. Master Fu and Master Bai both couldn't put the king's green down, and both wanted to take it away. After 30 minutes, they finally agreed to leave it in its box. It's so amazing, Master Fu said with jealousy. He himself wanted to cut out the king's green. Then, Master Fu and Master Bai went to have a tour in Ji Yuning's factory. They all kept complimenting her when they found out the quality of the jade in this factory. Knowing that Ji Yuning alone had cut out all the jade, they were totally amazed. How did you do it? Even God can't be so accurate, but you did it so easily. Master Bai was astonished, and couldn't believe it. Ji Yuning only smiled, but didn't explain further. Master Bai also didn't force Ji Yuning to tell him everything. It was Ji Yuning's business after all. They knew that they should keep a distance from others' privacy. Unless Ji Yuning was willing to tell them herself. After the short tour, it was 11:30 a.m. Ji Yuning invited them to have a meal together, including Zhou Zhenghong, Chong Qingshan and the others. Master Fu and his friends left after the meal, while Ji Yuning and the others went back to the factory. At that time, Ji Yuning was finally free to see the pair of pendants. The one with a dragon on was already finished, but the other one with a phoenix still needed rubbing. Ji Yuning took a look at it, and was satisfied. Chong Qingshan's carving skill was truly excellent. Chong Qingshan was better than Zhang Rong in hand carving, and Zhang Rong was more skilled at carving with machines, so Ji Yuning had asked Chong Qingshan to make the pair of pendants for her. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning stayed in the factory. Although she couldn't help them with anything, she absorbed a lot of power. When it was almost 3 p.m., Qin Yifan arrived at the airport in City Ji. Ji Yuning called Satu Yi inviting him to dine together at 6 p.m. She needed his help. Satu Yi was happy to help her, so he agreed without hesitation. As long as Ji Yuning wanted to meet him, even if he wasn't available, he would change his schedule to fit hers. The appointed place was the Wangdang Hotel. Ji Yuning ordered a private room and told Satu Yi its number. She arrived at Wangdang Hotel around 5:40 p.m. Satu Yi got there at 5:50 p.m. "So nice to meet you. Please have a seat," Ji Yuning welcomed him. Although she knew that Satu Yi was the boss of the Qing gang, she didn't feel nervous. She behaved as usual. After all, she had assumed that he served as a senior leader in the Qing gang in the very beginning. The boss of the Qing gang was of course in a more important position than a senior leader, but the influential officials and the national leader would respect even a senior leader, let alone the boss, of the Qing gang, because a senior leader was only ranked lower than the boss. The reason why Ji Yuning felt at ease was because Satu Yi treated her in a friendly way. However, she now treated him with more respect. Ji Yuning let Satu Yi order first. After the waiter left, Satu Yi asked, "What do you want me to do?" "You can just tell me." Chapter 189 Xiao Ping's scheme. "Well, my jade jewelry store is going to open in City Ji tomorrow. In case accidents would happen, I want to hire some guards to protect the jewelry and help us with keeping order on site. Do you have any recommendations for good security contractors?" Ji Yuning was actually aware that the Qing gang had its own security contractor, but she didn't say it directly, so that she hid the fact that she already knew his real identity. "You're going to open a jade jewelry store?" Satu Yi was surprised. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning was able to run a business at such a young age. "Wow, you're really incredible." As for her request, it was nothing to him, so he answered with alacrity, "I have a security contractor myself." "How many guards do you need?" "I can arrange it for you tomorrow." "Really? That would be so great." "I need 10 please," Ji Yuning said. "No problem, we're friends," Satu Yi replied. In fact, people in gangs valued friendship. As long as you were their friend, they were willing to do their best to help you. Of course, they hated betrayal the most. Once you betrayed them, you were doomed. News at 6:30 aired at 6:30 p.m., when everyone was enjoying their meal or having a rest after dinner. It was great entertainment to eat or rest while watching the show. Xiao Ping was lying on the sofa right after his dinner. He turned on the TV watching news at 6:30. He had already known about the recently most popular brand Jade Beauty Jewelry. He was also super jealous of the King's Green. He couldn't help thinking to himself, why couldn't I have cut out the King's Green and won a fortune? Besides, the Jade Beauty Jewelry was a high-end brand using jade from the medium-high level and above. His Zufu jewelry couldn't even provide several medium-level jade, and mainly used the medium-low or low-level jade. His brand had barely 200 million yuan in assets, and was becoming less popular. He also understood that it was because he had replaced Zhou Zhenghong to be the new boss of Zufu Jewelry. His behavior affected the brand of Zufu Jewelry. Xiao Ping didn't want to accept the truth, but he had to face it. He still had no idea that Zhou Zhenghong was in charge of the Jade Beauty Jewelry, or he would have been totally shocked. However, before long he indeed was shocked, because Zhou Zhenghong appeared on news at 6:30 with the King's Green in his hands. His title was the chairman of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Xiao Ping jumped up from the sofa rounding his eye in shock. "No, it's impossible. Impossible." Xiao Ping refused to believe it. His wife, who was in the kitchen washing dishes, heard his angry voice and came running out to him. What happened? Zhou Zhenghong is the chairman of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Can you believe it? Xiaoping pointed at the TV. What? That's impossible. Mrs. Xiao almost couldn't accept it, but the news playing on the TV made it very clear. Mrs. Xiao had also heard of the Jade Beauty Jewelry. She had even told her friends that she would be going to have a look tomorrow. Women loved jade after all. Although her husband ran a jewelry company, that jewelry wasn't of good quality, and was barely comparable to Jade Beauty Jewelry. However, she had no idea who was the boss of the Jade Beauty Jewelry back then. So when she found out that Zhou Zhenghong was the boss, she was so shocked that she wasn't even aware that her dishwashing cloth fell onto the ground. Where did he get the money? Where the hell did he get the jade? Xiaoping couldn't figure it out. He didn't believe that Zhou Zhenghong was able to collect that much money and jade in a short time, but Zhou Zhenghong was the chairman of the Jade Beauty Jewelry all of a sudden. Xiaoping was deeply confused. Usually, the chairman was the most influential boss in an enterprise, so Xiaoping didn't know that there was a big boss behind Zhou Zhenghong. No, I can't accept it. I can't. Zhou Zhenghong almost screamed in anger. Honey, don't you know Leader Hu in the Qing gang? Why don't we turn to him for help? Mrs. Xiao proposed an evil plan. She understood that once Zhou Zhenghong became successful again, he would get revenge on them. Right. We can ask Leader Hu for help. Xiaoping immediately called Leader Hu, but Leader Hu refused to do them a favor, saying that their boss was doing a full-scale investigation in their gang recently and that he didn't dare to receive money in private. Although Xiaoping called him Leader Hu, he was only the head of a small group. Xiaoping was mad, but didn't dare to say another word, because he didn't want to annoy the man and cause himself the trouble. However, Leader Hu also recommended some hoodlums to Xiaoping. Those hoodlums didn't serve in the Qing gang, so they weren't restricted. Xiaoping agreed. When the news at 6:30 was on air, Qin Yifan was in the Li family's house. Both he and Li Zhenyu's family were astonished by the fact that Zhou Zhenghong was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Did Zhou Zhenghong cut out the king's green? How come I heard nothing of it from the street of stone gambling? And the Jade Beauty Jewelry is a high-end brand. Where did he get the money and the jade? Li Zhenyu's father Li Zhiyong was shocked as well as confused. He, who also worked in the jewelry industry, had heard of what had happened to Zhou Zhenghong, so what was happening now was very surprising. Qin Yifan, instead, had a different opinion. He recognized that Zhou Zhenghong was the man who had been with Ji Yuning last time in the street of stone gambling. And Ji Yuning was so talented in stone gambling. Thus Qin Yifan thought that the king's green must be Ji Yuning's. He even had the thought that Ji Yuning had something to do with the Jade Beauty Jewelry. Thinking of that, Qin Yifan couldn't help but take a long breath in. If so, Ji Yuning would be too incredible. Those were all his guesses, but those could all be true. He would have called Ji Yuning and asked her if they didn't have an awkward relationship now. The competition among businessmen who were involved in the same industry was fierce, especially between peers. Li Jewelry had 300 million yuan more than Zufu Jewelry in assets, but the jewelry they provided was at the same level. They both had gold, silver, platinum and diamond on sale. Li Jewelry just had more medium-level jade than Zufu Jewelry. Chapter 190 Trouble in the Midnight. The Li family maintained a good relationship with the Qin family. The Yiqui Jade store was also a famous store which had a history of 100 years mainly selling jade of medium and above levels. Thus Li Jewelry had benefited from it to some extent. Zufu Jewelry was valued less than Li Jewelry, but it was always popular, so the Li family and Zhou Zhenghong had been competitors. Li Zhiyong obviously wouldn't attend the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but he was quite curious about it. Although Li Jewelry wasn't comparable to Jade Beauty Jewelry in the levels of jade, he decided to find out more about Jade Beauty Jewelry. Therefore, Li Zhiyong asked Li Zhenyu to have a look in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store tomorrow. Qin Yifan came to City Ji for Jade Beauty Jewelry, so he would naturally be going there. And Li Junjun would also attend the opening ceremony because of Qin Yifan. Although Qin Yifan had refused her and broken her heart, she couldn't forget him. She still wanted to try. Their relationship was already so bad that to make it worse made no real difference. After the airing of news at 6:30, it caused a sensation in City G. Many people who knew Jo Junghong were greatly shocked by the news that he was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Although they had the same thoughts as Li Jiong, nobody knew the answers. However, at the same time, those who had had a good relationship with Jo Junghong before and had alienated him after his bankruptcy now called him continuously to congratulate him in order to restore their connection. Jo Junghong treated them politely. He didn't hate them because they had all abandoned him. Business was business after all. Jo Junghong understood why they turned to him now, and he would also make full use of them too. Thus, as long as they didn't hurt him deliberately, he wouldn't be emotional. He wouldn't hurt others on purpose either. Jo Junghong always competed with others equally in business. Unless the other part used amoral tricks in the first place, he would never scheme against others. Ji Yuning also had a great meal with Satuyi. Satuyi proposed giving Ji Yuning a ride back after the meal. Ji Yuning declined at first, but Satuyi insisted, so in the end she agreed to let Satuyi drive her back to the processing plant. The opening ceremony would be held tomorrow, but they hadn't delivered the jewelry to the store yet. They had to finish the delivery tonight and lay the jewelry in their places. When Ji Yuning got back to the processing plant, it was almost 8 p.m. They had already packed the jewelry up and were waiting for Ji Yuning. A group of them, Ji Yuning included, loaded the car with the packed jewelry, driving to the store afterwards. All the store workers had already cleaned the store while waiting for the jewelry. They started to place the jewelry after Ji Yuning and others arrived. When it was almost 10 p.m., Ji Yuning received a message from Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting, what are you doing now? Ji Yuning, placing the jewelry in my store. How about you? Leng Xiaoting, I'm at the airport in the capital leaving for another city to deal with something. Ji Yuning, take care. They didn't finish placing the jewelry until it was past 12 p.m. And then they went to the meeting room. Except for Jo Junghong, Chong Qingshan, Wang Jiong and Zhang Rong, no one else knew that Ji Yuning was the real boss, so Ji Yuning let Jo Junghong hold the meeting. However, she still attended the meeting as a shareholder. She also told the staff to keep it a secret between them to avoid any trouble. Everyone thought that Ji Yuning didn't want others to know her identity because of her young age, and promised to keep it quiet. Moreover, all the workers were kind and upright people. They didn't think that there was an immoral relationship between Jo Junghong and Ji Yuning just because she had shares of Jade Beauty Jewelry Company at such a young age. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning heard some noise outside, so she adjourned the meeting. Everyone was confused, looking to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said to a male worker beside her in a low voice, "Go check the surveillance cameras for outside." The man immediately realized that something must be wrong, so he ran to the surveillance room and checked the cameras. Ji Yuning had jade eyes, and was able to see what was happening out there, but she didn't want anyone else to know that, so she could only send a worker to check the surveillance cameras first, and tell the others afterwards. Before long, the male worker came back with an upset face. "There is a MPV-1 outside. Over a dozen men got out of it with steel sticks in their hands and they are staring at our store now." The news caused horror in the crowd. All the workers in the room understood that the store was in trouble. Although the store was alarmed and couldn't be easily robbed, it would affect the opening ceremony tomorrow if its outside was damaged. "I'll handle it," Ji Yuning said, standing up. "What?" Everyone was shocked and looking at Ji Yuning. They couldn't believe their ears. "She is going to handle it. She is merely a teenage girl. Are you sure you can handle it?" Only Jo Junghong believed that Ji Yuning wasn't joking, but he was still worried. "Of course," Ji Yuning replied with confidence. Everyone was surprised again. Can she fight? However, they also knew that Ji Yuning had to have a plan, or she wouldn't do it. "I'll go too." 2 guards stood up at once. As security guards, they ought to protect the store if any accidents happened. Both of the 2 security guards were strong boys around 27 years old. One was named K Ying, and the other was Sao Hua. "Very well. Please be careful," Ji Yuning said to them. She could actually handle it alone, but since she hired them, they had to do their jobs. In addition, Ji Yuning also wanted to test their ability with this chance. Chong Qingshan and the others knew that Ji Yuning was good at fighting, but they didn't know how good she was. Thus they couldn't let her, a teenage girl, handle it alone. It's fine. You can stay here, Ji Yuning ordered. However, it was an emergency, they weren't willing to hide inside. Chong Qingshan and others wanted to argue, but was stopped by Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong told them that Ji Yuning was excellent at kung fu, and that they could end up being her burden if they went outside. Since Zhou Zhenghong said so, they chose to believe him. No one wanted to cause more problems. In fact, Ji Yuning was happy to know that they were willing to stand up for her in an emergency. They truly had their loyalty to her and they were all reliable people. One MPV stands for a multi-purpose vehicle and is usually a large hatchback with seating for 6 or more passengers. Chapter 191 Leng Xiaoting's sudden presence. There were several steel sticks in the store for emergencies in the future, but unexpectedly they came in handy before the opening ceremony. The 3 of them went to the door with a steel stick in their hands. There were 3 keys to this store. Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong each had one, and the last one was in the hands of the store manager. Ji Yuning didn't allow the 2 boys to come near, so she opened the door herself. There were 2 doors. The inside one was a bulletproof glass door and the one outside was an aluminum alloy rolling door. The glass door was transparent, so there was a layer of curtain to cover it. Outside, over a dozen hoodlums were about to damage the door. At the same time, the rolling door rose up slowly, and those at the front were surprised. However, they didn't think that the people inside had discovered them. They believed that they were going home, and had accidentally opened the door. Those hoodlums couldn't see what was happening inside, but the lights were on, so they knew that there were people in it. However, they didn't care. Now since someone opened the door, they were more than excited to rob the jewelry and make a fortune. Thus they stopped and waited to dash in after the door was fully open. Ji Yuning saw it clearly with her jade eyes, and she immediately understood their plan. At short notice, a person violently attacked those hoodlums from a nearby side. And those hoodlums were all beaten down, screaming in pain. However, Ji Yuning rounded her eyes at the sight of the familiar man. Leng Xiaoting. Why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in another city dealing with something? Ji Yuning suddenly realized that Leng Xiaoting actually came to City Ji for her. She was deeply touched by the surprise. People inside the store all heard the agonized shouts from outside, and they were all confused. Once the rolling door was rolled up, Ji Yuning opened the glass door without hesitation, dashing ahead. She kicked a hoodlum away and hit another's leg with the steel stick before they could react. The 2 hoodlums shouted in great pain. Both Ke Ying and Cao Hua, who followed behind Ji Yuning, were astonished by the scene before their eyes. This young teenage girl was even better than them at fighting. Ke Ying and Cao Hua were also amazed by the man who had attacked the hoodlums. The man had an air of a king. If they guessed correctly, the man must be a top player in the military. After a few seconds of shock, they ran over, immediately fighting with the hoodlums. Although they were just normal retired soldiers, they had been trained professionally for many years, and it was easy for them to deal with those hoodlums. People inside the store didn't dare to come out yet, so they went to watch the surveillance cameras. Except for Zhou Zhenghong, the rest were all amazed by Ji Yuning's movements. She is so awesome, and the man who suddenly appeared is amazing too. Ke Ying and Cao Hua are also doing well. Within a short time, the hoodlums were all beaten down on the ground, and could barely stand up. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning knocked most of them down, because they were so strong and were able to beat them down one down at a time. Ji Yuning came to Leng Xiaoting, asking him, "Why are you here? Didn't you tell me that you needed to deal with something?" Ji Yuning asked the question on purpose. Although she was surprised and moved by his sudden presence and help, she was unhappy that he didn't tell her the truth. Leng Xiaoting panicked a little. "I did go to the capital to deal with something, then I came here." In case Ji Yuning wouldn't believe him, Leng Xiaoting added at once, "I have my plane ticket as proof. It's in my car." Saying that, Leng Xiaoting was going to fetch the ticket to show Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning immediately stopped him. "It's fine, I believe you." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting relaxed. The people inside the store saw that the problem was solved from the surveillance cameras, and walked out one by one. Seeing that the hoodlums were all beaten down on the ground moaning in pain with blood around their bodies, they all drew a long breath in, like they could feel the pain too. Zhou Zhenghong's sight fell on Leng Xiaoting. He was curious about who this man was, but he didn't ask the question because he knew it wasn't a right time to do so. All right, let's deal with these people first. Ji Yuning looked at the hoodlums. Those hoodlums trembled in fear in her cold glance. It was beyond their imagination that these people who worked in this store were so excellent at fighting. They were all masters of kung fu. Who sent you? Ji Yuning asked angrily. Those hoodlums exchanged glances, but hesitated to tell the truth. I don't have patience. If you don't tell me the truth, you can't bear the result, Ji Yuning threatened. Please don't. Their head immediately opened his mouth. They were merely jobless hoodlums, who didn't have any sense of loyalty. It was nothing before their life. It's the boss of Zufu Jewelry, Xiao Ping, who sent us here, the leading hoodlum said. What? Xiao Ping. Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong was extremely displeased. He now deeply understood what Ji Yuning had told him. If he wanted to start his own business again, Xiao Ping would ruin it before he even began. Luckily, he had Ji Yuning as his support, so Xiao Ping tried in vain. Are you sure? Ji Yuning fixed her eyes at him, asking coldly. Not because she didn't believe it, but she just wanted to confirm it. It was universally known that Zhou Zhenghong and Xiao Ping didn't get along. Thus it was possible that someone would deliberately use Xiao Ping's name to damage Zhou Zhenghong's business. Xiao Ping was Zhou Zhenghong's enemy, and Ji Yuning would help Zhou Zhenghong to get revenge on him, but anyone who wanted to damage Jade Beauty Jewelry, she absolutely wouldn't let them get away with it. It was him. He has a good connection with Leader Hu in the Qing gang. He planned to get Leader Hu to help him, but Leader Hu refused because the Qing gang won't allow him to do that. Thus he introduced us to Xiao Ping. The leading hoodlum told Ji Yuning the details in case she wouldn't believe him. Seeing that the hoodlum was being sincere, Ji Yuning believed his explanation. How much did they pay you? Ji Yuning asked. 50,000 yuan, the hoodlum answered. What? Only 50,000 yuan? He is truly mean. Ji Yuning sneered with disdain. Fine, you can all go now. Ji Yuning let them go, since they were useless now. Hearing that, the hoodlums immediately ran away. Uncle Joe, do you know Xiao Ping's address? What kind of car does he drive? And do you know the plate number? Ji Yuning asked Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong understood that Ji Yuning was going to cause Xiao Ping trouble. He was afraid that she would do something against the law, and was about to persuade her. Chapter 192 Revenge on Xiao Ping. They all agreed that they had to teach Xiao Ping a lesson, but they were also concerned that Ji Yuning would commit a crime. However, before Zhou Zhenghong could open his mouth, Ji Yuning interrupted him. Relax, I just want to do something to his car, and punish him slightly. Zhou Zhenghong relaxed then. He understood that once Ji Yuning made up her mind, no one could change it. Although Xiao Ping did it because of him, the Jade Beauty Jewelry was Ji Yuning's brand. If Xiao Ping wanted to ruin Jade Beauty Jewelry, he would have bad blood with Ji Yuning. He had indeed annoyed Ji Yuning now. Therefore, Zhou Zhenghong said to Ji Yuning, he lives in No. 1003, Building 7, Harmonious Home on XX Road. He drives a black BMW, and its plate number is G332. Is there any spray paint or glue left after the decoration of our store? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, we have white spray paint and superglue, the manager said. Give them to me, Ji Yuning said. The manager immediately ran inside to fetch them. Before long, he came out with a paper bag with 3 bottles of spray paint and 2 bottles of superglue in it. Ji Yuning took them saying, all right, it's late now. I think you better stay in the store and have a rest for the sake of your safety. After that, she left with Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting understood where Ji Yuning was heading to, so he drove straight to the address of Xiao Ping's home. Leng Xiaoting wasn't familiar with the roads in city G, so he used GPS. There weren't many cars on the road in the early morning, and they arrived at the harmonious home within 20 minutes. What do you want to do? Let me help you, Leng Xiaoting said. I prefer to do it myself, Ji Yuning declined. Leng Xiaoting felt a little disappointed, but he understood, so he didn't insist. Ji Yuning wasn't willing to see Leng Xiaoting being upset, like she just had hurt him. After a second thought, Ji Yuning asked him, "Can you disable the surveillance cameras in this area for me?" "Sure." Leng Xiaoting's face immediately lit up. It was a piece of cake for him to do that. Then without delay the two worked separately. Leng Xiaoting went to the surveillance room to turn off the cameras first before he sent Ji Yuning a message of success. Ji Yuning strode directly to Building 7 afterwards. She slid into the underground parking lot, finding Xiao Ping's car. Then she used the white spray paint aiming it at his black car, and turned it completely white. She next pulled out tools, which she had prepared for her adventure at Yuntai Mountain, from her jade eyes to deflate its 4 tires. Later, she violently levered the door open, and removed the steering wheel. After that, Ji Yuning took the elevator up to the 10th floor. She stood at the door of apartment number 03, taking out the superglue. She filled the narrow gap between the door and the ground with superglue. At last, she sprayed the rest of the spray paint around the door randomly. The door was totally ruined now. Ji Yuning was satisfied and left right away. When she got back in the car, Leng Xiaoting asked with curiosity, "What did you do?" Ji Yuning told him everything. The man lifted the corner of his lips. He could imagine Xiao Ping's shocked face when he failed to open the door and saw his car tomorrow. "Where to now?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Where are you staying?" Ji Yuning asked. "In a hotel," Leng Xiaoting replied. "Can you drive me back to clean water blue sky before you go back to the hotel?" Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was slightly upset. They had just met each other, and now she wanted him to leave without spending more private time with him. That left him in a bad. After a while, Leng Xiaoting said to her, "I haven't eaten yet." Ji Yuning was surprised, but she got hungry too when Leng Xiaoting said that. "Well, then let's have night snacks together." "Great," Leng Xiaoting said, immediately cheering up. Many night snack stands were open 24 hours a day, and it was only 2 a.m. It was the time when most bar lovers who had just come out of a bar went to have something to eat. Although Leng Xiaoting was allergic to seafood, he could eat fish, so they went to have roasted fish. It seemed like the two had a secret agreement to eat slowly until daybreak. After the night snack, it was almost 4 a.m. It was too late to go back and sleep, but what should they do next? They weren't a couple yet, so there were many things that they couldn't do. The atmosphere in the car started to get embarrassing. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning had an idea. "Well, why don't we have a drive around City G? I want to get familiar with it." Yes, Ji Yuning thought that she should be familiar with City G. And with her unique memory, she could bear everything that she saw along the way in mind. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what to do either, so he happily agreed with Ji Yuning. He drove the car ahead, moving along the street. At that time, there were drunk people in 2s and 3s arguing and playing with each other on the streets. And the sanitation workers were already doing their job cleaning the streets. Without warning, there was a burst of sound from a noisy engine behind them. In the rearview mirror, they saw 3 cars driving at an extremely high speed racing towards them. If Ji Yuning guessed correctly, they were Mat Rempet's one. While the 3 cars were passing by Leng Xiaoting's, the people sitting inside lifted their middle fingers towards them. Those who sat in the 3 cars all did the same thing. Both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were mad. "Let's surpass them," Ji Yuning said coldly. Leng Xiaoting immediately sped up, chasing them. In the 3 cars were young men in their early 20s. They noticed that Leng Xiaoting was catching up to them from the rearview mirror, and were surprised, but they soon felt that it was interesting and exciting. They didn't believe that Leng Xiaoting was able to catch up to them. Thus a young man stretched his head from a car shouting at Leng Xiaoting, "Come on, baby. If you can catch up to us, I'll call you my grandpa." Both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning heard it clearly. Ji Yuning said with determination, "Let's do it. I'll beat them down to the ground." They had insulted them, and Ji Yuning would never let them get away with it. Leng Xiaoting drove a Porsche which was worth 2 million yuan. It wasn't a cheap car, but was slightly cheaper than their professional sports cars, which were at the price of 4 million yuan. Leng Xiaoting was a skillful driver who drove fast and steadily, so he soon caught up to them. The young men in the sports cars were surprised that Leng Xiaoting did it so easily. Although they sped up, Leng Xiaoting still caught up to them in a few seconds, which greatly upset them. However, the more annoyed they felt, the more they failed to drive well. One mat rempets is a Malaysian term for an individual who participates in immoral activities and public disturbance with a motorcycle as their main transport. Chapter 193 kicked them away within a short time. Leng Xiaoting's Porsche was ahead of all of them. He stopped the car right across the middle of the road. Although it was a 3-lane road, there happened to be a big truck parked in one of the lanes. Leng Xiaoting's car occupied the other 2 lanes, and left no space for them to drive through. Not unless they drove through Leng Xiaoting's car. The young men in the 3 cars were swearing loudly, but they had to stop their cars quickly. However, they were reluctant to admit their failure, so the first car turned around, planning to drive away, but it knocked into the second car. The owners of these 2 cars didn't get along with each other. They had drunk today, and were easily annoyed. After the accident, an argument was about to begin. The owner of the second car got out of it walking to the first car swearing, "Li Feng, what the fuck have you done?" Li Feng left his car, and he was mad too. "Ma Renyi, what the fuck do you think you are that you are yelling at me? I didn't do it on purpose after all. I can pay you. I don't lack your compensation at all. I just fucking hate you." Li Feng raised his voice. The owner of the third car walked over at that time, criticizing them. "It's no big deal. Why are you arguing so loudly? Calm down." "Wei, it's not me who doesn't want to calm down. I just can't stand this shit any longer. He slept with my girl. I didn't say anything, but as long as he's present, my girls are seduced by him every time. Do you think I can tolerate that?" Ma Renyi clenched his teeth in anger. Ji Yuning was struck dumb. She didn't expect to hear such a dramatic story. She felt like laughing, but to be honest, the man called Li Feng was indeed much more handsome than the man named Ma Renyi. Or to be more specific, the man named Ma Renyi wasn't good-looking at all. He was only 168 centimeters tall and a little fat with a plain face. And the man called Li Feng was 186 centimeters tall with a standard body. He wasn't very handsome, but wasn't plain either. Moreover, he dressed well and looked charming, like a typical playboy. Women were always attracted by bad boys, so it was understandable that Ma Renyi's girls would end up sleeping with Li Feng. They seduced me themselves, all right. It wasn't my fault. Could you resist the temptation if they turned you on? And I rejected them all afterwards. You couldn't keep them interested in you, and you can't blame me for that." Li Feng retorted with disdain. He despised Ma Renyi because he failed to get his girls to stay by his side. Although Ma Renyi was plain, he was rich, so many pretty young girls were still willing to play with him, but once they found out that Li Feng was both handsome and rich, they naturally turned to him. "Li Feng, fuck you." Ma Renyi was annoyed by shame. He raised his fist to punch Li Feng. Li Feng also had been wanting to beat Ma Renyi for a long time. He didn't think that it was his fault that girls all left Ma Renyi for him. If Ma Renyi hadn't been Wei Feihong's friend too, he would have punched him already. Now since Ma Renyi wanted to fight with him in first place, he wouldn't hesitate. Wei Feihong, who was the owner of the third car, wanted to stop them, but was also afraid that they would hurt him, so he could only shouted from the side, "Stop now, both of you." However, Ma Renyi and Li Feng had already lost their minds. They only wanted to punch the other to death, and no one would listen to Wei Feihong. The two were soon in a violent fight. It seemed that they indeed hated each other badly. Leng Xiaoting had followed Ji Yuning in getting out of the car earlier on. Ji Yuning enjoyed watching the two fight with her arms across her chest. Although they weren't good at fighting at all, it was funny to see that they were black and blue. Wei Feihong noticed Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, and was stunned by their outstanding appearance. He wasn't interested in Leng Xiaoting, although the man was extraordinarily handsome, so he quickly ignored Leng Xiaoting. His sight fell on Ji Yuning then, and he leered at her. Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance, which frightened Wei Feihong. He was scared by the man's look. It was so terrifying. Leng Xiaoting was so mad that the man was leering at Ji Yuning. It was an insult to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was of course displeased at Wei Feihong's look as well. She walked towards Wei Feihong step by step, followed by Leng Xiaoting. Wei Feihong unconsciously moved backwards in horror. However, he soon realized that it was very shameful to do that, so he calmed himself down. However, Leng Xiaoting's look still made him feel uncomfortable, as if Leng Xiaoting was his boss. He asked with dissatisfaction, "What do you want to do? Didn't you say that once we catch up to you, you'll call us your grandpa? Now we did it, it's time for you to call us grandpa," Ji Yuning said in a proud and casual way, looking at him like he was a loser. "You." Wei Feihong was mad. However, he soon sneered. "Of course. However, when I said, catch, I actually meant that if you sleep with me, I'll call you whatever you want in my bed." Wei Feihong not only denied it, but also humiliated Ji Yuning. Both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were irritated now. Before Ji Yuning could do anything, Leng Xiaoting directly kicked Wei Feihong away. He heavily fell onto his own car with a loud crash. The front cover of the car caved in by the great force. Wei Feihong had been kicked in the stomach, and was already in great pain, and then he hit the car heavily. It was too painful for him to utter a word. Because of the loud sound, Ma Renyi and Li Feng immediately focused on Wei Feihong, and both were shocked. Although Ma Renyi and Li Feng were also black and blue, they couldn't leave Wei Feihong alone because of his background. If he was injured while they were together, Wei Feihong's father would never let them get away with it. That being the case, Ma Renyi and Li Feng stopped fighting with each other, and ran to Wei Feihong at once. "How dare you kick Wei? Do you know who he is?" Ma Renyi looked to Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, threatening them. Wei Feihong's background wasn't simple. Seeing that Ma Renyi was black and blue and had an angry look, Ji Yuning thought that it was hilarious. She almost laughed out loud. "Oh, so who is he?" she asked. Chapter 194. You can't bear the result. Ji Yuning didn't care about his background. Even if he was the son of the governor of this province, Ji Yuning would beat him as always. Ji Yuning's attitude annoyed Ma Renyi and Li Feng. Wei's father is a senior leader of the Xuanwu branch in the Qing gang. You've hurt Wei, and you can't bear the result. The Xuanwu branch was in charge of the different kinds of legal businesses of the Qing gang. Wei Feihong's father, Wei Zhiming, was the general manager of all the entertainment places in City Ji on behalf of the Qing gang. He was indeed a senior leader in the Xuanwu branch, but was only a manager among the Qing gang. Wei Zhiming might be an influential figure to others, but he was nothing to Ji Yuning. "So what? Even if your boss was here, I'm not afraid of him either," Ji Yuning said airily, like the Qing gang was merely nothing in her eyes. Ma Renyi and Li Feng were mad. They didn't expect that this young girl was so bold that she wasn't even afraid of the Qing gang, but they thought that Ji Yuning behaved like that because she had no idea of the power of the Qing gang. "You're just being naive. Don't you dare leave," Li Feng said angrily. He took out his phone calling for help. "Why should I listen to you? We're leaving, and what can you do?" Ji Yuning said with disdain, and left with Leng Xiaoting. Although she wasn't afraid of them, it didn't mean that she would stay as they wanted. Why should she listen to them? Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were leaving, but Ma Renyi and Li Feng indeed had no idea how to stop them. They could only watch them disappearing from sight. They couldn't beat them in a fight after all, and they were all injured, but they still yelled at their backs, "Let's go and see. You'll pay for it." At that time, it was almost 6 a.m., and the sky started to light up. It was winter, so the dawn came late. If it had been summer, the sky would be completely bright already. There were more and more cars on the roads now, and many people were running in the morning. They drove on the road for a while longer. The sky was completely bright at 7 a.m., so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the store. When they arrived at the store, it was already open. Zhou Zhenghong arranged the workers to have breakfast in shifts. Ji Yuning was busy causing Xiao Ping trouble last night, so she hadn't introduced Leng Xiaoting to Zhou Zhenghong yet. Zhou Zhenghong was her most important assistant, and it was necessary to introduce them to each other. "Uncle Zhou, this is my friend, Leng Xiaoting," Ji Yuning said to Zhou Zhenghong. then turned to Leng Xiaoting. "This is the executive boss of my jewelry company, Zhou Zhenghong." Zhou Zhenghong and Leng Xiaoting greeted each other. Zhou Zhenghong asked Ji Yuning about what she had done to Xiaoping. Not only Zhou Zhenghong, but the others were also curious about it. Ji Yuning didn't hide the truth. She told them everything, and everyone felt satisfied. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting hadn't had breakfast yet, but they had eaten at night, so they were full now. It was the first time that all the female workers in the store had seen such a handsome man like Leng Xiaoting. They couldn't help glancing at him, but nobody had any illusions about him because they were a little in awe of him. Xiaoping woke up early this morning. He called the leading hoodlum who he had hired to damage the Jade Beauty jewelry store, but no one would answer. He tried calling the other hoodlums later, but it was still the same. Xiaoping was mad for a long while. Nobody answered his calls, so he stopped calling. He hoped that they would call him back later. Then he planned to leave his home and have a look at the Jade Beauty jewelry store himself, but when he tried to open the door in vain countless times, he roared in anger, "What the fuck is going on now? The door won't open." His wife was woken up by the noise. She walked out and heard Xiaoping's angry voice. "What? The door won't open? What's wrong with it, Mrs.?" Xiao immediately went to open the door, but she also tried in vain. "What happened?" she asked with anxiety. "How would I know? Call the property company right now." Xiaoping shouted in anger. "Mrs." Xiao went to call them at once. Harmonious Home was a medium-level living area with good service provided by the property company. Especially when Mrs. Xiao called them, they sent people to help without delay. Then they found out that someone had poured superglue in the gap, and sprayed white paint around the door. The door was merely a waste now, and had to be removed. Xiaoping was in a rage. He didn't understand who would do that to him. He asked the worker from the property company to check the surveillance cameras, but the tape was broken. Xiaoping almost went crazy, but he still had to call someone to replace the door. About an hour later, the repairer came to remove the door. Xiaoping told his wife to stay in the house before he left. However, when Xiaoping got to the underground parking lot and found out that his car was badly damaged, he fainted because of the anger. The Jade Beauty jewelry store would hold its opening ceremony at 10 a.m. The 10 security guards that Satuyi had arranged for Ji Yuning had already arrived at 9 a.m. Meanwhile, Satuyi called Ji Yuning to congratulate her. Because of Satuyi's special identity, he couldn't come to the opening ceremony in person. Thus he could only call Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting misunderstood and thought that Satuyi was chasing Ji Yuning too, so he disliked Satuyi from the very beginning. Therefore, when he heard that the call was from Satuyi, he got nervous all of a sudden. Although Ji Yuning seemed to treat Satuyi like a common friend, Leng Xiaoting was still mad at the fact that Ji Yuning had turned to Satuyi for help. Ji Yuning of course sensed his unhappiness. She understood what was on his mind. He must be unhappy about what Satuyi had done for her. Ji Yuning hung up and asked, "What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me you need guards?" Leng Xiaoting asked with dissatisfaction. "You said that you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you," Ji Yuning replied. She actually hadn't known that she could turn to Leng Xiaoting for help. Instead, she thought that it would be more convenient if Satuyi was willing to help, since his gang was based in City G. Chapter 195 The opening ceremony. Leng Xiaoting now regretted that he had lied to Ji Yuning, but he still argued, "Even if I'm not here, I can still help you." Indeed, whether he came to City G or not, it was easy for him to arrange security guards for Ji Yuning. He only needed to make a call. "I promise I'll come to you if I need anything the next time. Please don't be upset," Ji Yuning comforted him. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was finally cheered up. Great. The most noticeable feature of this opening ceremony was the King's Green, so they left a large empty space in the middle of the store to place the King's Green for people to appreciate it. It was locked in a glass box with a guard beside it. There were people gathering around gradually. Some were here to have a look, while some came to congratulate Zhou Zhenghong. Ling Shui and a cameraman had arrived earlier to find out who the guests were. Master Yan, Master Fu and Master Bai arrived at almost the same time, because they had an agreement to set off together. Yan Zhenggulan, the mayor of City Ji, came along with his father, Master Yan, and Bai Linwei arrived with his father Master Bai. The arrival of these important figures immediately caused a sensation. Nobody knew when Zhou Zhenghong had such a close relationship with those influential people in City Ji. Ji Yuning was only a random customer today. She didn't show up with any title at Jade Beauty Jewelry. Master Fu and the others were aware of that, so they only congratulated Zhou Zhenghong to protect Ji Yuning's real identity. Leng Xiaoting kept following behind Ji Yuning. His outstanding appearance and air of coldness and threat were hard to ignore. Master Bai and the others were all sophisticated. They knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't simple at the first glance, but they had no idea about his background. They also wondered whether Ji Yuning and the man were a couple. However, they refused to believe it, because Ji Yuning was too young after all. Ji Yuning behaved like a mature grown-up, so it was still possible that she fell in love earlier than others. All in all, they wouldn't ask Ji Yuning for the answer. It was her personal affair, and they had no right to interfere. They also believed that Ji Yuning was a person of principles. Even if she was in love, it had to be because the man was reliable. Grandpa Fu, Grandpa Yan, Grandpa Bai, Mayor Yan, Chairman Bai, it's so nice to meet you all. Ji Yuning walked over greeting them. You don't need to call me Mayor Yan. You can just call me Uncle Yan, Yan Zhenggulan said kindly. He didn't seem like a man of authority at all. Ji Yuning had saved his life after all, and he wasn't willing to behave like an official in front of her. Uncle Yan, welcome. Ji Yuning called him as he wanted. Oh, you don't need to call me Chairman Bai either. Call me Uncle Bai please. We aren't strangers anyway, Bai Linwei added. Bai Linwei was a pleasant person too. Most importantly, he really appreciated Ji Yuning's ability, and wanted to make friends with her. Uncle Bai, you're welcome too. Ji Yuning said. She was of course happy to know that those significant figures were willing to have a close connection with her. At that time, a black Jaguar stopped at the road outside the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. Li Zhenyu was the driver, and Qin Yifan was sitting in the passenger seat, while Li Junjun was in the back seat. Even though it was a broad road and the store was 6 meters away, they still recognized Ji Yuning at first sight. Why is Ji Yuning here? Seeing Ji Yuning, Li Junjun felt terrified out of instinct. Ji Yuning had really scared her. She even knows the Bai family, the Yan family and the Fu family. And they seem very close. Li Zhenyu was astonished too, but he was more shocked that Ji Yuning knew those masters. Li Junjun had the same feeling. They had thought that Ji Yuning was merely a poor ordinary girl who couldn't make any acquaintance of those super rich and influential families, but they were so close now. Those masters would probably ignore Li Zhenyu directly even if he went to greet them on his own initiative. Qin Yifan was also amazed by the scene, but his attention soon moved to the man beside Ji Yuning. Who is this man? Although he wasn't sure that they were a couple, Leng Xiaoting's appearance threatened Qin Yifan. He had to admit that the man was much more handsome than him. He didn't think that Ji Yuning was a superficial girl, who would judge a man from his appearance. Thus he believed that if Ji Yuning liked this man, the man must be outstanding. Li Junjun loved Qin Yifan, but she also liked to appreciate other beautiful men, especially those charming male idols and stars, but Qin Yifan was the man in her heart, while others were only in her eyes. Therefore, when Leng Xiaoting appeared in her sight, Li Junjun was attracted by him instantly. The man was even more charming than her idol. At the same time, she was jealous of Ji Yuning. No matter what the relationship between them was, even if they were only common friends, Li Junjun still believed that Ji Yuning didn't deserve such a handsome man. However, to make Qin Yifan give up on Ji Yuning, Li Junjun complimented against her will, the man must be Miss Gu's boyfriend. He is so handsome. Qin Yifan felt hurt, but he didn't say anything. He also had no idea that Li Junjun had said that on purpose, so he didn't blame her for it. Qin Yifan thought that Ji Yuning must have a connection with Jade Beauty Jewelry, but Li Zhenyu and Li Junjun didn't think so. They only thought that Ji Yuning was here to attend the opening ceremony, even though they knew that Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong were friends. Because of Ji Yuning's presence, the three stayed in the car waiting. Girl Ji Yu, may I ask, who is this young man? Master Bai glanced at Leng Xiaoting. He didn't want to investigate his background, but thought that it would be impolite if he ignored the young man. Oh, right. This is my friend, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning immediately introduced. Leng Xiaoting only nodded to them because of his character, but he didn't show any disrespect. Master Bai and the others also smiled to him. They could tell that Leng Xiaoting wasn't a talkative man, so they didn't mind. Let's go and see the King's Green now. You all have seen it, but I haven't yet, Bai Linwei proposed. Although he had less interest in jade, the King's Green was worth looking at and taking a picture. Chapter 196 The Opening Ceremony 2, I agree. If we don't go and have a look now, it could be crowded later, Yan Zhengelin said. We also want to see it again. Let's go now, Master Fu said, walking into the store without delay. Master Bai and Master Yan followed. They didn't want to bother Ji Yuning, especially when there was a man beside her. The Bai family ranked 3rd, and the Fu family ranked 7th on the list of super rich and powerful families. Other than the group of those masters, the I family that ranked 2nd and the O family which ranked 5th arrived later too. Although their families' leaders didn't come, the visitors were important enough to represent their families. The I family sent I Weiken, who was Master I's youngest grandson, to attend the ceremony. He was a 27-year-old tall, handsome man with an air of elegance. His appearance aroused excitement in the ladies. The O family sent O Nianayan, who was the family leader's eldest daughter, to attend the ceremony. She was a 30-year-old ambitious woman, and the heir of the O family. The I family and the O family had maintained a close connection with each other for generations. I Weiken's and O Nianayan's sight fell on Leng Xiaoting for a second, then moved away, but Ji Yuning noticed the shock in their eyes. Yes, they were indeed shocked and amazed. I arranged for them to come here, Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning in a gentle voice. Ji Yuning had the same idea when I Weiken and O Nianayan glanced at Leng Xiaoting. She was surprised that Leng Xiaoting knew them because they were from super powerful families. Ji Yuning was now even more certain that Leng Xiaoting wasn't simple. She was curious now about Leng Xiaoting's real identity. It seemed that the man was more influential than she imagined. However, she wouldn't ask him. Instead, she would wait until he was willing to tell her the truth. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning didn't understand why I Weiken and O Nianayan looked so shocked when they came inside. Leng Xiaoting had arranged for them to attend this ceremony. They should know that Leng Xiaoting would be here too. So why did they still seem astonished? An idea dawned on Ji Yuning all of a sudden. Was it because of her? Ji Yuning suddenly realized that Xu Jinchen had told her that Leng Xiaoting had never had a girlfriend or any woman at his side. Ji Yuning assumed that they had to have been amazed to see Leng Xiaoting with her. She was right. Both I Weiken and O Nianayan were shocked that Leng Xiaoting was with a girl, and they seemed close. Nevertheless, they didn't greet Leng Xiaoting in order to not expose their relationship. After they had sent the gifts, O Nianayan immediately gossiped with I Weiken aside. Weiken, boss is with a woman, oh no, a girl. Doesn't he dislike being too close with a female? And, could they be a couple? O Nianayan was excited as well as shocked. It was a big news after all. I don't know whether they're a couple or not, but I'm sure that they must be close. I Weiken said seriously. Of course they are. O Nianayan rolled her eyes. After that, many influential people in City G gradually arrived, including many jade experts and businessmen. Zhao Yufeng came as well. Many of them didn't know Zhou Zhenghong, so they didn't send expensive gifts, but only baskets of flowers and plants. It would be impolite if they came with empty hands. Miss Ji Yu, what a coincidence. Zhao Yufeng was surprised to see Ji Yuning. Although he didn't keep in touch with Ji Yuning, he had an impressive impression of her. He admired her to some extent. Thus he was more than thrilled to meet her in this opening ceremony. Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you. Ji Yuning was also surprised to see Zhao Yufeng. Then she realized that she had forgotten to invite him, and felt slightly sorry. They were peers now. However, Ji Yuning's business focused on jade, so they weren't competitors yet. Zhao Yufeng was involved in all kinds of jewelry, and jade was only a part of it. In addition, the major market of Zhao Yufeng's business wasn't in City G. He only had a branch here. Therefore, they weren't enemies. Ji Yuning actually didn't want to hide the fact that she was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry from Zhao Yufeng, but there were too many people around, so it wasn't convenient for her to tell Zhao Yufeng her real identity. Miss Ji Yu, do you know the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Zhao Yufeng asked. I don't know the boss, but I wanted to have a look at the King's Green. Thus I came here without an invitation, Zhao Yufeng said. He seemed a little embarrassed. May I introduce you to the boss? Ji Yuning said. Really? That would be so great. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu. Zhao Yufeng was excited. Although Jade Beauty Jewelry now was barely comparable to his Farong Jewelry, it wasn't a bad idea to maintain a good relationship with its boss. Ji Yuning guided Zhao Yufeng to Zhou Zhenghong, who was welcoming the guests. At the same time, Qin Yifan and the other two were surprised that Ji Yuning knew Zhao Yufeng too. The Qin family and the Li family were both involved in the jewelry industry, and they were familiar with the important figures in this field. Zhou Zhenghong only greeted his guests and the visitors for a short while, then they would go inside to see the jade. Thus it didn't cause any bother when Ji Yuning and Zhao Yufeng walked over. Uncle Zhou, this is the chairman of Farong Jewelry, Zhao Yufeng, Ji Yuning introduced. Zhou Zhenghong actually recognized Zhao Yufeng before Ji Yuning introduced him. Zhou Zhenghong worked in the jewelry industry too, but since Ji Yuning introduced Zhao Yufeng to him, they must know each other, so Zhou Zhenghong greeted him with great enthusiasm. It's so nice to meet you. Chairman Zhao, nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhou. Please don't mind my coming without invitation, Zhao Yufeng said. Of course not. You're absolutely welcomed. Would you mind dining together after the ceremony? Zhou Zhenghong invited. I'd love to, Zhao Yufeng answered. They chatted for a while longer before Zhao Yufeng went inside to see the King's Green. Everyone in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store was more than shocked that so many influential figures came today. Zhou Zhenghong was clear that it was all because of Ji Yuning. Her network was amazing. However, what happened later was more shocking. Sheng Juntong, who was the general manager of Qinghua Group, arrived too. The Qinghua Group was the Qing Gang's property. Chapter 197 Natural Red Coral. Although the Qinghua Group was the Qing Gang's property, it didn't stand for the Qing Gang, because it had its own network, and wouldn't bother the Qing Gang. Therefore, nobody believed that Zhou Zhenghong had a relationship with the Qing Gang. However, it wasn't easy to have a connection with the Qinghua Group. The industries of the Qinghua Group didn't concentrate in City G. Thus, even though it had over 100 billion yuan in assets, it only ranked fourth with 30 billion yuan in assets, on the list of the richest in City G. The list of the richest in City G naturally only ranked according to the assets or wealth in City G. However, nobody could figure out how Zhou Zhenghong was able to invite almost half of the important figures in City G to attend his opening ceremony. Those figures came not only for the sake of Zhou Zhenghong, but also for the good of their own business. The Qinghua Group sent a 20 cm tall and 15 cm wide, natural red coral to the Jade Beauty Jewelry. It was huge and rare. Natural red corals were made up of polyps. It grew very slowly and didn't regenerate. Red corals only existed in several straits: Taiwan Strait, Strait of Japan, Baltic Strait and the Mediterranean Sea. Due to the limitation of sea areas, the red coral was super precious. Red coral was also an organic gemstone with a pleasant color and a lustrous texture. It grew in the deep sea at a depth of 1,000 to 2,000 meters. It was listed as one of the 3 organic gems, together with pearls and amber, and one of the 7 treasures in the Eastern Buddhist scriptures. It had been regarded as a symbol of good wishes since ancient times. This natural red coral was worth over 10 million yuan, which shocked everyone, including Ji Yuning. She had to admit that Satuyi was really generous. Its price wasn't a big deal. The point was that the natural red coral was too rare to buy in the market. Ji Yuning liked it very much at the first sight, and decided to take it home as part of her collection. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, was upset to see Ji Yuning being so happy about Satuyi's gift. He immediately disliked the natural red coral. After that, Kong Yuan, the chief of staff of the military division in City G, arrived. His arrival caused another round of sensation. What? An important figure in the military division came too. There was no need to ask Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning immediately understood that he must have arranged it too, but she was astonished by Kang Yuan's position. He was the chief of staff, which was a colonel in the army. If Leng Xiaoting was able to send him here, then Leng Xiaoting must either be his relative or in an even higher position than him. Ji Yuning preferred to believe the second assumption. If he was in a higher position than Kang Yuan, he must be at least a major general. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning abruptly looked to Leng Xiaoting in astonishment. Leng Xiaoting understood what was on Ji Yuning's mind, and he didn't want to hide. Major General. Major General. He was a Major General, a 25-year-old Major General. It was incredible. Normally, a Major General would be over 40 years old. Ji Yuning couldn't help taking a long breath in. She thought to herself, Leng Xiaoting, how old were you when you joined the army? And how many great achievements have you made? Ji Yuning suddenly felt like crying. It was very difficult to achieve the position of Major General. He must have risked his life countless times and paid a lot for it. Thinking of the possible danger that Leng Xiaoting could encounter while he was on a task, Ji Yuning's heart ached. She wanted to check the injuries around his body. There had to be injuries on his body. The only question was whether there were many or few injuries. Leng Xiaoting wasn't good at romance, but he was highly intelligent, so he sensed that Ji Yuning was worried from her emotions at once. He knew that she was concerned about him. He was happy to know that, but also felt bad. And he could only comfort her. I'm fine. Ji Yuning didn't say a word, trying to calm herself down. It wasn't the right time to cry. Qin Yifan also noticed that Ji Yuning was worried about the man. He felt hurt deeply. It seemed that they were really a couple. Kang Yuan sent a gift of calligraphy written by the famous artist, Zhu Li. By now, the brand of jade beauty jewelry had become completely well-known. No one had ever seen such a group of influential guests from all kinds of important fields. The jade beauty jewelry store wasn't very big now, but it was already famous. What shocked the crowd as well was the quality and level of the jade used by jade beauty jewelry. The jade was all above medium level, some of them were even top level. When it was about 10 a.m., Zhou Zhenghong started to address his speech. Respected leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, good morning to you all. Today, we are here to hold the opening ceremony of the Jade Beauty Jewelry flagship store. As the representative of Jade Beauty Jewelry Company, Limited, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Jade is the essence of all things, enjoying the reputation of the crown of valuable stones. It has the good meanings of luck, wit, nobility, and fortune. Jade Beauty Jewelry will create high-end jade jewelry. Let's wish Jade Beauty Jewelry a thriving future. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. After the speech, there was a round of applause. Then it was time for the ribbon cutting. Yan Zhengelin, Kang Yuan and Master Bai cut the ribbon together. After the ribbon cutting, guests could make a reservation for the King's Green. Ji Yuning thought that there would be few people who were willing to pay a high price for jade, but unexpectedly, over a dozen people made a reservation. However, the King's Green wasn't big enough to fulfill their needs, so they could only apply an alternative plan. Luckily, Ji Yuning had prepared a plan B for it. The alternative was to bid secretly. Customers could write down the bid price and types of jewelry he or she wanted on a piece of paper, then hand the paper to the worker. The worker would collect all the pieces of paper and the most generous buyer would win the King's Green. Before long, the results were revealed. Undoubtedly, both Master Fu and Master Bai won a wide jade ring at a much higher price than others. Ji Yuning had already made over 100 million yuan on the first day, before the store even opened. Because it was only the reservation for the jewelry, they each paid a deposit of 20%. Moreover, there would be a gap between the predetermined number of grams and the final number of grams. If the jewelry exceeded the predetermined number of grams the customer had reserved, there was no need to pay more for it. And the customer could acquire more than the predetermined number of grams at the original price. And if the jewelry didn't meet the predetermined number of grams the customer had reserved, its price would be lowered accordingly. It was universally acknowledged and accepted that the weight of the jewelry couldn't be 100% accurate. Chapter 198. Leng Xiaoting was jealous. Ji Yuning of course would not take advantage of her customers, and the jewelry would only be heavier, not lighter. It wasn't a big deal to let the customers buy the jewelry at a lower price. It hadn't cost her much money to get the jade after all. Zhou Zhenghong guided the guests to have a meal in the Wangdang Hotel later. Qin Yifan and the other two didn't show up at all from the beginning to the end. All the staff remained in the store, and didn't follow Zhou Zhenghong to the hotel. They would eat in the afternoon. The Jade Beauty Jewelry store wasn't far away from the Wangdang Hotel. It only took several minutes to walk there, so most walked while some drove. During that break, Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning, "Please follow me. I have something to give you." "What is it?" Ji Yuning was surprised and curious. She followed Leng Xiaoting to his car in the parking lot. Leng Xiaoting took out a wooden box from his car. It was as big as 2 palms. Ji Yuning opened the wooden box, and felt a strong power hit her face. She trembled a little, but when she saw what was inside, she couldn't believe her eyes. There were 2 huge diamonds in it. One was blue, and the other was red. Both were as big as a quail's egg. There was also a blood-red jade bracelet and a purple jade the size of an egg. It was a top-level jade called Purple Eye. Ji Yuning didn't know the price of the diamonds, but she knew that of the Purple Eye jade and the blood-red jade bracelet. Purple Eye jade was at the same level as Fulusho jade. This Purple Eye jade was as big as an egg, and it must be worth at least a couple dozen million yuan. And the blood-red jade bracelet was even more precious. Ji Yuning had read the news on the internet that a blood-red jade bracelet which weighed 46 grams had been sold at the price of 480 million yuan at auction, but this blood-red jade bracelet in the box was even several grams heavier. Price at auction was normally much higher than at market price. And the exact price of jewelry actually depended on the buyer. Gold, for instance, it was worth 300 yuan a gram sometimes, and was worth 200 yuan a gram at other times. Its price changed. "It's more precious than his," Leng Xiaoting said airily. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say. Leng Xiaoting explained further, "The blood-red jade bracelet is more precious than the red coral." Hearing that, Ji Yuning immediately understood what Leng Xiaoting meant. She snorted with laughter all of a sudden. Leng Xiaoting was jealous just because Satuyi had sent her a valuable natural red coral. Ji Yuning teased, "Are you jealous?" Leng Xiaoting flushed, feeling uneasy, but he didn't deny it. Ji Yuning didn't know what to do. Leng Xiaoting was being so sensitive. He had been jealous of Satuyi twice today. Actually, it wasn't completely Leng Xiaoting's fault. Because Ji Yuning hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet, he didn't feel secure. He was afraid that Ji Yuning would reject him once he didn't perform well. "I like it very much." Saying that, Ji Yuning put the blood-red jade bracelet on her wrist. Ji Yuning not only liked it, but was also deeply moved. It was so beautiful and precious. Most importantly, it was from Leng Xiaoting. Thus, except for the blood-red jade bracelet, Ji Yuning absorbed all the power from the rest in the box. Her jade eyes were already full of power yesterday, and the telepathic eye space expanded a square meters afterwards. "Where did you get these?" Ji Yuning asked with curiosity. "I picked some up in the middle of fulfilling tasks. And others sent me some. I have many more of them in the capital," Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting had no interest in jewelry. It was nothing different than a stone in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. If it hadn't been priceless, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't have kept it. Now, since he found out that Ji Yuning liked jewelry, he would keep it well for her. Ji Yuning didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had gone back to the capital in order to bring the jewelry to her until now. She felt like crying once more. This man didn't say sweet nothings, but everything he had done was more special and meaningful than oral promises. Action spoke louder than words after all. Ji Yuning curbed her impulse to cry, saying, "Could you please keep it for me for a while? It isn't convenient for me to take it right now." It indeed wasn't convenient for her to hold such a big box. And with Leng Xiaoting's presence, she wasn't able to put it into the telepathic eye space. Leng Xiaoting took the wooden box and laid it back in its original place. After that, the two went straight to the Wangdang Hotel. Because Master Bai and the other important figures were there too, Ji Yuning couldn't be absent. What had happened at the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry went abroad before it aired on the news at 6:30. The news went viral on the internet within a short time. Everyone was shocked by the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry, especially peers who worked in the jewelry industry. Luckily, Jade Beauty Jewelry only made jade jewelry, and wasn't involved in other kinds of jewelry yet. Meanwhile, Xiaoping finally woke up, but his first reaction was to ask the condition of Jade Beauty Jewelry, instead of himself or his car. Mrs. Xiao had kept her eyes on the news of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and was quite jealous of it. Honey, Jade Beauty Jewelry is big news today. Over a half of the celebrities in City G have attended its opening ceremony, including the Ai family, the Bai family, the Qinghua group, the O family, the Fu family and even the mayor. The chief of staff also. Before Mrs. Xiao could finish, Xiaoping was hit heavily by the news. He spat a mouthful of blood before he fainted again. Honey, doctor, please. Mrs. Xiao panicked, running to the doctor at once. At the same time, Wei Zhiming, who was the general manager of the entertainment industry of the Qing gang, made up his mind that his son had to be revenged, even though it was his son's fault. He would protect his son no matter whose fault it was. However, he hesitated after he found out that Leng Xiaoting's car belonged to the Ai family. The Qing gang wasn't afraid of the Ai family, but Wei Zhiming was afraid of it. Chapter 199 Be abandoned. It was Wei Feihong's fault after all. If he secretly used the Qing gang's force to get revenge on the Ai family, his boss would punish him if it was exposed. Thus, although Wei Zhiming was mad, he had to give it up. In case Wei Feihong would cause any more trouble, he reminded his son to be more careful. Facing his father, Wei Feihong had to listen to the persuasion. After the meal, Ji Yuning went back to the store with Zhou Zhenghong. It was already crowded in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. The King's Green was fully reserved, but it was still shown in the store for the whole day, so many came here to see it. And there were also many jade buyers. City G was developing well nowadays and there were many rich people in this city. Ji Yuning noticed a familiar face the minute she walked inside. It was the woman who had dined with Li Junjun the last time when Ji Yuning had encountered Li Junjun in a restaurant. Although they had only met once, Ji Yuning remembered it clearly with the help of her outstanding memory. Seeing Su Jing, Ji Yuning unconsciously checked whether Li Junjun was here too. She was ready to revenge herself on Li Junjun now, but Li Junjun wasn't in the store. Su Jing was only shopping with a man who was around 30 years old. Jing, Li Junjun doesn't know that you're here to buy jewelry, right? The man asked. I didn't tell her. If she finds out that I came here to buy jewelry instead of jewelry stores owned by her family, she'll be mad at me, but the jewelry in the stores of her family is so ordinary, and I don't like its design either. Other high-end brands are too expensive. This store is newly opened, and customers can have a 10% discount today. I absolutely need to have a look here, Su Jing said, and she complained a little about Li Junjun. The man stayed quiet, and Su Jing added, Oh, Junjun won't dine with us this afternoon. She'll meet us at Yongle Club around 9 a.m. in the morning. Ji Yuning heard their talk clearly. After hearing Li Junjun's schedule, Ji Yuning had a good idea. It was a perfect timing, and she wouldn't miss it. Fine, but I'm afraid that someone will be disappointed, the man joked. In fact, I have sympathy for Sen. He was a playboy, but now has changed a lot for Junjun. Unfortunately, Junjun likes another man, Su Jing said. Nevertheless, I have sympathy for Li Junjun. She fell in love with a man who dislikes her. It has been so many years. I don't think she can be together with him, the man said. Indeed, they aren't like us who love each other deeply, Su Jing said, holding the man's hand in happiness. However, Ji Yuning sensed that the man didn't feel as happy as Su Jing. The man probably wasn't as deeply in love with Su Jing as she thought. Ji Yuning didn't stay in the store for very long, and left with Leng Xiaoting. Where to now? Leng Xiaoting asked after they were in the car. Ji Yuning had the same question in mind. Where should we go next? At that time, Leng Xiaoting's phone rang. Wherever he was and whatever he was doing, as long as he wasn't restricted, he would answer the call, especially when the caller was his teammate. His teammates always called him for something important. The caller was Xu Jinchen this time. Leng Xiaoting didn't avoid Ji Yuning. "What's up? Where are you, boss?" Xu Jinchen asked, or complained to be specific. "Do you have anything important to say?" Hearing Xu Jinchen's voice, Leng Xiaoting immediately understood that he had nothing serious to talk to him about. "Nothing serious actually. I just want to know where you are now. I arrived at City F yesterday and I wanted to come to you, but your phone was turned off," Xu Jinchen said. He felt that he had been abandoned. "Do you have too much time to kill?" Leng Xiaoting asked. Xu Jinchen instantly sensed danger ahead. He understood that if he gave his boss an affirmative answer now, he would be tortured, so he denied at once, No. "I'm busy, bye." Xu Jinchen hung up right away. "Ha ha," Ji Yuning laughed out loud. She asked with curiosity, "Why is he so afraid of you?" Xu Jinchen behaved like a child in front of Leng Xiaoting. "I've punished him too many times," Leng Xiaoting replied. "Oh, was Xu Jinchen right in saying that you're mean and always punish you fellows?" Ji Yuning asked, although she didn't believe it herself. However, Leng Xiaoting got nervous, explaining without delay, "Of course not. We've trained strictly before, and I punished them when they were lazy, so they're all scared of me." "Well, I think you're right," Ji Yuning agreed. She was absolutely clear about how cruel the training could be. Once you got lazy, or didn't meet the standards, you would be punished severely. If you weren't strong enough, you were out. Ji Yuning still had no idea where they should go next. "Oh, let's go to the Street of Antiques," Ji Yuning said. The news of jade beauty jewelry went across many cities around City G. People were all shocked by its grand opening ceremony. Outsiders might forget it soon after they had read the news, but insiders, especially jewelry businessmen and jade lovers, couldn't care about it more. Xiaoping woke up after a while, but he still couldn't accept the truth that Zhou Zhenghong was the boss of jade beauty jewelry who had caused a sensation around the city. He wanted to forget it all, but all the TV news was reminding him of it. "Oh, what about the door in my car? Did you find out who did it?" Xiaoping asked in anger. He failed to figure out whom he had annoyed, and who had damaged the door of his home and his car. "No idea. The man in the monitoring room told me that the tape was broken during a certain period of time. I think it's a scheme. Someone did it on purpose, and the man in the monitoring room must have been bribed. I've already called the police, Mrs. Xiao was mad too. She believed that it couldn't be an accident. Could it be Zhou Zhenghong? You just got hoodlums to damage his store yesterday, then the door of our home and your car are ruined today. If it wasn't him, I can't think of anyone else, Mrs. Xiao said. Xiaoping then realized that what his wife said was indeed possible. The jade beauty jewelry store opened today as planned, which meant that his plan had failed last night. He also knew that those hoodlums would betray him if they felt that it was necessary. Chapter 200 Land Acquisition. To make sure of it, Xiaoping immediately took out his phone calling the leading hoodlum. However, the leading hoodlum still wouldn't answer his call, so Xiaoping called Leader Hu afterwards. Leader Hu answered, "Hi, what's up, Mr. Xiao?" "Hi, Leader Hu, those hoodlums helped me deal with Zhou Zhenghong's store last night, but they won't answer my call now. I don't know why. I think that they probably failed. Could you please help me find them?" Although Xiaoping was raging now, he didn't dare to vent his anger at Leader Hu. Really? Did they get in trouble? Leader Hu was surprised that jade beauty jewelry was able to handle those hoodlums. Leader Hu didn't deny Xiaoping's request. "Let me try to find them and then I'll let you know the minute that I do." "Very well, thank you so much," Xiaoping said, then he hung up. "Honey, what if Zhou Zhenghong really damaged our door and car?" Mrs. Xiao asked. "If it is true, we'll do the same thing to him. He has made me lose hundreds of thousands of yuan this time." Xiaoping clenched his teeth, as if he was the victim. If he hadn't turned to those hoodlums for help, Zhou Zhenghong wouldn't have gotten revenge on him. In addition, Zhou Zhenghong hadn't actually done it. Xiaoping not only annoyed Zhou Zhenghong, but aggravated Ji Yuning, who was the real boss of jade beauty jewelry. Of course, Xiaoping wasn't dumb enough to cause Zhou Zhenghong trouble in public. He would scheme against Zhou Zhenghong behind his back. In the end, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't go to the Street of Antiques, because of an incident on the road halfway there. They were in an old district of City G, and there were many people as well as policemen gathered around the entrance of a street, fiercely arguing. Leng Xiaoting, who was a military officer, couldn't ignore it, so he stopped the car on the side, got out of it and walked over. Two groups of people stood against each other in the middle of a crowd. A group of citizens all had sticks and brooms in their hands, while the other group, who were policemen, all had their hands on their guns. Ding Peiwei, it's illegal to use violence against the police. As a senior teacher, you should know that. How dare you lead others to resist us on the street? You'll be taken into the police station. A man who was around 30 years old loudly said to a man in his middle 40s. It's you who aren't being honest. You can't blame us. We agree that the real estate businessmen need to acquire land to develop a new city, but you should at least give us a reasonable price. Ding Peiwei argued angrily. Hearing that, Ji Yuning immediately understood what was going on here. The real estate businessman wanted to acquire the land, but was rejected because of the low compensation. Exactly. Don't think that we know nothing about it. The acquisition of land in Dongcheng last year is a great example. The location of the land is similar to Zhengyang Street, and the foundation was worth 20,000 yuan, while the building area was 10,000 yuan per square meter. However, what did you do this time? The foundation is only worth 15,000 yuan, and the building area is only 7,000 yuan per square meter. Aren't you hurting our interests? Another person said with indignation. How can you be so evil? Are you not afraid of being punished by God? All the citizens criticized. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was also mad. It was truly unfair. She had inspected the surrounding area just then. It was a great location, and it would be reasonable if the foundation was worth 20,000 yuan, and the building area was 10,000 yuan per square meter. Although it was an old district which wasn't as prosperous as the newer ones, there were schools around, including primary, middle and high schools. Therefore, many would come here to buy houses if there were more living areas. It would be a very profitable deal. Thinking of that, an idea dawned on Ji Yuning. She decided to acquire this land. Since this Hongyun real estate gave them a low price, then she would set a higher and more reasonable price. The man who was standing against Ding Peiwei was called Zhang Guangd. He was the leader of this area, and he didn't know how to argue with those citizens, because he really had planned to take the extra money into his own pocket. Zhang Guangd, let me tell you that if Hongyun real estate can't give us a reasonable price, we won't comprise no matter what happens, Ding Peiwei said with determination. Fine, let's see what you can do. Zhang Guangd didn't know how to solve the problem now, so he could only threaten them before walking away with the policeman. Luckily, no one was injured in this mess. After Zhang Guangd and the policemen were gone, Ji Yuning walked to Ding Peiwei. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't know what Ji Yuning was going to do, he listened to her and waited by the car. Hi, Mr. Ding, may I talk to you in private? Ji Yuning asked politely. Since Ding Peiwei was able to lead them to resist the acquisition, he must be an influential figure among the citizens. Ding Peiwei thought that Ji Yuning was a student in his school. He failed to recognize her, but since she had something to talk to him about, he didn't reject. Afterwards, Ding Peiwei walked aside with Ji Yuning. What do you want to talk to me about? Ding Peiwei asked. He was still mad, but tried his best to remain gentle in front of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't hide her intention, and asked directly, I noticed that you were arguing over the acquisition of this land. Is it because you don't want to leave here, or are you not satisfied with the compensation? Hearing that, Ding Peiwei sighed resignedly and explained, I've lived here for dozens of years, so of course I don't want to move away, but we also know that this city needs to develop, and the demolition will happen sooner or later. Even though we're unwilling to do so, we can't fight against the government, but the compensation that Hongyun real estate offers is too low. What if I can provide you with a reasonable compensation in which the foundation is worth 20,000 yuan, and the building area is 10,000 yuan per square meter, are you willing to sell the land to me? What? Ding Peiwei was shocked, he couldn't believe his ears. If a 30-year-old mature woman had said that to him, he probably wouldn't have been shocked, but Ji Yuning was merely a teenage girl. Chapter 201 Lang Xiaoting's real identity. Even though Ding Peiwei didn't think that she was joking, Ding Peiwei was surprised. How come a teenage girl had the air of a successful businesswoman? I understand that I'm too young to make you believe that I'm being serious, but I truly mean it. My family is involved in the real estate industry. Although my family's company isn't comparable with Hongyun Real Estate, we have enough money to acquire this land. If you're willing to consider my proposal, please have a discussion with the citizens here before we sign the contract, Ji Yuning said. Ding Peiwei couldn't make the decision alone, so Ji Yuning didn't force him to promise her anything. However, she was confident that she could settle the deal. In the beginning, Ding Peiwei was excited to hear the offer. If they could have a reasonable compensation, they wouldn't be worried about the housing issue. However, he soon calmed down, and asked with doubt, since it's your family business, can you, a child, make the decision? And the chairman of Hongyun Real Estate is Fang Changsheng, whose brother-in-law is the director of the Roads and Traffic Authority. Moreover, the director's cousin is the vice mayor. Are you sure your family can handle them? Anyone who wanted to acquire this land had to have the permission of the government. Although Ding Peiwei believed Ji Yuning to some extent, he doubted her ability. He didn't know Ji Yuning or her background after all. It was difficult for him to depend on a stranger. Meanwhile, he knew more about Hongyun Real Estate, which was one of the 3 biggest real estate companies in City Ji with several billion yuan in assets, ranked 9th on the list of the richest. It also had support from the government. The reason why Hongyun Real Estate was able to win the right of acquisition before the open acquisition was that it had a strong network in the government. Ji Yuning understood that she had to show her ability to persuade Ding Peiwei. What if I tell you my support in the government is even more powerful than Hongyun Real Estate? Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, Ding Peiwei was astonished. He stared at her face, intending to know whether it was true. Ji Yuning added, Mr. Ding, I know that it's hard for you to trust me because we just met and don't know each other, but I do hope that you can consider my offer. If you're willing to sell this land to me, I can sign the contract and pay you the compensation on site. It doesn't matter if you want the compensation in cash, check, by transfer, or you simply want houses, I'm totally fine with it. As long as you sign the contract, you'll get the money you should have. Don't you think it's a great offer? However, if you let Hongyun Real Estate take this land, you won't get a reasonable compensation. Ding Peiwei was shocked as well as thrilled. They could sign the contract and get the compensation on site. It had never happened before. Normally, the compensation would only be transferred to their accounts after the acquisition had been over for a long time. If Ji Yuning could keep her promise, it was a great advantage to them. And it would be a bad idea if they sold this land to Hongyun Real Estate. Great. I'm willing to trust you for now, and I'll talk to my neighbors. Later, Ding Peiwei chose to believe Ji Yuning. Very well. This is my number. Please call me once you make up your mind. However, I hope you can make it quick, because if Hongyun Real Estate finds out, you would suffer under its pressure, Ji Yuning reminded him. Sure, I'll give you the answer before tonight. Ding Peiwei also understood that if Hongyun Real Estate found out, it would probably force them to sell this land in a violent way. And they would be the victims. That would be great. Ji Yuning also wanted to know the answer today. After exchanging numbers with Ding Peiwei, Ji Yuning asked again, Oh, how large is this street approximately, and how many households are here? Zhengyang Street is about 70,000 square meters with 558 households, Ding Peiwei answered. A piece of land that was 70,000 square meters wasn't very large, but it was suitable to build a living area, mainly because of its good location. It was 4 p.m. when Ji Yuning said goodbye to Ding Peiwei, and it was too late to go to the Street of Antiques. Ji Yuning also needed to use her network to gain the right of land acquisition. Although Ding Peiwei hadn't given her an affirmative answer yet, she believed that they would agree. No one would reject her proposal, especially in front of Hongyun Real Estate, not unless Hongyun Real Estate was willing to offer a higher compensation than her. Let me help you with the right of land acquisition. Lang Xiaoting hadn't been at Ji Yuning's side, but he had stayed near and heard their talk clearly. Will it be convenient for you? Ji Yuning asked. She had planned to turn to Yan Zhenggulan for help because Yan Zhenggulan worked in politics. Leng Xiaoting served in the military and wasn't that familiar with the politicians. Of course, Leng Xiaoting said. It wasn't a big deal to him. And even if it was a big deal, he would try his best to settle it for Ji Yuning. Thanks. Ji Yuning answered. She didn't want to hurt his feelings. Leng Xiaoting wasn't personally familiar with the authorities, but his family was involved in politics. The Leng family was involved in military, politics and business, and was the head of the four most influential families in the capital. Yes, Leng Xiaoting was exactly the eldest grandson in his family, which was the leading family in the capital, but he had gotten everything that he owned today by himself and had never asked his family for help. Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting what happened with Xianxia real estate. Leng Xiaoting avoided Ji Yuning to call someone, so Ji Yuning didn't know who he called. She didn't ask either. Everyone had his or her own secrets anyway. She kept many secrets from Leng Xiaoting too. Before long, the right of land acquisition was settled. That being the case, Xianxia Real Estate and Hongyun Real Estate became competitors. Ji Yuning decided to close the deal before Hongyun Real Estate even knew about it. She immediately called Guangyao telling him about what she had done in City Ji, and told him to prepare the contract along with the lawyers and assistants before she called him again. If it was successful, he would have to fly to City Ji tomorrow morning to go through the procedures. She had already prepared the money. Hearing the news, Guangyao was shocked by Ji Yuning's efficiency. Although her action was a little abrupt and lacked thorough consideration, Guangyao had to admit that she had made the right decision. Normally, a real estate company needed to make allowances not only for funds and workers, but also the land when it was going to build buildings. Chapter 202 Leng Xiaoting's properties. As long as you had enough funds, you could easily get adequate workers, but it wasn't easy to acquire a good piece of land. At the same time, you had to have the permission of the government. Otherwise, you would not have the qualification to acquire a piece of land even with enough funds. Guangyao knew that Hongyun Real Estate was a powerful company with several billion yuan in assets. Therefore, even though he didn't know whether Ji Yuning had made the right decision, he trusted Hongyun Real Estate's choice. It had to be a profitable deal if Hongyun Real Estate wanted to settle it. However, what worried Guangyao was the funds to build the buildings. Xianxia Real Estate was barely afloat right now, and he had already taken out a loan from the bank. He couldn't get a mortgage again. Ji Yuning also lacked enough funds to build the buildings, but she had no intention to cooperate with another real estate company, so she wouldn't build the buildings in a hurry even if she acquired the land. She planned to build the buildings after her vacation when she would go to Province Y for stone gambling to collect funds. However, she couldn't tell Guangyao her plan yet. She would have to introduce him to Zhou Zhenghong before Guangyao found out about her outstanding ability at stone gambling. In that case, it wouldn't confuse him if she suddenly had a large amount of money later. Guangyao thought that it wasn't a completely secure deal, but he chose to believe Ji Yuning. After he hung up, he immediately prepared the contract and informed the lawyer along with several reliable assistants. They were all as shocked as Guangyao, but Guangyao didn't explain further, so they didn't ask why. Ji Yuning received a call from Situyi later. Leng Xiaoting's face changed at once, but he didn't stop Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting wasn't happy that she kept a close relationship with Situyi, but she had to answer the call. "Hi, how are you?" "Great. Are you free tonight? May we dine together?" Situyi asked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. She hadn't even answered yet. "I'm so sorry. I'm busy tonight. May we have the meal another day?" Ji Yuning declined because of Leng Xiaoting. However, it was unavoidable that she was going to have a meal with Situyi. He had done her a favor, and sent her a precious gift after all. She couldn't play dumb. "Fine, I'll wait." Situyi didn't insist, but Leng Xiaoting thought that Situyi was flirting with Ji Yuning. Men probably became sensitive when it came to a competition for love. Leng Xiaoting knew nothing about romance before, but now he was able to sense any hint of threat. Ji Yuning, instead, didn't think that Satuyi had any special feelings towards her, so she seriously had no idea how to handle Leng Xiaoting's changing emotions. "There's nothing between us. Why did you suddenly become so upset when he called me?" Ji Yuning asked resignedly. "He is chasing you," Leng Xiaoting replied. "He sounded like an unhappy child." "That's insane. The one who chased me isn't him," Ji Yuning said. She didn't realize that Leng Xiaoting had misunderstood her until now. "Then who did?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I've already rejected him." Ji Yuning still didn't tell Leng Xiaoting who the one who chased her was. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was finally relieved. He didn't ask further, because Ji Yuning had already rejected the person, and it was meaningless to know who he was now. However, Leng Xiaoting still felt uneasy. He could sense that Satuyi treated Ji Yuning differently. Leng Xiaoting didn't mention Satuyi again, but he remained careful. Ding Peiwei was active, and soon had a gathering with all the neighbors to discuss the deal offered by Ji Yuning. Some believed it, while some had doubts. It sounded too good to be true. Ding Peiwei told them that they could have the compensation in cash or by transfer on site once they signed the contract. Thus everyone agreed, although many of them still held suspicion. They would only feel safe after the deal was done. Around 7 p.m., Ding Peiwei called Ji Yuning and told her that they had all agreed. Ji Yuning told him that she would come to acquire the land around 10:30 a.m. tomorrow and that they should prepare the documents beforehand. To allay Ding Peiwei's concern, Ji Yuning also told him that she had already gained the right of land acquisition. Ding Peiwei was astonished. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning was so efficient. He even thought that she had prepared for it a long time ago, but no matter what, they only wanted a reasonable compensation. With the affirmative answer from Ding Peiwei, Ji Yuning called on Guangyao, telling him to leave for City Ji on the flight at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. She would pick him up in person. When they signed the contract, it could be noisy and a mess. Ji Yuning needed someone to keep the situation in order, and Leng Xiaoting immediately took the job. Ji Yuning then found out that Leng Xiaoting also had a corporation providing security services. It was called Xianxia Security Company Limited, and all the employees were retired soldiers. Moreover, there were 2 levels of security workers in Xianxia Security Company Limited. One was a security officer, and the other was a bodyguard. Common security officers were common retired soldiers, while bodyguards were retired special forces. The latter was much more expensive than the former. Many retired soldiers couldn't find a proper job, so Leng Xiaoting thought that it was a good idea to establish a security company mainly hiring retired soldiers. However, unexpectedly, the company grew rapidly, and now had branches in every big city and province. Xianxia Security Company Limited was different from Qinghua Security Company Limited, which belonged to the Qing Gang. The Qing Gang Security Company relied on its fame and quantity, but Leng Xiaoting's company was famous for its ability and quality. The examination in Xianxia Security Company Limited was very strict. The company would test its employees regularly, and it was a high-end company. Businessmen would turn to Qinghua Security Company Limited, while officials would choose Xianxia Security Company Limited. And except for the senior management in Xianxia Security Company Limited, nobody knew that Leng Xiaoting was the real boss of it. After the dinner with Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting that she needed to deal with something personal, and told him to go rest. They would meet tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting respected Ji Yuning as well as her privacy. So although he was curious, he didn't ask her. He didn't want to invade her privacy. Oh, wait a second. Just when they were about to separate, Leng Xiaoting thought of something. Chapter 203, Leng Xiaoting's gift, what? Ji Yuning asked. Leng Xiaoting took out a box, handing it to Ji Yuning. This is for you. Again, you've already given me so many gifts today. Ji Yuning didn't know what to do. Leng Xiaoting must be on a gift-giving spree right now. It's different this time, Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning took it, and opened it at once. However, the minute she saw what was inside, her eyes rounded in shock. You said that the pair of a dragon and a phoenix means eternal love. Leng Xiaoting fixed his eyes on Ji Yuning with determination. Ji Yuning was deeply touched by Leng Xiaoting again. Leng Xiaoting bought the pair of pendants which were worth over 10 million yuan just because it stood for good wishes of eternal love. He gave the phoenix pendant to her, and kept the dragon pendant with himself. That gift was much more persuasive than sweet nothings. Looking at Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning understood that she couldn't make him wait any longer. He wouldn't feel secure. Therefore, Ji Yuning walked to Leng Xiaoting, standing on her tiptoes to kiss his lips. Leng Xiaoting didn't expect that Ji Yuning would do that. When his lips met hers, his body tightened, and his mind went blank. It felt warm, and slightly wet, and the amazing feeling moved like lightning across his body. He felt like he was in heaven. They were still in a restaurant, so Ji Yuning's lips only stayed on his for a few seconds. Seeing that Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb, Ji Yuning felt like laughing, but she felt shy too. "That's my answer," Ji Yuning said before she escaped away. Leng Xiaoting didn't get his mind back until she was gone. Although his face was flushed because of the abrupt kiss, and his heart was pumping fast, he was thrilled. She kissed him as the answer, which meant that she said yes to him. Even after she had run far from the restaurant, Ji Yuning still blushed scarlet. She then went to change her outfit and ended up looking like a mature woman. She headed to Yongle Club afterwards. Yongle Club was a high-end entertainment place in City G. Guests here were either the rich or the authorities, because common people couldn't afford the bill. Ji Yuning arrived at Yongle Club at 9 p.m. She had no idea whether Li Junjun was here or not, but she knew the number of the private room, so she walked straight to it using her jade eyes to see whether Li Junjun was inside. The private room was dimly lit. There was soft music playing in a medium volume. Ji Yuning noticed that Su Jing and her boyfriend along with another man were already sitting in it. Su Jing stood up, walking into the washroom. Meanwhile, Lin Wenkong, Su Jing's boyfriend, immediately took out a small paper packet, handing it to the other man. "Even if you can't win Lin Junjun's heart, you can have her body first. Take a video of it. She wouldn't dare to sue you." Yuan Sen, who was the one that Su Jing had mentioned earlier today, wore an evil expression. "I know that she won't agree to be my woman anyway. And I also know that you're interested in her too. Why don't we play together later? If you just want to play with her, of course I'm willing to." Lin Wenkong wore a greedy expression too. Indeed, he had always wanted to sleep with Li Junjun. The music wasn't loud inside, so Ji Yuning heard most of their talk with her acute hearing. After hearing their scheme, Ji Yuning was satisfied. She had actually had the same idea to pay Li Junjun back, but unexpectedly, someone did it for her now. Ji Yuning decided to be an onlooker. If their scheme didn't work well, she would then help. She ordered a room adjacent to this one, drinking a glass of red wine, waiting for what was going to happen next. Li Junjun arrived soon after Ji Yuning sat in the near private room. In fact, Li Junjun was unwilling to come, but Qin Yifan ignored her all day. She wanted to relax by drinking. The four drank while chatting. Neither Lin Wenkong nor Yuan Sen showed any hint of misbehavior. They were like good friends, gathering together in harmony. Leng Xiaoting went back to his room in the hotel. He couldn't help thinking about the kiss. It was like a dream come true. When Su Jing and Li Junjun were a little drunk, Yuan Sen and Lin Wenkong secretly put the drug into their glasses of wine, and let them drink it. Before long, Su Jing and Li Junjun were unconscious. Yuan Sen and Lin Wenkong pushed them a little to check whether they had really lost consciousness. Seeing that they didn't move at all, Yuan Sen climbed onto Li Junjun without delay, like a hungry wolf. He crazily kissed her face, and his hands were moving violently across her body. He was already turned on. However, within a few seconds, Lin Wenkong stopped him. "Why are you rushing? We could be discovered here, so we better leave now." Although Yuan Sen was reluctant to remove his hands, he knew that it wasn't the right place. Thus Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen laid Su Jing and Li Junjun on their backs respectively, and left. Ji Yuning immediately stood up following them. They came here often, and were familiar with the waiters here. All the workers knew that they were friends, so no one stopped them. Everyone thought that Su Jing and Li Junjun were simply drunk. Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen carried Su Jing and Li Junjun to the parking lot, driving away. Ji Yuning immediately got into a taxi and told the driver to follow their car. "Miss, why do you want to follow the car?" the driver asked. He didn't want to be involved in any trouble. Facing the driver's concern, Ji Yuning pretended that she was heartbroken, saying in anger, "My fiancé cheated on me, and I need to get pictures as proof to leave him." Ji Yuning acted well, and the driver immediately believed her. He sped up, following the car without hesitation, and even comforted Ji Yuning. "Miss, I don't think it's a bad thing that you found out about it before you got married. You can dump him now that you found out that he's dishonest. If he did it in your marriage after you had children, you would be in a painful dilemma." Chapter 204, Li Junjun's Nightmare. The taxi followed Lin Wenkong's car closely. To Ji Yuning's astonishment, they drove to clean water blue sky. There were so many coincidences today. Ji Yuning was of course happy to know that. It saved her a lot of trouble. Their car went into clean water blue sky. Ji Yuning immediately got out of the taxi, striding into clean water blue sky. Seeing that Ji Yuning used a key to open the gate, the taxi driver couldn't help thinking to himself that her fiancé must be a terrible man who even brought his mistress back home. As a man, the taxi driver was sometimes also sexually excited by other women, but he had never done anything to hurt his family. He was a man of principles. Ji Yuning followed them along to the villas in the middle of clean water blue sky. There was a circle of tall buildings at the outer edge of clean water blue sky with around 20 villas in the middle. Lin Wenkong's car stopped in the garage on the first floor of the number 08 villa before they carried Su Jing and Li Junjun inside. Ji Yuning avoided the surveillance cameras and slid inside. She used her jade eyes, seeing that Lin Wenkong put Su Jing on a sofa in the living room before he followed Yuan Sen, who had Li Junjun on his back, to the upstairs master bedroom. Ji Yuning checked the position of the master bedroom, then climbed onto its balcony. Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen had no idea that someone was monitoring their behavior. They even didn't bother to close the curtains. "Make her take this. It'll be funnier." Lin Wenkong took out another packet, handing it to Yuan Sen. Yuan Sen smirked. He knew what it was without asking. He took it and went to put it in water, while Lin Wenkong set up the camera. Before long, Yuan Sen came back and forced Li Junjun, who was still unconscious, to drink the water. Li Junjun soon reacted. She felt like she had caught a fever and her body was so hot, she kept tearing at her clothing. Yuan Sen couldn't wait for a second longer, jumping onto Li Junjun's body, followed by Lin Wenkong. They started to have a sexual threesome. Ji Yuning waited aside after her camera was set up. She didn't watch them doing it with her own eyes. It would be very shameful for her to do that. Even their moans of sexual pleasure embarrassed Ji Yuning to a great extent. She couldn't bear it. Yuan Sen's movements were violent without any kindness. However, Su Jing told me that Li Junjun has liked the man called Qin Yifan since she was a girl, and I thought that Li Junjun would stay a virgin for the man. Unexpectedly, she is afraid of loneliness too, Yuan Sen said in a sarcastic way. He was slightly disappointed that Li Junjun wasn't a virgin, but he didn't care about it too much. Li Junjun wasn't a girl after all. She was in her mid-20s, and it was common that she had some sexual experience. Li Junjun stayed abroad for a few years. No one knows how many men she had. "Hey, is it loose? I heard that foreigners' dicks are large," Lin Wenkong joked while he was brutally rubbing Li Junjun's boobs. "Mine isn't small though," Yuan Sen said. Ji Yuning didn't want to hear them talking any longer. She packed up her camera, leaving a bug there, and left. A video of several minutes was enough, and she left the bug to record what would happen next. With the help of her telepathic eye space, she had put away many useful tools, like a camera, bug, knife, gun, laptop and so forth. Ji Yuning had the video in her hands, but didn't plan to expose it. Instead, she wanted to wait and see how they would get revenge on each other. After what had happened tonight, Ji Yuning didn't bother to deal with Li Junjun personally. Li Junjun either had to yield under the threat from Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen and keep having such an immoral sexual relationship with them both, or she sued them, but had to be known as a victim of rape from now on. Besides, it wouldn't be easy to sue the two men. It wasn't rare that women had sexual experience before she get married nowadays, but a sexual threesome was totally different. It was a scandal and a shame that she could never get rid of because of the video. No matter what happened next, Lee Junjun was doomed to live a hard life in the future. Ji Yuning still felt disgusted after she went back to her apartment, because she could hear the moans and their talk through her earphones along the way. Why don't we get Su Jing up here too? You don't care for her anyway, Yuan Sen said. As a close friend of Lin Wenkong, he knew it clearly. True love was merely a fart in their eyes. They only played around, and abandoned whoever they had slept with. Ha ha, no problem. I've already had enough, and have wanted to change to a new woman for a long time, Lin Wenkong said airily. He wasn't as loyal as he seemed. While he was with Su Jing, he kept having sexual relationship with other women as always, but he was skillful at hiding and lying, so Su Jing had no idea what he was doing behind her back. She even believed that he was deeply in love with her. In fact, there was no reliable rich heir at all. Within minutes, Ji Yuning heard the moans of 4 people. Her stomach was turning, but she had to keep listening to know what happened next. Ji Yuning sent a message to Leng Xiaoting the minute she got back. She told him that she had just finished her business. Leng Xiaoting replied in a second. That's good to know. He must have been holding his phone, waiting for her message through the night. Indeed, Leng Xiaoting was holding his phone in his hands, waiting for Ji Yuning's message or call. Ji Yuning had told him that she was going to deal with something, so he didn't dare to bother her. In addition, he still had no idea how to face her after the kiss. When it was almost 12 a.m., they stopped texting each other, and agreed to meet tomorrow, but Leng Xiaoting stayed awake the whole night yet again. Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen also finished around 1 a.m. Ji Yuning had to admit that they were really full of energy. The next day, Ji Yuning went back to her apartment after her morning run. She put on the earphones connected to the bug before changing her clothes. In the villa, in a big bedroom, there was a mess apparently left by the previous night's violent sex. Chapter 205, Li Junjun's Nightmare 2. When Li Junjun finally opened her eyes, she was still dazed and in great pain. Her sight gradually became clear, but when she recognized the faces in front of her eyes, she trembled in shock. She checked herself, but only found out she was almost bare in the air, black and blue. Li Junjun was stunned. What has happened? What has happened? What has happened? What the hell has happened? Seconds later, Li Junjun screamed in horror. She sat up abruptly, realizing what had happened to her. Why? How is it possible? Li Junjun's scream woke everybody else in the bed. Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen seemed calm, but Su Jing was as stunned as Li Junjun. If there were only Lin Wenkong and her in the bed, it would be normal, but why were Li Junjun and Yuan Sen in bed too? Did we? A terrible truth dawned on Su Jing. No, it's impossible. Su Jing kept persuading herself that it wasn't true. What the hell happened? Li Junjun questioned in anger. She almost wanted to kill them. What else do you think happened? We were all drunk last night, so we had sex together, Yuan Sen said airily, like it was par for the course. Indeed, it was par for the course to him. Normally, he would spend some money or say some sweet nothings to get laid, but facing Li Junjun, he had to use special skills. I was not drunk at all. Did you drug us? Li Junjun glared at Yuan Sen, questioning him. She wasn't dumb and knew how much she could drink. She had been a little dizzy last night, but not drunk. The only possibility was that she had been drugged. Li Junjun knew that Yuan Sen was a playboy who quickly changed the women beside him without second thought. It was common for him to drug a woman to get laid. Yuan Sen had chased her for a long time, but she didn't accept him, so he had probably drugged her due to anger. Li Junjun knew it clearly. What? We were drugged. At that time, Su Jing finally realized what had happened. She looked at Lin Wenkong, questioning him, what the hell is going on here? Lin Wenkong and Yuan Sen even didn't bother to hide the truth, so they admitted. Right, we did drug your drinks last night, and we all made love in a 4. You asshole. Li Junjun raised her hand to slap Yuan Sen, but was stopped and seized by him before her hand could fall on his face. Yuan Sen looked at Li Junjun with disdain, sneering, do you want to hit me? Lin Wenkong, why did you do that? Su Jing asked in pain and anger. Su Jing, did you really think that I was in love with you? You're merely a not poor girl from a barely rich family. It was your illusion that you could marry me. If you weren't sexy and good in bed, I would have dumped you already. However, I've already had enough, and it's time to change to a new girl. If you want to stay by my side. I would need to think about it, Lin Wenkong sneered. He looked at Su Jing like she was a replaceable toy. Su Jing was annoyed and burst into tears. She thought that she had found her true love. She thought that Lin Wenkong loved her deeply just like she loved him. To her astonishment, she was just a sexy toy to him. Yuan Sen, I'll sue you. Li Junjun roared in anger. Very well, sue me now. However, if you dare to sue us, I'll upload the video of our violent love-making foursome to the internet. You'll be famous by then, Yuan Sen threatened. He didn't seem scared at all. What? You took a video? Hearing that, both Li Junjun and Su Jing were irritated as well as shocked. Yes, we took a video of it. Li Junjun, if you keep playing with us, we can keep it a secret, and you may keep chasing Qin Yifan. Even if you can marry him in the future, we won't be involved at all. However, if you want to ruin your reputation, sue us as you like. And let me tell you, I have the video as proof. You two don't seem forced in. The video, Yuan Sen sneered. He wasn't afraid of Li Junjun suing them. Li Junjun and Su Jing had no idea what to do now. Li Junjun burst into tears all of a sudden. Lin Wenkong, why did you do this to me? If you didn't like me, you could ignore me, but why did you have to play with me? Su Jing almost had a breakdown. It was so painful to be betrayed and hurt by someone you loved. I won't reject a woman who chases me, Lin Wenkong said. He didn't care that Su Jing was in pain now. Indeed, Su Jing had chased Lin Wenkong on her own initiative. Although she had treated him seriously, she had made a wrong choice. She was doomed to lose before such an adept playboy. Knowing that Li Junjun was stuck in her nightmare, Ji Yuning was in a good mood. At 8 a.m., and Guangyao called Ji Yuning, and told her that they were already at the airport. There were 8 of them in all, including himself, a lawyer and a financial worker. Ji Yuning immediately called Ding Peiwei. Ding Peiwei told her that everything was going well, and that they were waiting for them. After receiving Ji Yuning's call, Ding Peiwei felt that it was becoming more of a reality now. And his neighbors all relaxed, but the deal wasn't settled yet, so they didn't feel completely safe. Then Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting around 9 a.m. and they headed to the airport together. Chapter 206, Land Acquisition 2. Seeing Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting was still a little nervous. Ji Yuning actually had the same feeling. Thus Leng Xiaoting immediately changed the topic. The bank has already prepared the cash. You can go and get it. Security guards and government workers will be arriving at 10:30 a.m. Thanks, you've helped me a lot, Ji Yuning said. She sincerely appreciated Leng Xiaoting for what he had done for her. You don't need to thank me, Leng Xiaoting said. Aren't you afraid that I'll completely rely on you if you keep doing everything for me, Ji Yuning joked. As long as you want, and as long as I am able to, I'm willing to give you my everything, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Well, I hope you won't regret it. While Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were on their way to the airport, Li Junjun and Su Jing were already passed out after a seemingly endless sexual assault by Yuan Sen and Lin Wenkong. They took many photos this time as well. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the airport, the plane would be landing after a few minutes. Ji Yuning let Leng Xiaoting wait in the car and she went to fetch Guangyao and others. Guangyao and the others arrived at City Ji. He along with the lawyer, Li Zewen, got into Leng Xiaoting's car, and the rest took another MPV. Both Guangyao and Li Zewen were surprised by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance and air of coldness. Ji Yuning introduced Guangyao, Li Zewen and Leng Xiaoting to each other, before she began to tell Guangyao about the land acquisition in detail. 40 minutes later at 10:20 a.m., they arrived at Zhengyang Street. The appointed place was the middle square in Zhengyang Street. All the neighbors were already waiting for them with anxiety and excitement. Xianxia Security Company Limited sent 20 normal security guards, who had arrived at Zhengyang Street at 10:10 a.m. However, they didn't enter until their employer came. Leng Xiaoting gave Ji Yuning the number of the security leader, and she called the security leader the minute they arrived. They met each other for the first time just before their cars drove inside. Ji Yuning's group arrived in a Porsche and 3 MPVs. Ji Yuning called Ding Peiwei while they were at the entrance of the street. Ding Peiwei also told his neighbors that the representative of the new real estate company was coming. Unexpectedly, 4 cars arrived at the same times. They were shocked that almost 30 people came to settle the deal. The group consisted of too many people in different positions. All the neighbors couldn't help feeling nervous. Are they going to use violence? Ding Peiwei also panicked a little. He didn't know Ji Yuning very well after all, and had no idea why she gathered so many people to be here. However, he stayed calm. It was too early to jump to conclusions. Therefore, Ding Peiwei welcomed Ji Yuning with a broad smile. Miss Ji Yu, it's so nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Ding. This is the chairman of Shenghua Real Estate, and Guangyao. He's responsible for this land acquisition. Ji Yuning introduced Guangyao to Ding Peiwei. Nice to meet you, Chairman N. Ding Peiwei greeted Guangyao, reaching out his hand to him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ding. Guangyao shook hands with Ding Peiwei. Meanwhile, another 3 private cars arrived. The neighbors living in Zhengyang Street were even more nervous now, but Ji Yuning knew that they were just government workers. The 3 cars stopped behind the MPVs. Ding Peiwei was astonished when he recognized the people getting out of the cars. The leading men were the secretaries of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau. The 2 secretaries must be arriving here on behalf of the 2 directors of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau. And the rest were all their assistants. Ding Peiwei walked to them at once. It's so nice to meet you, Secretary Chong and Secretary Gao. Facing Ding Peiwei, the 2 only nodded slightly, but they behaved kindly and didn't seem arrogant at all. The 2 were often shown in the news conferences, so many people living in the Zhengyang Street were familiar with their faces. It's him. Yes, I've seen him on TV. They're the secretaries of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau. Jesus. They came in person. I think that they are seriously going to acquire this land. Guangyao and Ji Yuning were both astonished as well. They didn't expect that such important figures would arrive too. Ji Yuning didn't know whom the government would send, so she had only told Guangyao that the government would help them. To Ji Yuning's surprise, the secretaries of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau came. She had thought that the government would only send a random office leader to be here. Ji Yuning gave Guangyao a glance to remind him to welcome the secretaries. He was in charge of this deal after all. Guangyao then immediately walked to the 2 secretaries. It's my honor to meet you here, Secretary Chong and Secretary Gao. I'm the chairman of Shenghua Real Estate, Guangyao said to them. Nice to meet you too, Secretary Chong said with politeness. As the secretary of the Housing Authority, he understood that a person in a position higher than the director demanded this land acquisition. The Shenghua Real Estate had a greater support from the government, so he had to be polite and careful. He also knew that this deal was of great help to the development of the new city. And Hongyun Real Estate's behavior had already annoyed the citizens living in this street. However, Shenghua Real Estate was willing to acquire this land at a reasonable price, which those citizens agreed on. All they needed to do now was to go through the procedure. Then, they started to sign the contracts. The citizens were divided into 3 groups according to house number. In the beginning, it was chaos, but with the help of the security guards, it was soon in good working order. The compensation was decided by the living space on the premises permit. Chapter 207. Land acquisition. 3 workers from the Housing Authority would also check the documents that they brought here with them. The foundation was 20,000 yuan, and the building area was 10,000 yuan per square meter. Self-built houses had the right of foundation property, while that of the tall buildings naturally belonged to the state. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to buy the right of foundation property from the government later. In the beginning, many thought that they should be paid in cash, but now all agreed to be paid by transfer. It wasn't safe to carry millions of yuan in cash after all. Some also wanted a house as compensation. The house price was 8,000 yuan per square meter in this area. If one wanted to use the compensation to buy a house, he could have a 20% discount of the actual house price. A 20% discount could save a lot of money, so many were willing to buy a house with the compensation. Moreover, some used the major living space of their place to exchange for a house, and used the rest of the living space to exchange for money. Every house owner was handed a piece of contract to read first. If they had any questions, they could ask now. If they didn't, they could sign the contract right away and get the compensation. Every piece of contract had 2 copies. And Guangyao and the others had worked for a long time to prepare over 1,000 copies of the contract. Thus they could finish the paperwork efficiently today. While they were busy signing contracts, Hongyun Real Estate heard the news that Xianxia Real Estate from City F had also gotten the right of land acquisition in Zhengyang Street. Fang Changsheng, the chairman of Hongyun Real Estate, panicked and immediately asked for details. The chief of the development section of Land and Resources Bureau told Fang Changsheng the news. The two maintained a close relationship, so the chief called Fang Changsheng the minute he heard the news. However, the chief didn't know the details either, and it happened too fast. They had heard nothing about it yesterday, but Xianxia Real Estate got the permission within a day like lightning. Fang Changsheng didn't ask further, but called Lu Shikun, who was the vice director, at once. Lu Shikun knew nothing about it either. He wouldn't have known about it if Fang Changsheng didn't call him. After that, he called the vice director of Land and Resources Bureau without delay. The vice director of Land and Resources Bureau told him that the government had already permitted it, and that the land acquisition was ongoing now. Lu Shikun had mixed emotions. He failed to figure out the connection between Xianxia Real Estate from City F and the government of City G. Lu Shikun called Fang Changsheng back, asking him in anger, "You had the right of land acquisition for so many days. How come you haven't successfully acquired the land yet?" Fang Changsheng replied resignedly, "Those citizens thought that our compensation isn't enough. They weren't willing to sell the land to us. You could have added to the compensation. It's a profitable deal after all. Xianxia Real Estate is already at the Zhengyang Street now. If you still want this land, go and grab it from them." Lu Shikun snapped. He had arranged the deal for Fang Changsheng, and he could gain a large amount of money from it too, so he hated to see Hongyun Real Estate lose it. They intentionally provided a low compensation in order to make a fortune from the deal, but in fact, even if they paid a regular compensation, they could still make a lot. Nobody wanted to miss this great chance of making money. Therefore, they were willing to raise the compensation if needed. To their surprise, Xianxia Real Estate had already made an agreement with the citizens living in Zhengyang Street, and they were signing the contracts today. Fang Changsheng was also shocked that the government of City G supported Xianxia Real Estate. However, Xianxia Real Estate only had 700 million yuan in assets. It also had an ongoing project, so its funds weren't comparable to Hongyun Real Estate. "I'll send people there at once." Fang Changsheng knew the benefits of the deal, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. During the lunch time, Ji Yuning bought many lunchboxes from a nearby fancy restaurant, handing them out to the workers. And the citizens who were still at the back of the lines would eat at home. It took time to sign the contract anyway. However, at the same time, another 3 private cars arrived one by one, and attracted a lot of attention. Many citizens changed their expressions when they recognized the people getting out of the cars. The man leading them was Fang Changsheng's secretary, whose name was Sun Kai. He was followed by Zhang Guang, who was the leader of this area. Seeing Zhang Guang, Ji Yuning knew that the newcomers must be people from Hongyun Real Estate. They had to be here to compete with them. No businessman would tolerate the fact that someone grabbed a deal away at the last second, but it was meaningless for them to show up now, because Zhengyang Street had already been bought by Xianxia Real Estate. Hongyun Real Estate had almost settled the deal, but hadn't settled it yet. It was a common business competition between Hongyun Real Estate and Xianxia Real Estate. If Hongyun Real Estate had already settled the deal, Ji Yuning wouldn't have grabbed it from them. It wouldn't have been legal either. They're from Hongyun Real Estate. Why are they here? Do they want to compete for this land? I'm afraid so. Everyone started to discuss Hongyun Real Estate with hatred. Hongyun Real Estate had planned to acquire their land at a low price, so they had no positive comments towards it. The people from Hongyun Real Estate were all shocked by the scene before their eyes. They didn't expect that Xianxia Real Estate was so efficient that the citizens were already signing the contract. What are you doing? How can you sign the contract right now? Zhang Guang was mad. If Xianxia Real Estate won this competition, he couldn't get benefits from Hongyun Real Estate either. Zhang Guang slightly blamed Hongyun Real Estate because they had given a too low compensation. If they had provided a reasonable price, the citizens wouldn't have resisted. In that case, he could have smoothly gotten his share from the deal, but now, everything was gone. Hongyun Real Estate wouldn't give us a reasonable price, but other company will. Ding Peiwei sneered. He was more than happy to see Zhang Guang being so mad. Exactly, Xianxia Real Estate's acquiring price is much higher than yours. Only idiots would sell this land to Hongyun Real Estate. Another citizen agreed. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.